Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1 dressed as a vicious
Chapter 1 dressed as a vicious female match. Qingyun Prefecture. Zongmen Assembly. Fang Qingbran had a headache from the chatter. A group of future bigwigs in the world of immortality were actually so talkative when they were young. Sudden. Fang Qingbran felt someone tugging on her sleeve. She lowered her head and saw that it was a little Lolita. The little Lolita said softly, "Sister, do you want to join the Tinjin sect?" Okay. Fang Qingbran was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that this person must be the heroine, Su Yanran. 3 days ago, she woke up and found that she had dressed in a book and transformed into the vicious female supporting character in the book, Fang Qingbran. In the original work, Fang Qingbran participated in the sect's assessment at the age of 11, but was eliminated due to mediocre qualifications. The kind-hearted Su Yanran took advantage of the privilege of being first in the class and took her into the Tinjin sect. After joining the Tinjin sect, she was ungrateful and resented the heroine. On the surface, she was deeply affectionate with the heroine's sisters, but secretly she always framed the heroine. He even poisoned the heroine many times, causing the heroine to almost die. After these things were exposed, she still showed no repentance and directly colluded with the demons to harm her fellow sect. Finally, the heroine couldn't bear it anymore and her cultivation was abolished and she was expelled from the Tinjin sect. As soon as she was expelled from the sect, she was captured by the heroine's admirers, imprisoned in a dungeon, and subjected to inhuman torture. Afterwards, they cut off her limbs, dug out her spiritual roots, and threw her body into the feed the wild animals in the back mountain. The end was very tragic, so the first thing she did when she entered the book was to avoid the heroine during the sect's assessment. Who would have thought that she would not go to the heroine, but the heroine came to find her instead. She suspected that the heroine was born in the year of dog, otherwise why would her nose be so sharp? Sister, don't worry, I am the first in this assessment. I can bring one extra person into the sect. Sister, are you willing to keep me company? Su Yanran waited for a long time, but did not see Fang Qingbran speak, so she asked again, make a sound. Fang Qingbran rolled her eyes. It was impossible to have worries. She didn't want to go to Tinjin sect. She is a vicious female supporting character, and if she follows the heroine, isn't she going to be the wronged one? Fang Qingbran was extremely grateful that she had entered the book before the plot began and could freely choose where to go. Seeing that Fang Qingbran ignored her, Su Yanran's face suddenly turned gloomy. But when she saw the jade bracelet on Fang Qingbran's wrist, she remembered her purpose and said with a smile, "Sister, why are you ignoring me?" Quote. My surname is Fang, your surname is Su, and I'm 1 month younger than you. Fang Qingbran wanted to pull her sleeve back from Su Yanran's hand, but found that Su Yanran's grip tightened. Su Yanran blinked innocent eyes and looked at Fang Qingbran. Sister, do you hate me? Vomit. Fang Qingbran almost vomited. Please, can you change someone else to cause trouble? Fang Qingbran thought that with her attitude, Su Yanran would definitely leave voluntarily, but she never thought that Su Yanran was shamelessly trying to persuade her to join the Tinjin sect. When Su Yanran heard Fang Qingbran's vomiting sound, her expression was slightly stunned, and viciousness flashed in her lowered eyes. Fang Qingbran was really ignorant and dared to insult her like this. When she got the jade bracelet, she asked the Su family to take Fang Qingbran to her. Dispose of it. You should give up on this idea. I will not go to Tinjin sect with you. Fang Qingbran pulled back her sleeves hard. Cherish life and stay away from the heroine. When she thought of the tragic death of the original owner in the book, Fang Qingbran felt a chill towards Su Yanran. Su Yanran can cultivate the great path through any means, but she cannot ascend by stepping on innocent people. When she first read this book, she didn't like the heroine's outlook on life. She couldn't understand such a stupid novel. Why did she stay up late to finish reading it? Then the sad thing is that when she wakes up from sleep, she becomes the resentful female supporting character in the book. Fang Qingbran's eyes grew colder. She would never become a tool for Su Yanran on her way to becoming an immortal. She must control her own life, and no one else could interfere. Sister, can you sell me the jade bracelet on your hand? I like it very much. As long as you sell it to me, I will give you 100 lower grade spiritual stones. How about it? Su Yanran was distraught when she saw Fang Qing stained with oil and salt. Go in and buy the jade bracelet directly. Anyway, Fang Qingbran looked poor, so he must be in great need of spiritual stones. If she gave him so many spiritual stones, Fang Qingbran would definitely sell them to her. And she had to get the things before the elder came over, otherwise Fang Qingbran would leave with the bracelet, and it would be difficult for her to get the jade bracelet again. Get out. An inexplicable anger surged into Fang Qingbran's heart. This man is really disgusting. She really couldn't figure out how such a person could be worthy of becoming a heroine. Why is she the daughter of luck? It is written in the book that the bracelet on Fang Qingbran's hand was the only thing left to her by her mother. Fang Qingbran was never willing to take it off, and she did not know that the jade bracelet was a void space containing countless treasures of heaven and earth. But Su Yanran saw the extraordinary value of the jade bracelet at a glance, and deliberately brought Fang Qingbran into the Tinjin sect. Then, in return for her kindness, she asked Fang Qingbran to give her the jade bracelet. After Fang Qingbran refused, Su Yanran drugged Fang Qingbran, and while Fang Qingbran was unconscious, she slipped the jade bracelet and completed the contract. And Fang Qingbran didn't know the secret about the jade bracelet until her death. Thinking of this, Fang Qingbran's breath was cold. She stared at Su Yanran, and said coldly, I haven't answered your last question yet, I'll tell you the answer now. I hate you very much, even hate you. Seeing you pretending to be innocent makes me feel sick. Su Yanran, stay away from me, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 2 The Ultimate Fairy Route. Su Yanran, who was still in her teens, was so frightened that she took a few steps back when she heard what Fang Qingbran said. Fang Qingbran clasped her little hands together tightly, trying her best to suppress the surging emotions. She was shocked by the overwhelming hatred in her heart. She is just a person who wears books. Even if there is a huge grudge between the female protagonist in the book and Su Yanran, none of this has happened to her. Shouldn't she react so fiercely? Is it because she took on the role of a character in the book? Fang Qingran decided to stay away from Su Yanran. After all, the supporting actress and the heroine have been natural enemies since ancient times, and it would not be good for them to meet each other. She turned and walked out of the square. She was the eliminated disciple and there was no need to stay here and talk nonsense with Su Yanran. Unexpectedly, she had just taken a few steps when Su Yanran's timid voice sounded from behind. "Sister, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Fang Qingran ignored it and continued walking out. Su Yanran panicked when she saw this, and her intuition told her that she could not let Fang Qingran leave. However, just when she wanted to chase Fang Qingran, she heard a majestic voice ringing in the square. "All disciples who have been eliminated, please leave the square immediately. Disciples who have passed the assessment, please be patient. The sect leaders are already on their way." After the instructor finished speaking, he waved to Su Yanran and motioned for her to stand next to him. Su Yanran was the number one in this assessment, and she also had a mutated ice spirit root. She was a disciple that every sect wanted to snatch away, so naturally he had to strike first. Su Yanran hesitated for a moment and walked towards her instructor, but she couldn't suppress the feeling of loss. Fang Qingran walked out of the square and felt refreshed. Sure enough, it is right to cherish life and stay away from the heroine. Fang Qingran looked at the road in front of her and felt a little embarrassed. She was the vicious female protagonist in the book. Even if she took the initiative to stay away from the heroine, as long as she had something in her hand, the heroine would definitely come to her. If you want to fight against the heroine, you must embark on the path of cultivating immortality. There was only one way before her, to become a casual cultivator. Although she has no shortage of resources, becoming a casual cultivator means that she will die at any time. Dry. Refused for a while, crematorium afterwards. While Fang Qingran was deep in thought, a face came up to her. "Little girl, I think you have very good bones and are very suitable to be my direct disciple. Come back to Lingyun sect with me." The person who came was about 30 years old, with a handsome face, a wine bottle hanging on his waist, his hair was a little messy, and he looked like he had just woken up. Fang Qingran carefully recalled the sects mentioned in the book, but she really didn't remember that there was a Lingyun sect. "Uncle, I have the 5 elements spiritual root, and I can't draw qi into my body at all." The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and incompatible. No matter which spiritual root she majors in, the incompatible spiritual root will dissipate the spiritual energy. The single spiritual root is the most qualified and is called the heavenly spiritual root. The double spiritual root is the second best and is called the earth spiritual root. The third spiritual root is black, the fourth spiritual root is yellow, and the 5 element spiritual root does not enter the path of cultivating immortals. But fortunately, her jade bracelet contained the cultivation method of the 5 elements spiritual roots. She had to quickly find a hidden place to contract the jade bracelet. When Yi Wenshan heard the 5 elements spiritual root, he opened his eyes and looked at Fang Qingran. But the more he looked, the more frightened he became. There was such a monster in the lower world. "Take it. Become a disciple now." Yi Wenshan couldn't wait to let Fang Qingran become a disciple, for fear that she would run away. Fang Qingran. Why does this person look like a liar? There aren't scammers in the world of immortality, right? Fang Qingran took a small step back. She wanted to escape. Yi Wenshan saw Fang Qingran's actions and thought that she did not want to join Lingyun sect. "Little girl, as long as you come to Lingyun sect, even if you cannot build the foundation in the future, we will not drive you away. You can always stay in the sect. I will stay here until the end of my life. And if you are included in the Lingyun sect, there are only 10 people. The relationship is simple and there are no rules. Your other senior brothers and sisters are kind-hearted and will not compete with you for resources." After the monk breaks through the foundation building and his lifespan reaches, he can truly enter the path of cultivating immortality. Fang Qingran was even more nervous. There was no such thing as a pie in the world. It was suspicious that there were only 9 people in the sect under such good conditions. Isn't it a fraud gang? Yi Wenshan found that the more he spoke, the more obvious it was that Fang Qingran wanted to run away. Now he became anxious, suspecting that the benefits he had promised were not enough. "Little apprentice, if you have any conditions, just make them." Yi Wenshan stared at Fang Qingran with bright eyes. "Are you sure you want to accept a person with 5 elements spiritual roots as your disciple?" Fang Qingran asked tentatively. Yi Wenshan thought that Fang Qingran asked this because he was not confident in her qualifications. He looked confused. How should he explain to his young apprentice that she had the best immortal spirit root? The method of testing spiritual root levels in the lower realm is wrong. The correct method is to classify spiritual roots according to their purity. The higher the purity, the higher the cultivation qualifications. The correct classification of spiritual roots should be low grade, medium grade, top grade, holy grade, and divine grade. Moreover, the level of spiritual roots can also be improved through some methods in the later stage. There is also an extremely special young disciple, the Heavenly Moon Holy Physique. This kind of physique coupled with the top quality fairy spiritual roots can be said to be able to travel thousands of miles in a day. However, the more spiritual roots there are, the more painful and lengthy the process of introducing qi into the body will be. However, as long as one can enter the qi refining period, the subsequent cultivation path will be smoother. Little disciple, cultivating immortals is to go against the will of heaven. It's not your fault that you have poor qualifications. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will have a bright future. Didn't the scholar of the past just rely on his unpredictable talisman to complete the tribulation and ascension? There is no spiritual root. Fang Qingran looked at Yi Wenshan with a smile. "Uncle, who is the painting scholar?" Yi Wenshan looked stunned, a little embarrassed. "That's it, let's remember, the painting scholar is not from this continent. Danqing scholar has been promoted hundreds of years ago. It's normal that you don't know. However, our sect's boundary order has the talismans he drew. If you don't believe it, you can take a look. Yi Wensheng continued to cheat, and there was an extra piece of gold in his hand. Token. Fang Qingran paused slightly when she saw the token in Yi Wensheng's hand. The token looked familiar. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 3 Introducing Qi into the body. Fang Qingran reached out and took the token. On the front of the token was engraved a swastika, surrounded by a circle of complex symbols. She looked at the other side of the token and found that there was indeed a hibiscus flower engraved on it. The flower on the other side is so charming and captivating that she can't help but feel a sense of intimacy. Fang Qingran did not delve into the origin of that kindness, but instead wondered if this token was the one Su Yan got later. It is described in the book that Su Yanran had a golden token in her hand. The token was engraved with the flower of forgetfulness, which contained a mysterious power. Su Yanran relied on this power to successfully subdue the divine beast soaring snake. Later, with the help of Teng Shi, Su Yanran refined the mysterious power in the token and advanced to nascent soul at the age of 25. You must know that Wuji Immortal, the most powerful person in the world of immortality, only broke through to nascent soul when he was 200 years old. The power within the token actually allowed Su Yanran to advance to nascent soul easily, which shows how terrifying the power within the token is. The origin of the token is not explained in the book, but if it is really the boundary order of Lingyun sect, with Su Yanran's character of cutting grass and roots, this sect will definitely cease to exist after receiving an order. Fang Qingran's eyes were dark, and the characters in the whole book seemed to be stepping stones for Su Yanran's ascension. Is this the power of the chosen one? Little apprentice, our sect is very good. Do you want to? Master is here, I bow to you as a disciple. Fang Qingran performed a standard apprenticeship ceremony. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Lingyun sect can enter. Yi Wensheng paused as he spoke. Is a token more attractive than him? Little apprentice, get up quickly. You will be Xiaoju of Lingyun sect from now on, my master's direct disciple. If you put a drop of blood on the token, you will be able to freely enter and leave Lingyun sect from now on. Yi Wensheng couldn't stop laughing. Together, it doesn't look like the immortal spirit before. Fang Qingran bit her finger, dripped blood into the token, and returned the token to Yi Wensheng. However, neither of them noticed that the force flew out of the token and disappeared into her body silently. After that power entered Fang Qingran's body, it ran wildly in her veins like a naughty child. Immediately, Fang Qingran's face turned pale and her veins became swollen and painful. As soon as Yi Wensheng took the token, he noticed that the spiritual energy around him was rushing into his young disciple's body. He was startled and had no intention of paying attention to the changes on the token. Instead, he was wondering why Fang Qingran wanted to introduce qi into his body here. Fang Qingran didn't have time to explain to Yi Wensheng. She felt that the force was forcibly widening her muscles and veins, which was not pleasant at all. She sat cross-legged and tried to introduce the spiritual energy in her body into her spiritual roots for refining. However, the spiritual energy disappeared instantly after being introduced into her spiritual roots. Fang Qingran was unable to use his spiritual roots to store spiritual energy, which caused the spiritual energy in his body to wander around, making his whole body even more painful. Her face was pale, and she gritted her teeth to channel the spiritual energy in her body. The 5 elements spiritual root is different from the single spiritual root. If a single spiritual root wants to enter the qi refining stage, it only needs to refine the spiritual energy and activate the spiritual platform to enter the qi refining stage. If the 5 elements spiritual roots want to enter the qi refining stage, the conditions are extremely demanding. The spiritual qi of the 5 attributes must be extracted at the same time, refined, and then introduced into the 5 spiritual roots respectively, and the spiritual platform is activated before the qi can be introduced into the body. Fang Qingran concentrated on refining the spiritual energy, but no matter how focused he was, his mental power was still not enough to inject 5 kinds of spiritual energy into his spiritual root at the same time. The pain in her spiritual roots and tendons made her miserable, but she didn't want to give up. This was the path she had to take. At the same time, on the square, while the sect leaders were fighting over Su Yanran's whereabouts, they noticed that the spiritual energy around them was rushing outward crazily. They immediately stopped and looked in Fang Qingran's direction, who is practicing there. In this battle, someone is going to break through the golden elixir. Who is so careless that he breaks through the golden elixir outside the square and isn't afraid of being interrupted? The leader of the Xuanling sect touched his beard and shook his head. The sky is clear. It is definitely not a breakthrough golden elixir. Only then did everyone remember that breaking through the golden elixir would lead to thunder tribulation, but only breaking through qi refining and foundation building would not cause thunder tribulation. But qi refining and foundation building are crucial to every cultivator. Shouldn't someone choose to break through here? The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is not like refining energy or foundation building at all. Someone looked confused. Everyone knows that cultivation is divided into qi refining period, foundation building period, golden elixir period, nascent soul stage, transformation period, virtual god period, integration period, Mahayana period, overcoming tribulation period. The spiritual energy required for each level is different, but before Zushin, it was impossible to cause such a big battle. However, those who are strong after the false god stage usually choose to practice in a certain secret realm or spirit gathering array, and they will never choose to practice here so casually. Old Xiao, something is wrong. This posture seems to be draining the spiritual energy. Isn't there really that strong man practicing outside? The master of the beast control sect looked at Xiao Hongyu, the master of the Tianjin sect. Xiao Hongyu looked in the direction of Fang Qingran with a solemn expression, as if the entire Qingyun state's spiritual energy was rushing there. If this continues, it may affect the entire Qingyun prefecture, and people outside must be stopped. Sect masters, follow me out for a look. The other elders will stay. After Xiao Hongyu finished speaking, he walked out, and several sect masters got up to follow. Xiao Hongyu walked a few steps, turned to look at Su Yanran, and motioned for her to follow him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 4 5 Spiritual Roots. When they walked out of the square, they saw a man standing there. The man's face was glowing and he was leisurely and contented. He didn't look like he was practicing at all. Rong Duofen, the leader of the Beast Control sect, was the first to recognize Yi Wenshan. He looked stunned. Why did this guy come out now? The 100-year period has not yet come, right? Stop. Following a loud shout, Yi Wenshan raised his sword and drew out. In an instant, a majestic sword energy flew out, and a line appeared on the floor in front of everyone's toes. The unsuspecting people were shocked and took a step back. Rong Duofen shouted angrily, Yi Wenshan, are you crazy? Stand there and don't move. Anyone who affects my apprentice's ability to draw qi into his body will do so at his own risk. Yi Wenshan exuded powerful coercion. Only then did a few people notice that behind Yi Wenshan, a teenage girl was sitting cross-legged. Yi Wenshan, who are you fooling? You don't need so much spiritual energy to cause it to enter the body. Have you arranged a spirit gathering array here? Obviously, none of the sect leaders present believed what Yi Wenshan said. Only the leader of the Xuanling sect thought of another possibility and looked at Fang Qingbran with a somewhat probing look. Yi Wenshan remained silent, not bothering to explain to them that his young disciple had the best immortal spiritual roots, and these spiritual energies were relatively small. At this time, Su Yanran tugged on Xiao Hongyu's sleeve and said softly, Sect Master, I know the sister behind you. She has the 5 elements spiritual root. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Yanran. There was pride between Su Yanran's eyebrows. She had the best ice spiritual root that could only be seen in 1,000 years. How could a waste like Fang Qingbran draw qi into his body before her? Fang Qingbran could only be her foil. Are you sure? Xiao Hongyu asked seriously. Yi Wenshan's 8 disciples all have incredible qualifications. How could they choose a disciple with 5 elements spiritual roots? The 5 spiritual roots and the 5 elements spiritual roots are not the same thing. There are still opportunities for cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots. However, the 5 elements spiritual root is definitely a waste spiritual root. It is almost impossible to introduce qi into the body. If the qi is forcibly introduced into the body will explode and die. Moreover, most children with 5 elements spiritual roots are prone to die young. Over time, a tacit understanding has been formed in the world of immortal cultivation that children with spiritual roots of the 5 elements will not be accepted. There is no cultivation method, and there is no cultivation value. Sect Master, her name is Fang Qingbran. She came to me before and wanted me to take her into Tianjin sect. Su Yanran raised her little face and said firmly. Xiao Hongyu waved his hand, and the jade slips floated in the air, with Fang Qingbran's information displayed on them. Ha ha ha. 5 elements spiritual roots. Rong Duofen laughed out loud. Yi Wenshan, you'd better take your apprentice back to the sect quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. Old Yi, you also know what the 5 elements spiritual roots are about. Don't do it willfully. The leader of Xuanling sect reminded. Yi Wenshan's eyes showed contempt. They were a group of short-sighted guys who only thought that the more spiritual roots they had, the more painful and long the journey of cultivation would be, and the easier it would be to die during the tribulation. However, they didn't know that the more spiritual roots they had, the more powerful they would be in achieving enlightenment in the future. The stronger. A young disciple with 5 element spiritual roots has unparalleled qualifications. Not only do you have the opportunity to derive rare spiritual roots, but you are also invincible in battle at the same level. As for the difficulties and obstacles on the road of cultivation, every cultivator will experience them. If you are discouraged by the difficulties in front of you, why bother cultivating? You can just go home and farm. Xiao Hongyu's eyes were slightly cold and he said, Sect Master Yi, hurry up and ask her to stop, something will happen if this continues. You have this time, why not choose a disciple? Yi Wenshan glanced at Xiao Hongyu, unmoved. Sect Master Yi, if you let a person with the 5 elements spiritual roots forcefully introduce qi into your body, you are scorning human life. Xiao Hongyu said with a serious face. Old Yi, if you kill an innocent person, you will be tainted with karma. Several sect leaders advised Yi Wenshan to interrupt Fang Qingbran's practice. Fang Qingbran would at most suffer some injuries, but if Fang Qingbran was allowed to continue, she would definitely explode and die. If a disciple who participated in the assessment and was eliminated later died here, it would cause unnecessary trouble to the sect. Fang Qingbran could die anywhere, but he could not die outside the Qingyun Prefecture sect selection. Su Yanran's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and she looked at Fang Qingbran who was in great pain. With the interference of these people, it was even more impossible for Fang Qingbran to get qi into her body by chance. When Fang Qingbran failed to draw qi and was dying, she stepped forward to care about Fang Qingbran and took the opportunity to take away the bracelet. However, Su Yanran didn't know that Fang Qingbran couldn't hear the outside world at all, and Yi Wenshan had already arranged a formation around her to isolate outside interference. At this time, Fang Qingbran's skin had tiny cracks under his clothes, and traces of blood oozed out. Fang Qingbran felt terrible pain all over her body. She gritted her teeth and tried to draw the spirit into her body again and again, but the spirit energy disappeared instantly after entering the spiritual root, like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, every time you try, the pain at your spiritual root will increase by 1 point. She was in so much pain that she knew she would explode and die if she continued. But she is not willing to give up like this. She doesn't want to be an ant all the time. She must cultivate immortality. Even if she really explodes and dies, she will try again. Sudden. An invisible hand appeared in her body and took the initiative to help her capture the spiritual energy balls. Before she could react, she found that it had actively divided the 5 types of spiritual energy balls and sent them to her spiritual roots. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 5 Void Space. In an instant, the dark 5 element spiritual roots in Fang Qingbran's body lit up, and the 5 colors gathered together to form a spiritual platform like a vast ocean. The spiritual energy blocked in her veins rushed towards the spiritual platform crazily, and the swelling and pain in her veins disappeared. Fang Qingbran looked inside the spiritual platform and couldn't help being surprised. She remembered that it was written in the book that when Su Yanran introduced qi into her body, the spiritual platform was like a small pond, which was beyond the heavens. Then wouldn't she be able to break through the sky like this? Fang Qingbran was not in a hurry to be happy. She calmly concentrated on Yuanyi, refining the spiritual energy in the spiritual platform and sending it into her spiritual roots. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the restraining relationship between the 5 elements' spiritual roots was eliminated and turned into mutual complementation. She couldn't hold it back for a moment and actually broke through to the 5th level of qi refining. Fang Qingbran quickly stopped practicing. Although she wanted to continue, she understood that the beauty in Lin Fang would be destroyed. She remembered clearly that when Su Yanran introduced qi into her body, she directly reached the 3rd level of qi refining and was hailed as a genius girl. After that, she was targeted by many evil cultivators who wanted to get rid of her. So before she could find a magic weapon that could hide her cultivation, she had to suppress the spiritual energy in her body. Master, the jade bracelet can help you hide your cultivation. I wonder what cultivation you want to show, Master. A milky voice sounded in her sea of consciousness. Divine consciousness transmission. Perhaps knowing her doubts, the child explained, Master, I am the weapon spirit of the jade bracelet. Your blood just seeped into the jade bracelet to complete the contract. Fang Qingbran sensed that there were 3 more lines in the soul. Could this be the contract line with the jade bracelet? So how does she enter the space inside the jade bracelet? Just as Fang Qingbran was thinking this, a white light flashed before her eyes, and she was in a vast space between heaven and earth. As far as the eye can see, there is a barren and dry land, except for a thatched house not far away. Fang Qingbran walked into the thatched house and saw 2 bookcases and a medicine cabinet. One of the bookcases was actually full of cultivation techniques for the 5 elements spiritual roots. Master, the higher your cultivation level, the better things will appear in the space. As the voice sounded, a cute elf appeared. The blue elf looked at Fang Qingbran shyly. Did you help me adjust the spiritual power in my body just now? Seeing the elf shaking his head, Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly, thinking about the source of that mysterious power. Holy shit. Yi Wenshan, what kind of evildoer is your little disciple? Rong Juofen exclaimed. An 11-year-old at the 5th level of qi refining. If such people are trash, aren't they even worse than trash? The other sect leaders also looked shocked. Fang Qingbran actually successfully introduced qi into his body, and even directly entered the 5th level of qi refining. How is this possible? However, when everyone wanted to check Fang Qingbran's situation, Fang Qingbran's figure disappeared instantly. Where is my little apprentice? Where is my little apprentice who is as old as me? Yi Wenshan stared at the place where Fang Qingbran disappeared. His consciousness spread, but he could not find her aura. Yi Wenshan looked at Xiao Hongyu. Xiao Hongyu, did you hide my little apprentice? Hand it over quickly. Why are you so crazy? Xiao Hongyu looked confused. Who else could it be if you weren't? You and I are the only ones here who have caves where we can hide living people. It's not like Yi Wenshan has never thought about hiding people in space, but there is no void space in the lower world, so he first rules out hiding people in space. Xiao Hongyu's face turned dark. He felt that Yi Wenshan had complained first to the evildoers, and had forced the 5 elements spiritual roots to introduce qi into his body, and directly reach the 5th level of qi refining, which was against common sense. He originally wanted to check if there was anything wrong with Fang Qingbran's practice, but in the end, he disappeared. He suspected that Yi Wenshan noticed their intentions and took a preemptive strike to hide Fang Qingbran in advance. Zong Master Yi, you know best whether I have hidden someone or not. Xiao Hongyu's eyes were probing. He was in the middle stage of Virtual God, and Yi Wenshan was in the late stage of Virtual God. He could not search Yi Wenshan's cave, and could only let Yi Wenshan do it himself. Hand it over. Old Yi, what kind of technique did Fang Qingbran practice? How could he reach the 5th level of qi refining all of a sudden? Bailey Xuanqing asked what the sect leaders were thinking. Yi Wenshan glanced at the crowd and instantly understood that the young apprentice's cultivation had grown too fast, and they suspected that the young apprentice was following a different path. Yi Wenshan calmed down. The most important thing was to let Xiao Hongyu hand over his young apprentice first. And just as he was thinking, Fang Qingbran suddenly appeared where he was just now and said respectfully to him, Master. Okay. Yi Wenshan showed joy on his face, and did not ask why she disappeared. He raised his hand to wield his sword, preparing to take Fang Qingbran back to Lingyun sect. Sect Master Yi, wait a minute. Xiao Hongyu raised his hand to arrange the barrier. We need to ask Fang Qingbran a few questions. Get out. I have no time. Get out of the way. Yi Wenshan's eyes were condensed. In an instant, the tension between the two was tense. Bailey Xuanqing stood up and said to Fang Qingbran, don't embarrass your master, we just want to see how you introduce qi into the body. After all, there has been no 5 elements spiritual root that can introduce qi into the body since ancient times. Example, we mean no harm. I refuse. Fang Qingbran did not hesitate. Bailey Xuanqing looked depressed. Why didn't this little girl follow the routine? They're truly master and disciple, their personalities are exactly the same. Little girl, you are so rude. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect, who had been watching, stood up and waved his spiritual consciousness towards Fang Qingbran. He dared to conclude that there must be something fishy between the master and the disciple. When the spiritual consciousness approached, she felt a sense of being spied on, which made Fang Qingbran feel extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to hide away, but found that the spiritual consciousness directly penetrated into her body. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 6 One sword shatters the mountain. The moment the consciousness entered Fang Qingbran's body, it was erased by force. Then, there was a pop sound. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at Fang Qingbran in surprise. His consciousness, which was at the peak of the divine transformation stage, was actually erased by a person at the 5th level of qi refining. There was definitely something wrong with Fang Qingran. Yi Wenshan stopped the confrontation with Xiao Hongyu and became angry. Spiritual consciousness prying is extremely harmful to cultivators who have not established the foundation. At least it will affect their character, and at worst it will form inner demons, making it impossible to improve their cultivation. Master, I'm fine. I don't know who erased my consciousness. Fang Qingran looked innocent. Yi Wenshan felt relieved, protected Fang Qingran behind him, and sneered, a group of old guys are really shameless in using such methods against a junior. Yi Wen, stand upright and disdain to practice those heretical ways, and my disciples don't even know that. If you keep pestering me, you won't be polite. Zong Master Yi, Zong Master Xiao didn't mean to do this. Xiao Hongyu knew that they were in the wrong, so he softened his attitude a little, thinking of the 100-year agreement. Zong Master Yi, do you remember that you promised not to steal disciples from us for 100 years? Yi Wenshan's face froze. He had indeed promised that he would not accept disciples at the sect conference for 100 years. Yes, Yi Wenshan, you have made an oath before and cannot go back on it. It seems that you and Fang Qingran are destined to have no master-disciple relationship. Don't worry, our beast control sect will take good care of her for you. Rong Duo Fan Shi smiled broadly. If he didn't get Su Yanran as his disciple, he would definitely get Fang Qingran. Several sect leaders looked at each other. Did the beast control sect miss the point? At this time, Fang Qingran whispered, Master, I was eliminated. They didn't want the ones they wanted. You didn't compete with them. Yes, little disciple, don't be sad. They eliminated you because they were blind. Yi Wenshan rubbed Fang Qingran's head and continued, I have known them for hundreds of years as a master, and I have long discovered that they like to take some crooked melons and crack jujubes as their disciples, so as to show their strength. Yi Wenshan turned to look at Xiao Hongyu again. The apprentice you are looking for is inside. Don't waste my time here, otherwise it will be like this. Boom. The moment Yi Wenshan raised his hand and waved the sword energy, the huge mountain in the distance instantly shattered into powder. Xiao Hongyu's pupils trembled slightly. Yi Wenshan's sword intention had actually reached the same level. He thought that a few people together could fight Yi Wenshan, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. Now is not the time to confront Yi Wenshan. After all, it will take a long time for Fang Qingran to grow up. It will not be too late to investigate again in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongyu no longer stopped Yi Wenshan. Qishao, get up. Yi Wenshan made a spell, and the sword became several times larger. He let Fang Qingran step up first, and then he climbed up. Fang Qingran walked up to Qi Xiao, but she was a little absent-minded. She always felt that she had heard Qi Xiao's name there. Su Yanran watched Fang Qingran leave unwillingly. Not only did she not get the jade bracelet, the limelight was stolen by Fang Qingran. When the sect competition is held 3 years later, she must make Fang Qingran behave well. Get out the jade bracelet. Even if the jade bracelet is contracted by Fang Qingran, she will erase the mark on it and get the jade bracelet. Lingyun sect, Moju Peak. The fairy mist is shrouded and the scenery is pleasant. A man raised his eyebrows, looked at the other two men around him with a pair of peach blossom eyes, and said, Senior brother, I heard that we are going to have a junior sister. Yes, Liu Kanglan nodded slightly when he heard the words. His lips were as warm as jade, and a smile flashed across his eyes. This old man promised not to accept disciples at sect meetings for hundreds of years, but he can't help it after only years. I really want to know what the faces of those sect leaders are. Mu Chanjue waved the folding fan in his hand, looking gloating. Look like. Chanjue, when junior sister comes later, you have to be more serious. Liu Kanglan warned warmly. However, the master suddenly accepted a disciple, and I didn't even have time to prepare the greeting gift. Mu Chanjue said nonchalantly, Senior brother has a rich family, so just grab any magic weapon. I'm curious about what the 7th junior brother will prepare. Their eyes fell on the young man beside him at the same time. The young man put down his teacup casually, showing his innate dignity in his movements. At the same time, at the entrance of Lingyun sect. Little disciple, this is the gate of our Lingyun sect, remember it clearly. Fang Qingran lowered his head and saw the boundary surrounded by wooden fences and the wooden door that creaked when the wind blew. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is the sect so poor? Before she could ask more questions, Yi Wenshan's sword passed through a layer of mist and entered the Lingyun sect. The moment he entered the realm, Fang Qingran felt as if his body was immersed in a spiritual bath. The spiritual energy was at least dozens of times thicker than outside. Cultivating here was simply getting twice the result with half the effort. It seems that the sect is not poor, but spends its spiritual stones on key places. I will take you to meet some senior brothers and sisters first, and then I will send you to the 10th peak later. Yi Wenshan said, stopping on a mountain peak, and when his consciousness swept away, he found that there was no one in the mountain, so he took Fang Qingran went to the next mountain peak. Fang Qingran glanced at the mountain peak behind her and asked with some uncertainty, Master, why is there no courtyard on the mountain? Everyone lives in the cave. Yi Wenshan then changed the topic and said with a solemn expression, our Lingyun sect does not have any courtyard. If you see any courtyard in the future, you are not allowed to go in, and I will go to you 7 immediately. Senior brother Mo Jinggong. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 7. Fang Qingran's face was full of questions. Is it reasonable that a serious sect does not have a single building? However, Yi Wenshan didn't explain much about this and took Fang Qingran directly to Moju Peak. As soon as he landed on the ground, Fang Qingran saw 3 extraordinarily handsome faces. One of them was a young man wearing black brocade clothes with moire patterns. He was extremely handsome, with picturesque features, like an immortal. A sentence flashed in Fang Qingran's mind. Go to the world's stunning banquet and see the beauty of the world's prosperous world. When the 3 of them saw Yi Wenshan and Fang Qingran, they stood up and walked over. Yi Wenshan raised his hand and patted the young man on the shoulder. Little disciple, this is your 7th senior brother Mo Jinggong. From now on, you can contact him for anything in the sect. You can also ask him if you have any questions about cultivation. Quote. Fang Qingran came back to her senses and saluted and said hello, Fang Qingran, I have met the 7th senior brother. Mo Jinggong raised his wrist slightly, curved the corners of his lips slightly, and said with a pair of starry eyes, Mo Jinggong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this, Fang Qingran looked stunned. Why is the 7th senior brother's way of greeting so weird? Not only Fang Qingran, but also Yi Wenshan and the other 3 people showed surprised expressions. Today, Mo Jinggong was indescribably approachable, without the dignified and cold temperament of the past. Little junior sister is growing up. I give you this colorful mysterious garment. It can automatically adjust the color and size. Mo Jinggong said and handed the thing to Fang Qingran. Thank you, 7th senior brother. Fang Qingran took the colorful shweni, her lowered eyes flashed with a faint light, and she took out a box from her sleeve. This is a return gift. Mo Jinggong did not refuse and accepted the return gift. Yi Wenshan touched his chin. It turned out that he had to prepare a greeting gift for the first meeting. Then he had left Lu Kanglan and Mo Jinggong to recruit disciples before, so he owed a lot of greeting gifts. If all this is made up, won't he have no spiritual stones to buy wine in the future? Little apprentice, this is your senior brother Lu Kanglan, and this is your 4th senior brother Mu Chanjue. You guys are chatting first. You have other things to do as masters. After Yi Wenshan quickly introduced them, the figure disappeared from Moju Peak. Fang Qingran. Is there any more unreliable master than this? The old man ran so fast and saved a lot of money. Mu Chanjue hide his noble air as he swung his folding fan. Although Fang Qingran was a little nervous, she still greeted Lu Kanglan and Mu Chanjue in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. Lu Kanglan was dressed in plain brocade, with a slim and tall figure, like an orchid and a jade tree, with warm brows. Hello, junior sister, this is a meeting gift for you, an infinite space ring with 500 spiritual fruits in it. Fang Qingran thanked her and took the ring. She was a little surprised in her heart. It was such a big gesture from senior brother. Space rings are high-level storage devices. In the world of immortality, generally only the elders and heads of large sects can possess space rings, and the space is limited. The infinite space ring is even worse. Only the ancestors of very few sects will own it. Not to mention that there are 500 spiritual fruits in this space. Spirit fruits are different from elixirs. The spiritual power in the spiritual fruits is pure, nourishing the spiritual veins without leaving erysipelas. You 2 guys are simply forcing me to use my special moves. Mu Chanjue held a white jade bone fan in his hand, with a smile on his lips and a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Mu Chanjue took out an umbrella-shaped object, about 5 inches long, and brought it to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran recognized it as a hidden weapon at a glance and even thought it looked familiar. This is the Chanson needle. After making the contract, my junior sister will know its magical effects. Mu Chanjue's folding fan could not hide his noble aura as he swung it. Fang Qingran put away the space ring and hidden weapons, took out 2 boxes, and handed them to the 2 of them respectively. Lu Kanglan opened the box and saw a purple ginseng lying inside. His obsidian eyes shone with a warm luster. The smell on this ginseng was so strange. It seems to have the power of heaven. Seeing Lu Kanglan's expression, Mu Chanjue opened the box in his hand, showing a look of shock, then carefully closed the box. Junior sister, do you know its value? Fang Qingran nodded. Wang Yin blood Haji was very suitable for Mu Chanjue, but she didn't know that because of this Ganoderma lucidum, Chanjue Peak was burned to the ground 3 months later. Thank you, junior sister. I'll take my leave first. Mu Chanjue said goodbye to the 3 of them and left in a hurry. Lu Kanglan was a little surprised. Mu Chanjue rarely acted in such a hurry. It seemed that the gift given to him by the junior sister was not simple. Little junior sister, I accepted the gift, but except for people within the sect, it must not be given to outsiders. Know this. Lu Kanglan bowed and said goodbye, no longer staying. Fang Qingran's eyebrows and her heart skipped a beat. Is it a bit introverted to practice in such a hurry? Senior brother 7, where is our library? The original book explained many things very vaguely, and she wanted to look through the books here to understand the specific situation. Little junior sister, come with me. 10th peak. After Fang Qingran walked into the cave, her expression was astonished. This cave was completely different from what she thought. The cave is spacious, richly decorated, extremely luxurious, and has everything you need. Mo Jinggong put his hand on a stone at the entrance. This is the formation stone. After the blood drip is activated, only the junior sister can enter the cave. Mo Jinggong introduced the things in the cave one by one, while Fang Qingran only looked surprised and nodded. She understood everything Mo Jinggong said, but the more she listened, the more complicated Fang Qingran became. Lingyun sect has a complete free-range policy, and no one cares whether you practice or not. Mo Jinggong also threw a bunch of bigu pills to her and said that before the golden pill, this was the only thing she could eat. Senior brother 7, if possible, I still want to eat worldly food. Fang Qingran tried to make a request. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 8 Good Guys, a Nest of Villains. Yeah. Mo Jinggong took out a flute and played a few times. Then he said, little junior sister, this 10th peak will belong to you from now on, and you can move around as you like. But if you want to go somewhere other than the 10th peak, you must ask Luin Jin to take you to me, and I will take you there. There are many formations and mechanisms in the sect. If you are not careful, you may get trapped in them and your life will be in danger. Senior brother 7, who is Luin Jin? Fang Qingran was full of doubts. The master said that if you see the courtyard in the sect, you should find the 7th brother. The 7th brother also said that you cannot leave your mountain at will. Lingyun sect doesn't hide any dirty secrets, right? Also, why is it not the senior brother who makes the decision, but the 7th senior brother? Mo Jinggong chuckled and said, it's coming. Fang Qingran turned around and saw a spirit crane flying into the cave, and the spirit crane stopped. Lingge clicked his tongue at Fang Qingran and said, "You little kid wants to eat. What do you like to eat? Tell me and I will cook it for you in the future." The corners of Fang Qingran's mouth twitched. She was already a bit nervous. She remembered that the levels of spiritual beasts were divided into levels 1 to 12, followed by heavenly beasts, fairy beasts, holy beasts, emperor beasts, divine beasts, and super divine beasts. Among them, those under the holy beasts are those who have just opened their spiritual wisdom and cannot speak human words. Only the spiritual beasts above the holy beasts can speak human words. Generally, if a family or sect can get a sacred beast, they will certainly offer it to them, but the Lingyun sect's sacred beast is actually used for cooking. Does she dare to eat it? Jingong, isn't this little baby mute? Luin Jin saw Fang Qingran's dazed expression, her tone full of disgust. Little junior sister arrived at Lingyun sect for the first time, so she is still a little unaccustomed to it. Don't blame Luin Jin. The corners of Mo Jingong's lips were slightly curved, and his eyebrows were as poetic as picturesque, and he was indescribably beautiful and stunning. Okay, I'll leave first. When you think about it, just write it down and put it outside the cave. Luin Jin flapped his wings proudly and flew out. Fang Qingran gathered her thoughts and exhaled, trying to be a little girl who doesn't panic when things happen. But when Mo Jingong held up an inch-thick book and told her that it was a library, her expression did not tense up. One book, one world. Master has recorded all the books in this book. If you want to read anything, little junior sister, just inject a little spiritual thought and it will come out what you want. Mo Jingong put the book in Fang Qingran's hands. Fang Qingran turned over the first page, and when she saw the 9 names on it clearly, her hands gradually started to tremble. There are 9 names in total, 7 of which are vicious villains mentioned in the original novel. No wonder she always felt familiar when she heard the names of senior brother and fourth senior brother. The eldest brother was killed by Su Yanran's admirer, the demon lord. After the death of the eldest brother, Su Yanran got a lot of good things from him. The fourth senior brother was also killed by Su Yanran's suitor. After the fourth senior brother's death, all his hidden weapons were taken away by Su Yanran. Later, Su Yanran relied on these hidden weapons to complete multiple levels of counterattacks. There were also second senior brother Dagu Jianyi, third senior sister Qin Hanyan, fifth senior sister Ning Xiyu, sixth senior brother Bailey Wenyu, and eighth senior brother Yan Miyu, all of whom ended up very miserable. Although she has never met the remaining 5 people, Lingyun sect has a leader like Yi Wenshan and will never teach treacherous and evil people. Also, the eldest brother has a gentle temperament, but why did he massacre the city for selfish reasons in the later period? There must be some hidden secret in this. No. The tragedy must not happen later. The sect must become stronger so that someone can protect her in the future. However, Lingyun sect has 7 villains all at once. The name of Lingyun sect is not mentioned in the original work. There must be something wrong. Or maybe it was written in the book and she forgot. Fang Qingran closed the book, a dark light flashed in her eyes. She needed to meet the remaining senior brothers and sisters before making a decision. If junior sister has some precious books, you can also enter them so the junior sister's name will be on the title page. Mo Jingong said softly, as if he didn't notice anything unusual about Fang Qingran. Thank you, 7th senior brother, for reminding me. Senior brother, can you tell me about everyone's cultivation level? Fang Qingran had a plan in mind. She wanted to lead everyone in the sect to become top powerhouses. In the original work, Su Yanran relied on the resources of villains like them, and her path to cultivation was smooth. As long as she is here in this life, she will never let Su Yanran take away anything from everyone again. Moreover, what Su Yanran owed everyone, she would definitely repay Su Yanran 100 times. Mo Jingong nodded, and the two of them walked to the stone table and sat down. Master has been stuck at the peak of false god for 60 years, and there is only one chance to break through. Senior brother Yuan Ying is in the late stage and majors in formations. Your second senior brother Dagu Jianyi in the middle stage of golden elixir. You are a swordsman. Fang Qingran's eyes widened and she called out, what a guy. Everyone in Lingyun sect is a monster, if she remembers correctly. In the later stage, Su Yanran will have a master who is known as the number 1 person in the world of cultivating immortals, and is only in the late stage of Zushin. There are also some elders in those large sects who are only Yuanying, and some even have golden elixir cultivation. As a result, Lingyun sect has an average golden elixir per capita. The more Fang Qingran thought about it, the more strange it became. What kind of power is it? Can you quietly destroy a Lingyun sect with a peak false god leader? There must be something tricky in this. Junior sister, is there anything else you want to ask? Senior brother, I remember there will be a sect competition 3 years from now. Who will our sect send to participate? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 9. Close your eyes. The reason why Fang Qingran mentioned the sect competition was because the top 20 in the competition would have the opportunity to enter the Jiyuan secret realm. She remembered that the secret realm contained the inheritance of a powerful person in the Mahayana period. If she could help the master get that inheritance, he would definitely be able to advance. We never participate in these competitions. Mo Jingong's words made Fang Qingran feel discouraged. She choked on the words she had thought of. Why don't you participate? Mo Jingong smiled slightly and said, it's too boring. There is no opponent at the same level. If these words were said by other people, Fang Qingran would definitely think that this person is arrogant. But when it came out of Mo Jingong's mouth, she felt it was extremely real. In the world of immortality, being able to break through the golden elixir before one is 100 years old is considered a genius. As for the disciples of Lingyun sect, the oldest one is only 100 years old, but they have all reached the middle stage of Jindan and above. Among them, Mo Jingong is the most incredible. He is a handsome young man who is no more than 18 years old, but he is already a nascent soul cultivation level. This means that he broke through the nascent soul before he turned 18. A cultivator who breaks through to the nascent soul can live to be more than 2,000 years old, and his appearance can remain the same as when he broke through. Senior Brother 7, I want to participate, and I want all senior brothers and sisters to participate. The first step to change the fate of Lingyun sect and build the reputation of the sect. Being powerful is indeed scary, but the combination of great strength and prestige makes people even more fearful. The master's cultivation level is obviously higher than Xiao Hongyu, but the attitudes of the several sect masters towards the master and Xiao Hongyu are completely different, just because Xiao Hongyu is the sect master of the first sect. Mo Jinggong poured a cup of tea for Fang Qingbran nonchalantly, and his every move was pleasing to the eye. Since junior sister wants everyone to go, then go. A doting smile appeared on Mo Jinggong's lips. After all, she had changed a lot in this life. No, it still depends on the wishes of several senior brothers and sisters, but as long as everyone participates, I will give a top-grade fairy plant. Fang Qingbran actually wanted to give it to someone of a higher grade. However, the best immortal plant is already the top spiritual plant in this continent and is extremely rare. Spiritual plants at higher levels will cause strange phenomena in the world and cause unnecessary trouble. Okay, Mo Jinggong's starry eyes flashed with an unpredictable light. But this top-quality immortal plant needs to be given out from the secret realm. Fang Qingbran had already thought about the source of the spiritual plant, and said that he would get it from the Jiyuan secret realm. Can. Fang Qingbran felt happy when she heard that Mo Jinggong agreed. In this case, the first thing to do is to improve your cultivation. Fang Qingbran started to chase people away. Thank you very much, 7th senior brother, for today. I'm going to start practicing. Mo Jinggong was a little surprised. He started practicing on the first day he started practicing. Could it be that he put too much pressure on his junior sister? Mo Jinggong did not expect that the entire Lingyun sect would be under great pressure in the future. Heavenly Sword Sect. Su Yanran stood in front of a courtyard, her face slightly gloomy. It was clear that Xiao Hongyu had intended to accept her as his disciple at the sect meeting, but after meeting Fang Qingbran, he never mentioned the matter. It seems that everything has gone wrong for her since she met Fang Qingbran. Not only did he not get the bracelet, he also lost his place as the head disciple. Fortunately, there is an elder who is willing to accept her as a disciple, otherwise it would be really embarrassing for her to be the first in the exam and only be an inner disciple. At this time, crunch. The courtyard door was opened, and a girl in yellow walked out. The girl folded her arms, a sarcastic look flashed across her pretty face. Hey, isn't this the new talented junior sister? Why don't you come in? Su Yanran was surprised. Why was Sheng Shi, the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, here? TSK, junior sister Yanran seems to be reluctant to live in the same courtyard as me. The girl's posture was domineering. No, senior sister, I'll go in right away. Su Yanran lowered her eyes, clutched the low-level storage bag in her hand, and did not dare to say anything more. Su Yanran never thought that she, an elder disciple, would live in the same courtyard as others. Sheng Shike snorted coldly and pointed to the small room on the side. Junior sister Yanran, the other rooms are not available for the time being. Please stay in this room for the time being. Don't you feel aggrieved? No grievance. Su Yanran clenched her small hands into fists. Sheng Shi is the daughter of the Peak Master, so she can't conflict with her yet. Su Yanran took a few steps forward and clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was not as high as in the sect hall. Strange, didn't the sect leader say that there is a spirit gathering array in every courtyard? By the way, junior sister Yanran, I forgot to tell you that the eye of our spirit gathering array is broken. It may take a month or two to repair. Sheng Shike continued to stimulate Su Yanran. She wanted to see how Su Yanran could bear it. How long? Su Yanran tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She dared not say anything in anger. I know. Su Yanran knew that Sheng Shi was deliberately targeting her, but she didn't dare to resist. The power of the Su family was far greater than that of the Sheng family, so she couldn't be tough with Sheng Shike. She could only save up enough contribution points as soon as possible, buy her own yard, and practice in peace. After all, she still needs to participate in the sect competition 3 years later and win first place. The prize of the competition, the Ice Soul Sword, is her favorite magical weapon, and she must get it. If Fang Qingbran was here to see the scene, he would definitely applaud. Sheng Shike is also a vicious female supporting character in the book. In the end, she was killed by Su Yanran's sword through her heart. Her soul was crushed by Su Yanran's admirer, the Underworld Emperor, and there was no chance of reincarnation. In the original work, Fang Qingbran and Su Yanran entered the sect together, and the 15-year-old Sheng Shike became hostile to Fang Qingbran. 11-year-old Fang Qingbran has a delicate and beautiful appearance, and she can already see that she will be a peerless beauty when she grows up. Sheng Shi was afraid that Fang Qingbran would threaten her status as the most beautiful woman. He always wanted to get rid of Fang Qingbran secretly, so he naturally ignored Su Yanran. When Sheng Shike noticed Su Yanran's beauty, she had no way to touch Su Yanran, so she could only vent her anger on Fang Qingbran. In this life, without Fang Qingbran attracting firepower, Sheng Shike would naturally target Su Yanran. She deliberately sent Su Yanran to her yard to suppress Su Yanran's arrogance and delay her cultivation progress. 3 months later. Lingyun sect, Chanjue Peak. A sudden fire alarmed the people who were in retreat. When the others arrived at Chanjue Peak, they only saw a bare mountain and Mu Chanjue, who was all naked and fair, with a shiny forehead. When Mu Chanjue saw someone coming, he shouted, "Close your eyes." However, except for one woman who turned around, everyone else looked at Mu Chanjue without changing their expressions. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 10 The Mysterious Black Egg. Ha ha ha. 4th senior brother, you actually walked the bird in public. The voice sounded from far away to nearer. A man in white stepped on the spiritual crane and landed on Chanjue Peak. When Mu Chanjue heard what the man said, his whole body was on fire and he suddenly got into the cave. Liu Kanglin's inky eyes were filled with a smile. He looked at the visitor and said in a gentle voice, "Wen Yue, are you out of seclusion?" "Yes, senior brother, I heard that we have 9 junior sisters. Senior brother will take me to see them soon." Bailey Wen Yu landed gracefully, with a body as tall as a bamboo, a dragon and a phoenix, and his every move showed pride and chickness. "You don't need to take me with you, my junior sister is here." After Liu Kanglin finished speaking, several people looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a young man in black clothes who was as beautiful as an immortal coming with a sword, followed by a little girl riding a crane. The little girl has an astonishing appearance, small and delicate facial features, and jade-like skin. She is already a queen at a young age. The one following the 7th junior brother is the junior sister, right? Ning Xiyu looked at her with beautiful eyes, as bright as spring flowers. Liu Kanglin nodded. "Xiaowu is very smart, that is our junior sister Fang Qingran." When Bailey Wen Yu heard Liu Kanglin say this, he started to take out things. In the blink of an eye, a lot of things were piled up in front of them. Bailey Wen Yu pinched his chin and murmured to himself, "I wonder if junior sister will dislike the lack of greeting gifts." Ning Xiyu. Is this really okay for 6th junior brother? In comparison, wouldn't the things she prepared look shabby? Ning Xiyu regretted coming to join in the fun. She should not be in seclusion, but should go out to practice with the 3rd senior sister, so that she could prepare more things. Ning Xiyu looked at Dagu Jianyi who had been silent for a long time. "2nd senior brother, what have you prepared for my little junior sister?" Dagu Jian frowned slightly. He was not prepared for anything. He didn't even know that he had to give a greeting gift to his junior sister when he met him. He didn't give it to his 3rd junior sister and 5th junior sister when he met them. If he had to make up for it all at once, he took a look at the Sumeru ring and saw only a few low-grade spiritual stones and a few tattered clothes. He fell into deep thought. He can prepare anything. The only thing he got was an ancient sword manual. 5th junior sister, how about I teach you sword techniques? Dagu Jianyi looked serious. Ning Xiyu looked confused. Could it be that the 2nd senior brother wanted to find an excuse to hit her? When Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong landed, they saw a pile of top-quality spiritual stones, a dozen high-level magic weapons, dozens of bottles of elixirs, and a black egg half a person's height. Bailey Wen Yu squeezed between the two of them and looked at Fang Qingran with a smile on his face. His pair of red and phoenix eyes added a bit of charm. "Little junior sister, these are all prepared for you as a meeting gift. Is there anything else you want? Feel free to say it." "This is your 6th senior brother Bailey Wen Yu." Mo Jinggong's pleasant voice sounded. "I've met 6th senior brother. 6th senior brother, these things are too valuable." Fang Qingran bowed his hands and thought about the ending of Bailey Wen Yu in his mind. Bailey Wen Yu, possessing the power of the blood of the ancient 9-tailed fox and the future leader of the demon clan, died under Su Yanren's sword. His inner elixir was dug out, and his soul and memory were erased to become a weapon spirit. "As long as junior sister likes it, that's fine," Bailey Wen Yu said nonchalantly. Fang Qingran looked at the mountains of gifts and thought about how to reject some of them. After all, if she accepted them all, she would not be able to return the gift. The top-grade spiritual stones cost at least yuan, equivalent to million low-grade spiritual stones, which was enough to buy a small sect. There are also these high-level defensive magic weapons, one of which is priceless, let alone a dozen. "Keep it, your 6th senior brother is very wealthy. If you refuse, he will definitely be in trouble today." Liu Kanglin noticed Fang Qingran's hesitation and reminded him warmly. Fang Qingran had a headache. She turned her wrist and found an extra piano in her hand. "I see that 6th senior brother is using a jade flute. I want to master music theory, so I will give this piano to senior brother." After much thought, she realized that the fushi chin she had here was barely worth the value of these things. Several people looked at the piano in Fang Qingran's hand. It had silver white strings, a jade body, and a faint white light. Without any unnecessary decoration, it exudes an ancient charm and elegance. Bailey Wen Yu took the fushi chin, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and gently brushed the strings with his fingers. Ding! The melodious sound of the piano makes people feel peaceful, and even the spiritual energy in the body starts to circulate unconsciously. Bailey Wen Yu vaguely felt that this piano contained a mysterious power, but he didn't seem to be able to control this power for the time being. This piano was not simple. 6th junior brother, can you sell this piano to me? Ning Xiyu's clear eyes were looking forward to it, as bright as the autumn moon. "No, this is a gift from my junior sister." Bailey Wen Yu immediately put away the piano and took out a storage ring and gave it to Ning Xiyu. "I'll give you top-quality spiritual stones. Go buy one for yourself." "Thank you, 6th junior brother." Ning Xiyu took the spirit stone with a smile on her face. Sure enough, 6th junior brother's spirit stone was the best to cheat. When Fang Qingran saw Bailey Wen Yu accepting Fu Xichen, he felt at ease and sent the mountains of things on the ground into space. But that weird egg disappeared as soon as it entered the space. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 11 Cold and Aloof Senior Brother 7. This is your 2nd senior brother Dagu Jianyi and your 5th senior sister Ning Xiyu. Mo Jinggong interrupted her thoughts with a deep voice. Fang Qingran gave up on searching for Haiden's whereabouts and saluted and said hello, I've met, 2nd senior brother and 5th senior sister. Hello, junior sister, I'll give you some supplies later. Dagu Jianyi was dressed in black, tall and handsome, with sharp eyebrows and sharp black eyes, like an eagle in the dark night. How about 2nd senior brother agreeing to my request and giving it to me as a meeting gift? Fang Qingran knew that Dagu Jianyi really couldn't offer anything. Dagu Jianyi is a feared sword demon on the continent in the future. It was written in the original work that Dagu Jianyi did not love money and was a sword fanatic. Even if he is poor, he never takes money from others. Later, he single-handedly massacred the Qin family, one of the 8 major families, fell into demon cultivation, and eventually died under Su Yanren's sword. Su Yanran was really disgusted after searching for his storage ring. Junior sister, please speak. Second senior brother, can you accompany me to the sect conference in 2 years' time? Fang Qingran thought about it, but it was up to her to take the initiative to discuss the competition with her senior brothers and sisters. De Gu Jian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Fang Qingran immediately put a box into De Gu Jian's hand. Since the second senior brother gave me a meeting gift, then this is the second senior brother's meeting gift. This, De Gu Jian wanted to refuse, but was pushed aside by Ning Xiyu. The second senior brother is really nagging, and she hasn't had a good chat with her junior sister yet. Ning Xiyu's bright eyes were full of smiles. Little junior sister, senior sister, I don't know what you like, but girls always like beautiful clothes. Here are all kinds of jewelry and clothes I have prepared for you. Fang Qingran smiled and took the storage bag. Before she could say anything, another crystal clear bead was stuffed into her hand. This is a shark bead. It is held in the mouth and can breathe freely in the water. It is also given to junior sister. Ning Xiyu explained. Thank you, fifth senior sister. Fang Qingran was very moved. It felt good to be pampered. Fang Qingran couldn't help but think of Ning Xiyu's ending. The fifth senior sister seemed to appear at the back of the book. As the master of Chang Pavilion, Ning Xiyu has a lot of talismans and poisons, and is very unpredictable. She was specifically against Su Yanran, and repeatedly tried to kill Su Yanran without success. In the end, Su Yanran found someone to humiliate her to death. After her death, Su Yanran took over the Chang Pavilion and became the new pavilion master, and her power became even stronger. Talisman. To draw talismans, you need a good pen, paper, and ink. She doesn't have any of these things, so what should she give to fifth senior sister? When Ning Xiyu saw that Fang Qingran was silent, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that her junior sister was not satisfied with what she gave her? That's right, what she has is not even half as good as that of sixth junior brother. Fifth senior sister, I like the gift you gave me very much. I will give the same gift to fifth senior sister. Fang Qingran handed Ning Xiyu a delicate box. Fortunately, the weapons trip reminded her in time, reminding her that she still had a mysterious heart. Spiritual fruit. After taking Xuanling fruit, it can enhance spiritual consciousness, which is an excellent thing for talisman masters. Ning Xiyu shook her head and refused. How can we want junior sister's things? Fifth junior sister, you'd better open it and take a look before rejecting it. Lu Kanglin's gentle voice sounded. When he saw the box, his first reaction was rejection, but after opening it, I couldn't bear to refuse it anymore. After he refined the Thunder Flame Tyrannosaurus ginseng, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his Silver Thunder had evolved into Purple Thunder, and there was an extra trace of heavenly power in his body. So he read many ancient books and found out that it was actually the top-grade immortal plant Thunder Flame Tyrannosaurus ginseng, which could bring the purity of his Thunder Spirit root to the full level. The purity of spiritual roots is at full level, which means that the understanding of cultivation is higher and the speed of cultivation will be faster. There is also the brilliant flame blood heart Ji in the hands of the fourth junior brother. It is also a top-level immortal plant. After taking it, it can evolve into strange fire, which is a great good thing for the fourth junior brother. Okay. Fourth junior brother. They seemed to come here to see the fourth junior brother, but they actually forgot about the main business. Lu Kanglin looked at the entrance of the cave. The fourth junior brother had been in for a long time. Do they want to go in and take a look? But when he thought of Mu Chanjua's naked appearance just now, his eyes turned into a smile, so he decided not to say anything and waited for the fourth junior brother to come out on his own. Ning Xiyu listened to Lu Kanglin's words and opened the box given by Fang Qingran. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened and her cheeks swelled slightly. This is the Xuanling fruit I have been looking for. Ning Xiyu closed the box and happily hugged Fang Qingran in circles. Little junior sister, I love you to death. Ning Xiyu said that she was about to kiss Fang Qingran on the face, but a hand clasped her forehead, and a cold voice came from her ear. Fifth senior sister, my little junior sister was so scared that her face turned pale. When Mo Jinggong spoke, Ning Xiyu had to let go of Fang Qingran. She couldn't help but shrink her neck when she looked into Mo Jinggong's half-smiling eyes. If we talk about Lingyun sect, who is she most afraid of? Of course it is not her master, but the seventh junior brother Mo Jinggong. Even though Mo Jinggong is ranked 7th, he is the strongest among the disciples, and he is usually cold and aloof. And many more. Cold and aloof. He seems to be like this to her, but why is he so gentle to his junior sister? Fang Qingran was stunned when he was let go. The warm and fragrant soft jade was just gone. 7th senior brother, you are somewhat nosy. Hey, senior brother, since when did 7th junior brother become so caring about others? Bailey Wenyu bumped Lu Kanglin's arm and said with a strange look on his face. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12 The Unreliable Master. Lu Kanglin smiled but said nothing, his eyes clear and clear. What? He kept screaming to attract the attention of several people, and then he heard Mu Chanjua's anxious words, hurry up and come back to the old man, or his apprentice will go crazy if he doesn't come back. Several people looked worried, and Mu Chanjua seemed to be so anxious for the first time. I'm sending a message to Master. 7th junior brother, please go and see 4th junior brother first. Lu Kanglin had a headache. Master's whereabouts have always been erratic. It may take some time to come back. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Kanglin used the telegraph to send a message to Yi Wenshan, there was a reply from the other side. Big apprentice, my master is in a secret. Hiccup. Realm somewhere. I can't go back. Hiccup, you need to find Jinggong to deal with it first. Lu Kanglin's eyebrows twitched, and he stopped drinking. He almost believed it. Lu Kanglin gritted his teeth and explained to the people next to him, Master can't come back for the time being. What do you think, 7th junior brother, we should do? Elder brother, there is no need to worry. 4th brother's life is not in danger. He just suddenly acquired the strange fire and has not yet learned to control it. Once he can control the strange fire, he will be fine. Mo Jingdong's picturesque eyes were as deep as an ancient pool. The tense nerves of several people relaxed. Mo Jingdong said it was okay, so it must be nothing. I don't know what kind of strange fire this is, fourth senior brother. The whole mountain was burned to the ground, Bailey Wenyu said with curiosity on his face. At the same time, I am glad that every mountain has a barrier, otherwise if the fire breaks out, Lingyun's sect will be destroyed. Mo Jingdong shook his head. There were many different fire levels, and he didn't dare to make any judgments. However, the level of a strange fire that can reach this kind of power will definitely not be bad. Mu Chanjue must surrender the strange fire himself so that the strange fire can be used by Mu Chanjue. In the cave, Mu Chanjue collapsed a little when he heard Mo Jingdong's message. All the clothes in his Sumeru ring were gone, and the flames on his body were burning more and more intensely. One of the flames jumped around in the cave playfully, turning everything into ashes wherever it went. At this moment, he wanted to catch it and beat it, but the seventh junior brother actually let him keep it for his own use. He even said that if he didn't control this strange fire, he might never be able to wear clothes in his life. Mu Chanjue calmed down and sat cross-legged. The strange fire suddenly appeared after he took Wang Yin Blood Heart Ji. He was not prepared at all, so he panicked and let the strange fire burn the entire mountain. But since it is his thing, it must be used by him. Mu Chanjue used all his spiritual power and found that the spiritual platform had expanded several times, as big as a city. His cultivation, which was stuck in the middle stage of the golden core, has also loosened up a bit, and there is a faint feeling that he is about to break through. Is this the benefit of alien fire? No wonder in this Jushu continent, all cultivators of the fire spirit root spend their entire lives searching for strange fires. Mu Chanjue's whole body exuded strong air pressure. His consciousness captured the flames that were flying in the air. A drop of blood flew into the flames, and the flames showed resistance. Mu Chanjue endured the pain from his consciousness and kept trying to subdue the fire spirit. A strange fire that can produce fire spirits is the dream of every weapon refiner. He must not let it go. A powerful spiritual thought suppressed the naughty fire spirit. The fire spirit felt the power of Mu Chanjue, and his resistance gradually disappeared. For a long time, Mu Chanjue sensed an extra thread in his soul, and felt happy that the contract was successfully concluded. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he borrowed the power of the strange fire to break through the barrier of the middle stage of the golden elixir and successfully entered the late stage of the golden elixir. When Mu Chanjue opened his eyes, all the flames on his body disappeared. He raised his palm, and a ball of flame floated neatly in his palm. All the problems were solved, and he was about to walk out when a gust of wind blew from outside the cave, and he suddenly felt a chill on his body. Mu Chanjue's face darkened, and he could only shout outside the cave, "Seventh junior brother, bring me a set of clothes." Don't ask him why he doesn't use the transmission talisman. If you ask, he will be burned. But when he saw that the person coming in was Bailey Wenyu, his face became embarrassed again. Hey, fourth senior brother, you have a good figure. You really look slim when you wear clothes, but you look fat when you take off clothes. Bailey Wen whistled as he walked around. Get out. Mu Chanjue took the clothes and waved his hand. Bailey Wenyu flew out and hit the barrier. Bailey Wenyu looked confused. He exclaimed in disbelief, fuck. Senior brother, he and I are both in the middle stage of the golden core. Why is he so much better than me? Wenyu, Chanjue seems to have entered the late stage of the golden elixir, and he also has dual spiritual roots, so he is stronger than you. Liu Kanglan explained as he looked at Mu Chanjue who came out of the cave. Degu Jianyi was slightly surprised. It had only been 3 years since Mu Chanjue entered the middle stage of the golden core. How could he break through so quickly? After a monk enters the golden elixir, it is extremely difficult to improve his cultivation. Even the senior brother with the best qualifications took 10 years to go from the middle to the late stage of golden elixir. Of course, let's not mention the peerless evildoer like Mo Jingdong for the moment. Ning Xiu walked up to Mu Chanjue and circled around him, her eyes shining brightly. Fourth senior brother, please tell me if you have any magic elixir that can break through to the later stage. Mu Chanjue tapped Ning Xiu's forehead, opened the folding fan, and revealed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Your fourth senior brother, I am extremely talented, but I still need that thing. TCH. Ning Xiu rolled her eyes. If you don't tell me, don't tell me. I will surpass you sooner or later. Mu Chanjue walked up to Fang Qinggran and rubbed her furry head. I have to say thank you to my junior sister. If anything happens to my junior sister in the future, please give me your instructions. I will do whatever it takes to get through fire and water. Fourth senior brother said so. I just have something to ask fourth senior brother. Fang Qinggran smiled on her face. Junior sister, just say it. Mu Chanjue became interested. No one noticed that Mo Jingdong was looking at Mu Chanjue with a half smile. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 13 The Nightmare Begins. I want fourth senior brother to accompany me to the sect competition in 2 years' time. Fang Qinggran originally wanted everyone to participate. However, after reading the records about the competition, I learned that the competition is held every 10 years and requires contestants to be no more than 200 years old. This also leads to the fact that there is no strong person in the nascent soul stage in the competition records. After all, there are very few strong men on the mainland who can reach the nascent soul stage at the age of 200. Even if there were, such a proud man would not lower his status to participate in such a competition. Moreover, she decided to use her senior brother and seventh senior brother as secret weapons, and she would not show their talents until the two of them broke through to become gods. Mu Chanjue thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although this kind of competition is boring, if the junior sister wants to go, he has to accompany her. Little junior sister, I'm going to go too. Ning Shiyu's almond-shaped eyes were like spring, her clear waves were looking forward to her, and her voice was like a silver bell. I'll go too. Bailey Wenyu's fox-like eyes flashed with interest. There were so many people. Ning Shiyu's eyes rolled. We need to call the third senior sister and the eighth junior brother. They have long wanted to meet, but Master didn't mention this matter before, so no one said they wanted to go. I will send a message to third senior sister and eighth junior brother right now, asking them to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. Ning Shiyu took out the communication note and sent a message to Qin Hanyan and Yan Miyu. Seeing everyone's high interest, Liu Kanglan also planned to say yes. Fang Qingbran seemed to have sensed his intention and took the lead in explaining, Senior brother, seventh senior brother, the nascent soul stage cannot participate in this competition, but I have already thought about it for you. Qingyun Prefecture will select 50 strong men within the age of 9 years and send them to participate in the competition held in Jushu continent. That competition is the goal of you too. Except for Mo Jinggong, everyone else looked surprised. Liu Kanglan said, there is still such a competition in Jushu continent, why have we never heard of it? Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly, she seemed to have said a bit too much. The Jushu continent holds a spirit fighting competition every 100 years, and the top 50 strong ones are selected in the competition and sent to a more advanced secret realm to practice. But this secret is only known to the core figures of the 8 major sects and the 8 major hidden families. After all, they only want to leave such a good opportunity to outstanding disciples, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Junior sister should be talking about the spirit fighting competition mentioned in ancient books. It is said that all the disciples who come back from the spirit fighting competition can reach the level of God transformation. Mo Jinggong explained aloud. That ancient book, it records so many interesting things. I also want to, hey. Before Bailey Wenyu could finish speaking, Mu Chanjue hit him with a fan. Mu Chanjue said half-jokingly, you have so much to worry about, so you should better control the beast. Everyone was very sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Fang Qingbran cast a grateful look at Mo Jinggong. Fortunately, the 7th senior brother helped her. Otherwise, if they asked again, she really wouldn't know how to answer. Now that we have a goal, let's practice hard. Fang Qingbran said with a smile. Digu Jianyi and others nodded in agreement, but they didn't know that from today on, their nightmare was about to begin. A certain little elf who was digging wildly in space felt a chill on his back and stopped flapping his wings. Wouldn't the owner want to pull out the spiritual plants that he had worked so hard to grow? Or do you want it to annotate books? Fang Qingbran could not feel the elf's resentment. She waved her hand and a pile of books appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Qingbran smiled harmlessly and said to Liu Kanglan, elder brother, Lei Linggan, is in the middle stage of nascent soul. He has been stuck in this realm for 20 years. This is how I can find all the techniques for you about Lei Linggan. There are annotations on it, give senior brother half a year to memorize it, and I will check it randomly. The corner of Liu Kanglan's mouth twitched as he looked at the half-person high stack of books. It's not certain that he could finish reading them in half a year. How could he finish memorizing them? But looking at Fang Qingbran's serious expression, Liu Kanglan still nodded and agreed. Liu Kanglan didn't know that with his nod, the wind of involution started blowing in Lingyun sect. Satisfied, Fang Qingbran turned around and walked to Digu Jianyi, second senior brother, I don't care about your cultivation. I will give you 3 months to read this pile of books, and I will check them at that time. She must train the second senior brother to know treasures, and she must not let the second senior brother be poor for the rest of his life. Otherwise, her second sister-in-law will have a hard time in the future. Don't worry, little junior sister. Digu Jianyi couldn't wait to open a book and froze instantly. Why are these books not sword manuals? However, Fang Qingbran had already walked up to Mu Chanjue and said, fourth senior brother, this is all about the cultivation methods of fire spiritual root and golden spiritual root, as well as the control of strange fire, and the design of hidden weapons. Yours is more difficult than theirs, so just give it to me. You can memorize them all in 1 year. Junior sister, can we discuss this? Mu Chanjue didn't like reading books the most. His cultivation level was improved through experience. Letting him sit and read is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. Fang Qingbran did not answer his question directly. I remember that Master Chanji seems to be in Huolingzhu. The spirit fighting competition 9 years later will be held in Huolingzhu. If the fourth brother wants to see Master Chanji, he must become a Qingyunzu ranked among the top 50 strong men. Fang Qingbran's words are not false at all. There are strict rules between states in the Kyushu continent, and no one is allowed to cross state boundaries without any reason. Especially people from low-level states are not allowed to go to high-level states without permission, and they will be killed immediately if found. Huoling Prefecture is 2 levels higher than Qingyun Prefecture. If you want to go to Huoling Prefecture, one is to break through the Mahayana stage in cultivation, and the other is to participate in the spirit fighting competition. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14 The Daughter of Luck. Master Chanji, are you sure he is in Huolingzhu? Mu Chanjue was willing to join Lingyun sect at first. It was because Yi Wenshan told him that he could take him to see Master Chanji. As a result, he has been in Lingyun sect for decades, let alone meeting Master Chanji. Even the number of times I saw Yi Wenshan was very few. At the same time, Yi Wenshan, who was in Huolingzhu, suddenly sneezed several times and said drunkenly, Chanji, why did you call me here all of a sudden? Have you followed the agreement and not accepted any disciples within 100 years? The clear eyes of the man in white on the side were neither happy nor sad, as if he could see through everything in the world. Hiccup, promise, I have kept it, Yi Wenshan said and took another sip of wine. Chu Chanji's eyes flashed with an imperceptible coldness, like the warm snow that has not yet melted in spring. Who is Fang Qingbran? Yi Wenshan said nonchalantly, my 9 disciples. Ask heaven, why do you want to accept a disciple before the 100-year agreement has come? But I didn't pick up Fang Qingbran at the sect conference, I picked it up on the road. Let me tell you, my little apprentice is amazing. She has the heavenly moon's sacred body and the best immortal spiritual roots. She practices hard. Yi Wenshan's pride was beyond words. Chu Changji's eyes changed slightly, and with a drop of wine on his finger, he drew a strange pattern on the table. Then he dropped blood into it and looked at the blood trail. His face became more and more solemn. How can this happen? Why didn't Fang Qingran go to Tianjin sect according to the established track? Chu Changji's eyes became a little heavier. Wenshan, tell me about the scene when you accepted your disciple. Before Yi Wenshan could finish speaking, Chu Changji realized that something was wrong. Someone must have touched Fang Qingran's destiny again. Chu Changji raised his hand and wiped the patterns on the table clean. Wenshan, do you still remember your mission? Of course I remember. The Emperor of Heaven asked us to come here to give his precious daughter a chance to help her cultivate the Great Road. Yi Wenshan seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned cold. You have to follow sideways and sacrifice a small world just to help one person achieve the Great Road. Wenshan, you should not accept Fang Qingran's child. Her luck belongs to the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. The stronger Fang Qingran is, the weaker the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven is. Chu Changji sighed. Fang Qingran is also destined to not good. Yi Wenshan was half awake from the wine, and his expression suddenly became serious. Changji, don't you feel that the Emperor of Heaven did something wrong? How many people's futures has he ruined because of his own selfishness? Also, the Emperor of Heaven definitely did a lot of tricks behind his back. The last time I saw his daughter, I found that she was riddled with black energy. Those consequences are definitely not something I owe in this lifetime. Yi Wenshan's eyes were filled with confusion, and when he met Chu Changji's eyes again, he looked half drunk and half awake again. Chu Changji's tone was full of helplessness. Of course I know, but there is nothing we can do. Now in the upper world, the Emperor of Heaven covers the sky with one hand and manipulates the universe. If we don't help him, I'm afraid more innocent creatures will be affected. Cause and effect reincarnate, retribution is unpleasant. It's not that I won't repay it, it's just that the time has not come yet. Yi Wenshan shook his head. Chu Changji wanted to say something more, but found that Yi Wenshan had fallen asleep on the table. Chu Changji's eyes were complicated, and some words were left unsaid. That's it. It is better to find a way to let the Emperor of Heaven discover the abnormality here later and give Fang Qingran more time to grow up. As for how long it can be delayed, it depends on Fang Qingran's fate. Lingyun Sect, Chanjue Peak. Fang Qingran arranged tasks one by one, including Mo Jinggong. She gave him a pile of high-level skills, and Mo Jinggong happily accepted them. Ning Xiyu looked bitter. She expected the 7th senior brother to speak up and ask the younger junior sister to give him less books, but she didn't wait. In this way, so that everyone can practice better, a cultivation experience exchange meeting will be held every 6 months. Except for retreats and breakthroughs, everyone else must participate. Fang Qingran said happily. Fang Qingran pinched her chin. After the 7th senior brother, the 3rd senior sister and the 8th senior brother come back, I will find another way to practice for them. Qin Hanyan and Yan Miyu, who were rushing to the sect, suddenly felt uneasy. They looked around and found no strong enemies, so they turned back and continued on their way. Completely unaware that Fang Qingran was waiting for them to come back. The scene returned to Chanjue Peak. Fang Qingran looked at the leaving people with great satisfaction. If this continues, the Lingyun sect will become more and more powerful and will definitely push the Tianjin sect from the number 1 position. Like an eggplant beaten by frost, New Chanjue returned to the cave with a pile of books, forgetting to put the books into the space. These high-level skills that the world can only ask for, but the junior sister is taking out piles of them. Is this really good? When Fang Qingran saw that everyone was practicing, she nodded with satisfaction. Little junior sister, why do you know everyone so well? Mo Jinggong's eyes were shining with luster. Fang Qingran's expression froze. She felt inexplicably guilty every time she faced Mo Jinggong, always afraid that he would see through her little secret. She often wondered why Mo Jinggong, such an amazing person, was never mentioned in the book. Senior brother 7th, master told me this. 5th senior sister Ning Xiyu, I only met the master when he was a disciple, and he never took care of her again. There is also 6th senior brother. The last time I saw the master was 10 years ago. Mo Jinggong listed them one by one. Fang Qingran felt more and more guilty as she heard that her master was so unreliable. I'm afraid that if the sect is gone, it will take a long time for the master to find out. Little junior sister, if you have nothing to do, go back to practice. Mo Jinggong did not continue to embarrass Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran nodded, but before practicing, she still needed to go to a place and save someone. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 15. All are ants under the transformation of gods. Qingyun Prefecture, Foundry City. Bang bang bang. Banging sounds could be heard everywhere in the city. Junior sister, when will the person we are looking for show up? Mo Jinggong's appearance was indescribably handsome, and his every move showed nobility. Dressed in silver, he looked spotless in this casting city where coals were flying. It's coming, it's coming. Fang Qingran looked around with eyes as bright as glass. If I remember correctly, junior sister also said the same thing 3 days ago. Fang Qingran felt a little guilty. She didn't know the specific day when she would meet the master of Kungshuan Pavilion. I only remember that it was around this time in the original work, when Fang Qingran and Su Yanran visited the Foundry City together. The two met an old man on the street. Fang Qingran discovered that there was a strange red line on the old man's right hand, which was very similar to a poisoning phenomenon described in ancient books. Fang Qingran wanted to step forward and inform the old man, but Su Yanran stopped her and prevented her from meddling in his own business. After the two returned to Tianjin sect, Su Yanran quietly returned to the forging city, found the old man, told him about the poisoning, and said that she could cure him. Su Yanran took the prescription prepared by Fang Qingran and handed it to the old man. She then took out a 9th grade spiritual plant from a jade bracelet and gave it to the old man. The old man was extremely grateful, and that old man was the master of Kungshuan Pavilion. Su Yanran also took advantage of this life-saving grace and became the mysterious young master of Kungshuan Pavilion. Now she did not follow the path in the book and went to Tianjin sect with Su Yanran, and no one would drag Su Yanran to the forging city. If she doesn't come here, the master of Kungshuan Pavilion may not have much time left. Little junior sister, why don't you tell me, what are you looking for? Mo Jinggong, with a jade-like figure, raised his hand to rub Fang Qingran's plush head. Fang Qingran shook her head. She didn't know how to speak. It was difficult to explain things like passing through books. Mo Jinggong said in a low voice, little junior sister, are you looking for the master of Kungshuan Pavilion? How do you know? Fang Qingran's eyes sparkled and she asked tentatively, senior brother 7th, are you also a person who wears books? Mo Jinggong raised his hand and knocked Fang Qingran on the head. Ouch. Fang Qingran exhaled softly, 7th senior brother, it hurts. Little junior sister, read less storybooks and practice more. This is a cruel world of immortal cultivation. Any words you say may make you be remembered. Mo Jinggong said meaningfully. After being reborn for several lifetimes, my vigilance is still so low. Fortunately, this life gave her some memories, otherwise she would have made the same mistakes again based on her pure and kind nature. Thank you, 7th senior brother, for your teachings. Fang Qingran was shocked and realized her recklessness. Perhaps it was the friendly atmosphere in Lingyun sect that made her forget the cruelty of the world of immortality. She belongs to the soul of another world. Using her soul to refine the soul-gathering pill and take it can not only expand the sea of consciousness, but also not be affected by cause and effect. It is an excellent tonic for nourishing spiritual consciousness. Everyone in the Lingyun sect has their own secrets, so no one will care if you behave abnormally. But outside the sect, prying eyes can be seen everywhere, so be careful with your words and deeds. Mo Jinggong said in a serious tone. The two of them continued walking without saying anything. Not long after walking, Fang Qingran caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the distance. The man looked panicked and looked around as he walked, as if he was hiding from someone. Senior brother 7th, follow me. Fang Qingran pulled Mo Jinggong's sleeve and turned a corner. Her attention was all on Su Yanran, and she didn't see Mo Jinggong's picturesque eyes, which were filled with murderous intent and bone-piercing. Fang Qingran suddenly felt a chill on her back and turned around hastily. Senior brother 7th, is someone following us? No, someone is following her. Mo Jinggong suppressed his murderous intention and wanted to use Su Yanran to open the way to the sky, so he kept it for now. Fang Qingran saw no one else around. Could it be that that person used the hidden breath talisman like them? That person's cultivation is higher than yours and mine, Mo Jinggong said using his spiritual consciousness. Fang Qingran looked at Mo Jinggong uncertainly. He was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and if his cultivation was above him, he was at the divine transformation stage. If it is really the person who is being stared at by the powerful people in the transformation stage, they will not be able to follow him. Even though there is only one level difference between Huishan and Yuanying, under Huishan they're both ants. It is as easy for a cultivator to kill nascent soul as to crush an ant. When the monks reach the stage of becoming gods, they can realize the realm of spiritual power. As long as they enter the realm of becoming gods, they will lose the power to resist. She couldn't let Mo Jinggong take risks with her. Senior brother 7th, let's go back. Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed slightly. Don't worry, the invisibility talisman was drawn by master. As long as we don't take the initiative to expose ourselves, he won't notice us. Fang Qingran was still a little hesitant. As long as Su Yanran was around, something unexpected would happen. At the sect conference, she avoided Su Yanran everywhere, but in the end, she was still entangled by Su Yanran. While Fang Qingran was hesitating, Su Yanran bumped into an old man. Fang Qingran took a closer look and found that there was indeed an inaudible red line on the old man's right hand. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16, Refining the 7th grade elixir at will. After Su Yanran bumped into someone, she stuffed a low-grade spiritual stone into the old man's hand and was about to leave. When the old man saw the strode stone, his expressionless face showed a hint of surprise, and he grabbed Su Yanran's shoulders. What do you mean, little girl? However, before the old man could speak, Su Yanran took the lead and said, $1 is too little. Then I'll give you another $5, don't pester me. Su Yanran was filled with impatience. She was angry with Sheng Shike and Tianjin sect, but she still encountered this kind of thing when she went out. How unlucky. You little girl, you don't apologize after hitting someone, but instead use the strode stone to insult them. The old man's hand tightened slightly. Su Yanran's expression changed slightly. How could this person not know what is good and what is good? It was you who suddenly rushed out and bumped into me. At the same time, Su Yanran looked at the old man and found that there was no spiritual power fluctuation on his body and his clothes were old. A look of contempt flashed in her eyes, confirming that the old man was deliberately looking for trouble. She raised her hand and threw out a medium-grade spiritual stone, which landed on the old man's footsteps, and then mocked, don't you just want more spiritual stones? Go pick it up yourself. Arrogant young man. The old man chuckled and used his withered hands to exert some force. Suddenly, Su Yanran felt severe pain in her shoulder. Su Yanran couldn't help but become angry and stabbed the old man in the chest with an ice pick. There was a proud look on her face. If she didn't give way, she would have to pay a price. Anyway, it was the old man who took the initiative to provoke her, and this cause and effect had nothing to do with her. What a cruel little girl. The old man's voice became colder and he raised his hand to grab the ice pick. Su Yanran was shocked. This old man was also a monk, otherwise it would be impossible to neutralize her attack. She felt a little more fearful in her heart, and looked at the old man again, and found that his eyes were cloudy, his back was stooped, and his breath was weak. He is also a man who has reached the end of his life. High-level experts are still senile even when they're dying, and they're definitely not like the old man. His cultivation level must be above the third level of chi refining and below the golden elixir level. Such a person is not afraid of himself, but he doesn't know if there is someone behind the old man. Letting him go may cause trouble for him. Su Yanran looked towards the street in the distance. No one was paying attention to the situation here, and the constant sound of hammering covered up most of the sounds. Su Yanran's eyes flashed slightly, and her murderous thoughts returned. The old man took in Su Yanran's expression and said disappointedly, "You are too murderous, so you are definitely not the person I am looking for." When Su Yanran heard the words, "too murderous," her expression changed drastically and she subconsciously touched the storage bag. The old man shook his head and turned towards the street. Su Yanran stared at the old man's back with fierce eyes, raised her hand and stabbed the old man's back with an ice pick. She can't leave any clues or threats. PFFT. The ice pick pierced the old man's heart and instantly turned into water, blending with the blood. Boom. The old man fell to the ground, his expression invisible. An excited expression appeared on Su Yanran's pretty face. It seemed that the technique taught by that person could really kill people beyond the level. Su Yanran stopped staying and turned around to walk deeper into the alley. After the powerful man in the divine transformation stage followed Su Yanran and left, Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong appeared. Fang Qingbran grabbed the old man's pulse and frowned slightly. "It's strange, how can you still breathe when your heart is broken?" The two turned the old man over and discovered that there was very little blood on the ground. Mo Jinggong checked it out and said in a deep voice, "It's a high-level displacement technique. The moment he senses fatal danger, his heart is moved to another position. Moreover, he has taken a hemostatic pill in advance." Take hemostatic pills in advance. Did he know that he was going to be killed? Fang Qingbran's eyes were complicated. Maybe they could not escape their fate. When I first read the book, I didn't think it was unreasonable for the old man to appear in the Forge City. But when she came through the book and read King Yunji, she realized that normally, the master of Kungshun Pavilion would never appear in the Forging City. There are three major powers in Qingyun Prefecture: Kungshun Pavilion, Fuyu Spiritual Weapon Pavilion, and Calligraphy and Ink Auction House. Kungshun Pavilion's power is mainly distributed in the north of Qingyun Prefecture, while Foundry City is in the south of Qingyun Prefecture, which belongs to Fuyu Pavilion's strength. The two pavilions have had a long-standing feud. As the master of a pavilion, how could the old man be in danger alone? Junior sister, if you are curious, you can ask him directly. Mo Jinggong put a pill into the old man's mouth with a smile in his picturesque eyes. Fang Qingbran. Ahem. The old man coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, his appearance was changing visibly, and his breath was rising steadily. Senior brother 7th, what did you give him to eat? Antitoxic pill, Mo Jinggong wrote lightly. Fang Qingbran's dark and clear eyes widened, and she prepared the antidote for the 7th grade soul-eating poison in advance. 7th senior brother, you still said that you are not a book-wearing person. Little junior sister, feel free to ask if you have anything. People have a mouth that can be used to ask questions. Time is precious. If you have time to guess the answer, why not think about some cultivation issues? As your cultivation becomes stronger and stronger, it will be easier to ask for the answers you want. A few years later, Mo Jinggong thought of today's words again and regretted them. The corner of Fang Qingbran's mouth twitched slightly. The 7th senior brother said so. Wouldn't it be very shameful for her not to ask anything? Fang Qingbran asked with a smile, Senior brother 7, tell me, why do you have the antidote for the soul-eating poison? When I was refining the elixir, I made it casually. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes flashed, and he had a noble temperament. Refining the 7th grade elixir at will. 7th senior brother, I don't know much about books, don't lie to me. Fang Qingbran was speechless. A 7th grade elixir can wipe out a middle-class family. She finally knew why the 7th senior brother was the one in charge of Lingyun sect. Mo Jinggong patted Fang Qingbran on the head. Little junior sister, there's no need to feel inferior, I won't laugh at you. Fang Qingbran knocked the hand off her head and said angrily, thank you. At this moment, the old man on the ground opened his eyes and looked at Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong like an eagle. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 17. There is tacit understanding, but not much. Did you save me? The old man's breath was still a little weak, but his appearance and complexion had recovered a lot. No, she saved you, Mo Jinggong said with indifferent eyes. The old man sat up, and Fang Qingbran stepped forward to help him stand up. Su Yanran's blow did not hurt the old man's vitals. He would fall down before, but it was actually because of the poison in his body. The old man took a step back and actually gave Fang Qingbran the highest gift of thanks. Thank you very much, girl, for saving my life. Please let me know, and I will send you a thank you gift someday. There's no need to change the day, just today. Fang Qingbran continued before the old man could react. Just answer some of my questions, and I'll repay you with lunch. Girl, just ask. Why did you take the hemostatic pill in advance? Fang Qingbran asked the first question. The old man sighed and said slowly, my body is poisoned by soul-eating poison. When this poison takes effect, the blood will spurt out all over my body and blood will splash everywhere. I am worried that the poisonous blood will harm others. Fang Qingbran nodded and glanced at Mo Jinggong, signaling him to continue asking. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes sparkled and he smiled without saying a word. Fang Qingbran couldn't help but roll her eyes. There was a tacit understanding, but not much. Then, since you know that you will be poisoned, why don't you stay at home? Fang Qingbran thought that they didn't say that she was the master of the pavilion, so she couldn't ask directly. It's a long story. The old man paused, as if he was stuck in memories, and remained silent for a long time. Fang Qingbran couldn't interrupt directly and said politely, you have just recovered, so you shouldn't stand for too long. Why don't we go to the inn private room to talk? Okay. The old man calmed down. Lingyun Inn private room. The three of them sat down and Mo Jinggong set up a barrier. The old man began to tell, actually, I am the master of Kungshun Pavilion, Luo Shucheng, and I am a mortal enemy of Fuyu Pavilion in Foundry City. I dare not stay in one place for too long. Fang Qingran pretended to be surprised. It turns out to be Master Luo Pavilion. I have admired him for a long time and lost my respect. Mo Jinggong narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Fang Qingran's performance, and poured a cup of tea for the two of them. Those are all false names, don't worry about it, little girl. Luo Shucheng smiled. Then why did you come to Foundry City? Fang Qingran asked. Luo Shucheng sighed and said, 3 months ago, Kungshun Pavilion accepted a mysterious mission. The guest wanted a blue star grass. Blue star grass is extremely rare, and it is a heavenly spiritual plant. It only exists in an extremely dangerous secret realm. I had no choice but to take people to search for it, and they actually found blue star grass. But there was a 7th level giant python next to blue star grass. After a fight, we got the blue star grass. Later, after returning to the pavilion, my cultivation level began to decline, and my appearance also aged rapidly. I searched for many doctors. I can't even see why. Later I met a mysterious man. He told me that I had a strange poison in my body and that someone who could detoxify me would appear in the Forge City. She looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. So I came to this Foundry City and stayed for half a month. Finally, I saw a young girl of the right age. I didn't expect that I found the wrong person, and I almost died. Fortunately, you two came to my aid, and I was able to save my life. After listening to Luo Shucheng's words, Fang Qingran narrowed her eyes. 3 months ago, Su Yanran entered the Tianjin sect. Foundry City is the city closest to Tianjin sect. They wandered the streets for several days without encountering Luo Shucheng, and as soon as Su Yanran arrived, Luo Shucheng would appear in time. All these signs indicate that everything that seems reasonable is actually the result of someone secretly manipulating it. I wonder if the pavilion master remembers the appearance of that mysterious person. Mo Jinggong asked. Wearing coarse linen clothes, he looks. Luo Shucheng was speechless. He was surprised for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Luo Shucheng shook his head. I can't remember it. It's like I have never seen it before. There is no need to force it. A mysterious person has been involved in the world and leaked secrets. In order to avoid backlash, he will usually erase some of the other party's memories. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and motioned for Luo Shucheng to drink tea. Luo Shucheng picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp. The person who placed the teacup suddenly paused. Luo Shucheng's eyes showed joy. He was stuck at the peak of nascent soul for more than 1,000 years, and he was actually loosened. Master said that he failed to break through because he did not have enough understanding and was destined to stop at nascent soul. But if you can find Ruomu tea and drink it, you may have a better chance. Young master, this tea is good tea. Luo Shucheng looked grateful. He took out a purple gold token and handed it to Mo Jinggong. I don't know how to be grateful for such a great favor. I will give this token to you, take it. This token belongs to the property of this pavilion and can be used by the young master at your own discretion. Mo Jinggong did not go to take the token, but poured Luo Shucheng another drink. His gestures were indescribably pleasing to the eye. Mo Jinggong said calmly, the tea is good, but the person the pavilion master should thank is my junior sister. Without her, I would not have meddled in others' affairs. In this case, I'd like to give this token to the girl. I hope you won't dislike it. Fang Qingran looked at the token handed over by Luo Shucheng and recognized it as the pavilion master's order. A cup of tea in exchange for a pavilion master's order. Little junior sister, the pavilion master is kind to you, just accept it. Mo Jinggong's brows showed a hint of smile. Fang Qingran took the token and felt a little dreamy. The master of Kungshun Pavilion ordered that if this thing was sold, it would be robbed by a bunch of big guys. Fang Qingran shook her head quickly. This thing cannot be sold. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Luo Shucheng finished his tea and stood up to leave. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for the gift. Please go slowly, Pavilion Master. Fang Qingran stood up and cupped her hands, watching Luo Shucheng leave. After the figure of the Pavilion Master disappeared, Fang Qingran sat back with deep thoughts, looked at Mo Jinggong, and asked thoughtfully, Senior brother, what should you do if you know the direction of everything but still can't change everything? Mo Jinggong put away the tea set on the table and stood up. Little junior sister, follow me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 18. Don't panic when something happens, just pretend. Mo Jinggong took Fang Qingran to a slightly dilapidated shop. The two walked into the store. The shopkeeper was calculating the abacus at the counter. When he saw someone coming in, he just glanced at it and continued to calculate the accounts. Fang Qingran felt a little strange. All the items sold in the store were first-grade magic weapons. There are many shops that sell magic weapons like this, but there are none that only sell low-level magic weapons. Moreover, many of the magical instruments in this store are covered with dust, which shows that the owner does not care much about them. I saw Mo Jinggong walking up to the counter and tapping his slender fingers 3 times on the counter regularly. The shopkeeper raised his head, glanced at the two of them, took out 2 wooden plaques and placed them on the counter. Each person is a top-quality spiritual stone. Mo Jinggong took out 2 spiritual stones and placed them on the case. He picked up the token and placed one of them in Ru Fang Qingran's hand. The boss put away the spirit stone and said calmly, you can't go in for more than 3 hours at a time, and you can only go in twice in a month. You can buy and sell freely after entering. Our store does not bear the risk of buying and selling. In addition, the use of spiritual power is prohibited inside. Once spiritual power is used, law enforcement will appear, the wooden signs will be destroyed, and the black market will be expelled. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a side door appeared not far away. Go in. Fang Qingran looked at the token in his hand. No wonder a wooden token was so expensive. It turned out that this thing was a black market pass. The two walked into the door and saw a teleportation array. The teleportation array can only teleport one person at a time. Junior sister should go in first. Mo Jinggong said softly. Fang Qingran obediently put the token up, and a white light flashed before her eyes. She was on a busy street, with people setting up stalls on both sides of the street. Someone saw her suddenly appearing, and they seemed not surprised, and warmly greeted her to come and buy something. Fang Qingran ignored it and waited there for a while, not seeing Mo Jinggong's figure. Little girl, are you waiting for someone? The stall owner on the side asked with a smile. Fang Qingran did not answer his question. She walked to his stall and looked at some strange-shaped stones placed on it. Fang Qingran asked cautiously, can you pick it up and take a look? She was afraid of meeting the kind of stall owner who would buy something just by touching it. Yes, buying and selling is voluntary, and there will never be forced buying or selling. The stall owner's attitude was very good. Fang Qingran stretched out her hand and was about to pick up a white stone when a voice came in her mind, Master, the third black stone on the right. Fang Qingran did not go to get the black stone, but still chose to pick up the white stone and check it out. Master, that black stone is a dragon bone, buy it quickly. The elf said excitedly. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. The dragon clan disappeared from the 9 provinces continent hundreds of millions of years ago, and subsequent cultivators have never seen dragons on the continent again. After being contracted by Su Yanran, one of the few divine beasts in the original work, Soaring Snake needed a dragon bone to evolve into a super divine beast. Su Yanran searched all the secret realms and small worlds, but could not find anything related to dragons. What does this sudden appearance of the keel portend? Where did this stone come from? Fang Qingran asked casually, playing with the white stone. I brought this from a secret place. Although I don't see anything special about the stone, it is definitely not a mortal thing. Otherwise, it would be possible to enter this black market. The stall owner's eyes flashed with light. This little girl looks like she has entered the black market for the first time. Anyone familiar with Blackstone knows that when buying something, you don't ask where it came from. Fang Qingran put down the white stone and picked up the black stone casually. The elf's voice came again, Master, there are not only dragon bones, but also a piece of 10,000-year black iron. It's the brown stone on your right. Master, buy it quickly. What if someone robs it from you later? The elf's voice was somewhat urgent, but Fang Qingran remained calm and looked at each stone carefully. Yuanbao, when you encounter a treasure, you must be calm. The more you want to buy something, the more you have to pretend not to care, otherwise the duck you get will fly away. As for the worry about Yuanbao being robbed, this problem does not exist. The rules of the black market are that as long as she doesn't say she won't sell it, no one else can buy it before her. Fang Qingran looked at each stone slowly, deliberately showing a lack of interest. Has your guest taken a fancy to it? The stall owner said with a smile on his face. Apart from the good looks, there is nothing special about it. Fang Qingran glanced at the small stall. Why don't you sell this stall to me? I want to wait for my friends here. Girl, don't be ridiculous, my stall is much more expensive than these stones. The stall owner shook his head in disbelief. How many spread stones? Fang Qingran asked. The stall owner compared 3. Fang Qingran said cheerfully, 3 top quality spiritual stones, deal is done. The stall owner swallowed, and concealed the smile on his face. He originally wanted to say 300 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones. As a result, I didn't expect Fang Qingran to be so generous, and the amount doubled tenfold in one move. If Fang Qingran could hear what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him that she only had the best spiritual stone in her hand. The stall owner naturally didn't know about this. He took Fang Qingran's spirit stone with a smile and stood up. Everything in this stall is given to the girl. Thank you very much, stall owner. I will wait for my friend here. The stall owner can leave on his own. Fang Qingran waved his hand casually and put the stones into the space. The stall owner touched the spirit stone in his hand, feeling the rich spiritual energy in the spirit stone, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Such pure spiritual energy is probably close to the heavenly level. Most people keep this kind of spiritual stone for cultivation, but are reluctant to trade it. This girl's journey must not be simple. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 19 Who is Dandan? The stall owner looked at Fang Qingran again. Wearing a light blue dress, she has a noble temperament, just like a peerless and independent green lotus, which makes people be photographed, ashamed, and dare not blaspheme. Seeing that the stall owner was in a daze, Fang Qingran said coldly, is there anything else? The stall owner came back to his senses. He was shocked, and with a smile on his face, the girl's friend is the teleportation array sitting behind you. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes were condensed. What does the stall owner mean by asking so many questions? Don't get me wrong, girl. I just want to tell her that the location of the teleportation array is random. It's very likely that her friends have been teleported elsewhere. You can't wait here. Fang Qingran's mouth twitched slightly. Why didn't Mo Jinggong talk about this important matter? If she said that Mo Jinggong didn't know this, she wouldn't believe it to death. Fang Qingran originally wanted to wait until the stall owner left before leaving, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Thank you, stall owner, for reminding me. Young lady, you're welcome. Besides, you can't use telephony in the black market. Seeing Fang Qingran's courtesy, the stall owner sincerely reminded him, although there are patrols in this black market, I still try my best to be careful. Fang Qingran would never get into trouble in the black market, but there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be targeted by bad guys. Fang Qingran cupped her hands and thanked her. Since I am going to look for friends, I will return this stall to the stall owner and say goodbye. The stall owner was a little embarrassed. After all, he cheated the girl of her spirit stone. He took out a booklet and handed it to Fang Qingran. This is what I have summarized after spending more than 10 years in the black market. I hope it will be helpful to the girl. Fang Qingran followed unceremoniously, nodded and left. Less than a moment after Fang Qingran left, a man in a black cloak walked up to the stall owner. Show me the spirit stone the little girl gave you just now. The man's voice was hoarse and he was wearing a mask. The stall owner closed his storage bag and asked, "What do you want to do?" The man snorted disdainfully. He just saw the strud stone as familiar to him and wanted to check it carefully, but he didn't intend to steal it. This stall owner was really ignorant. The man's whole body was exuding a chill, and the stall owner was startled. He couldn't be the little girl's friend, right? That little girl gave this to me, and you can't touch this black market. The stall owner said loudly. The man handed the stall owner a storage bag and said in a hoarse voice, "Exchange one of the pieces." The stall owner looked at the spiritual stones in the storage bag and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Was he lucky today? Although the spiritual stone given by Feng Qingbran was close to heaven grade, it was not worth 300 top-grade spiritual stones. The stall owner smiled and took out a spiritual stone and handed it to the man. The man took the spiritual stone and turned around to leave. When the stall owner saw him leaving, he shook his head and arranged the stones on the stall again, waiting for the next fat sheep. Feng Qingbran had a panoramic view of everything not far away. The strut stone she took out was given by Bailey Wenyu. That person wanted to take away the strut stone. Could it be that he had something to do with sixth senior brother? I just don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. She decided to tell Bailey Wenyu about this after she went back. Feng Qingbran stopped in front of a stall owner selling jewelry, picked up a jade pendant and inspected it. It was cold in her hands, which made her frown slightly. If she was not mistaken, was there death energy on it? "Little girl, what do you want to buy?" The stall owner's eyes flashed with light. Feng Qingbran was spending a lot of money on Zhang San, so his asking price couldn't be too low. Moreover, little girls love beauty. If he fools her a little, Feng Qingbran will definitely be willing to buy his stuff at a high price. "Where did you get these things?" Feng Qingbran put down the jade pendant and picked up the jade hairpin, which was a third-grade defensive weapon. "They are all made at home. They are of high quality and low price. They are most suitable for beautiful girls like you." Feng Qingbran lowered his eyes. He really dared to recommend it. The death energy above was definitely not formed overnight. If she hadn't had the 5-element spiritual root and had just entered the chi refining period, she wouldn't have been able to sense the death energy above. If ordinary people wear these things for a long time, their lifespan will be shortened. Even if a monk wears them for a long time, his vitality will be reduced. "How's it going? Are you interested in it?" the stall owner asked enthusiastically. "Look again." A dark light flashed in Feng Qingbran's eyes. Generally, things found in tomb robbers are mostly contaminated with yin qi. Things like this that are stained with the aura of death should be personal belongings of the deceased. She wouldn't dare to buy such a thing. "Master, Dandan said he wants the jade crown on the left." Yuan Bao's voice was milky. Feng Qingbran paused slightly as she left. "Who is Dandan?" "Has Master forgotten? It's the egg Bailey Wenyu gave you last time." Feng Qingbran picked up the blue jade crown and checked it in the space. "Yuan Bao, why didn't I see it?" "Master, you can check the area where it sleeps when you reach the level of spiritual transformation." Yuan Bao said cautiously. "Get it out for me, I want to see it now." Feng Qingbran rolled her eyes. She must have the final say in her territory. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 28 Tacit Understanding with an Egg. Yuan Bao's voice was weak. "Master, I don't dare. If I call it, it will definitely not want to come out." Yuan Bao didn't dare to tell Feng Qingbran that Dandan's bloodline power was extremely domineering. If it had malicious intentions, it would be easy to see space. Fortunately, Dandan signed a symbiosis contract with Feng Qingbran on the first day he came in, so there was no harm to the owner. And there are some things that Feng Qingbran is not suitable to know now, otherwise it will affect her cultivation. "Don't come out, that's good. Don't take that jade crown." Feng Qingbran threatened, like a willful child. "Little girl, what's the point of dissatisfaction?" The stall owner looked at Feng Qingbran's expression changing back and forth, and felt guilty for a while. The little girl wouldn't notice anything, right? Impossible. That man said that the dead energy inside was sealed, so he could just sell it and he would never harm anyone. "How can I sell this jade crown?" Feng Qingbran raised the corners of her lips slightly and touched the red beads on the jade crown. Sure enough, a black egg appeared within Feng Qingbran's view. Various strange runes flashed on the eggshell, and the runes exuded an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Feng Qingbran could feel a sense of resistance from the eggshell, as if it was saying, "I'm very sleepy, please speak up quickly." The stall owner also raised 3 fingers at this time, obviously following Zhang San's example. 3 low-grade spiritual stones. Feng Qingbran said coldly. "Girl, these are 3 top-quality spiritual stones." The stall owner Zhao Si was speechless. Why didn't this girl follow the routine? "Oh." Feng Qingbran put down the jade crown with an expressionless face and picked up the others to check. She was thinking about how to pay the bill. The man's pursuit of her spiritual stone made her wary. Feng Qingbran was multitasking. "Yuan Bao, ask it, what is there in the space that I can't detect?" The thing was left for her by her mother. She was very curious, would there be any clues about her mother's identity in it? When Zhao Si saw Feng Qingbran put down her jade crown, her face turned ugly. Could it be that she didn't have a spiritual stone? Feng Qingbran picked up a fuyao and asked, "How much does this cost?" 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Zhao Si's eyes flashed with contempt. Feng Qingbran pretended not to see Zhao Si's expression. "Boss, I don't have any spiritual stones here anymore. Can I exchange them for something else?" Zhao Si laughed and said, "I don't accept worldly money here, but your storage bag and your dress are worth some spiritual stones. I wonder how much spiritual stone this strid fruit is worth." Feng Qingbran turned her jade hand upward, with an attractive red strid fruit lying on her palm. Zhao Si stood up suddenly and swallowed. If he saw it correctly, this was the strid quenching fruit. Monks with a golden elixir or below can even use the strid quenching fruit as a foundation building elixir, and the effect of the strid quenching fruit is countless times better than that of elixirs. After all, taking the elixir will leave erysipelas, but the strid quenching fruit will not. Many golden elixir monks in Qingyun Prefecture are unable to go further because of too much erysipelas in their bodies. Zhao Si suppressed his restless heart and pretended to be calm. Young lady, this spiritual fruit can barely be exchanged. If the boss makes things difficult like this, I don't want it anymore. Fang Qingbran flipped her wrist and the spread fruit disappeared. Hey, don't leave, Zhao Si shouted anxiously. Another stall owner on the side said, girl, don't listen to this guy, he is so shameless. The spiritual fruit in your hand is more than enough to buy his entire stall. That's right, little girl, don't be fooled, come to me and I will sell the stall to you. Zhao Si loves to trick people. The things on his stall are not for human use, so don't buy them. Ellipsis. The surrounding stall owners all spoke, hoping that Fang Qingbran would come to buy things from them. Anyway, if the little girl could bring out the spiritual fruit, she would definitely still have it in her hand. Fang Qingbran stood there, looking in a dilemma. At this time, she felt resentment exuding from Space Egg, and she could even understand its meaning, as if it was saying, don't leave, buy it, and I can bring you some of the things inside. Strange. Why does she have such a tacit understanding with Yidden? Little girl, I have something better for you, don't leave. Zhao Si panicked now. How could he let the spirit-tempering fruit fly when he got it? Zhao Si gritted his teeth, took out a gorgeous phoenix crown and an obviously higher quality bracelet, and handed them to Fang Qingbran. When Fang Qingbran raised her hand to pick it up, Yuan Bao's panicked voice sounded in the sea of consciousness, Master can't pick it up. There is resentment in it. Once it enters the body, it will form an inner demon and the consequences will be disastrous. Fang Qingbran's dark eyes flashed with light, and she suddenly thought of the question she had asked Mo Jinggong before. Could it be that Mo Jinggong brought her to the black market to tell her that some things are unavoidable? In the original work, after Fang Qingbran entered the Tianjin sect, the reason why she repaid kindness with hatred and dealt with Su Yanran was because she always dreamed of being brutally killed by Su Yanran, which formed her inner demons. If the direction of everything is inevitable, there is only so much she can change. If you want to break the situation, there is only one way to kill Su Yanran. Fang Qingbran didn't notice that her eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and Zhao Si was frightened by the sight. Girl, girl, girl. Zhao Si shouted 3 times in a row before Fang Qingbran woke up. Fang Qingbran blinked her eyes, and her eyes instantly returned to normal. Can I exchange one spiritual fruit for these things? Zhao Si nodded repeatedly, okay, okay. Fang Qingbran handed the spirit fruit to Zhao Si, raised his wrist, and the stall and the things in Zhao Si's hands disappeared in an instant. When the people around saw this, their eyes lit up, and they all called Fang Qingbran to come to his stall. These days, there are so few people who take advantage of you. If you encounter one, you must dig it out as hard as you can. Zhao Si took advantage of everyone's attention on Fang Qingbran, carefully took out the box, kept the spiritual fruit, put away the stall, and left here quietly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 21. If you don't take advantage, your conscience will hurt. Fang Qingbran had no time to pay attention to Zhao Si, and her eyes fell on Zhang San's stall. There stood a girl about 11 or 12 years old. The girl was rummaging around in Zhang San's stall. Boss, do you have any other stones here? What color does the guest like? Zhang San smiled flatteringly. He was really lucky today. Take them all out and let me see. The girl's voice was soft and her face was pretty. Zhang Sanxi smiled broadly and waved his hand, revealing a pile of colorful stones on the stall. Each stone was exquisite and beautiful. Su Yanran's eyes changed slightly when she saw the number of stones. She couldn't use spiritual power here, let alone use her spiritual sense to detect. When would she go to see so many stones? Guest, all my inventory is here. Zhang San looked at Su Yanran. This girl looks kind-hearted, but her eyes are not as clear as the little girl before, and she is full of anger and is not easy to mess with. Couldn't she be the friend the little girl was looking for? Zhang San looked sideways in Fang Qingbran's direction, only to see Fang Qingbran shaking her head at him. Su Yanran checked a few, but couldn't find the dragon bone she wanted. She frowned slightly, but she really didn't have the patience to continue checking. Anyway, all the stones in this stall are here, so there must be something she wants. Su Yanran smiled and said, Boss, I want these, how many spiritual stones are there? Zhang San narrowed his eyes slightly, could there be treasures among these stones? Guest, if you give me high-grade spiritual stones, you can take them all away. Zhang San said deliberately. What, why don't you go grab it? Su Yanran's voice changed, not to mention that she didn't have so many spiritual stones. Even if she did, she couldn't spend them here. Zhang San has been in the black market for decades and has the best ability to observe people's emotions. Seeing that although Su Yanran was annoyed, she had no intention of leaving, she suddenly understood that there was really a treasure in these stones. It's a pity that the secret realm has been destroyed long ago, otherwise he would definitely go back and find more such stones. Doing business is about mutual consent. If the customer doesn't want to buy, just leave. Zhang San waved his hand and said indifferently. Su Yanran clenched her fingers tightly. Why did she like to go? Su Yanran clenched her fingers tightly. Why did she like to go against her? Su Yanran's eyes were gloomy, and she suppressed the murderous thoughts in her heart. Killing people cannot be killed in this black market. Seeing that Su Yanran was silent, Zhang San deliberately provoked, if you don't want it, just get out of the way. Don't delay my business. Su Yanran took a deep breath and said, I don't have so many spiritual stones. Can I exchange them for other things? What? Zhang San suddenly became energetic. Su Yanran took out a pill from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang San. Zhang San took the elixir and felt a little disgusted after reading it. A low-grade foundation building elixir has a foundation building success rate of only %, and its value is barely worth high-grade spiritual stones. Su Yanran's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect that a small stall owner would dare to dislike her elixir. However, thinking of the value of the dragon bone, Su Yanran took out the solid yuan pill her father had prepared for her and reluctantly handed it to Zhang San. Zhang San's attitude changed immediately after receiving the Guyuan pill. After taking the top-grade Guyuan pill, there is a % chance that he can break through the golden pill, and there is very little erosiveness. His father has been stuck at the peak of foundation building for hundreds of years, and his end is approaching. This solid yuan pill suits him very well. The foundation establishment pill plus this pill is barely enough to buy these things. Zhang San motioned to Su Yanran to take away all the stones. Boss, can you give me a storage bag? My storage bag is full. Su Yanran said in embarrassment. Zhang San thought that the Guyuan pill in his hand could give his father another life, so he took out the extra storage bag and handed it to Su Yanran. You just met me. If you meet anyone else, I will definitely blackmail you again. The sellers in this area have the darkest intentions, including him of course. This is why there are so few people in this area despite such a prosperous black market. Su Yanran took the storage bag, packed the stones, turned around and left, her lowered eyes full of sinisterness. Her things were not so easy to get. Su Yanran walked absent-mindedly towards the next area and didn't even notice Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran was thoughtful, and she came to Zhang San who was about to leave. Zhang San's eyes lit up. Little girl, it's you. All the stones have been sold and gone. Can you show me the Gu Yuan Dan? Little girl, I'm sorry, this elixir is for my father, I can't sell it to you. Zhang San slightly apologized. Fang Qingbran handed over 2 straight tempering fruits. This can also be used as a solid yuan pill, and it will not leave erosiveness. Zhang San naturally recognized the straight tempering fruit. When Zhao Si got the straight tempering fruit, he was very coveted. Now that the straight tempering fruit was in front of him, Zhang San hesitated. Little girl, I'm a bit greedy in business, but I can't just take this thing from you for nothing. One is used as a book of thanks, and the other is exchanged for the solid yuan pill. Fang Qingbran said while paying attention to Su Yanran's movements. Deal. Zhang San decisively took the straight tempering fruit, put it in a box, and gave the Guyuan pill to Fang Qingbran. The little girl has already found reasons for him. If he doesn't take advantage of this, his conscience will hurt. Before Zhang San left, he lowered his voice and said to Fang Qingbran, Little girl, for monks, making friends is very important. You must be careful of friends with ulterior motives who damage your luck. Fang Qingbran thanked her politely, then threw the elixir into the space and said via voice message, Yuan Bao, check the elixir. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 22 Sharing of Divine Consciousness. Fang Qingbran hid her aura, put on a mask, and followed Su Yanran into the pawn shop. There are strong men in the virtual god stage in the black market, so she doesn't have to be afraid of the transformed god following behind Su Yanran. There were many customers in the pawn shop, but after Fang Qingbran walked in, a boy came to greet him. I wonder what the customer wants to pawn. Fang Qingbran didn't see Su Yanran and asked tentatively, is this place only for pawn business? We do all kinds of transactions here. I wonder what the customers want to do. The waiter looked full of pride. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly, and she tentatively wiped her neck. I wonder if I can take this business. The boy's expression remained normal. He glanced around and whispered, Guest, follow me and go to the side room to talk. Fang Qingbran followed the boy, walked into the back door, and saw rows of side rooms. Each wing has a barrier. When passing by the door, nothing can be detected. Fang Qingbran deliberately slowed down and communicated with Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, is there any way to hear what these people are saying? Yuan Bao instigated wings, blinking his big sapphire blue eyes, and appeared in front of Fang Qingbran. Master, are you looking for Su Yanran? Fang Qingbran was shocked and quickly sent a message. Yuan Bao, go back quickly. There are monks here who are in the stage of becoming gods. Master, don't worry, they can't see me. Yuan Bao's voice was filled with excitement. When you were in Lingyun sect, didn't you say you were afraid of monks in the god transformation stage? That's different. There is an extremely terrifying atmosphere in Lingyun sect. I will be eaten if I go out, but there is no such thing here, and there are many fun things here. Yuan Bao happily ran around in every room, like a beast jumping out of a cage, extremely excited. The corner of Fang Qingbran's mouth twitched. Yuan Bao, the logic of your words makes no sense at all. The waiter heard Fang Qingbran's footsteps slow down and turned to look at Fang Qingbran. Guest, what's wrong? Fang Qingbran shook her head. How long do we have to go? Sorry, there are a lot of guests, and there is only the last wing left. The waiter explained. Fang Qingbran said nothing more and continued to follow the boy. She sent a message to warn Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, come back quickly. Master, I found Su Yanran. She is making a deal with a man in black. I will share the scene with you, Yuan Bao said with a sweet voice. Before Fang Qingbran understood what was going on, a picture appeared in her sea of consciousness. It was the room where Su Yanran was. She could even hear clearly what the two of them were saying. But this time, the boy also stopped and led Fang Qingbran into a room. The waiter's attitude was respectful. Guest, please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to negotiate a deal with you later. After saluting, the boy exited the room and closed the door. Fang Qingbran immediately checked the picture from Yuan Bao. In the picture, Su Yanran took out a storage bag and handed it to the man in black. How many spiritual stones are needed to erase the consciousness of the things inside? The man in black took the storage bag, took out a ring, and said in a hoarse voice, 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. How can it be so expensive? Su Yanran changed her face. 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones could cost the entire Su family. Does the guest know what this is? The man in black asked, holding the ring. Of course Su Yanran knew what this was. Wasn't it a space ring? If it weren't for this ring, she wouldn't have killed 2 people in a row. Seeing that Su Yanran remained silent, the man in black spoke again. The Sumeru ring is a top-quality magic weapon. Erasing the spiritual consciousness on it will not only consume your mind, but may also be backlashed, and may even be tracked by the original owner of the ring. Quote. Sumeru ring. Su Yanran's pupils shrank. She originally thought it was just a high-level magic weapon, but she didn't expect it to be a top-grade space magic weapon. There is a huge difference between the Sumeru ring and the space ring. The space inside the Sumeru ring can directly store spiritual fruits and elixirs without worrying about the loss of spiritual energy. And if you find 10,000-year black iron, you can also upgrade Zumi's space. Sudden. Su Yanran seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned pale. Don't worry about tracking, hurry up and help me erase the consciousness on it. The aura of the man in black became dangerous, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. I would like to ask, is the owner of this ring dead? Su Yanran was suddenly startled and said sternly, this has nothing to do with you, right? You just need to erase the consciousness from it. Then please pay the spirit stone first. There was a bit of coldness in the hoarse voice of the man in black. Erase your consciousness first, and then I'll pay you. Su Yanran couldn't get out any spiritual stones at the moment, but since the ring was in Sumeru space, there must be many treasures in it. After she makes the contract, she doesn't have to worry about not having any spiritual stones at all. The rules of the black market are to pay first and then do the work. The hoarse voice of the man in black was extremely uncomfortable to hear. Can't you be accommodating? Su Yanran was a little irritated. All her spiritual stones were used to buy a bunch of broken stones. Where are the spiritual stones? Guests can pay on credit, but in this case, guests must leave their ID first. Su Yanran's expression hardened. Leaving evidence behind might reveal her identity, so that's absolutely not okay. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 23. The face slap was late but arrived. Su Yanran thought about it and said, give me the ring back and cancel this deal. The man in black returned the ring to Su Yanran. Su Yanran stood up and walked out. Just when she was about to open the door, the hoarse voice of the man in black sounded, I'm afraid this is the only place that can help you erase the divine contract method on the ring. Su Yanran paused slightly. The man in black spoke again, anyone else who dares to touch this ring will definitely be counterattacked by the secret method. What do you mean? Su Yanran realized that the man in black must have a purpose, so he kept going against her. The man in black had cold eagle eyes. The guest only needs to answer one question for me, where is the owner of this ring buried? Su Yanran's lowered eyes showed panic. Does he know the owner of this ring? Otherwise, why would he keep asking questions? Su Yanran tried her best to suppress the fear in her heart. How do I know where to bury him? I didn't kill the person. Su Yanran didn't notice that her voice was trembling. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand to open the door, but found that the door could not be opened. Su Yanran was completely panicked, her face turned pale, and she didn't dare to turn around for fear of being noticed by the man in black. It's true that I misunderstood the guest. The man in black's voice was cold and biting, and the door opened in response. Su Yanran broke into a cold sweat and pretended to be calm and walked out of the room. Boom. The door closed behind him. Su Yanran held onto the door frame and gasped for air, feeling like she was surviving a disaster. Su Yanran thought she escaped through wit, but after seeing everything, Fang Qingbran knew that it was the rules of the black market that saved Su Yanran. The Sumeru ring in Su Yanran's hand obviously came from a shady way, and he might have come from someone who killed someone to seize the treasure. Fang Qingbran held her chin with her hand, feeling that something couldn't be explained. Yuan Bao blinked his cute eyes and asked, Master, what can't be explained? You little guy, you're using your mind-reading skills on me again. Fang Qingbran tapped Yuan Bao's head with her jade finger. Master, it was you who took the initiative to share your spiritual consciousness just to take a peek. Yuan Bao said innocently. Fang Qingbran cut off the sharing of spiritual consciousness and looked confused. The owner of a top-quality magic weapon like the Sumeru ring must be a strong man at the top. How could Su Yanran, a third-level chi-refining person, be able to kill people and seize treasures? Quote. Yuan Bao flapped his little wings and asked puzzledly, is the Zumi ring expensive? Then why does Lingyun sect have one for each person? Fang Qingbran. Tired of heart. Do not want to talk. At this time. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Fang Qingbran gathered her thoughts. The man in black outside opened the door and walked in. The man in black sat on the other side of the table and asked directly, who does the guest want to kill? Fang Qingbran recognized that this was the person in Su Yanran's room just now. She placed a portrait on the table without changing her expression. The painting showed a skinny young man. The man in black glanced at the young man in the portrait and found something was wrong in his eyes. Is he a fool? For now. We won't accept this deal. The man in black said in a hoarse voice. Send someone to monitor him and report all his movements every half-month. Fang Qingbran handed the man in black a note with 2 addresses written on it. The man in black took the note and said, how long will the surveillance last? Fang Qingbran thought for a moment and said, 1 year. The man in black quoted, 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Fang Qingbran shook his head, I need a powerful person who can transform into gods to monitor him. The man in black's eyes changed slightly. Sending an avatar to monitor a fool was simply an insult to the strong. Even if Fang Qingbran gave him the spirit stone, no one would be willing to go. Is this little girl out of her mind? And her light yellow brocade dress looks familiar, as if she has seen it somewhere. Fang Qingbran didn't know it yet, but Kakai Xuanyi had unintentionally helped her again. Guest, please come back. This transaction cannot be completed. The man in black raised his hand politely and asked Fang Qingbran to go out. Why? Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes rolled. Why did she feel that this person was angry? Is the girl looking for fun here? This is a mortal village, and the village is full of ordinary people. You want a strong man who has become a god to go to a place like this to monitor a fool. The voice of the man in black was filled with anger. Fang Qingran wanted to say, this person will be snatched away soon, and then become a murderous demon emperor. If you send someone who is in the qi refining stage, it won't work at all. But Fang Qingran knew that if she said this, you would definitely think that she was crazy. Are you sure that the avatar doesn't want to go to a place like this? Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, clear and transparent. There are strong rules among strong people, and there is even more pride among strong people. The face covered by the mask of the man in black showed a hint of pride. Fang Qingran nodded and said with a smile, it is true that a big boss in the divine transformation stage will be held by someone wherever he goes. He will definitely not be short of spiritual stones, let alone elixirs and resources. The man in black nodded unconsciously. The avatar has a transcendent status in any force. Fang Qingran blinked her apricot eyes and sighed deliberately, hey, what a pity. It seems that the Lingyuan fruit given to me by senior brother can only be kept until later. Fang Qingran said, stood up with a sad face, and was about to walk out. But the man in black suddenly stood up and said excitedly, girl, wait a minute. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 24 Black Market Law Enforces. Fang Qingran stopped, turned around, and asked pretending to be confused, are there still charges if the transaction is not successful? No. The girl misunderstood. The man in black waved his hand, his eyes burning, I want to ask the girl if she really has the Lingyuan fruit. Yes, my senior brother still has several pills in his hand. Fang Qingran nodded innocently. At the same time. Lingyuan sect, Kanglan Peak. Lu Kanglan sneezed 3 times in succession. He flipped through the heavenly level kung fu with pain and joy, and murmured to himself, junior sister, you've found a good one. Involution is indispensable, no. I can't be the only one who suffers, the disciples of the Lu family also have to suffer. Roll it up together. He made a magic trick, and a goshawk flew in. Lu Kanglan took out a storage bag and handed it to the goshawk. Lu Kanglan smiled brightly, her gentle eyes flashing brightly, send it to the Lu family and give it to the head of the Lu family. Tell him that the little junior sister the master has just taken in is 11 years old and has already reached the 5th level of qi refining. All the children of the Lu family suddenly felt an inexplicable chill on their backs and had a bad feeling. They never expected that the eldest young master they admired most would dig a hole for them again. After Lu Kanglan flew out of the goshawk, he picked up the technique again and understood it bit by bit. He had no idea that the junior sister who he thought was the hardest worker was talking nonsense in his name. Black Market, in a wing. The man in black's attitude toward Fang Qingran suddenly changed. You must know that the outcome of a battle between gods often depends on whose spiritual power is stronger. As for the enhancement of the spiritual realm, apart from practicing, the best way is to take the Lingyuan fruit. Many avatars would rather go bankrupt just to get a spiritual essence fruit, but unfortunately such things are priceless and unmarketable. At this moment, Fang Qingran told him that she had several Lingyuan fruits in her hand, and he would definitely not let Fang Qingran leave. The man in black said apologetically, girl, I was rude just now. Please sit down and let's talk again. Fang Qingran sat down obediently, then took out a box and said in a clear voice, this is the Lingyuan fruit. You can inspect the goods first. Fang Qingran opened the box as he spoke, and the man in black was too late to stop him. Suddenly, Fang Qingran felt a few powerful auras around her. Hurry up and close it. The man in black's voice was a little urgent, not as hoarse as before. Fang Qingran nodded in understanding and closed the lid. I just want you to inspect the goods first. After all, the gods have the dignity of transforming gods. If they are not satisfied with this thing. I am very satisfied. I've accepted this task. A rough voice came from outside the door. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice sounded, Lao Wu, please step aside, this task should be assigned to me. A charming voice sounded, get out of my way, you two are too ugly to take on this little girl's task. Only I am the most suitable. Please, boss, you are a false god, how can you have the nerve to compete with us for tasks? Lao Wu's voice was slightly resentful. The man in black looked very embarrassed under his mask. If there were only Lao San and Lao Wu, he could suppress them. But even Lin Yang came running, and he knew that it was impossible to swallow this Lingyuan fruit alone. Fang Qingran stood up without being humble or arrogant, and said politely, why don't the seniors outside show up and talk to me? I have Chan Yuan fruit here that is more suitable for the virtual god. Boom. The door was kicked open. A figure flashed in front of Fang Qingran, do you really have Tianyuan fruit? Facing the pressure of Zhu Shen, Fang Qingran remained calm and nodded seriously. The demon lord is ruthless and ruthless, so with the purest demonic energy, he still has a chance of winning against the monks in the transformation stage. But the virtual god is different. The nascent soul in the virtual god stage has turned into the primordial spirit. There is no need to worry about the evil energy invading the body, and there is no need to worry about the evil hands of the devil. TSK, 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 little girl, aren't you afraid that we will kill someone and seize the treasure? Lin Yang, with a graceful figure and charming eyes, looked at Fang Qingran. Don't be afraid. The beautiful sister who can cultivate to the level of false god must be extremely smart. She must also know that people who can easily take out Tianyuan fruit and Lingyuan fruit cannot be killed. Fang Qingran's eyes were clear, without the slightest fear. In fact, her palms were already sweating. The pressure of the virtual god powerhouse was really strong. She is a very smart little girl. Lin Yang walked to the side and sat down gracefully. The man in black had already stood up and left his seat the moment Lin Yang came in. Lin Yang raised her hand to pick up the portrait on the table. Her movements were charming and natural. Can you tell me why you want to spy on a fool? Fang Qingran met Lin Yang's seductive eyes, her eyes clear, I want to talk to you alone. Lin Yang glanced at the 3 people present. The strong pressure made the 3 people miserable. They reluctantly walked out and closed the door. Lin Yang waved her jade-like hand gently, and a powerful barrier was formed. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, and Yuan Bao's voice came from the sea of consciousness, Master, why can she use spiritual power? Because she is the enforcer of this black market. After Fang Qingbran finished transmitting the message, she ignored Yuan Bao. Lin Yang's power still made her a little afraid. Lin Yang held back her breath and looked at Fang Qingbran. Let's talk. Fang Qingbran's face became more serious. Senior, do you believe that dreams can predict the future? Lin Yang's eyebrows slightly raised. She became interested, and signaled Fang Qingbran to continue. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 25. Outside the door, the three of them pressed against the door, but couldn't hear anything. Lao Wu, you said that the boss pushed us away because he wanted to kill people and seize the treasure, right? Lao San guessed. Ah, no way, what if this happens to my Lingyuan fruit? Lao Wu looked surprised. Snapped. The man in black patted both of them on the head at the same time. Idiot, the boss is a false god after all. He attacked a little girl in the Qi refining period. Do you want her reputation to go away? Lao San and Lao Wu looked at each other and said in unison, wouldn't it be better to kill someone and silence them, so that this matter will become known to God and Earth? You know it and we know it. The man in black took a deep breath and resisted the urge to hit him. Ha. No wonder you two have been able to do the same task for 30 years. It's not a lack of ability at all, but a lack of brains. Killing someone and silencing them seems simple, but in fact it will cause countless troubles. Moreover, Fang Qingbran was only 11 or 12 years old, and his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of Qi refining. They can't even move a junior with such qualifications. If the man in black knew that Fang Qingbran's true cultivation was not at the 5th level of Qi refining, but at the 10th level, his jaw would definitely drop. There was a hint of understanding on Lao Wu Qingjun's face. That's right, if we kill people and silence them, we won't be able to get more Lingyuan fruit. And if the boss wants to kill people and silence us, we will definitely not be immune. After all, we are bystanders. Man in black. Can't communicate. He missed his 4th child. Let's go, the boss will definitely have to talk for a long time. The man in black grabbed the two people's collars and was about to leave. Crunch. The door opens from the inside. The three of them didn't notice for a moment and all fell in. They were all shocked. The conversation was over in less than half a quarter of an hour. The man in black looked around but couldn't find Fang Qingbran. His pupils trembled slightly. Could it be that he had really killed someone to seize the treasure? The charm on Lin Yang's face disappeared, and her face became more solemn. Second brother, I will handle this matter personally, and Tongwen Pavilion will leave it to you in the near future. Boss, why don't you send a clone? The man in black was a little surprised. Everyone is dead, and there is still a mission to do. Are you so trustworthy? Lin Yang shook her head and sighed. Hey, second brother, I finally understand the meaning of the saying, money makes the devil. That little girl gave too much, and I can't refuse her request. The 3rd and 5th children finally couldn't help but ask, Boss, where is the little girl? I asked the little girl to take the teleportation array in the room up. The moment the Lingyuan fruit was opened, it wasn't just us. Lin Yang said slightly. It seems that not only the black market is going to change, but the entire Qingyun prefecture is going to change. Then when will she come again? Lao Wu looked regretful. Lin Yang chuckled softly and said, no one is allowed to leak the Tianyuan fruit. The three people nodded one after another. Once this kind of news leaks out, Tongwen Pavilion will probably become the target of public criticism. So far, no venerable person in the combined stage has appeared in Qingyun prefecture, and those who have overcome the tribulation have all died under the test of the last thunder of the soul. The Tianyuan fruit is precisely used to overcome the last thunder tribulation. A Tianyuan fruit represents the hope of cultivating a sage in the integration stage. The emergence of the fusion master means that the forces are reshuffled and new rules will emerge. No matter which force is involved, they will not allow the other party to cultivate a strong person in the combined stage. The man in black said with a cold voice, Boss, the Tianyuan fruit, which has not appeared in the world for thousands of years, was suddenly taken out by a little girl. I am worried that there is some conspiracy in this. Hearing what he said, Lao San and Lao Wu immediately changed their faces, but Lin Yang was the only one who burst into laughter. Lin Yang handed the 2 boxes to the man in black. Send them to Shumo Auction House and tell that fox that I want % of the profit this time. But in the past, we and Shumo Auction House shared and % split. This is already the highest treatment. The man in black took it and found that there was a unique restriction on it that he could not open with his strength. The man in black had a guess in his mind. This must be the Lingyuan fruit. The man in black looked at Lin Yang and said, Boss, I will pay you 1 million top quality spiritual stones to buy Lingyuan fruit. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Yang's aura was strong. I don't dare. The man in black was a little depressed. He couldn't afford to buy this thing at auction. If he had been polite to Fang Qingbran before, he wouldn't have ended up where he is now. The 3rd and 5th Laos didn't dare to speak anymore when they saw that he was deflated. Lin Yang laughed again. Who told you that I only have 2 Lingyuan fruits? Boss, Lao Wu was excited. Lin Yang's red lips were gorgeous. I used Tongwen Pavilion's top guest order to reach a cooperation with the little girl, and exchanged several Lingyuan fruits from her hands. Of course, she didn't say anything about the 2 Tianyuan fruits she got. She decided to send one to the auction to attract firepower and keep one for herself as reward. The 3rd child's voice was rough and his face was solemn. Boss, no matter how valuable the Lingyuan fruit is, it's not worth paying for a top-notch guest order, right? There is only one top-level guest order, and you enjoy the same treatment as a pavilion master. If it were obtained from the auction house, it would be worth more than a few Lingyuan fruits. This is my own discretion. Lin Yang's eyebrows flashed with a faint light. In addition, I will take out the remaining Lingyuan fruit to reward the top 3 in the heaven ranking. Each of you can rely on your ability. After finishing speaking, Lin Yang waved her hand for the 3 of them to leave. Soon a dark shadow appeared beside her. Lin Yang's aura became serious. Tell everyone in Tongwen Pavilion that the top guest order is here, and the holder of the order is the same as the master of the pavilion. In addition, I warn everyone in Tongwen Pavilion to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 26. A surprising glimpse. Ling Yun in, wing room. Senior brother 7th, you are very leisurely, aren't you? Fang Qingran looked at the picturesque young man in front of her and rolled her eyes. Co-author Mo Jinggong didn't even enter the black market. After he deceived himself into the black market, he came back here to drink tea. Mo Jinggong placed a cup of tea in front of Fang Qingran. Little junior sister, after drinking this cup, it's time to return to the sect to practice. Fang Qingran clenched the teacup tightly, resisting the urge to splash it on Mo Jinggong's face. No. Don't splash it. She couldn't beat him for now. Fang Qingran drank the whole drink, put down the teacup, stood up and left without waiting for Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qingran, who was leaving angrily. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he slowly put away the tea set before standing up. Found outside the city. Fang Qingran met Su Yanran, whom she had been avoiding. Her mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she wanted to kill Su Yanran, but on the other hand, many things had not happened yet, and she really didn't want to kill an enemy she knew nothing about. Otherwise, the thunder of asking one's heart during the tribulation would be enough for her. Sister, why are you here? Su Yanran pretended to be enthusiastic and stepped forward to greet Fang Qingran, her eyes frequently looking at Fang Qingran's wrist. Fortunately, the bracelet is still there. She will definitely find a way to get it this time. Su Yanran felt that the previous haze was swept away. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her face filled with coldness, and the murderous intention she had just suppressed surged into her heart again. Su Yanran's pretty face looked aggrieved. Pitiful, sister, I've always wanted to ask you. I've only met you twice, why do you hate me inexplicably? Since you know that I hate you, you still keep getting close to me. Fang Qingran said coldly. I don't know either. I have liked her very much since the first time I saw her. Su Yanran looked at Fang Qingran's stunning face and felt jealous in her heart. If Fang Qingran enters Tianjin sect, she will definitely not be targeted by Sheng Shike. Fang Qingran's eyes turned cold. Do you believe what you said? Sister, I really want to make friends with you. Su Yanran's voice was full of grievance, which made Fang Qingran look aggressive. Fang Qingran stared at Su Yanran darkly. If she hadn't seen Su Yanran murder, she would have suspected that she had such deep malice towards Su Yanran because she came through the book. You and I can never be friends. Fang Qingran said firmly. Su Yanran's lowered eyes were a little gloomy, remembering the identity information about Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's parents died young and she had to live under the shelter of others for 5 years. She had been living a life that was worse than a pig or a dog, until she had the chance to escape from the small village and was lucky enough to attend the sect assembly. And she, Su Yanran, came from a famous family and her parents were harmonious. Although the Su family was not a top family, it was still beyond the reach of people like Fang Qingran. How could Fang Qingran have the confidence to reject her? Moreover, she is also a disciple of the Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, the #1 sect in the world. The Lingyun sect that Fang Qingran joined, she had inquired with many senior brothers and sisters, and found out that it was a sect that did not exist at all. Why does Fang Qingran keep pretending to be aloof? Su Yanran raised her pretty face and raised her chin slightly. Sister, if you really don't like me, I won't force you, but if you can't live with it, come to me. Fang Qingran remained silent and touched the jade bracelet on her hand. Is this why Su Yanran pestered her? The elf who was waving a hoe in the space felt Su Yanran's breath, and then remembered the Guyuan Dan. Master, the Guyuan pill given by Su Yanran contains the ingredient of Sanlingcao. Not only will it fail to advance after taking it, but it will cause the spiritual root to break. And once the pill is taken, nothing will be found. When Fang Qingran heard the elf's voice, murderous intent appeared in her glassy eyes. No wonder the cold-hearted people like the Demon Emperor fell under Su Yanran's pomegranate skirt. It turned out that they had the same temperament. The elf noticed Fang Qingran's murderous intention and said hurriedly, Master, you can't kill her for the time being. You and her are not involved in cause and effect. If you take action first, it will be very dangerous when you go through the tribulation in the future. There will be a total of 9 thunder catastrophes dropped by the Jindan, one of which is the questioning thunder, and many monks have been injured by this thunder catastrophe. But in the dangerous world of immortality, how many people can really have a clear conscience? Don't worry, I won't kill her now. Fang Qingran knew that Su Yanran was the heroine, so it would be so easy to kill her. If this body was killed, Su Yanran would exchange it for another body and hide it. On the contrary, it will be more harmful to yourself. Enemies in the dark are more troublesome than enemies in the open. Seeing that Su Yanran refused to leave, Fang Qingran asked coldly, is there anything else? Su Yanran stared at the light blue brocade clothes on Fang Qingran's body. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Fang Qingran was a homeless bastard. Where could he get the spiritual stone to buy such good clothes? Taking another look at Fang Qingran's peerless appearance, a suspicion came to mind. A helpless little girl, if she wants to survive and live a glorious life, she can only make a living by doing that. Sister, actually I won't look down on you. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Su Yanran thought she had a handle on Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran really couldn't stand the tea talk and was going to change places. At this moment, Mo Jinggong walked from the city gate, dressed in white, like the first snow, with an aura that was out of the dust. Su Yanran looked up and was stunned. The young man's figure was like jade, like a god above the 9 heavens, and his every move showed nobility. Especially those pair of starry eyes with a coldness in them, which is unforgettable. When the young man approached, Su Yanran actually heard him say to her, little junior sister, you've been waiting for a long time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. 27 The seal is loose. Su Yanran was stunned for a moment, and surprise appeared in her eyes. He turned out to be her senior brother, but why didn't she have any impression of such a shockingly beautiful senior brother? Hello, senior brother. Su Yanran's voice was soft, her pretty face was slightly red, and she looked flattered. However, Mo Jinggong's next move made Su Yanran's face pale, and he walked straight towards Fang Qinggran. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and took out a bunch of candied haws, and handed it to Fang Qinggran. He said in a very nice voice, "This is an apology to my junior sister." "You are wise." Fang Qinggran took the candied haws and took a bite. It was slightly sweet in the mouth, and there was still a trace of spiritual energy on the hawthorn. Fang Qinggran's apricot eyes lit up. It was spiritual food. No wonder Mo Jinggong arrived so slowly, he turned out to be looking for spiritual food. After that, the two of them walked past Su Yanran without even giving Su Yanran a look. Su Yanran tightened her fingers, and the expression on her face gradually became distorted. Fang Qinggran didn't have a sect at all. How could she have such an amazing and talented senior brother? Could it be that Fang Qinggran became a rogue cultivator? Since Fang Qinggran was a casual cultivator, then Mo Jinggong must also be a casual cultivator. The excitement in Su Yanran's eyes dimmed, but with Mo Jinggong around, she could lure Fang Qinggran into the dark to do something. She followed Fang Qinggran and said with an arrogant expression, "Sister, I want to go back to Tianjin sect. I wonder where you are going." Su Yanran observed Mo Jinggong's expression as she spoke, but the two of them seemed not to hear her and continued to walk forward as if no one else was around. Su Yanran was a little annoyed. Why should she, a disciple of an elder from the Tianjin sect, endure Fang Qinggran's repeated humiliation? Stop, with the attitude of these two fellow Taoists, could it be that they look down on our Tianjin sect? Su Yanran asked. Hearing this, Fang Qinggran stopped and Mo Jinggong also stopped. Fang Qinggran turned around and said word by word to Su Yanran, "I don't look down on the Tianjin sect, I just look down on you. You know exactly why you have been following me. What you want has been taken away. I made a contract. You actually contracted it." Su Yanran's eyes flashed with fierceness, and she stepped forward to grab Fang Qinggran's wrist. Before Fang Qinggran could make a move, Mo Jinggong flicked his sleeves, and a strong wind forced Su Yanran back a few steps. Fang Qinggran was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Su Yanran was so excited. Su Yanran's face turned pale and she stared at Fang Qinggran in disbelief. "How can you contract it? It should be mine. Why can't I contract my things?" Fang Qinggran sneered. Su Yanran seemed to have thought of something, her eyes flickered, and she said aggrievedly, "Sister, I didn't mean that. I just like this jade bracelet very much, and I can control my mood for a while." Fang Qinggran suddenly admired Su Yanran. In order to get what she likes, Su Yanran can kill decisively or endure humiliation. In the cruel world of immortality, there is really nothing wrong with being a heroine for such a person. In the original work, Su Yanran snatched opportunities from people as a routine matter, and she never showed any mercy when it came to eradicating the weeds. And every time she went through a tribulation, Su Yanran was able to face Kang Sinlei with a clear conscience, which was a sign of her strong psychological quality. When reading the original work, Fang Qinggran only felt that the heroine's outlook on life was incorrect, which made her a little uncomfortable. Now that she is immersed in the scene, she feels a chill down her spine. Do we really want to allow such an enemy to grow? For a moment, Fang Qinggran felt restless, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared in her mind. There was a thin layer of blood mist covering the screen. In the blur, he seemed to see a woman. The woman was lying in a pool of blood, her body was covered in flesh and blood, her limbs were cut off to the side, it was extremely cruel. It's chilling. A strong hatred surged into Fang Qinggran's heart, and her eyes gradually turned blood red. Su Yanran met Fang Qing's scarlet eyes, and she was frightened and said loudly, "She is a demon cultivator." People walking around the city gate looked at Fang Qinggran after hearing Su Yanran's words. Someone sensed Fang Qinggran's resentment, took out his sword, stabbed Fang Qinggran, and shouted, "Demon cultivator, take your life." Mo Jinggong's ink-colored eyes were cold. The person flew out with a flick of his sleeves, hit the city wall, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and passed out. Everyone was even more frightened when they saw this, and they all took out their weapons and pointed them at the two men. Someone boldly yelled, "You're a bold demon cultivator who dares to hurt people outside the forged city. You are simply seeking death. This fellow Taoist, she has fallen into demonic cultivation, and you are still helping her." Su Yanran's voice trembled, but not because of fear, but because of excitement. What if Fang Qinggran contracts her things? She didn't have to return it. After these people killed Fang Qinggran, she could get the bracelet back and erase Fang Qinggran's consciousness from it. Mo Jinggong threw away the hidden breath talisman, and his aura suddenly changed, becoming awe-inspiring, mysterious, and noble. At the same time, a chill spread silently around him. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 28. Killing her is just a matter of nodding. Not far away, someone shouted with a trembling voice, He is a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone, get out of the way. Go find the gods." How is this possible? Looking at his skeleton, he is only in his 20s. How could he be in the nascent soul stage? Are you kidding me? It's absolutely impossible for a nascent soul in her 20s. He's mixed up with demonic cultivators. What else is possible? He must have practiced some shady human technique to forcibly raise his cultivation level to the nascent soul level. Ellipsis. When Su Yanran heard everyone's words, it was like thunder exploding in her ears, and she was covered in cold sweat. Realizing that Mo Jinggong wanted to kill her just for a moment, she no longer had the intention to think about the jade bracelet. Su Yanran stared at Mo Jinggong warily and stepped back cautiously. Mo Jinggong slashed Fang Qinggran's neck with his knife. Immediately, Fang Qinggran closed her eyes, fainted, and fell into Mo Jinggong's arms. Mo Jinggong picked up Fang Qinggran, and the sword flew out from his sleeve and appeared at his feet. The sword became several times larger and flew into the air. He stood on the sword with Fang Qinggran in his arms, his clothes fluttering, showing his supreme dignity. Mo Jinggong looked down at Su Yanran, his obsidian-like eyes flashing with a cold and biting light. Live well, she will definitely come to take your life herself. How did I offend you? Do you want to do this to me? Su Yanran asked. Even if she dreamed that Fang Qingbran's jade bracelet should belong to her, she didn't grab it, but wanted to buy the bracelet with the secret stone. On the contrary, Fang Qingbran said bad words to her when he first met her. Everything is Fang Qingbran's fault, why should she bear the responsibility? Mo Jinggong looked at Su Yanran's angry look, and a mocking smile appeared on his red lips. To know nothing means to be innocent. The Emperor of Heaven is really capable. Probably it's the debt you owed for the sins you did in your previous lives. Mo Jinggong's eyes were heavy, and his cold voice came into Su Yanran's ears. As soon as Mo Jinggong finished speaking, the clouds above his head gradually changed, and dark clouds gathered towards him. The dark clouds are rolling, and there are countless terrifying thunder and lightning hidden in them, waiting for opportunities to lie dormant. Su Yanran's face turned pale, her whole body was shaking, and she almost collapsed on the ground. What did he mean by this? The debts owed by previous generations. How many previous generations? Does he have memories of previous lives? How can that be? Once you enter the path of cultivating immortality, you cannot enter reincarnation. The people at the city gate pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and said, "Look at Lei Ji, he must be a demon cultivator. Even heaven can't stand it. I beg God to help me kill the demon cultivator. Kill the demon cultivator. Kill the demon cultivator." Ellipsis. The crowd's shouts became louder and louder, but Mo Jinggong didn't care and flew towards the sky with Fang Qingbran in his arms. Su Yanran stared at the two people's leaving figures, her eyes were filled with hatred, and her face was full of dissatisfaction. She had to find a way to get rid of these two people. In the air. Mo Jinggong looked up at the clouds above his head and sneered in a deep voice, "Ha! A sky-covering eye wants to replace the true way of heaven. It's a wishful thinking." Mo Jinggong raised his palm, and the thick purple thunder flew out from his palm and flew into the clouds. In an instant, lightning and thunder echoed throughout the sky. Purple thunder and silver thunder entangled themselves and devoured each other. In less than a moment, the silver thunder disappeared and the dark clouds dispersed. Zilei returned to Mo Jinggong and became as big as a basin. There was no trace of surprise on Mo Jinggong's face that turned all living beings upside down. He flipped his wrist and Zilei disappeared. Mo Jinggong glanced at Fang Qingbran, who was in a coma, feeling a little guilty. If he hadn't forcibly interfered and asked Fang Qingbran to go to the black market, she might not have met Su Yanran so early. That's it. Go back to the sect first, which is not within the surveillance range of the eye that shrouds the sky. Outside the Foundry City, when the escort arrived, they happened to see Mo Jinggong leaving. The captain didn't let anyone chase him. He could feel that Mo Jinggong's cultivation was higher than his. If he let others chase him, it would be equivalent to letting them die. When everyone saw the escort coming, they gathered around and talked about what happened before. "You're a foundation builder, how do you know that person's cultivation level is nascent soul?" Captain Zhou Jiren asked. There was pride on the man's face. "I'm the grandson of Hu. The elders in my family were afraid that I would be in danger, so they gave me a jade pendant, which can be used to see people's cultivation." "Captain, you should be at the peak of the golden core, so the light on this jade pendant is shining brightly." "It's tawny." One of the guards asked curiously. "There are so many people here, how do you know this color only represents the captain?" "Of course, I can't tell you this. This is our Zhou family's secret method." The man covered his jade pendant and realized that he seemed to be too arrogant. Another team member asked, "Are you sure that man is only in his 20s? "I swear on this jade pendant, he is no more than 25. Several people around him nodded in agreement. They may not be able to tell the cultivation level, but the age is definitely unmistakable. Deputy Team Leader Zhang Bing looked in disbelief. "Captain, you are a nascent soul in your 20s, how is this possible? Take the most qualified monks as an example. It will take at least 10 years from introducing qi into the body to breaking through the 12th level of the qi refining stage. After building the foundation to the golden elixir, the spiritual energy required during this period will increase, and the speed of cultivation will also slow down, and it may take decades. After reaching the golden elixir, cultivation becomes more and more difficult. Every time you advance to a level, your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Therefore, it will take at least 10 years for some people to break through the first level. For most people, their cultivation in this life can only stop at the golden pill." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 29 Qian Yuan Blood Burning Technique. A monk who can truly break through the nascent soul must have qualifications, opportunities, resources, understanding, and a tough mind. On the 9 provinces continent, there are even fewer people who can meet this condition. Of course Zhou Jiren also knew what Zhang Bing's subtext was. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind and he said, "There is another way to break through the Yuanying in your 20s, and that is to practice the Chanyuan blood burning technique to burn forcibly improve your cultivation level at the cost of spending your lifespan." Zhang Bing shook his head. Things related to the Chanyuan blood burning technique were all destroyed hundreds of years ago. It is impossible for him to be talented. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhou Jiren frowned slightly. He actually didn't believe that Mo Jinggong, who had a noble and unparalleled temperament, would practice the Chanyuan blood burning technique. Besides, what cultivators pursue is to live the same life in heaven and earth. The method of practicing Shuyuan is extremely risky, and you will die suddenly if you are not careful. Normally no one would be stupid enough to practice this kind of technique. Hu Yunxiang spoke up. "What you said is not quite right. Most people who practice Chanyuan blood burning technique are old and ugly, but the young man's appearance is astonishing. He looks about 17 or 18 years old, so he doesn't look like him. That must be due to taking Zhu Yandan." A team member continued. Zhang Bing was even more unconvinced. Zhu Yandan is an 8th grade elixir. Why would a person who can obtain an 8th grade elixir need to practice the Chanyuan blood burning technique? It doesn't make sense, Captain. Let's report this to the City Lord first. Zhou Juran waved his hand and signaled everyone to disperse, leaving Su Yanran alone. Don't be afraid, little girl. They all said you know those two people. Can you tell us about them in detail? Su Yanran looked horrified. I'm afraid of retaliation. Don't be afraid. Even if the demon cultivator wants to kill someone, he wouldn't dare to do it so blatantly, especially in the territory of Foundry City. Zhou Juran lowered his voice when he saw Su Yanran's pitiful look. I know one of them. Her name is Fang Qingbran. She seems to have joined a sect called Lingyun sect. I don't know that man, but he must be a demon cultivator too. Su Yanran said timidly. Su Yanran started to tremble as she spoke. I'm so afraid that they will take revenge on me. Can you arrest them? Su Yanran's soft eyes were filled with tears, and she seemed to be extremely scared. We will try our best to find those two people, but if you can draw pictures of those two people, it will be easier for us to arrest them. Zhou Juran said seriously. Su Yanran's eyes were gloomy, shining with a strange light. I can paint for you, but you can't betray me. Zhou Juran's eyes flashed with deep thought. He took out his unique rice paper and ink pen and handed them to Su Yanran. Su Yanran took it, feeling excited. She was an enemy of the Forging City. She wanted to see how Fang Qingbran could turn around. Su Yanran quickly drew a portrait of Fang Qingbran. Unfortunately, due to her jealousy, she deliberately reduced Fang Qingbran's beauty. When she wanted to draw Mo Jinggong again, her hand paused in midair. She could not recall the specific appearance of Mo Jinggong. She only remembered that Mo Jinggong had a tall and straight figure, dressed in white clothes, and had an extremely handsome appearance that no one could match. Little girl, what's wrong with you? Zhou Juran asked when he saw that Su Yanran was reluctant to start writing. I can't draw that man. Su Yanran wrote several times without any ink. The doubts in Zhou Juran's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, if that's the case, then let's not waste the little girl's time. Zhou Juran pointed to a team member casually and said, send the little girl back. Su Yanran originally wanted to tell some more information about Mo Jinggong, but found that she couldn't. She was horrified and didn't dare to stay any longer. When Zhou Juran saw Su Yanran leaving, he asked his team members to find a few people who were watching just now. Some people haven't left yet, but within a few breaths, the team members came with more than a dozen people. Zhou Juran questioned him one by one and found that no one could remember Mo Jinggong's face anymore, and they couldn't tell him anything about Mo Jinggong's characteristics. Even Fang Qingbran's appearance slowly disappeared in everyone's minds. Zhou Juran thanked everyone and asked the team members to send them off. Zhou Juran raised his hand to burn Fang Qingbran's portrait and said seriously, Zhang Bing, please go down and stop this matter. No further investigation is allowed. Why? Zhang Bing was confused. This person cannot be investigated, at least not in the open. I will report it to the City Lord and let him handle it. There was fear in Zhou Juran's eyes. He clearly glanced at Mo Jinggong at the last time, but now he can't remember any of Mo Jinggong's features. Some memories flashed through Zhou Juran's mind, and he murmured to himself, are the descendants of that family coming back for revenge? It seems that the 9 provinces continent is in chaos, and protecting yourself wisely is the right way. Lingyun sect, the 10th peak. Fang Qingbran woke up slowly, opened her apricot eyes, and met Mo Jinggong's deep eyes. Mo Jinggong took away the finger that was placed between Fang Qingbran's eyebrows, and the red mark between Fang Qingbran's eyebrows also disappeared. Fang Qingbran looked around, her eyes filled with luxury. 7th senior brother, what's wrong with me? She only remembered that she had murderous thoughts towards Su Yanran, and then she was gripped by an inexplicable emotion, and she couldn't remember it after that. Little junior sister, haven't you noticed anything special about your body? Mo Jinggong asked. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 30 Ancient Artifact 7 Color Mysterious Bracelet. Special. Fang Qingbran immediately activated the spiritual energy in her body, her eyes sparkling. I have reached the 12th level of Qi refining. I haven't practiced for a month, how come I suddenly advanced? Senior brother 7th, is there something wrong with my body? Mo Jinggong raised his hand and knocked Fang Qingbran on the forehead, looking at Fang Qingbran as if he were a fool. Little junior sister, besides looking for people every day, you spend the rest of your time hiding in your room practicing. Besides, do you think all the tea you drank was in vain? Fang Qingbran suddenly realized, so that's it. 7th senior brother, your tea looks very good. Can you give me £2? No, Mo Jinggong refused directly. This little junior sister probably doesn't know what kind of tea she is drinking. Senior brother 7th, you are so stingy. Fang Qingbran curled her lips, a little aggrieved. I'll give it to you if I break through the foundation building within 2 years. Mo Jinggong said softly. Fang Qingbran instantly beamed with joy, it's a deal. If I break through the golden elixir within 2 years, can you give me a few more pounds? Mo Jinggong didn't answer, stood up, turned around and left. Little junior sister, let's practice after you've rested. Hey, 7th senior brother, you are too stingy. It's just a few kilograms of tea, Fang Qingbran said to Mo Jinggong's back. Mo Jinggong laughed angrily, walked out of the cave, and left without looking back. Fang Qingbran did not chase after him, but took out the transmission talisman and began to ask questions every day. Senior brother, how many books have you memorized? Do you have any experience? Do you feel like you have a breakthrough? 2nd senior brother, have you practiced today? How many books have you read? 4th senior brother, how do you feel about your understanding? You are not lazy, are you? I am about to build a foundation. If you don't hurry up, I will catch up with you. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. After Fang Qingbran sent them one by one, she suddenly sighed, this is too troublesome. It would be great if a transmission node could send messages to everyone. Yuanbao, is there any higher level transmission talisman in my space? Master, no, in the upper world. Even the higher level immortals don't know how to use transmission nodes. Yuanbao was thankful in the space and almost let it slip. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Then what do they use? They can shrink down to an inch and move to where they want to go in an instant. They don't need this kind of transmission sound. Yuan Bao didn't know that it fell into Fang Qingren's pit unintentionally. Fang Qingren groaned and thought of another question in her mind. Yuan Bao, can I make a contract with you as long as I am a monk? No, if others make a contract, they can only contract with the jade bracelet and get a Sumeru space. The only one who can contract with me is you, the master. And if others make a contract with the jade bracelet, they can only get the things on the third floor at most. Quote. The biggest difference between the void space and the Zumi space is that in the void space, as long as the original things are found, a world can be created. The Sumeru space can never be promoted to the void space. At most, it can only be promoted to the Chankan space. If there is enough spiritual energy in the Chankan space, it can accommodate spiritual beasts and spiritual plants and spiritual fruits. Fang Qingren completely let go of her grudge. In this case, there would be no causal connection between her contract with Yuan Bao and Su Yanran. Yuan Bao thought of the master's jade bracelet that Su Yanran had always coveted. Master, the jade bracelet is just a container for space. It's not important. If you want, you can put the void space on any container. But it was left to me by my mother. Fang Qingren hesitated. What is the cultivation level of master's mother? Yuan Bao had no way of knowing the outside world without a contract with Fang Qingren. She has no cultivation, she is just an ordinary person. The original owner's memory of his mother was very vague, and he only remembered that she was a very gentle woman. This can't be what your mother left for you. The jade bracelet on the master's hand is called the double strip bracelet. It is a sacred defensive weapon. The jade bracelet can neutralize the fatal attacks of monks below the tribulation stage. As for the fatal blow from the monks in the tribulation stage, they can only be blocked once, but there are still no tribulation monks in the entire continent, so the master is not worried at all. However, the double spiritual bracelets can only block spiritual attacks and cannot resolve divine consciousness, so the master must pay attention to the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Master also knows that there are no weapon refiners in Juju continent who can refine holy magic weapons. If you want to get holy magic weapons, you can only break into the secret realm, and those who can break into the secret realm must be monks. There is no need for Yuan Bao to say the rest. Fang Qingren understands that those who can break into secret realms and bring back holy magic weapons are definitely strong. Fang Qingren instantly stopped thinking about taking off the jade bracelet. A mortal magic weapon, that is the treasure that many strong men dream of. In the world of cultivating immortals, the levels of magical instruments are divided into grades 1 to 12, including immortal grade, holy grade, imperial grade, divine grade, etc. However, the imperial and divine grades basically no longer exist in the Juju continent, and the holy grade magical artifact is already the highest grade. If this thing is sold, I am afraid that the entire Juju continent will be in turmoil, right? Yuan Bao, don't move it, put it on the jade bracelet in the void space. At this time, an unfamiliar voice appeared in Fang Qingren's consciousness. I don't know. It's just a holy magic weapon. Who's talking? Fang Qingren's consciousness scanned the space and found that the black egg that disappeared last time appeared again. Next to the black egg is an exquisitely carved bracelet. The bracelet is crystal clear, but it doesn't look like jade. It looks a bit like the ancient 7-color flowing crystal described in ancient books. There seems to be a landscape painting inside the jade bracelet. The green light is flowing, the glow is reflected, the fairy mist is lingering, the mountains and rivers are thousands of miles away, it is like a dream, and it is so beautiful. Fang Qingren stretched out her hand, and the bracelet appeared in her hand. The more Fang Qingren looked at it, the more she liked it and couldn't put it down. Yuan Bao, I want to move the void space here. Ingots. Master, have you forgotten the vow you just made? This is the thank you gift that I brought to you. The ancient artifact 7-colored mysterious bracelet. The death energy and resentment in the other things are gone. You can sell them for money. The milky voice came again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 31. Fang Qingren's pupils trembled slightly, staring at the bracelet on her hand, her breathing became rapid unconsciously. Ancient artifacts actually exist. It is said that ancient artifacts contain the purest divine power. Anyone who contracts an ancient artifact will be favored by heaven. The blessing of heaven means that when you go through the thunder tribulation, you will receive special gifts, making it easier to survive the thunder tribulation. Fang Qingren condensed a drop of blood essence from her fingertips and placed it on the colorful mysterious bracelet she was about to contract. Xiao Nayan hurriedly stopped her. Wait, you can't contract it now. Why? Fang Qingren's hand movements paused slightly. He couldn't make a contract, so he kept it for a while. Fang Qingren looked at the beautiful bracelet and thought it was possible. Your consciousness is not strong enough. Contracting an ancient artifact will cause damage to your consciousness. After you advance to become a god, your consciousness will be strong enough and you can make a contract. After hearing Xiao Nayan's explanation, Fang Qingren reluctantly put the bracelet away, and said with a little pity, this blood essence can only be wasted. Give me the blood, you haven't made a contract with me yet. Xiao Nayan swallowed. Okay, Fang Qingren sent the essence and blood into the space. Yuan Bao looked confused at the side. Dandan had already made a contract with his master, right? Why does it lie? The moment the blood submerged into the eggshell, bursts of golden light enveloped the egg, and the runes on the eggshell began to flow. Fang Qingren stared at Dandan with surprise. The power on these runes was somewhat familiar. Correct. The last time she introduced qi into her body, a mysterious power appeared in her body, which was very similar to the power on the eggshell. Fang Qingren sat cross-legged and began to try to break through the foundation. She wanted to see if that power would show up again. Yuan Bao saw that 1 and 2 of them had entered the state of cultivation, so he chose to carry the small hoe and continue planting spiritual plants. When the master broke through the foundation building, the space would change again, and he would be even busier by then. At the same time, Su Yanran returned to Tianjin sect. She took out all the stones and looked at them one by one. But after looking through hundreds of stones, he still didn't find what he wanted. Tang Snake, didn't you say that stall has a dragon bone? Why not? That stall has the aura of dragon bones, it's absolutely unmistakable. The soaring snake soul lingered on Su Yanran's spiritual root and said weakly. But there really isn't one in this pile, Su Yanran said a little irritably. When she was imprisoned in Sigu Cliff before, she contracted with Soaring Snake by coincidence. Soaring Snake told her that as long as she found the dragon bone, she could help it solidify its soul and come out to fight. But now without the keel, Soaring Snake is a waste, and she still needs to nourish it with her spiritual power. If this continues, it will be even harder for her to improve her cultivation. I used the last bit of my power to calculate it, and it will definitely not go wrong. Think about it, did anything special happen when you were buying something? Tengshi was also a little anxious. This small world has no divine power, let alone the power of heaven. If he wants to solidify his soul, he can only rely on the dragon bone. As long as it gets the keel bone, its strength can be restored to 30% of the strength is enough to deal with all dangers in this small world. Su Yanran's beautiful eyes were filled with evil thoughts. She went shopping smoothly and nothing happened. It's just that she met Fang Qingbran when she was leaving the city. Could it be that Fang Qingbran also went to the black market, but he just didn't find it out? It must be Fang Qingbran who stole your dragon bone. Ever since I met her, nothing has gone smoothly. I always feel like she is overpowering me. Su Yanran's eyes became paranoid, whether it was Fang Qingbran or not. Even when she got the dragon bone, she had to make Tengshi think it was Fang Qingbran. Tengshi muttered, if you say this, it means that she is your nemesis. Only by killing her will your luck improve. Tengshi, you said last time that in addition to reshaping your true body, you can also take over your body and be reborn. A poisonous light flashed in Su Yanran's eyes, and a poisonous plan came to mind. I am too weak now. If I want to seize the body, I must enter the body of the person who has been taken away at the moment of death. Tengshi thought about seizing the body. But seizing one's body means going down a wrong path, which is not tolerated by heaven. He will stop at the level of a divine beast, with no possibility of advancement. Su Yanran's voice was cold, don't worry about this, I will help. Seizing someone's body is a treasonous act. Tang Snake still hesitated. Su Yanran interrupted Tengshi, cultivation is to go against the will of heaven, and the rules are made by the strong. When you are strong enough, what else will you be afraid of? As for Wang Xinlei, this is easier to handle, as long as you really have a clear conscience. What can thunder tribulation do to you? Tang Snake was shocked. This was the first time it heard such remarks. When Xinlei is asking about the past, if you commit a crime, how can you truly have a clear conscience? The road of cultivating immortality for mortals is full of cruelty and blood. Everything I do is just to survive. Why can't I have a clear conscience? Su Yanran spoke decisively, with a firm look in her eyes. Soaring Snake fell into silence, and something was slowly shattering its only persistence. It used to pay attention to cause and effect and did not dare to cross the thunder pond. Only then did it transcend the tribulation and ascend to become a divine beast. Before Tang Snake could continue to think about it, Su Yanran's voice sounded again, do you want to stay on top of my spiritual roots forever? I only have the ability to refine qi. I can at most keep your soul alive, but I can't make you condense. Real soul. If I encounter any danger, won't you die with me? Besides, Fang Qingbran's whereabouts are unknown. Even if I want to take you to find her, I don't know when I will find her. The best way is to take her body and be reborn, so that you can practice with a human body and solidify your soul. Su Yanran followed the temptations, and Tengshi's faith gradually collapsed. Let me think about it for a few more days. Tengshi fell into deep thought and blocked out Su Yanran's voice. Su Yanran's lips curved into a sneer, she knew Tengshi would agree. Soon, not only will she have a powerful helper, but she will also be able to get rid of an annoying person. In the competition 2 years later, she will surely come out on top and astonish the monks all over the world. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 32 The Black-Hearted Old Fox. Qingyun Prefecture, Prefecture City. Shumo Auction House, Head Office. The man in black found Bailey Yuanmo and handed him 2 exquisite boxes. Bailey Yuanmo's hand as white as jade took the box, and the sound of Mimi sounded, what kind of good thing is this time? You actually bothered the second master to go there in person. The man in black trembled when he heard the mysterious sound. He immediately calmed down and said, the pavilion master told me that this time she wants a share. Bailey Yuan was stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of interest on his face. His purple eyes were charming, with light and dark intertwined, and light and shadow flowing. Bailey Yuan silently raised his hand to remove the restrictions on the box and was about to open it. The man in black hurriedly said, Pavilion Master, no, we must set up a barrier first, otherwise it will cause a commotion. The forces in the city are complex, there are several large sects, and there are not a few masters of transforming gods. Once the aura of Lingyuan fruit is leaked, it will cause trouble. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes flashed with a faint light, but he made no move. Does anyone still dare to come and steal my things? There were indeed several false god masters in the city, but except for Xiao Hongyu of the Tianjin sect, the other forces' false god cultivation was lower than him. He really didn't believe that anyone would dare to come. This time things are different. The man in black was cautious and did not mention the word, Ling Yuan Guo. His cultivation is at the peak of becoming a god, and the barrier he puts up cannot block the deliberate prying eyes of the virtual god. Bailey Yuanmo raised his wrist slightly, spreading the pressure, and found that many powerful people appeared outside the auction for no reason. Are they all here for you? The man in black nodded, and the boss asked him to deliver it because he was afraid of being robbed on the way. The power of Tongwen Pavilion has always been hidden in the dark. In terms of prestige, it is not as good as Fuyu Lingqi Pavilion and Kungshuan Pavilion. There will always be some people who have their thoughts on Tongwen Pavilion. Interesting. Bailey Yuan silently set up a barrier and asked about another thing without opening the box. I heard that your Tongwen Pavilion's top guest order was sent out. I'm curious who it is. It was sent out, but I can't tell you who it is. Zhu Ningji said seriously. Ha ha ha. No wonder Lin Yang asked you to come. Bailey Yuan opened the box with a silent smile and narrowed his purple eyes when he saw the contents in the box. Ling Yuan fruit. Is Lin Yang willing to send this kind of thing up for auction? Bailey Yuanmo closed the box and said, I will give you % at most. Although the Ling Yuan fruit is extremely valuable, it is only most useful to those in the god transformation stage and cannot drain the wealth of a big family. Zhu Ning sighed, what a black-hearted old fox. You can make a lot of money by emptying out a small family, but you actually want to empty out a big family. Boss always says the same thing. If you don't agree, this transaction will be cancelled. Zhu Ningji's tone remained unchanged. Bailey Yuanmo raised his red lips into a charming smile and picked up the second box. The restrictions on this box are obviously higher. He looked slightly stunned. Is there anything better than the Ling Yuan fruit? Bailey Yuanmo opened the box gently, but there was only a gap. He quickly closed the box and placed another restriction. Where did Lin Yang find this thing? Bailey Yuan recalled silently. There seemed to be no secret realms to break into recently. And if it was the Tianyuan fruit found in the secret realm, Lin Yang would definitely not send it to the auction. Once the news of the Tianyuan fruit auction is released, it will be enough to make some top forces bid wildly. Zhu Ningji shook his head. The boss only asked me to hand it over to you. I don't know what's inside. Zhu Ningji really didn't know that the second box contained Tianyuan fruit. He thought both boxes contained Ling Yuan fruit. Looking at Bailey Yuanmo's expression now, he knew that the contents in the second box must be more valuable than the Ling Yuan fruit. Did the boss also sell the Tianyuan fruit? Bailey Yuan stared at Zhu Ningji silently, realizing that he really didn't know what was in the box, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lin Yang dared to send the Tianyuan fruit to the auction. Could it be that she had something better in hand? No matter what else Lin Yang had in her hands, her move of sending Tianyuan fruit to the auction house was equivalent to dropping a bomb in Qingyun State. Once all parties learn about the Tianyuan fruit auction, Shumo auction house will not be able to rest in peace until the auction is held. No one would think that if the Tianyuan fruit fell into the hands of the other party, they would definitely lose everything to buy this thing. But no matter which force gets this Tianyuan fruit, Qingyun State will not be peaceful in the future. Lin Yang, where are you now? Let her come and talk to me in person. Bailey Yuanmo's eyes became sharp. This thing is a hot potato. The boss has no time, she wants to rectify the power of Tongwen Pavilion. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes changed slightly. I remember she was already in the late stage of False God a few years ago, right? Could it be that she was looking for a place to break through? Zhu Ningji shook his head and said seriously, the boss really went to do the task, otherwise he wouldn't have let me deliver the things. Bailey Yuan tacitly believed, put away the box, and stood up, you go back first, remember to keep your mouth shut. After Zhu Ningji left, Bailey Yuan silently called his confidants and handed him a token, go to my family in Hualingshu and give this letter to the family head. Yes, the man took the letter and disappeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 33, Abuse food to find confidence. 2 years later. The sky above Lingyun sect was filled with black clouds. Boom. Boom. The aura of terror enveloped the entire Lingyun sect, alarming countless strong men who were in retreat. In the entire Qingyun prefecture, those who are powerful enough to become gods or above can feel the clouds and mountains tremble and the ground shake. As soon as Feng Qingbran finished consolidating her realm and walked out of the cave, she was startled by a sound of thunder. It seemed like she hadn't reached a breakthrough yet, right? Little junior sister, you are finally out, come with me. A man in white clothes came from a distance, stepping on a crane. His body was like a bamboo, with the posture of a dragon and a phoenix. There was an air of pride between his brows. Sixth senior brother, are you encountering problems in your cultivation? Feng Qingbran asked with a smile. Bailey Wenyu's face froze. In 2 years, in order not to be compared with others in the sect, he forced himself from the middle stage of Jindan to the late stage. He never thought that he could advance from the middle stage of Golden Core to the late stage of Golden Core in just 8 years. If this were in other sects, he would definitely be so proud that he couldn't find the north. But he didn't dare to be proud at all, just because everyone in the Lingyun sect was a monster and would be surpassed if he was not careful. Bailey Wenyu smiled coquettishly. Junior sister, you have been studying for 2 years, can't you relax a little? Sixth senior brother, if you want to relax, no one will care about you. Anyway, I remember that the first senior brother has reached the peak of Yuanying. The second senior brother will also advance to the Yuanying. The third senior sister is already advancing to the Yuanying. It seems that the fourth senior brother will also. Feng Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes blinked slightly, clear and clear, without any bad intentions. Bailey Wenyu held his forehead and interrupted hastily. Little junior sister, stop talking. I'm just here to pick you up to see third senior sister and seventh senior sister advance through the tribulation. There will be spiritual rain after the thunder tribulation, which will be good for you. Feng Qingbran called Luan Jin, and they went to the back mountain together. Actually, sixth senior brother, you don't have to worry. After all, you, junior sister, and I are only building the second level of the foundation. Anyway, I'm in charge and no one will laugh at you. Feng Qingbran said crisply while sitting in Luan Jin. Fuck. Bailey Wenyu stared at Feng Qingbran as if he had seen a ghost. Little junior sister, you just built the foundation a year ago, and now you tell me. You built the second level of the foundation. Feng Qingbran's glass-like eyes slightly curved. To be honest, I have to thank all the senior brothers and sisters for the guidance. Otherwise, with my mediocre qualifications, I would definitely be slower. Bailey Wenyu was deeply shocked. The younger junior sister was as evil as the seventh junior brother. It took him 10 years to break through from the first level of Qi training to foundation building, let alone after the foundation building. It took him 4 years to build from 1 level to 2 levels of foundation. At that time, he was still very complacent and extremely proud. He went to various sects to challenge the disciples who entered the sect at the same stage, and without exception, he all won a great victory. From then on, his confidence greatly increased and he no longer competed with others in the sect in terms of cultivation speed. As a result, his junior sister came, and his life changed drastically. If Fang Qingbran knew what Bailey Wenyu was thinking, he would definitely tell him that you are the main villain in the book. If you are not involved, you may die at the hands of Su Yanran. Junior sister, I must participate in the sect competition in 3 months' time. Bailey Wenyu decided to abuse vegetables to find confidence. While the two were talking, they had arrived at the mountain behind Lingyun sect, called Yunshao Mountain. The top of the mountain towers into the clouds, and the mountains are covered with greenery. Everyone in Lingyun sect must come to Yunshao Mountain to overcome the tribulation. Luin Jin flew to Mo Jinggong with Fang Qingbran. Looking up from here, you can just see the top of the mountain, thunderclouds are thick, the wind is raging, and the shadows of the trees are swaying. 7th senior brother, I heard that you are going to survive the tribulation and become a god. Congratulations, Fang Qingbran said and jumped off Luin Jin's back. Mo Jinggong has a long body and handsome features. Compared with his previous youthful appearance, he looks slightly more mature. But there is still a sense of dignity that cannot be concealed in his every move. Those dark eyes were as bright and mysterious as stars. You're not bad either. Mo Jinggong rubbed Fang Qingbran's head. There seemed to be a strong wind in his sleeves, and there was an unconcealable dignity in his brows. Fang Qingbran looked at the top of the mountain and felt a terrifying sense of suffocation. The thunder tribulation that breaks through the nascent soul stage is actually so terrifying. Bailey Wenyu nodded in agreement. 18 thunder tribulations in the nascent soul stage and 36 thunder tribulations in the divine transformation stage. The 3rd senior sister and the 7th junior brother combined, it feels like they can chop this mountain bare. For the first time, Fang Qingbran felt extremely stressed when facing the thunder calamity so intuitively. It is written in the book that countless monks died under the thunder tribulation. Those who can really survive the thunder tribulation are all those who are blessed with good luck. The 3rd senior sister is the villain in the original work, so she will definitely survive smoothly. But she was still a little worried. If she changed the original plot, would there be a butterfly effect? Bailey Wenyu said worriedly, 1st senior brother and 2nd senior brother are both in seclusion, otherwise we can still help 3rd senior sister fight. He was only at the late stage of the golden core and could not withstand the thunder tribulation of the nascent soul. Right at this moment, Ning Xiyu comes with a sword, wearing a yellow dress, her face is as crystal clear as jade, her face is like a flower, her figure is graceful, and she has an agility. Ning Xiyu flew directly to the top of the mountain, only a few steps away from Qin Hanyan. Bailey Wenyu suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted, 5th senior sister, come back quickly, it's dangerous. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 34 Damaged Consciousness. Ning Xiyu trembled all over and ignored Bailey Wenyu. At this time, Qin Hanyan's luoyi was fluttering, and his light skirt was drifting away in the wind, and he had no awareness of the things around him. Ning Xiyu approached cautiously and placed several talismans on Qin Hanyan's back. Then he quickly drew his sword, fled, and fell in front of Bailey Wenyu. Ning Xiyu stepped forward and grabbed Bailey Wenyu's ears, and said angrily, that roar you just made almost scared me to death. It hurts, 5th senior sister, let go, I was wrong. Bailey Wenyu didn't dare to resist, so he could only keep begging for mercy. HMPH. Ning Xiyu snorted coldly and let go of Bailey Wenyu's ears. I came late just for those few talismans. With them, I could block the fatal thunder disaster for 3rd senior sister at the critical moment. I risked my life to put him on, but you still scared me. What if the trembling hand talisman is destroyed? Quote. After hearing what Ning Xiyu said, Bailey Wenyu realized how big a mistake he had made. Fang Qingbran on the side was thankful that she didn't speak rashly just now, otherwise she might be the one being scolded now. What surprised Fang Qingbran even more was that Ning Xiyu's golden elixir was already able to draw the lightning-proof talisman of the nascent soul stage. If word of this spreads, all major forces will definitely come to Lingyun sect to snatch people. Bailey Wenyu had a flattering smile on his face. 5th senior sister, I will definitely give you more spiritual stones to make amends when I go back later. I only accept the best spiritual stones. Ning Xi's eyes were as bright as a brilliance, and her voice was like a silver bell. Yes, it must be the best. Bailey Wenyu agreed, his fox eyes shining with charm. 5th senior sister, can you also draw a few thunder-blocking talismans for me when I am going through my tribulation? Ning Xiyu raised her chin slightly. It depends on your mood. You can't draw too many of these talismans, and each person can only use 3 for each tribulation. But you posted 5 of them just now. Bailey Wenyu asked puzzledly. Snapped. Ning Xiyu raised her hand and slapped Bailey Wenyu on the back of the head. If you mind your own business, can I still harm senior sister? 5th senior sister, don't be angry. Bailey Wen was too sensible to ask any more questions. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed with deep thought. She could only use 3 methods. If she used more, she would definitely suffer backlash. This backlash against 5th senior sister will definitely not be tolerated by 3rd senior sister. Then isn't 5th senior sister. Mo Jinggong's spiritual consciousness said, she used her cultivation level to draw 2 more talismans. It is impossible for her to advance in the next few years. Only then did Fang Qingbran realize that Ning Xiyu's face was pale and her breath was disordered. She just had rouge on her face, which you couldn't find without looking carefully. Changing one's cultivation to a talisman may seem to only cause a regression in cultivation, but in fact it is the greatest damage to one's spiritual consciousness. It's easy to work hard if your cultivation level regresses, but if your spiritual consciousness is damaged, it's extremely difficult to repair. For talisman masters, the most important thing is to protect their spiritual consciousness. Ning Xiyu could actually do this for Qin Hanyan. How could such a loving and righteous woman become such a ruthless person? In the original work, what happened to the 5th senior sister to become like that? Fang Qingbran couldn't help feeling a little distressed. She walked to Ning Xiyu and said, "Fifth senior sister, I'll give you this fruit." Ning Xiyu was a little uneasy, and when she heard Feng Qingren's voice, she forced a smile. She lowered her head and looked at the red peach fruit in Feng Qingren's palm, which exuded rich spiritual energy. "Junior sister, I will keep this fruit for you to eat. Fifth senior sister will not eat it. Fifth senior sister, I still have many more fruits like this, and this one is reserved for you." Feng Qingren blinked cutely with her round, almond-shaped eyes. The space Yuanbao was lying on the tree crying heartbrokenly, "Master, you lied. This is one that I have cultivated for a long time, and you actually picked it. The owner is a big liar. He just gave away the sacred Scrophulaceae fruit to someone like this and said she had a lot of it." Ning Xiyu was still a little hesitant. This fruit looked not simple. Bailey Wenyu stared at the sacred Scrophulaceae fruit. "Little junior sister, I like this fruit very much. Fifth senior sister, don't you want to give it to me?" Ning Xiyu glared at Bailey Wenyu, took the fruit and took a bite. It tasted sweet. After swallowing it, her tired spirit began to improve. Ning Xiyu knew in her heart that junior sister must have seen something. "Thank you very much, junior sister." "Little junior sister, are there any more?" Bailey Wenyu looked closer with foxy eyes. This time he really wanted it. Before Feng Qingran could say anything, Mo Jinggong reached out and grabbed Bailey Wenyu by the collar and pulled him away. "Sixth senior brother, watch the thunder tribulation carefully. When you overcome the nascent soul tribulation, you won't be at a loss." Bailey Wen shrank his neck more and looked honestly at the top of the mountain. "Right now." Rumble. When the first lightning struck, Qin Hanyan opened his cold eyes, with no fear on his face, looking at the brilliance, and roaring like frost. After the first lightning struck, Qin Hanyan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, and there were cracks in his cassock. Immediately afterwards, the second silver lightning struck, and Qin Hanyan showed traces of blood on his body, his face turned pale, he vomited several mouthfuls of blood, and the talisman on his body turned into ashes. The second thunder tribulation is so strong, how can senior sister withstand it? Ning Xiyu's eyes were full of worry. Bailey Wen became more serious unconsciously, thinking about whether to call for help. Junior brother 7th would have to go through a catastrophe soon, so it was not suitable to help senior sister 3 against thunder. Not to mention the junior sister, a person who builds a foundation to resist the thunder tribulation of the nascent soul stage is simply looking for death. Feng Qingran was communicating with Yuan Bao. Can the double strip bracelets be used to resist thunder? None of the 3 people noticed that Mo Jinggong's dark eyes gradually turned purple, and a purple thunder flew out of his hand and silently arrived at Qin Hanyan's side. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 35. After Feng Qingran learned from Yuan Bao that the double strip bracelets could not withstand thunder disasters, she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. The third thunderstorm fell, and another talisman was removed from Qin Hanyan's back. Qin Hanyan gritted her teeth and adjusted her surging breath. There was no blood on her face, cracks appeared in the flesh and blood under the robe, and there was tearing pain all over her body. Qin Hanyan could feel the terrifying aura coming from the thunder. Every thunder seemed to kill her without any mercy. Junior brother 7th is right, something is really wrong with Tianlei. It is recorded in ancient books that after the thunder strikes, it will help the monks to temper their bodies and make them stronger. But at this moment, she only felt that Tianlei wanted to destroy her, not to temper her muscles. 18 steps of nascent soul thunder tribulation. The first one is to temper the body, the second is to repair the muscles and expand the veins, the third is to enhance the strength of the bones, the fourth is to temper the spiritual roots, and the fifth is to evolve the golden elixir to the nascent soul. But now, the thunder seems to just strike down, without any sense of gradual progress, and it doesn't care about the monk's life or death. Rumble. The fourth thunder and the fifth thunder fell together. Pain. Qin Hanyan swallowed the blood that reached his mouth and used the spiritual power in his body to repair the damage caused by the thunder, but it was like a drop in the bucket, and the physical damage became more and more serious. Fortunately, these thunders have not damaged her roots, and she can still stay awake to face the thunder. And when the fourth talisman behind Qin Hanyan disappeared, Ning Xiyu's body shook. Ning Xiyu raised her hand and put the sword blade into the ground, barely holding onto her body. Feng Qingran noticed Ning Xiyu's condition and wanted to step forward to help Ning Xiyu, but after thinking about it, she backed away. Fifth senior sister never puts on rouge, so she put it on specially this time, just because she doesn't want anyone to notice anything strange about her, right? Ning Xiyu ignored her physical discomfort and stared at Qin Hanyan closely, the concern and worry in her eyes unconsciously revealed. The 2 talismans she drew with her essence and blood would cause some of the pain to be transmitted to her body. Just a part of the pain made her almost faint from the pain. How painful must it be for the third senior sister? It's hateful. If only she had nascent soul cultivation level, she could go up and fight the thunder for her senior sister. Ning Xiyu watched helplessly as the 5th talisman was turned into ashes under the thunder. Another burst of pain came, and her body became shaky. Ning Xiyu hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and hid her handkerchief, but she didn't know that her lips were as white as snow at this time. She clenched the hilt of the sword tightly and whispered, "Han Yan, you must bear it. We have agreed to go back together for revenge, so that the life of those who once bullied us will be worse than death." However, the sky thunder was ruthless after all, and another silver thunder as thick as an arm struck down. Coercive and ruthless. There were several blood marks on Qin Hanyan's face. She obviously couldn't bear the thunder, and the exposed skin was already showing bones. When Ning Xiyu saw this scene, she couldn't help but fainted. Feng Qingran quickly supported Ning Xiyu with quick eyesight and quickly stuffed a pill into Ning Xiyu's mouth. Fifth senior sister, what's going on? Bailey Wenyu walked over and asked worriedly. It was Qin Hanyan who survived the thunder tribulation, but why was Ning Xiyu the one who passed out first? Sixth senior brother, please send fifth senior sister back quickly. She must be too tired to draw the talisman and worried about third senior sister, that's why she behaves like this. Feng Qingran didn't want to tell Bailey Wenyu about the talisman's backlash. The less we know about this kind of thing, the better. She only hopes that the Gukshun pill can repair Ning Shiyu's consciousness. But you, junior sister. Bailey Wenyu hesitated. The third senior sister and the seventh junior brother are both going through a thunder tribulation. Is it dangerous to leave the junior sister here alone? Sixth senior brother, don't worry, as seventh senior brother is here, I won't be in danger. Fang Qingbran reassured. Bailey Wenyu looked at Mo Jinggong and found that Mo Jinggong didn't pay attention to his junior sister as usual. Today, since he arrived, Mo Jinggong's attention has been on the top of the mountain. In the past, when they felt that they were about to overcome a catastrophe, they would go to the top of Yunshao Mountain in advance to practice and wait for the thunder catastrophe to come. Only the seventh junior brother did not need to come in advance. The seventh junior brother's first two tribulations were to arrive at the right time for the thunder tribulation to arrive, and then go to Yunding. It was different for the seventh junior brother after all. Only the seventh junior brother was able to walk away unscathed after going through the thunder tribulation alone. There was gratitude and complexity in Bailey Wenyu's eyes. The seventh junior brother was here, and the third senior sister would be fine. Bailey Wenyu turned around and said to Fang Qingran, I will take fifth senior sister back first. Little junior sister must be careful not to get hurt. Mo Jinggong glanced sideways at Bailey Wenyu. His dark eyes were gleaming with coldness, like a 1,000-year-old ancient pool, glowing with a mysterious luster. Fang Qingran walked to stand next to Mo Jinggong and asked worriedly, seventh senior brother, how is third senior sister? It'll be okay. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold, a little more indifferent, which was very different from usual. Senior brother seventh, everyone likes and trusts you very much. Fang Qingran said crisply. Really? Mo Jinggong's red lips curled up slightly, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Yes, actually brother seven should try to open his heart and trust them. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were shining and clear, and her face was innocent and cute. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 36. Zilei gained a lot of weight. The atmosphere in Lingyun sect is very good, and there has never been any intrigue. But monks are also human beings, and they have preferences as humans. The senior brother and fourth senior brother in Lingyun sect are closer, and the third senior sister and fifth senior sister are like sisters and talk about everything. The sixth senior brother likes to stick to the fifth senior sister and the eighth senior brother. The second senior brother is a loner and is often missing. Only Mo Jinggong seemed to be socializing with everyone, but he always took the initiative to keep his distance from everyone. Mo Jinggong is very kind to everyone in the sect. He refined the Sumeru rings in everyone's hands, as well as various self-defense weapons and elixirs, all of which he gave away in the name of Yi Wenshun. And the tea prepared for everyone is different. If it weren't for Mo Jinggong, she suspected that the Lingyun sect would have been disbanded long ago. After all, the master was so unreliable. It has been 2 years, but the master has not returned to Lingyun sect to say anything, let alone any news. When Fang Qingran thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong was just like raising 8 children and had to worry about everything. A trace of interest flashed across Mo Jinggong's handsome face. He stopped talking and looked at Qin Hanyan. Seventh senior brother, I have a question. Why do we have to go to the top of Yunshao Mountain to overcome the tribulation? Is this the only place where lightning can strike? Fang Qingran always felt that Lingyun sect held many secrets. Moreover, the sky above the sect is always shrouded in white clouds, and the sky is never visible. Ah. Seventh brother, are the thunders used by everyone to transcend the tribulations all silver thunders? Fang Qingran wanted to ask this question when the first thunder fell. The original work never describes the scenes of other people overcoming the tribulation, but Su Yanran has a lot of space every time she goes through the tribulation. But she clearly remembers that it was Zilei who made Su Yanran overcome the calamity. Purple thunder is the thunder of heaven, containing the power of destruction and rebirth. Thunder tribulation means throwing away the past and moving towards new life. After all the monks have passed through the thunder tribulation, their lifespan will be extended several times. This is why even if a monk dies under the thunder tribulation, there will be countless monks who will succeed in overcoming the thunder tribulation. The benefits brought by overcoming the thunder tribulation are unimaginable. Junior sister, what do you mean by this? Mo Jinggong's voice was cold and his eyes were cold. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. It is recorded in ancient books that the power of thunder and lightning produced by the mutation of monks' spiritual roots is silver thunder. Silver thunder can only destroy and destroy, while what heaven descends should be purple thunder, which contains destruction, rebirth, and luck, etc. I know a lot, but who told me that the current sky must be the sky? Mo Jinggong faded away from his former youthful appearance. That face that confuses all living beings has a look of disdain and indifference, and the aura of his body is powerful and unparalleled. Facing Mo Jinggong like this, Fang Qingran was not afraid at all. Instead, she felt that this was what Mo Jinggong should be like. Mo Jinggong raised his wrist, and a strong wind blew from his sleeves in the direction of Qin Hanyan. Today, let's see the secret of this thunder disaster. At once, something seemed to be broken around Qin Hanyan. Fang Qingran's eyes widened, and there was a cloud of purple thunder entrenched above Qin Hanyan's head, just like the eternal blue dragon, which made people surrender involuntarily. The moment the silver thunder struck down, the coefficient was swallowed up by the purple thunder. Immediately afterwards, Zilei spit out a ball of gentle air and entered Qin Hanyan's body. Even though he was far away, Fang Qingran could still feel that the air was a good thing. When the remaining lightning strikes were completed, Fang Qingran clearly felt that Zilei had gained weight again. Not only is it not scary, it's actually kind of cute. Fang Qingran immediately shook her head. How could she be disrespectful to Zilei? Seventh senior brother, since the way of that day is abnormal, why do you want third senior sister to be struck by lightning? Fang Qingran asked puzzledly. Every monk must endure the thunder calamity. Going against the will of heaven is not just talk. If you don't experience the feeling of risking death and living again, it will be difficult to have a sense of great enlightenment, and the future path is destined to be short. Luin Jin, go and send people back to Hanyan Peak. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold, without much fluctuation. Seventh senior brother, why did Luin Jin get third senior sister onto his back? I'm going to help it. Fang Qingbran stuttered, and Luin Jin transformed into a girl of 15 or 16 years old, flew to the top of the mountain, picked up Qin Hanyan, and flew out of her sight. The corners of Fang Qingbran's eyes twitched. He could transform into a human form and was at least a divine beast, so Luin Jin was not a holy beast, but a divine beast. She actually keeps letting mythical beasts cook spiritual food for her. She is really guilty. Divine beast. Isn't it a good idea to keep this rare mythical beast and take it out to show off? Senior brother 7, is the Luin Jin a divine beast? Fang Qingbran asked unwillingly. Seeing Mo Jinggong shaking his head, Fang Qingbran immediately took a breath, but what Mo Jinggong said next made her tremble. Luin Jin is a ferocious beast. Mo Jinggong raised his eyebrows lightly. There were quite a lot of misunderstandings among the younger junior sisters. Fang Qingbran clasped her hands together and was very nervous. The ferocious beast that the 7th senior brother mentioned was not the ferocious beast she thought, was it? Rumor has it that ferocious beasts are cruel in nature and love to eat people one by one without spitting out the bones. But Luin Jin has a proud temperament, knows how to cook, and trims trees for the 10th peak. Right. Luin Jin is a ferocious beast, why should he be so nice to her? Fang Qingbran asked with dull eyes. 7th senior brother, I won't be Luin Jin's ration, right? Mo Jinggong directly denied it. A meal for Luin Jin requires at least 100 pigs. He is willing to take care of you on the 10th peak just to earn spiritual stones and buy pork to eat. Fang Qingbran. Luin Jin is a small one, but has such a big appetite. Senior brother 7th, are you sure you are not trying to scare me? No, none of your other senior brothers and sisters dare to hire Luin Jin. He can only work at the 10th peak. Mo Jinggong's cold eyes were filled with a smile, and the chill in his body faded a bit. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 37, the longest routine. Senior brother 7, why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Fang Qingbran felt melancholy when she thought of Luin Jin eating 100 pigs in one meal. Could Luin Jin be hungry and swallow her too? Junior sister, I have never asked. Listening to Mo Jinggong's matter-of-fact answer, Fang Qingbran's head was filled with black lines. Do I need to ask before I can say this? Don't worry, little junior sister, Luin Jin only eats once a month and won't bite you. Senior brother 7th, your routine is longer than the road to immortality. Fang Qingbran suddenly realized that she really couldn't be fooled by the handsome face of senior brother 7th. It's so appropriate for master to let 7th senior brother take charge of the house. This guy is so sinister. Fortunately, the 7th senior brother was not her enemy, otherwise she would have found a cave to hide in and never come out again. Mo Jinggong looked into Fang Qingbran's angry eyes, and the coldness in his body disappeared a lot. He rubbed her head and said, I don't tell you because it's for your own good. Don't worry, Luin Jin won't take the initiative to hurt anyone. Senior brother 7th, go and get struck by lightning. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were slightly round and sparkling. Mo Jinggong's sword flew towards the top of Yunshao Mountain, and the purple thunder circled around him just now. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and brushed his sleeves, and the white clouds on the top of the mountain dispersed. The dark clouds in the sky caught Fang Qingbran's eyes, and Fang Qingbran suddenly understood that they, the 3rd senior sister who had overcome the calamity, had been manipulated by the 7th senior brother. Otherwise, the 3rd senior sister might not be able to withstand the pressure of thunder at this moment. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes were slightly narrowed and dark. In the original work, the cultivation levels of several senior brothers and sisters were all in nascent soul. It seems that they all had their spiritual roots damaged during the thunder tribulation of the nascent soul, resulting in them never being able to advance to become gods. But there is no mention in the original work about the 7th senior brother. If the 7th senior brother did not exist in the original work, could these senior brothers and sisters really withstand such a thunder disaster? So Mo Jinggong must exist, but for some unknown reason, Su Yanran did not meet Mo Jinggong. At the entrance of Lingyun sect, many monks gathered here. There has been no one in Qingyun Prefecture for a long time. I finally caught up with him today. It is said that if you get caught in the thunderstorm after transforming into a god, your understanding will increase. It's strange. I saw a calamity cloud in the distance just now. Why is there nothing here? A person stood in front of the wooden door of Lingyun sect and murmured to himself. Sudden. There were jeers from the crowd. Ha ha ha, this is the world of cultivating immortals, and someone actually uses a wooden fence to enclose the land. Let me see what kind of place this is. Lingyun sect. An unknown small sect dares to enclose territory. It's so arrogant. Someone come and tear down this shabby door. Young master, we are just here to see how to overcome the tribulation. Wouldn't it be bad to tear down the door? Besides, there are people who are here to overcome the tribulation and become gods. What if we rush in and disturb others to overcome the tribulation? The guard was a little worried. Snapped. Idiot. How can such a shabby sect cultivate the god of transformation? There must be a senior who uses this place to escape the tribulation. Hurry and tear down the door. I have to go find the senior of the god of transformation. Hu Yunxiang said dissatisfied. None of the monks stopped Hu Yunxiang, but they did not have the same ridicule in their eyes as Hu Yunxiang. Instead, they stayed away from Hu Yunxiang vigilantly. Among them, there was Jindan Yujin who came here, but could not move forward any further, so he had to come down. This wooden door seemed simple, and it must have hidden secrets, but they all cherished their lives and did not dare to step forward. When Hu Yunxiang saw that the guard was motionless, he kicked him. The guard's face was a little dark. Ever since the demon cultivator appeared outside the forging city 2 years ago, the Hu family had hired him at a high price to serve as Hu Yunxiang's guard. But he is a Jindan monk after all, and Hu Yunxiang actually insulted him in front of so many people. Why don't you go quickly? You don't want the high-level magic weapon, Hu Yunxiang threatened. The guard took a deep breath, stepped forward, and raised his hand to push the wooden door open. Boom. The guard was knocked to the ground by a strong force of air and lay on the ground unable to get up. The looming red light on the door disappeared, and the 3 words originally scrawled on the wooden plaque emitted bursts of golden light and became as powerful as a rainbow. "Who dares to break into our Lingyun sect?" A loud voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. Just hearing the sound made them unable to bear it. Someone immediately reacted and said respectfully, "Senior, we just want to watch the transformation of the gods through the tribulation, which will undoubtedly disturb the peace of Lingyun sect." Everyone looked around cautiously and did not wait for anyone to show up for a long time. The words on the plaque once again lost their luster and became unremarkable. Someone in the crowd said, "Lingyun sect is not simple. This fence is made of golden nanmo, and there is a very powerful formation on this door. If a stranger touches it, it will be bounced away by the formation." Golden nanmo. Are you sure it's golden nanmo that can sell for mid-grade spiritual stones per inch? Golden nanmo is generally used by large sects to build library pavilions and treasure pavilions. This wood can not only retain the spiritual energy but also nourish the spiritual treasures stored inside. Someone actually used it to make a fence. It was a crazy thing. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 38. The kinder the appearance, the crueler the methods. I'm pretty sure this is golden nanmo. Our family once bought a badge to build a treasure house, and it almost emptied the family's wealth. Listening to this man's determined tone, these monks looked at each other. Then I looked at the golden nanmo fence that stretched as far as the eye could see, and marveled, how big a feat this is. Someone's eyes were searching. Why does Lingyun sect use golden nanmo? How come I have never heard of Lingyun sect? I have never seen anyone from Lingyun sect at the sect conference. Am I the only one curious about why the Lingyun sect is not afraid of the golden nanmo being stolen? Hu Yunxiang stood by the fence, holding a golden nanmo in his hand. Everyone looked at Hu Yunxiang with wide eyes. He must be a fool. There are obviously strong marks on these golden nanmo. Another reason why golden nanmo is so expensive is that the marks on it can only be erased by reporters, and it is easy to recover if lost. There will be no mentally retarded person to steal golden nanmo, they will only choose to buy it from them. Hu Yunxiang saw everyone looking at him with strange eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Don't you want golden nanmo?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. They had their lives, but they were afraid they would lose their lives to take it away. That resonant voice just now showed that he was someone with a high level of cultivation. No one would offend a strong person without the least care. Since you don't want it, then I don't want it either. Hu Yunxiang inserted the golden nanmo back. He doesn't want what others don't want. At this time, rumble. A shocking thunder came from a distance, and everyone was startled. This is the tribulation thunder. It's strange that the sound is inside. Why can't you see the tribulation thunder? The clouds must have blocked the vision of transcending the tribulation. Let's change places to see. There are 36 thunder tribulations in the form of gods. We still have time to get there. Since we are inside, we can just find a way to break the formation. Why should we sacrifice the near for the far? Hu Yunxiang said again. The golden nanmo he just pulled had another meaning, which was testing. It would be better if someone from Lingyun sect comes out, he can watch the dishes being served. If no one came out, it meant that the sect's formation was just for show, and he didn't have to worry. Hu Yunxiang took out a formation disc from his storage bag and placed it next to his feet. His feet drew a circle on the ground. The formation disc emitted bursts of white light, and then a formation unfolded under his feet. Hu Yunxiang was confident and arrogant, his temperament suddenly changed, and his ordinary appearance just now took on a more handsome look. When everyone saw this, they started talking a lot. Holy shit, Bagua Array, is he a descendant of the Jewish family? Array master, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. If I were an array master, I would have to be carried while walking. I asked why a small foundation building would have a golden elixir guard. It turned out that he was an array master. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now. Ellipsis. Under the formation, the guard woke up to the noisy discussion. He stood up holding his slightly aching chest and saw Hu Yunxiang standing in the center of the formation. The guard was slightly startled. Hu Yunxiang was more than years old and had only built the first level of the foundation. Such a disciple was generally regarded as a waste in the family. But only Hu Yunxiang can always attract attention in the Hu family. He had always been curious before, why would the Hu family send him to protect a loser? Kanglan Peak. Liu Kanglan opened his eyes, and there was a deep flash in his eyes. Someone had moved the entrance formation. Lingyun sect is located in a remote and dangerous area. Lingyun sect is located in a remote and dangerous area. The sect is unknown in the entire Qingyun prefecture. Who would come to visit? They have never interacted with outsiders and would not be approached by friends. As for the people in the family, it is even more impossible. They have been banned by the 7th junior brother and are not allowed to expose the sect's position. After Liu Kanglan sent a message to Mu Chanjue, who was in retreat, he flew his sword towards the entrance of Lingyun sect. Those people were probably attracted by the 7th junior brother's tribulation thunder. Perhaps the junior sister is right. Lingyun sect should not keep a low profile. If people outside knew that the leader of the Lingyun sect was at the pinnacle of the false god, would they still dare to break the formation unscrupulously outside the door? That must be something you don't dare to do. He knew that even if Tianjin sect opened its doors and allowed everyone to study entry formations, these people would not dare to be so casual. Liu Kanglan flew through a layer of mist with his sword, and saw dozens of people standing at the door, watching Hu Yunxiang break the formation. Liu Kanglan glanced at the crowd and shook his head, not even impressed. People who have nothing to do with the Liu family cannot be beaten casually. Why did you touch my Lingyun sect protecting formation? Liu Kanglan stood on the sword, with a slim and tall figure, her hair tied up in a jade crown, her clothes and sleeves flying, like orchids and jade trees, and her temperament was out of this world. Hearing the warm voice, everyone looked up and couldn't help but feel shocked. They didn't know when Liu Kanglan appeared in the sky. I saw Liu Kanglan dressed in crescent-colored brocade clothes. He looked to be in his early 20s, with long eyebrows like willows, clear eyes, and a hint of smile hidden in his warm eyes. His movements were gentle and elegant. Hu Yunxiang looked up from the formation. He subconsciously took out the jade pendant around his neck, and when he touched it with his fingers, he saw dark green flashing on it. He was immediately shocked, seeing another young nascent soul. Liu Kanglan was condescending and his aura was restrained. No one except Hu Yunxiang knew about his cultivation level. Hu Yunxiang became so frightened that nascent soul killed him in the blink of an eye. Especially Liu Kanglan's relaxed and comfortable look made him even more frightened. As the saying goes, the kinder you appear, the crueler your methods. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 39. How can you get out if you like me? Fellow Taoist, I said I was just passing by, do you believe it? Hu Yunxiang forced a smile and asked cautiously. If you are passing by, do you need to take out the 5th level formation disc to break the formation? Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes flashed with a hint of coolness, and his voice was calm. Hu Yunxiang's face showed fear. Liu Kanglan was also an array master. A monk below the level of false god, who can see through the level of the array plate at a glance, must be an array master. Fellow Taoist, this is all a misunderstanding. Give me a chance and I'll get out. Hu Yunxiang wanted to run away, but he didn't dare. Everyone was surprised that Hu Yunxiang, a formation mage, actually showed fear towards sword cultivators. Is this array really a 5th level array? Someone whispered on the side. As we all know, the level of the formation disc is similar to the level of the magic weapon, which is divided into 1 to 10 levels, immortal level, holy level, emperor level, and divine level. Now that the formation is in decline, the techniques and magical weapons related to the formation will naturally decline as well. Most of the most common arrays are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, and 4th level arrays are extremely rare. An array master who can control a 5th level formation disc is definitely the best among array masters. I'm even more curious, how did this man in white figure out the level of this array? Could it be? Someone was breathing rapidly. Can we meet 2 formation masters today? Are you a big deal as an array mage? If you can see one, burn some incense. I want to see 2 more. I'm dreaming. Ellipsis. Only Hu Yunxiang is crying in his heart. Can you speak in a lower voice? It will affect my thinking about how to please the person above. If Liu Kanglan is offended, everyone will have to walk around without food. Hu Yunxiang's Adam's apple rolled when he saw Liu Kanglan staring at his array without saying a word. Wouldn't fellow Taoist take a fancy to his array? But this is the treasure of the Hu family and cannot be given away, otherwise he will be beaten to death when he returns home. Hu Yunxiang risked his life and said, Fellow Taoist, what kind of posture do you like to see? Liu Kanglan had a strange look on his face, his gentle eyes flashed with a faint light, and he stared at Hu Yunxiang, silently. Hu Yunxiang's heart was pounding, and he wanted to slap himself. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry, it's all a misunderstanding. What I want to say is, what posture do you want me to roll in? I'll roll for you. Ha ha ha, senior brother, this guy is a bit interesting. The hearty laughter fell, and a man holding a folding fan walked through the mist, standing next to Liu Kanglan with a sword. The man is dressed in a shiny and gorgeous silk brocade robe, with handsome facial features, and the swing of his folding fan shows his noble and elegant air. Hu Yunxiang touched the jade pendant in his hand, which shone with yellowish brown. He was at the peak of his Jindan cultivation. Looking at Mu Chanjue's age, he was also within 100 years old. Hu Yunxiang is not feeling well. He must not have looked at the almanac when he went out today. Chanjue, this person breaks into the sect's formation without permission. You are responsible for dealing with it. Liu Kanglan called Mu Chanjue because he wanted him to deal with these people. It is not easy for him as a nascent soul to attack a group of golden elixir stage monks. But if these people don't warn him, no one in Lingyun sect will dare to provoke them in the future. It just so happens that Mu Chanjue's golden elixir is at its peak, and breaking into the 5th level formation will also be helpful for a breakthrough. Senior brother, I'm just here to watch the show. Mu Chanjue's extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly charming, and the folding fan was gently swaying, showing nobility and grace. After a quick glance, he found that these people were not as strong as him and did not want to take action. Below is the 5th level array. I'll add a psychedelic array to it. You can try it out. Liu Kanglan's voice was gentle. Many major sects will use array discs to set up illusions for the disciples to practice. It's a pity that he only has a 10th level formation plate given by a junior sister. For Jindan, the level is too high. Mu Chanjue became interested when he heard that it was a 5th order formation. Last time, he was trapped in the 10th level formation for a month before he was released by his senior brother. After that, he tried to enter again, but his senior brother refused to say anything. Mu Chanjua's sword landed on Hu Yunxiang's position, but Hu Yunxiang had already flown out of the formation and was lying on the ground not far away. Mu Chanjue flicked the folding fan, looked at the bewildered guard, and smiled wildly. Are you going out by yourself, or should I send you out? I'll do it myself. The guard quickly flew out of the formation. Liu Kanglan raised his hand with clear joints and threw out more than a dozen top-quality spiritual stones. The spiritual stones landed on the 8 corners of the array and other locations. In an instant, the formation's 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches were activated, and Mu Chanjua's figure disappeared. Liu Kanglan exuded terrifying coercion. Only Hu Yunxiang, who was in the foundation building stage, had his calves trembling and clenched his fists tightly to prevent himself from kneeling down. The other Jindan cultivators were no better, with beads of sweat on their foreheads and almost out of breath. Fellow Taoist, even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you can't take anything by force, right? Hu Yunxiang lost contact with the contracted array and felt panicked. This array was his only arrogant capital. If he lost it, he couldn't even imagine his fate. Everyone was shocked and speechless when they heard that Liu Kanglan was a powerful nascent soul. A golden elixir within 100 years old was not shocking enough, but a nascent soul within 100 years was definitely unmatched. When you forcibly broke the formation, did you consider that you were taking something by force? A trace of indifference appeared on Liu Kanglan's eyebrows. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 40 Struck by Lightning. Hu Yunxiang knew that he was ignored, but he had to go back to the array. Didn't I cause no loss to your sect? There is an array at your entrance, why can't I study it? You, a strong Yuan Ying person, should be embarrassed at you arguing with me about building a foundation. I don't care about you, there are people who will care about you. Liu Kanglan always paid attention to Mu Chanjue in the formation. Seeing that his aura was calm, he didn't pay much attention to it. I only have foundation building skills. Are you not bullying others by doing this? Hu Yunxiang knew that this would anger Liu Kanglan. But the formation disc is his life, and he must get it back. Liu Kanglan's breath cooled down completely. When you meet people who are weaker than you demand respect from the strong. When you meet people who are stronger than you demand fairness and justice. The guard whispered, Sir, stop talking. Do you want everyone to die with you? Other monks are also afraid that Hu Yunxiang will anger Liu Kanglan. Hey. He has invaded other people's territory and is so arrogant. This young master is the only one who can do this. If he continues like this, he will definitely hurt us. I just heard that the young master who went in called the young master above him. He can only be a disciple at the Yuan Ying stage, so the instructors and elders above must at least become gods, right? How could such a sect choose to be located here? Is Lingyun sect some kind of hidden sect? I have only heard of the Hidden World family, never the Hidden World sect. The existence of the sect is to recruit disciples and carry forward the inheritance. Who would think of the Hidden World? The young master above just casually threw away a dozen top-quality spiritual stones without blinking an eye. He is so generous. A small sect does not have such background. Someone's pupils trembled slightly. What are you talking about? Those dozen pieces are all top-grade spiritual stones. Low-grade spiritual stones are all yellow, medium-grade spiritual stones are slightly lighter in color, high-grade spiritual stones are nearly transparent, and top-grade spiritual stones are crystal clear and have rich spiritual energy. The people present looked at the formation disc again, all wanting to poke holes in the formation disc. The best spiritual stones were right in front of them but they couldn't get them. Distressed. They couldn't hide the distress. If Liu Kanglan hadn't been there, they would have gone to grab it. Sudden. Plop. Hu Yunxiang knelt down on his knees, shocking the monks. This noble young master knelt down like this. Hu Yunxiang was seen slapping Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't understand Hu Yunxiang's brain circuit. Hu Yunxiang kowtowed 3 times and said seriously, Master, will you accept me as your disciple? I am a diligent student with excellent qualifications. I will definitely not let you down. Liu Kanglan. Crowd. This is true ability and flexibility, right? They feel inferior to themselves. Get up, I won't accept disciples. Liu Kanglan's gentle temperament can't stand up to people like Hu Yuns who think out loud. No, Master, if you don't accept me, I won't be able to afford it. Hu Yunxiang said firmly. Then kneel down and confess to Mumin. Liu Kanglan said expressionlessly. Hu Yunxiang really knelt down and didn't get up, with perseverance in his eyes. The reason why there were fewer and fewer formation masters was because learning formations burned spiritual stones abnormally. The best formation stone is the top-grade spiritual stone, followed by the high-grade spiritual stone. However, the power of the formation supported by the top-grade and inferior-grade spiritual stones is completely different. Pity him, he has never used the best spiritual stones so far in the formation. Liu Kanglan only used more than a dozen of them, which is definitely a big deal. Even if it was a top sect like Tianjin sect, its disciples would not dare to waste the spirit stone like this. He holds this thigh firmly. A group of people stared at Hu Yunxiang with burning eyes. If this guy succeeded in becoming a disciple, would they be able to survive? They had obviously forgotten to watch the transformation of the gods through the tribulation. One of the monks didn't even notice that the communication sign on his waist was on. Master, just accept me. This disciple will definitely serve you tea and water from now on. I will never go west if you ask me to go east. Liu Kanglan didn't reply even a word. It was impossible for Lingyun sect to recruit new members. However, Liu Kanglan underestimated Hu Yunxiang's shamelessness. Hu Yunxiang said, Master, there are very few formation masters in Qingyun Prefecture nowadays, and I'm the only one who is as outstanding as my disciple. Hu Yunxiang fully demonstrated what it means as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment will be to others. He continued, Master, as long as you accept me as your disciple, you will have a successor to your mantle when you grow old. In the future, you can focus more on breaking through the divine transformation. Accept me as your disciple. You can't buy it, you can't suffer losses, you can't buy it, you can't be fooled. Liu Kanglin's eyebrows were racing. Are you old? Mantle. Is he very old? He can live for nearly 3,000 years, so he doesn't have to worry about inheritance at all. Liu Kanglin suddenly hoped the thunderbolt would strike down and wake up Hu Yunxiang. Rumble. A silver thunder struck down, catching Liu Kanglin off guard. Liu Kanglin felt the aura surge in Yuanying, and the corners of his eyes jumped. He was about to advance to become a god. No, it will take some time for him to advance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 41 The Promotion of Qi to Become a God. Liu Kanglin looked at Hu Yunxiang. Was he angry with Hu Yunxiang? When he thought about someone asking him about the opportunity to advance to become a god in the future. He wants to tell others that he was promoted out of anger, so what's the point of losing face? Hu Yunxiang jumped up in fright. He thought he was bragging so much that God couldn't stand it. It turned out that the one who was struck was Liu Kanglin, and he let out a long breath. Others were also frightened by the thunder. They looked up at the sky, white clouds were floating, and another thunder struck out of thin air. Could it be that God also wants Liu Kanglin to accept Hu Yunxiang as his apprentice? Liu Kanglin was struck by lightning after he refused many times. Liu Kanglin wanted to rush to Yunsha Mountain to overcome the catastrophe, but he couldn't worry about Mu Chanjue in the formation. He took out the communication token with one hand, and rolled up the silver thunder that had just descended with the other hand, and used it. Thanks again to my junior sister. It was her thunder flame Tyrannosaurus ginseng that allowed my thunder spread root to evolve into purple thunder. I am no longer afraid of this destructive silver thunder. Liu Kanglin had no idea how big a hole his move had dug for Feng Qinggran. However, Liu Kanglin didn't know anything at the moment. He faced the thunder calamity cautiously. After all, he still needed to pay attention to Mu Chanjue in the formation. Seventh junior brother, have you finished being struck by lightning? If so, go to the entrance of the sect and let me go in to take the lightning strike. When Hu Yunxiang heard what Liu Kanglin said, his eyes lit up. His chance had come. Master, hurry up and find a place to escape the tribulation. I will protect my uncle. I promise that I will not let my uncle lose a hair. Hu Yunxiang vowed. The other monks all exploded. Liu Kanglin's ability to catch thunder with his bare hands was enough to shock them, but now he told them that he was overcoming a tribulation. Damn it, is he in the nascent soul stage? Isn't this going to be a divine transformation? Within one day, the sect will produce 2 gods. Can we form a group to overcome the tribulation? What kind of a mortal sect is this? What 2 transformation gods? He has only suffered the second one, and there are still 34 thunder tribulations left. The person who spoke was a bit weird. If Liu Kanglin was a nascent soul, he could still have illusions. There was only 1 level difference between the golden pill and the nascent soul. But Liu Kanglin had truly reached the point of becoming a god. Even if he practiced day and night, he would never be able to catch up with Liu Kanglin. HMPH, you just don't like the master. The master took over the thunder tribulation so easily. It must be the thunder spread root. The thunder tribulation is a blessing to him. Hu Yunxiang glared at the monk who spoke. The monk groaned and said vaguely, it's disgusting to lick a dog. Compared with Liu Kanglin, the sky is clear and there is a thunder in front of you. The top of Yunsha Mountain is simply purgatory. Black clouds pressed down on top, the clouds and mountains trembled, and a steady stream of destructive aura gathered, covering Mo Jinggong like a terrifying giant beast. Not far away, Feng Qinggran was horrified to see that this fake god of heaven obviously wanted to kill the 7th senior brother. But for some unknown reason, it didn't dare to tear the 7th senior brother into pieces directly. Instead, it kept exerting pressure, trying to make the 7th senior brother afraid. Mo Jinggong's eyes were condensed, and his handsome face remained unmoved in the face of the pressure that almost crushed him. Zilei surrounded Mo Jinggong, never letting the black cloud touch Mo Jinggong. About half an hour later. Belch. Zilei burped, and it got bigger. After circling a few times, it stopped, as if it couldn't eat any more. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, and with a flick of his sleeve, the purple thunder disappeared between his palms. Mo Jinggong's red lips were slightly hooked, and he looked at the black clouds that had retreated a few inches around him, with a sarcastic look on his face. He reached into the black clouds with his slender hand, grabbed a ball, and brought it in front of him. The black cloud struggled to break free, but found that it couldn't get rid of it. It thundered in anger. Why is this alien still alive? Submit or die. A beautiful flower from the other side appeared between Mo Jinggong's brows, and his whole person was filled with the aura of life and death. He didn't want to conquer the Eye of Sky covering so quickly, but Feng Qinggran had already established the foundation. When Feng Qinggran's golden elixir overcomes the tribulation, the Eye of Covering the Sky will definitely report Feng Qinggran's situation to the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor of Heaven knew that Feng Qinggran was not following the established trajectory, he would definitely send someone down to deal with Feng Qinggran. When the time comes, the enemy will be in the dark. The enemy in the dark is not scary, but it is difficult to control. He didn't want to put Feng Qinggran in a dangerous situation. The Sky Covering Eye roared wildly, trying to break free from the shackles. How could it, a true immortal, surrender to such an ant from the lower world? If the immortal energy in this small world were not weak, it would definitely tear the man in front of it into pieces. Mo Jinggong stared at the black ball quietly, his expression unmoved. Even the powerful thunder clouds could not cover up his supreme dignity. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, and the breath around him was calm, but it made him breathless for no reason. Submit to me, and I can make you a true heaven, control a small world, and have the power of life and death. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold, indifferent, and his look was full of nobility. The Sky Covering Eye's struggling movement paused. The real way of heaven. Impossible. This person must be lying to it. It is not allowed by the way of heaven. How can it become the true way of heaven? He is a bad guy, an enemy of the Emperor of Heaven, and must be lying to it. The eye that covers the sky once again let out bursts of thunderous roars. Ha! Is the Emperor of Heaven your savior? You are just another of his pawns. Since you refuse to surrender, then disappear. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 42. The flower on the other side of Mo Jinggong's eyebrows became brighter red, making his face even more beautiful. Mo Jinggong closed his fingers slightly, and his eyes felt a heaven-destroying aura coming towards him. He realized that Mo Jinggong could really kill him, and only then did his eyes believe what Mo Jinggong said before. The eye that covers the sky quickly begged for mercy and shrank into a small black ball, cute and cute. If it had known that it could become the orthodox way of heaven, it would not have taken refuge in the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven promised that if he conquers the Master of Heaven's way in the future, he will make it the Heaven's way. But the Mo Jinggong in front of him can make it become the way of heaven immediately. All fools know that they should choose Mo Jinggong instead of the Emperor of Heaven. It's too late. Mo Jinggong's eyebrows were filled with coldness, and he was about to crush it as he spoke. Eyes covering the sky became anxious and shouted, I know many secrets of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven hides people in this small world. If I am gone, the Emperor of Heaven will immediately know about the changes in this small world. Mo Jinggong remained unmoved. The eye that covers the sky was even more panicked. That. I control the transmission authority of this small world. As long as I am around, the Emperor of Heaven will not be allowed to enter this small world for 100 years. Really surrender. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold and stern. I swear to the way of heaven, I sincerely surrender. After the eye of covering the sky finished swearing, he didn't realize anything. Mo Jinggong didn't care. Yukong landed in front of Fang Qingran and said to the eyes that cover the sky, sign a master-servant contract with her. She is the master and you are the servant. Fang Qingran looked confused. Looking at the black mass that was almost in her mouth, she silently took a step back. She stared at Mo Jinggong with her beautiful eyes. Brother Seventh Brother wouldn't be struck dumb by lightning, would he? She is a foundation-building waste, how can she be worthy of? Before the eyes of the sky shading could finish speaking, a destructive aura struck again. It immediately changed its mind. I'm a loser, how can I be worthy of contracting with her? Elder brother, what is this thing? Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed coldly. He dared to dislike her and would make it look better later. Immediately, the eye that shrouded the sky exploded from a smooth round ball into the shape of a hedgehog. If it weren't for Mo Jinggong's suppression, it might have rushed up and swallowed Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran felt the pressure coming towards her face, and her face turned pale. In an instant, the mysterious power in her body appeared again, swallowing up the pressure. Fang Qingran relaxed all over and raised her pink fist, trying to hit the black ball. Senior brother Seventh, I want to make a contract with it. Fang Qingran raised her eyebrows slightly, unable to conceal her stunning look, her almond-shaped eyes were half-curved, and she smiled expectantly. The eye that covers the sky still wanted to struggle, but was suppressed by Mo Jinggong, but it couldn't even muster the slightest strength to resist. The light beneath Mo Jinggong's feet flourished, and a lighter ray appeared, like a blooming flower from the other side. Fang Qingran lowered her eyes. The contract formation seemed familiar. Little junior sister, attach a ray of spiritual consciousness to it. Mo Jinggong interrupted Fang Qingran's thoughts with a deep voice. Fang Qingran obediently attached her spiritual consciousness to Haituan without asking why she didn't use the blood essence contract. The sky-covering eye let out a painful thunderous roar, extremely miserable. There is an extra line on Fang Qingran's consciousness, and now there are 5 lines. 5. There are only 3 Yuanbao, Dandan and Sky Shading Eye in total. Whose are the remaining 2? Fang Qingran was puzzled. When she made the contract with Yuan Bao, it was San Tiao. At that time, she thought that the void space was too powerful and needed 3 divine consciousnesses to bind it. Now that she had contracted the sky-covering eye, she realized that she didn't know who the other 2 divine consciousnesses belonged to. Snort. Bullying her as a contractor who is not strong enough to detect another part of her consciousness, right? Wait for her. Mo Jinggong saw Fang Qingran clenching her fist at him and raised her hand to flick her forehead. Little junior sister, are you dissatisfied? It hurts. Fang Qingran covered her forehead with innocent almond-shaped eyes. 7th senior brother, I'm just worried. Mo Jinggong chuckled. It needs to return to the sky. It will not appear again until you advance to become a god. Won't it follow? Wouldn't it be difficult to catch it again after it's in the sky? Fang Qingran stared at the black ball. When it wasn't furry, it looked like a cloud, quite cute. You. If it wasn't for Mo Jinggong's sake, it would definitely not have made a contract with the waste. Senior brother 7th, can I hit it? It's scolding me. Fang Qingran stared at the eye that covered the sky with compassion. Yes, you are its master, you can control it as you wish. Mo Jinggong seemed to be saying, you have to fight it as early as possible, otherwise you won't be able to fight it when you return to heaven. Fang Qingran stretched out her jade hand, grabbed the eye of shading the sky, took out a cup of dark green liquid, handed it to the side of the black ball, and threatened, drink it. If you dare to despise her as a waste, you must be punished. Eyes covering the sky stared at the dark green liquid and forgot to react. It was all prepared to be beaten by Fang Qingran. Anyway, Fang Qingran's cultivation was low, so the beating would not hurt. As a result, Fang Qingran took out a cup of disgusting stuff and let him drink it. It is an eye that covers the sky, not a pet, it is simply insulting. Drink. If you don't drink, the next punishment will be more serious. Fang Qingran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and felt cold air emanating from her body. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 43 Weird Thunder. The eye that covers the sky looked at the cup of dark green thick liquid, and then at Fang Qingran's sinister smile, and a chill filled his heart. The most poisonous woman's heart is true. The eye that covers the sky stretched out a small hand from the clouds and took the cup tremblingly. Are you going to let me go if I drink it? You drink first. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were bright and full of curiosity. The eye that covers the sky retracted its hand with a whoosh sound, and the cup disappeared into the clouds. Immediately afterwards, wisps of lightning appeared on the clouds, black and silver alternated, and bursts of painful roars came from the black mass. Snapped. The cup fell out of the cloud and fell to the ground, falling apart. Fang Qingren saw this scene and said with admiration, Yuanbao, it's very good. Make more of these melons. In the future, we will use this method to deal with disobedient people. Fang Qingren didn't notice at all that the black clouds on the top of the mountain were floating up and down like twitches. At the entrance of Lingyun sect, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly, thunder was falling one after another, and everyone was already a little numb. They want to yell, fellow Taoist, can you respect Yin and them? Is it really okay for you to go through the tribulation in such a relaxed and leisurely way? One of the monks said with hope flashing in his eyes, by the way, when I am going to advance to nascent soul in the future, can I pay him a high price to help me withstand lightning strikes? You are really smart. Do you know that each thunder tribulation has different meanings for the people who overcome the tribulation? A monk who is promoted without being struck by lightning will not only not be able to improve his strength, but will also have no chance to advance again in the future. At this time, everyone noticed that the light had dimmed, and when they looked up, they saw countless dark clouds gathering towards here. The rolling dark clouds carried a terrifying pressure. Liu Kanglin's gentle eyes noticed something was wrong. Is the real thunder disaster coming? But Mu Chanjue is still in the formation, and it will take at least half an hour to come out. If he rushes to Yunshao Mountain. Liu Kanglin glanced at the monks present with different thoughts. None of these people were trustworthy. Master, look at me. I will take care of your uncle for you. You can go through the tribulation with peace of mind. Hu Yunxiang came out and wandered around again. Liu Kanglin frowned and hesitated slightly. Did she really want to accept Hu Yunxiang? The 250-year-old Zhu Ji, with mediocre qualifications, will definitely die before him. The master will bury his apprentice. Liu Kanglin shook his head, adding disciples to add to the trouble, no. The thunderclouds overhead came with another monstrous pressure. The power of these thunders was obviously countless times stronger than before. Liu Kanglin did not dare to be careless. Lingyun sect's gate formation could barely withstand the thunder tribulation, but these monks could not withstand it. Master, please consider accepting me. We need to overcome the tribulation without delay. Hu Yunxiang was very smart and saw that Liu Kanglin was worried about Mu Chanjue. Liu Kanglin sighed, that's all, maybe it's God's will that cannot be violated. Today I am Liu. Rumble. A thunder sounded and struck towards Liu Kanglin. Liu Kanglin's expression changed drastically, and his sword flew upwards. You must not let lightning strike down, otherwise the group of people below will definitely die. The sky thunder approached Liu Kanglin with terrifying pressure. Liu Kanglin's gentle eyes were filled with solemnity. When he was below, he didn't notice anything unusual about Tian Lei. Now that Tian Shanlei was approaching step by step, he saw a little purple mixed in with the silver thunder. He even felt another kind of breath in the thunder, a strange resentment. Elder brother, go to Yunshao Mountain to overcome the tribulation. Fang Qingren's voice suddenly came. Immediately, the silver thunder that was supposed to strike down got stuck on Liu Kanglin's head. Yin Lei twisted a few times and turned back into the dark clouds. Then they dispersed as if fleeing for their lives, running towards the direction of Yunshao Mountain. Liu Kanglin. Is Lei Qi strange today? The eye covering the sky cried and drifted away. The revenge plan is discovered and it will start all over again another day. Liu Kanglin quickly came down with his sword. Seventh junior brother, junior sister, you guys stay here to protect Qianju, I will go in first to overcome the calamity. The two nodded. Liu Kanglin passed through the mist with his sword, and disappeared. The monks below were in an uproar. Halfway through the tribulation, they changed places and were alone. Hey, master, you are so heartless, you don't even look at your apprentice. Hu Yunxiang knelt on the ground and started crying. While crying, he secretly glanced at Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingren. These two people who are like banished immortals are Liu Kanglin's junior brothers and sisters. It's okay to please these two people. It's just that these two people look familiar. Where have you seen them before? Mo Jinggong lowered his eyes and looked at Hu Yunxiang with a half smile. Fang Qingren looked at Hu Yunxiang and said, the master you are talking about is my senior brother. That's right, little sister, the master planned to accept me as his disciple just now, but the thunder suddenly disrupted his plan. Hu Yunxiang's eyes lit up. This girl is ignorant of the world and looks easy to deceive. You can live for at most another 250 years if you build one level of foundation. After the senior brother breaks through to become a god, he can live for nearly 5,000 years. Will he accept you as his disciple? Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were half curved, as if crescent moon. If Liu Kanglin really accepts Hu Yunxiang, she will definitely find some brain-tonifying spiritual fruits for her senior brother. Little aunt, you may not think that I only have foundation building skills, but I am a 5th level formation master, the most potential formation master in Qingyun Prefecture. Hu Yunxiang glanced at Mo Jinggong as he spoke. Mo Jinggong was tall and tall, with cold eyes and an aura of dignity all over his body. Hu Yunxiang concluded in his heart that this person was also a master who didn't meddle in other people's business. All he had to do was fool Fang Qingren. You're not, you're at the peak of the 4th level. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes flashed with a gleam and her tone was determined. Holy shit, are you an array master? Hu Yunxiang was surprised. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 44 3 Small Worlds. 2 formation masters from one sect, this is going to defy the heavens. Everyone looked up at Fang Qingren in shock. They thought Fang Qingren was just beautiful, but it turned out that she was really powerful. I am not yet, but my 7th senior brother is. After Fang Qingren finished speaking, she glanced at Mo Jinggong guiltily. Seeing that he didn't respond, I felt relieved. Hu Yunxiang's eyes widened, he glanced at Mo Jinggong, and tapped the jade pendant in his hand with his fingertips. The jade pendant shone like cyan. Become a god. And he is a newly promoted god. I heard that newly promoted monks need to spend several months to consolidate their cultivation, otherwise their breath will be disordered. But Mo Jinggong's aura was calm, and he looked like someone who had been promoted for a long time. The jade pendant will not lie to him. The jade pendant is a family secret treasure, and even the hidden cultivation level can be detected. The fish-shaped jade pendant in Hu Yunxiang's hand made Mo Jinggong's eyes darken. Senior brother 7th, what is that? Fang Qingran obviously also saw Hu Yunxiang's jade pendant. The aura on the jade pendant made her very uncomfortable. The snake eyebrow bronze fish can spy on all things in the world. It is the favorite thing of the mystic. It will shorten its lifespan with long-term use, Mo Jinggong said in the voice transmission. Fang Qingran was confused, is it obviously jade? Blindfolded. Fang Qingran asked, 7th senior brother, if you hide your cultivation level, can you use the snake eyebrow bronze fish to detect it? Mo Jinggong nodded, the snake eyebrow bronze fish belongs to the Chang'an magical weapon. Although it has no grade, it is better than all magical weapons. Hu Yunxiang watched the two people looking at each other, silent, and felt confused. It turns out that this uncle is also an formation master. It's amazing. If it is so embarrassing, Hu Yunxiang himself does not feel embarrassed at all. I'm not your uncle. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold. Hu Yunxiang was embarrassed for a while. Why couldn't these two people get along? No. He had to find a way to let them take him in. Once he got in, he would not leave, and these people would not dare to do anything to him. Even if Lingyun sect has 2 gods, it is still an unknown small sect. As long as he moves out of the Hu family, they will definitely accept him. Even if they don't accept him, they won't dare to attack him. Hu Yunxiang started crying again and said sadly, Uncle Master, I know that you discriminate against me, don't like me, despise my poor qualifications, and want to prevent Master from accepting me. But do you think I don't want to live longer? Don't I want to cultivate higher? But I'm just a useless Huinglingen. It's hard to reach the sky if I want to improve my cultivation. The more Hu Yunxiang talked, the more he cried, which made everyone on the side sympathize. Someone comforted, don't be sad. It's not your fault that you have poor qualifications. Think about it if you had the 5 elements spiritual root. Yes, the 5 elements spiritual roots are even worse. They will not be able to draw chi into the body for the rest of their lives. There is still a chance for the 4 spiritual roots. If you can buy a marrow cleansing pill and remove the other 3 spiritual roots, you will have a chance to turn them into heavenly spiritual roots. I remember that there will be a marrow cleansing pill for sale at the auction held in 5 days. You can prepare it. Ellipsis. Hu Yunxiang was a little speechless when he saw that everyone was talking away. He wanted these people to help him persuade Mo Jinggong. Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with coldness, and she concluded that her senior brother absolutely despised Hu Yunxiang. It's not because Hu Yunxiang has poor qualifications, but because Hu Yunxiang's method of moral kidnapping is very annoying. The senior brothers and sisters of Lingyun sect dislike such scoundrels the most. And Hu Yunxiang is not only a rogue, but also greedy. If he comes in, Lingyun sect will definitely become a mess. Hu Yunxiang suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He raised his head and looked into Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes, feeling a chill arise spontaneously. Hu Yunxiang put away his previous thoughts. This girl was not simple. It seems that if you want to enter Lingyun sect today, you have to start with New Chanjue, who is in the formation. All he had to do was change a spirit stone on the array plate, activate the spirit killing array, and let New Chanjue fall into it. These two people will definitely beg him. The spirit killing formation is a unique formation of the Hu family, and Mo Jinggong will definitely not be able to crack it. Hu Yunxiang moved quietly. Swish. A dagger stuck in front of his feet. Hu Yunxiang's face turned pale. If he had taken a bigger step just now, the dagger would have been inserted into his foot. My 4th senior brother is still in the formation, don't go any further. Fang Qingran's eyebrows were slender and picturesque, and her almond-shaped eyes were cold. This is my array, I just want to get my things back. Hu Yunxiang shouted. Meanwhile, above the sky. An old man with a white beard and his eyes were cloudy. There is someone in this small world who can catch thunder with bare hands and evolve purple thunder. Go and report it to the Emperor of Heaven. I'll go down and have a look. The man opposite shook his fly whisk and said, this is a world where the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven is undergoing a tribulation. How can Zilei exist? The old man with a white beard was filled with coldness. Zilei actually appears in this small world where there is no way of heaven. This boy's luck is so good that he must not be kept alive. I will go down and kill him right now and report to the Emperor of Heaven. Zimming, if we go down to the lower world without permission, no one will be watching over the other small worlds. Li Zihao was a little worried. The chaos in one small world is small. If problems occur in all 3,000 worlds, they cannot bear the blame. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 45 9 States Continent. Li Zimming said scornfully, the small world below is a group of low-level monks. The one with the highest cultivation level is only one in the integration stage, but he can be destroyed in an instant, so why hesitate? You can interfere without authorization. Brother, let's stay here for 1 day and the next 1 year. When we find the Emperor to report, it will take a long time to go back and forth. If the Emperor's daughter is delayed from ascending, we can't afford it. Li Zihao wanted to go to the small world first and then report back. He wanted to get the Purple Thunder. The Purple Thunder contained the power of heaven, which could greatly improve his cultivation. And some time ago, he was still in this small world and felt a flash of dragon energy. There have been no dragons in the heaven for 10,000 years. If he can find something belonging to the dragons, it will definitely be a great achievement. Zimming, there are eyes covering the sky below watching. Nothing will happen. We should discuss countermeasures with the Emperor of Heaven first. Li Zihao shook his head. Countless people have gone to the small world before and failed to come back. No one should underestimate the small world. Besides, this small world has always been controlled by the Emperor of Heaven. If they go down, if they interfere with the normal operation of the small world and affect the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven, with the methods of the Emperor of Heaven, he will never let them go. Li Ziming was too lazy to chat with Li Zihao. Li Ziming rushed directly into the small world. Ziming, come back. Li Zihao was shocked. He stretched out his hand to pull someone, but was still a step too late. However, something even more horrifying for Li Zihao happened. The moment Li Ziming entered the small world teleportation array was closed. Wow. Snapped. The looking glass shattered. Immediately, Li Zihao's eyes were cracked and his whole body was shaking. Immediately afterwards, all the sky-gazing mirrors were broken. Li Zihao sat slumped on the ground, sweating profusely. It's over. 3,000 small worlds are out of control. What should we do? Ziming, you have caused trouble. Even the Emperor of Heaven dare not go to the small world casually. You actually went in directly. The Li family is gone. Li Zihao stood up and cast a spell tremblingly, trying to save it. In less than a moment, the aura around Li Zihao's body was chaotic, his cultivation began to regress, and his face instantly aged, like that of an octogenarian. He exhausted all his cultivation and failed to repair a sky-gazing mirror. He took out a purple talisman and said, Luo Cheng, hurry up, send everyone in the Li family away, let them try to leave the heaven, and take the token to secretly send Yushi to the Feng family. After sending Yushi, immediately erase it. Your memory of Yushi. After receiving the news, clear it immediately. As Li Zihao finished speaking, the talisman in his hand burned and disappeared. He was fortunate to have saved a Wanli telecommunication talisman, hoping that this plan could preserve the only bloodline of the Li family. Li Zihao stood up shakily and walked towards the heavenly palace. Now that his realm has fallen, it will take 3 days to see the Emperor of Heaven. He hopes to buy some time for the Li family. The other side. After closing the teleportation array, the haze before the eye of the sky was swept away. While he was happy, he didn't notice Li Ziming flying away quietly. Li Ziming hid in the distance and secretly observed the eye of the sky. How could this thing have the power of heaven? No. Can't move it yet. Because the thunderstorm had finished, Li Ziming couldn't find the person he saw in the sky-gazing mirror, and he became furious. Li Ziming complained about Li Zihao. If Li Zihao hadn't wasted his time, he would have dug out the thunder spirit route and gone back. As for the teleportation array being closed, Li Ziming was not worried at all. As long as you find the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven and follow her, you will be able to leave this lowly world sooner or later. Li Ziming found a city and wanted to enter the city to find out who owned the Leiling route, but was blocked outside. At the city gate, there were several lines of people waiting in line that could not be seen at a glance. What's going on? Why is everyone going to the city? Li Ziming inquired. The man looked at Li Ziming with a wary look in his eyes. Which sect are you from? Li Ziming's cloudy eyes flashed with impatience, and black mist flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the man's eyes became dull. Everyone wants to go to the state city and process the transmission order to Qingyun State. I heard that the Qingyun State Calligraphy and Ink Auction House will auction the Tianyuan fruit in 3 days. Not only Huo Lingzhu, but people from the entire Juzhou continent are rushing to Qingyun State. No matter which faction is in charge, they all want to grab the Tianyuan fruit. There is no strong person in the fusion stage in Juzhou continent yet. As long as you get the Tianyuan fruit, you will have a chance to cultivate a strong person in the fusion stage. That person will tell everything he knows. Li Ziming was slightly surprised. This low-level world actually has Tianyuan fruit. This Tianyuan fruit is his. Anyway, if these ants take it, it is a waste of nature. It is a waste to use the Tianyuan fruit to overcome the tribulation. As for the persons mentioned that there were no monks in the integration stage in Juzhou continent, Li Ziming completely ignored it. Li Ziming asked, besides the teleportation array, is there any other way to get to Qingyun State? Yes, you can also pass through the poison barrier between states. There are 2 poison barriers between Qingyun Prefecture and Huoling Prefecture. The poison in the poison barrier can't be resisted by the monks of False God, so no one will choose go through the poison barrier to Qingyun State. Disdain flashed in Li Ziming's eyes. Just because False God's trash can't get through it doesn't mean that he can't get through it. After Li Ziming got the answer he wanted, he used the in-earth technique to leave. Less than a moment after he left, the man at the city gate exploded and died. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 46, throw all the blame on senior brother. Lingyun sect, Mozhu Peak. Senior brother 7, I want to take Luan Jin to the auction. Fang Qingran blinked her glass-like eyes, full of flattery. Luan Jin cannot leave Lingyun sect. Mo Jinggong casually placed a black stone on the chessboard. Fang Qingran pouted. She had been begging for several hours, but Mo Jinggong just refused to let go. He didn't even explain why he couldn't take Luan Jin out. The senior brother and the 3rd senior sister consolidate their realm, the 4th senior brother is preparing to break through, the 6th senior brother has to take care of the 5th senior sister, the 2nd senior brother and the 8th senior brother have gone out to practice, and before they come back, you are going to Huolingzhu again, and I'm the only one left to attend the auction. Is boring. Just let Luan Jin accompany me, you will never get into trouble. Fang Qingran weakly put down 100 pieces. She lost more than 10 games and suffered a serious blow. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, and there was an aura that did not belong to this small world. When he appeared in Huolingzhu, he needed to go there in person. Mo Jinggong said softly, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble with Luan Jin. How is that possible? 7th senior brother, I'm the most obedient, okay. Fang Qingran said unconvinced. Really, what happened to the Lingyuan fruit and Tianyuan fruit that caused the entire continent to tremble? Senior brother 7th, how come? Fang Qingran's eyes dodged. She was obviously hiding very deeply. How did senior brother 7th find out? Fang Qingbran racked her brains, thinking of reasons for her quibbles. Mo Jinggong's pleasant voice sounded, "Little junior sister, do you think no one can find it if it is hidden so deep?" But junior sister is quite smart. She knows how to hide herself and throw all the blame to senior brother. There are already many forces looking for senior brother. Fang Qingbran buried her head even lower. Fortunately, the senior brother had to be in seclusion for at least a few years, otherwise his secret would be exposed as soon as he went out. And many more. How does 7th senior brother know these things so clearly? 7th senior brother, are you deceiving me? Fang Qingbran raised her head with a look of disbelief on her face. Mo Jinggong nodded. Fang Qingbran raised her fists, and suddenly clasped her hands together. 7th senior brother, please don't tell senior brother. Do you still want to take Luan Jin out? I think, Fang Qingbran answered affirmatively while shaking her head. Mo Jinggong put down another black stone, and Bai Zi showed signs of defeat. Luan Jin can't go out with you. Also, the auction is in 2 days. If I don't set off, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with the auction. Fang Qingbran was completely discouraged, stood up, stepped on Luan Jin's back, and left Mo Bamboo Peak with great energy. Seeing her leaving, Mo Jinggong raised his hand, and a golden dove appeared in front of his eyes. Jiao Yan, follow her. As long as your life is not in danger, there is no need to take action. Yes, master. Jiao Yan flew to chase Fang Qingbran. Approach the entrance of Lingyun sect. Luan Jin stopped. Fang Qingbran jumped off its back, and walked out alone. Little junior sister, wait a moment. Bailey Wenyu's sword fell in front of Fang Qingbran. 6th senior brother, how is 5th senior sister? Fang Qingbran asked. Bailey Wenyu shook his head, with worries on his brows. She is still in a coma, but she seems to have taken the elixir in advance and her body is recovering. Junior sister, to make a long story short, are you going to participate in the auction? Fang Qingbran nodded. 6th senior brother, is there anything you want to buy? No. Bailey Wenyu handed Fang Qingbran a token. If junior sister cannot enter the auction house, you can take out this token. Fang Qingbran took the token and said, thank you, 6th senior brother. If 6th senior brother has anything you want to buy, you can send me a message. Okay. Bailey Wenyu threw another bag of top-grade spiritual stones to Fang Qingbran before leaving. Fang Qingbran looked at the token in his hand and took out the guest tokens from Kungshun Pavilion and Tongwen Pavilion. The 3 tokens are exactly the same except for the pattern above. 6th senior brother actually has the top guest order from Shumo auction house. Giggle. As soon as Fang Qingbran walked out of the gate of Lingyun sect, she saw a white dove flying towards her. The white pigeon stepped directly on her head and screamed. Fang Qingbran. She raised her hand to catch the pigeon above her head, and the pigeon flew upward. Still giggling. Fang Qingbran was speechless and looked at the pigeons in the sky. You are a pigeon, not an old hen. What does the clucking mean? The pigeon's wings paused for a moment and began to coo. Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Gege understood people's words, and her eyes flashed. You want to follow? Cuckoo. Fang Qingbran's voice was clear. You can follow me if you want. I'll ask you 3 questions. If you want to answer yes, flap your wings. Otherwise, don't move. As long as you answer these 3 questions, I will let you follow me. Quote. First question, are you a pig? The pigeon doesn't move. Second question, do you want to follow me? The dove flaps its wings. Fang Qingbran spoke faster. Did Mo Jinggong ask you to come? The pigeon flapped its wings subconsciously, and then froze. Is it exposed now? How could someone be such a dog? Fang Qingbran was inexplicably relieved. The danger was cancelled. Seeing that the 7th senior brother was so kind to her, she prepared a big gift for the 7th senior brother when she came back. Fang Qingbran went to the auction with a smile and Jiao Yan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 47 Courtship Feathers. Qingyun Prefecture, Prefecture City. Almost overcrowded. As soon as Fang Qingbran stepped into Zhaocheng, she felt pressure coming over her, and several visiting eyes fell on her. In less than a moment, no less than 100 people had checked her cultivation. After discovering that she was only in the qi refining stage and not a threat, the visiting eyes disappeared. Boom. A man collided with Fang Qingbran. The man immediately apologized. Little girl, I'm sorry, there are so many people on the street. Thief, thief, steal the storage bag. Jiao Yan pretended to be a parrot and interrupted the man. The man looked panicked and turned around to run away. The thief wants to run. Chase. Jiao Yan's voice got stuck one after another. Fang Qingbran's lips curved into a smile, her jade hand raised slightly, and a dagger flew over the man's head and lay across his neck. The man stood stiffly, not daring to move. People on the street stopped to watch the show. This man actually dared to commit a crime against the wind and did not know whether to live or die. In the past few days, there have been an increase in the number of powerful monks in the city. On weekdays, there have been a lot less people crowing about chickens, dogs, and thieves. They are all afraid of accidentally offending the nobles. Fang Qingbran walked up to the man and said, Who asked you to come? The man's eyes shrank, he felt guilty, and chose to remain silent. Anyway, Fang Qingbran was a little girl, so she didn't dare to do anything to him. He only had to muddle through and get 100 low-grade spiritual stones. My storage bag is worth medium-grade spiritual stones, and there are low-grade spiritual stones in it. In total, it's worth low-grade spiritual stones. I'll give them all to you. When the man heard Fang Qingbran say this, his eyes flashed. Are you telling the truth? Fang Qingbran nodded. Yes, I'll give them to you, but you have to answer a few questions from me. The man had a flattering smile on his face. You asked. The people on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Little girl, this person's words are not trustworthy. I suggest you send him to the city lord's mansion. That's right, little girl, don't be fooled again. A few questions are worth more than 1,000 spiritual stones. Little girl, this man has a sharp face and monkey cheeks. He is not a good person at first glance. If you let him go, he might take revenge on you later. Ellipsis. Everyone spoke up. An elder disciple of a sect only earns a few hundred spirit stones a month. A few questions can be worth more than 1,000 spirit stones, plus a storage bag. No matter how you look at it, Fang Qingbran is the loss. Fang Qingbran thanked the person who reminded her, but insisted on asking for the spirit stone to ask questions. The first question I ask is the person who stole my things about the same height as me? Does he have a royal blue fuyao on his head? The man thought for a moment and nodded. This was not a betrayal of his employer. Fang Qingbran had guessed it himself. Fang Qingbran raised her hand to take back the dagger and waved her sleeves to let the man leave. She continued walking toward the auction house. Idiot. Taken advantage of. Stupid. The burning on her shoulders continued to recite words like a parrot. Fang Qingbran raised his hand and pulled a feather from Zhuoyan's back. The white feathers suddenly turned into gold. Seeing the feathers being plucked, Zhuoyan roared angrily, "You stinky girl, give me back my feathers." Every feather represents a piece of power. Zhuoyan, aren't you a white dove? Why are your feathers golden? Fang Qingbran looked at the golden feathers in his hand and marveled. Nothing about 7th senior brother is simple. HMPH, if you want to take care of me, you stinky woman, give me my hair back. Give it back to you, but you can't put it back. Fang Qingbran seemed to be playing with the feathers, but in fact he was inquiring about the surrounding situation. Su Yanran was definitely hiding in the dark and staring at her. The blue fuyao is a possession of the Tianjin sect and was obtained by Su Yanran in the book. Because it is a defensive weapon, it is also very beautiful. Su Yanran couldn't put it down and took it with her wherever she went. But, you pulled out my feathers, Zhuo Yan said hesitantly. Fang Qingbran looked stunned. Feathers are usually used by birds to court mates. She immediately returned the feathers to Zhuoyan and was kind enough to glue them on with something. I'm sorry, don't worry, I will definitely find you a beautiful pigeon in the future. Fang Qingbran vowed. Zhuo Yan is even more angry. He has the blood of Yuan Fang, how can he be worthy of a pigeon? Snapped. A talisman was affixed to Zhuoyan's head. Zhuo Yan was silent. You may need to calm down for a while. Fang Qingbran didn't want to be targeted again because of Zhuoyan's mouthful. There was one more person she needed to meet before the auction started. An elegant wing. Lin pushed a jade sip towards Fang Qingbran. This is the information you want. Fang Qingbran picked up the jade sip with her white hands and after reading the information on it, her eyes were condensed. Why don't you kill him as agreed? Do you have to let him kill so many people? I'm sorry for my negligence. Lin Yang's charming eyes flashed and she said calmly. Where is the person? Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes became sharp, and her unparalleled appearance gave people a strong sense of oppression. Lin Yang, who is a virtual god, is also a little surprised. She actually feels pressured by a little girl who is building a foundation. Lin Yang's pretty face was startled, a little less charming and a little more solemn. I'm sorry, I didn't hit him at that time and let him escape. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 48. Fang Qingbran's face was condensed and she asked several questions in succession, but Lin Yang was all vague. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed with anger. It was not that Lin Yang didn't know where the demon lord was, but she was deliberately covering him up. She decided to exchange her secrets with Lin Yang. I know who persecuted Lady Miaoyan back then. Who are you? Lin Yang's breathing suddenly became confused, and her long-lasting memories were revealed. Thousands of years ago, in the Kyushu continent, between states, as long as they were given spirit stones, they could freely sit in the teleportation array. It can be said that 100 flowers bloom and 100 sects contend. At that time, a strange woman who was proficient in music came out of a certain small sect. The girl plays the piper and has a wonderful sound, so she is called the Mr. Wonderful Sound Lady. Many monks, after listening to Lady Miaoyan's music, have increased their understanding and the spiritual power in their bodies can operate unconsciously. After that, the monks from Jushu almost destroyed the small sect. But some people are willing to spend countless spiritual stones to listen to Lady Miaoyan's music, while others want to use force to force Lady Miaoyan to serve only themselves. After Lady Miaoyan refused, rumors began to appear in the Kyushu continent. Rumor has it that she has unique light and ice attributes and an excellent cauldron physique. Gradually, Lady Miaoyan became what everyone called her, slut, and those who listened to her music were called her customers. Lady Miaoyan was unable to defend herself and left the sect. When she left, the sect was bloodbathed. From then on, Lady Miaoyan disappeared. Later, a large family in Huolingzhu was bloodbathed. Everyone in the family bled to death, and their tendons and spiritual roots were shattered. They were not killed by strong men, but by music. Someone found a piper in that family. It was the piper used by Lady Miaoyan decades ago. People concluded that it must be Lady Srawick who did it. Since then, Lady Miaoyan has completely disappeared. Lin Yang's eyes burst out with piercing hatred, and those painful wounds were torn open. She was thinking, if she had voluntarily become that person's cauldron, wouldn't her master, senior brother and senior sister not have to be killed? Over the years, every time she thought about the people in the sect, she blamed herself extremely. Everything was her fault. She hated those monks who were sanctimonious and full of benevolence. So she established Tongwen Pavilion to investigate those dirty things. I'm just a disciple of a small sect, that's all. Fang Qingbran's eyes were like a cold pool, and when he looked at him, he had a cool and noble aura. She didn't mean to uncover Lin Yang's scars. But in the original work, Lin Yang died in the hands of the demon lord. Su Yanran met Lin Yang by chance and discovered that Lin Yang had ice spiritual roots and light spiritual roots, and the purity of the spiritual roots was actually at full level. Su Yanran knew that if you use a full-level spiritual root to make an elixir, the purity of the spiritual root will increase after taking it. So, Su Yanran pretended to reveal the news to the demon lord. The demon lord immediately destroyed Tongwen Hall, dug out Linyang's spiritual root and gave it to Su Yanran. Later, they also conducted a soul search on Linyang and learned that Linyang was the Lady of Miaoyan. The demon lord is a demon born between heaven and earth. He has no emotions. He was born only to kill, and he killed tirelessly. After killing, he took pleasure in reading other people's memories. The demon lord was reborn in the Kyushu continent because he went on a killing spree in the demon world and was expelled by the 10 demon emperors, and he was reborn. After the rebirth, the demon lord treated the human monks as toys. The devil respects them all, and in the process of killing, his strength continues to increase. And the stronger the person killed, the more obvious the increase in strength. Chongji began to kill people on a large scale, but he was very smart. Before he became strong, he always killed some people with no prestige, and did not attract the attention of the immortal world. By the time everyone paid attention, Chongji had become so strong that no one could kill him. In the book, Su Yanran designed the entire Tianjian sect in order to help Chongzhu regain his strength. Su Yanran secretly opened the sect protecting formation and let Chongzhu break in and kill everyone who was her enemy. Then the crime of colluding with the demons was placed on Fang Qingran. Chongzhi was ruthless, and the only kindness he had was given to Su Yanran. But his fate and Fang Qingran's fate are so similar. In the end, Chongzhu died in Su Yanran's hands and became the tool for Su Yanran to become famous. But Fang Qingran had no sympathy for Chongzhi at all. Fang Qingran thought of this and glanced at the words, missing, on the jade slip again. She frowned slightly, wondering where Chongzhi and Su Yanran had gone. Who else killed Lady Miaoyan? Linyang also recovered from the shock, her voice filled with biting coldness. I heard from my master that teleportation could be done at will in the Jushu continent at that time. It is said that there was a descendant of the Qin family who escaped. That person had a list in his hand, and those on it were all those who persecuted Lady Miaoyan. Fang Qingran knew. Not much, there are only a few words about Linyang in the book. She could remember Linyang's story because Linyang's fate was so tragic that she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Descendants of the Qin family. Very good. Linyang's eyes were red and her whole body was exuding cold air. Linyang wished she could find the descendants of the Qin family and get the list now, but she knew that 1,000 years had passed and the free teleportation arrays had been closed across several continents. It would be too difficult to find the descendants of the Qin family with just the power of Tongwen Pavilion. It is also difficult to go to Huolingzhu. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. I have a way to send your people to Huolingzhu, but I need you to tell me the whereabouts of that young man. Linyang's charming eyes were deep. I'm sorry, I violated the rules of Tongwen Hall, took your commission, and failed to complete the task. Why are you so soft-hearted and let me go? Fang Qingran wanted to hear Linyang's reasons. Linyang took a deep breath. When I first arrived in Chenjia village, I found that the boy was really stupid. I saw him being bullied and insulted by the children in the village, and even his parents beat and kicked him. His life can be described as hell on earth. I'm thinking that if he wasn't a fool, he might not be able to survive long ago. Until one day, he was pushed into a manure pit by a group of children. I finally couldn't help but save him, but from that day on, he changed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 49 The Heart of Compassion. He was no longer stupid. He even killed his parents and the children who usually bullied him. Finally, he set fire to the village and left. After he left, I saved some innocent people, but I did not save others. Linyang's gorgeous eyes looked a little more lonely. She sighed slightly and changed the topic. Miss Fang, do you know? After practicing to my level, my heart is basically as solid as a rock. Very few people can affect my joy, anger, sorrow and joy. But this young man alone made me feel compassionate. I saw my own reflection in him. So I deliberately gave him a chance to take revenge and let him go. After listening to Linyang's story, Fang Qingran's eyes looked complicated. She wanted to kill Zhongzhu because he would cause trouble to the world in the future. Linyang released Chongji because she saw his tragic experience. While Fang Qingran was deep in thought, Linyang spoke again. Actually, he is in Tongwen Pavilion. After I saved him, he appeared in front of me. He knelt in front of me, begged me to take him out of here, and wanted to worship me as his teacher. Linyang said, took out a box and handed it to Fang Qingran. Give it back to Miss Fang. I deserve it. Fang Qingran raised her jade hand gently and pushed the box in front of her back. This is a gift for you, there is no need to return it. Since he has worshipped you as his teacher, let him do what he wants. If he comes out to do evil, I will definitely kill him. Fang Qingran spoke like beads, her voice was clear, and her aura was cold and serious, and her aura was overwhelming. Thank you. Linyang stood up and bowed to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran stood up, flicked her sleeves, and saw that the jade simplifications on the table turned into ashes. Fang Qingran's face was as crystal clear as jade, as bright as the sun rising, and her beautiful eyes were staring meaningfully at the screen not far away. Sudden. Gar, wolf ambition, white-eyed wolf, big injustice. Juoyan, who hadn't spoken for a long time, tore off the talisman and imitated the parrot. Fang Qingran's eyebrows jumped, she pinched Juo Yan's mouth and said with a smile, sorry, I'll take my leave now. Fang Qingran ran away, and the aura she had finally built up was completely destroyed by the burning flames. Linyang is a virtual god. She builds the foundation by herself and displays her aura in front of Linyang, but it is broken with just one blow. Linyang was so worried about the incident between Chongji and Miaoyan that she didn't react, so she was overwhelmed by her. With Juo Yan making such a fuss, Fang Qingran had no choice but to leave. There was a huge crowd at the entrance to the auction. Fang Qingran warned, Juo Yan, if you dare to speak after we go in later, I will ask the 7th senior brother to stew you into pigeon soup when I get back. Don't dare, don't dare. Juo Yan begged for mercy. The master doted on this little girl very much, so he might really agree. Fang Qingran snorted coldly and queued up to enter the auction house. Most people don't recognize Sixth Senior Brother's guest order. If you take it out here, the people in line won't give way to you. Why shouldn't she be unhappy? As soon as Fang Qingran stood still, she heard the people in front of her talking. The entry fee this time is really bad. One person only needs mid-grade spiritual stones. All the money is used to pay the entry fee. How can I buy anything? Isn't it? Who told us that we have no powerful background and can only be oppressed by this group of people? I didn't go in to buy anything. I came in to see the spiritual yuan fruit. I heard that only gods can use it. Hey, don't tell me, it took 2 years to prepare for this auction. It's unprecedentedly grand. It's good to go in and see the world. I got in line early. A few hours ago, I saw with my own eyes several sect leaders walking in, as well as the ancestors of the Luo family and the ancestors of the Feng family. It's just a Lingyuan fruit. Why are those virtual gods here? Hush, I heard from my distant cousin's brother-in-law that there is something better than the Lingyuan fruit at this auction. Shit, are you sure? This kind of news cannot be spread randomly. The person who spoke looked at the people around him carefully. I'm not sure either, but the brother-in-law swore that his status is not low, so I can't be wrong. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran listened boldly. The thing more expensive than the Lingyuan fruit was the Tianyuan fruit. Fang Qingran secretly sighed at the cleverness of this calligraphy and ink auction house for not knowing that there was Tian Yuan fruit. But he also asked people to spread the news about Tianyuan fruit, allowing those forces to speculate. In this way, there is no strength to dare to steal the Tianyuan fruit secretly. About a quarter of an hour later, Fang Qingran found that she was still standing where she was. No one around him complained, which was strange. But this time, tap tap tap. A girl came on horseback. The girl had a beautiful face and was dressed in red. She was bright and flamboyant. The horse stopped in front of Fang Qingran, and the girl looked at Fang Qingran condescendingly. Miss Sheng, you are here. These people are not allowed in according to your request. A steward with a flattering face walked through the team and came to the girl. Well done. The girl threw the reins to the steward and dismounted, her movements smooth and bold. The girl walked up to Fang Qingran and stretched out her hand. Hello, I'm Sheng Shike. Do you want to come in with me? There was an uproar all around, and everyone looked at Fang Qingran with envy. What an honor it is to be favored by Miss Sheng family. By the way, why did Miss Sheng family invite Fang Qingran alone? Could it be that their charm is not more than that of a little girl? But Fang Qingran didn't feel honored at all. Fang Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly, and all the hair on her body stood on her head. She felt an extremely dangerous aura from Sheng Shike. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 50. Thank you, no. Fang Qingran politely thanked her with a distant tone. Ha ha ha. I originally thought that the girl has unparalleled looks and is alone. I was afraid that you would be bullied, so I invited you, but I didn't want to be rude. Sheng Shi's ridiculous sincerity is as real as the truth. He cares about Fang Qingran. The more Sheng Shi acted like this, the more Fang Qingran became wary. Sheng Shi in the original work is not a good person. He has an arrogant and domineering personality and enjoys bullying Fang Qingran. Even if Sheng Shi is not as vicious as described in the book, he will not show kindness to her without any reason. Thank you for your kindness. Fang Qingran nodded. Everyone's eyes wandered between the two of them. Miss Sheng seemed to be enlightened since she broke through the foundation building 2 years ago. In just 2 years, his cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building. But a strange thing happened. Miss Sheng went from being jealous of the beauty to taking the initiative to befriend the beauty. They looked at Fang Qingran, who was wearing a long dress, her waist was as thick as a bunch of silk, and she had a rosy figure, and her temperament was elegant and graceful. But this appearance is ordinary, at most a little girl. Could it be that Miss Sheng has bad eyesight? Sheng Shi saw everyone's confused expressions and said with a smile, you don't have to doubt my vision, this girl is hundreds of times prettier than me, but she has a hidden breath charm on her body, so you can't see her true face. Fang Qingran's face suddenly turned cold. She finally understood what was strange about Sheng Shike. Sheng Shike's speech and behavior are not like that of a girl at all, and her movements are more like that of an adult man. However, she used the girl's coquettishness just right and concealed it, which made people feel that she was informal. There was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone stared at Fang Qingran curiously. Miss Sheng, your appearance is unparalleled. Who else can compare with you? The manager flattered Sheng Shike, thinking that Sheng Shike's words were just self-effacing. If you don't believe it, then let me open your eyes and see what true unparalleled beauty looks like. Sheng Shike's red lips were slightly raised, and her bright eyes were a little darker. Shang Shi can raise his hand and reach out to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and wanted to dodge, but found that her legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and her whole body was frozen, unable to move at all. Fang Qingran's face was condensed, and a chill rose from the soles of her feet. She had never felt this cold before facing the pressure of Linyang Zushan. How did Shang Shi do it? Just when Sheng Shike's hand was about to touch Fang Qingran's hidden breath talisman, Juoyan lowered his head and pecked the back of Sheng Shike's hand. What? Sheng Shike screamed and took back his hand in pain, hiding it in his sleeve, his arm trembling slightly. Sheng Shike looked at Fang Qingran's shoulder, his pupils trembled slightly, and his face looked frightened. How could Juoyan be in this small world? Miss Sheng, are you okay? The steward stepped forward to show concern. Then he looked at Fang Qingran and scolded him sternly. How dare you hurt Miss Sheng? Come here, arrest this person and send him to Miss Sheng's wing. Several men in black rushed out, and several streams of spiritual power flew towards Fang Qingran. Snapped. Sheng Shike slapped the steward in the face. Tell him to stop. The steward was stunned by the slap and looked at Sheng Shike blankly. However, Fang Qingran remained calm despite being attacked by several golden elixirs. Foundation establishment couldn't defeat the golden elixir, so Fang Qingran chose to destroy it directly. Anyway, with the double stritchel bracelets, these attacks can't hurt her. Duo Yan, who originally wanted to take action, felt a more powerful force in Fang Qingran. This power was not left by the master. The people watching around all thought that Fang Qingran was dead, and showed regretful expressions. Boom. Boom. There were two loud noises, and the man in black who had attacked Fang Qingran flew far away, then fell to the ground and vomited blood. On the other hand, Fang Qingran was unscathed and his aura was stable. Someone exclaimed, "Damn it. Wang Laosan, punch me. I feel like I must be living in a dream and haven't woken up." Ah, how is this possible? Jin Dan attacked Lian Qi. Lian Qi was fine, Jin Dan was seriously injured. The difference between golden elixir and qi refining is obviously the difference between an elephant and an ant. Who can tell me? Why can refining qi dissolve the attack of golden elixir? What else could it be because of? It must be because of the magic weapon on her body. Haven't you heard that she has a hidden breath charm on her body? Hey, I'm afraid this little girl is going to die. Even if she has a life-saving magic weapon in her hand, if she hurt someone from Shumo auction house, she will definitely end up miserable. What you say makes sense. If she can be blocked outside and queue up, her status is probably average. Ellipsis. Some were whispering, others were talking loudly. The steward suddenly became furious. Okay, a little girl who dares to act wild in front of the auction house is looking for death. Come here, kill her, I don't believe she has a life-saving weapon. The manager was so angry that if it wasn't for this little girl, how could he be slapped for no reason? If he can deal with Sheng Shike, he could only blame Fang Qingran. As for whether Sheng Shi could protect Fang Qingran, that was impossible. Fang Qingran hurt someone at the auction and had to pay the price. As soon as the steward finished speaking, several more men in black flew out. This time, the men in black were all nascent souls. They drew their swords and stabbed Fang Qingran. Everyone moved away from Fang Qingran, forming a circle of open space with Fang Qingran as the center. Only Sheng Shiki and Guan Shi stood not far from Fang Qingran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 51. Sheng Shike's hands hidden in her sleeves squeezed together tightly, her eyes glowing with dark green cold light, staring at the white pigeon dozing on Fang Qingran's shoulder. How could Juoyan regard a waste as his master? Fang Qingran is not strong enough. If the steward can kill Fang Qingran, it will definitely cause severe damage to Juoyan. At that time, it will take action to capture Juoyan. Fang Qingran's hands felt itchy as she looked at the sword blade attacking her. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to have a sword and couldn't fight these people. The Chanson needle given by fourth senior brother is too powerful and not suitable for use here. Fang Qingran raised her hand and turned over, dodging several sword blades like a swimming dragon or a startling giant. Fang Qingran's aura suddenly changed, she was dressed in light cyan, floating to the ground, like a fairy from Lingxiao, standing proudly alone. When the man in black saw this, the contempt in his eyes disappeared and his face became embarrassed. A refining chi man could easily dodge their attacks, which was like a slap in the face of nascent soul. They no longer hesitated and stabbed Fang Qingran with their swords again. Fang Qingran raised his hand, and a dagger suddenly appeared. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes showed no signs of timidity, and the fight across the ranks was just enough to stabilize her realm. She had reached the second level a year ago, and it was Mo Jinggong who asked her to stop advancing and consolidate her realm. Wait until after the sect competition, then go into seclusion to advance, and then you can gain a lot of experience. Now that a group of nascent souls came to her door to give her some training, she was naturally happy. Fang Qingran had obviously forgotten that in the eyes of others, her cultivation was only at the 9th level of Qi training. Her body was as light as a swimming dragon, and her aura was like a rainbow. She faced the attacks of a group of nascent souls calmly. The onlooker's jaws dropped in shock. It's unheard of for a little girl at the 9th level of Qi refining to be able to withstand nascent souls' attacks. The 9th level of Qi refining. Wait, we seem to have overlooked something. She is only 14 years old, right? The 19-year-old Qi refining level is an absolute genius. Her identity is definitely not simple. Her temperament is a bit more noble than Miss Sheng. Ellipsis. The steward looked at Fang Qingran's figure, shuffled among a group of nascent souls, but was not injured at all, and was trembling with anger. How is it unreasonable to openly challenge the auction house just because you have a background and a magic weapon? Today, the auction house is full of distinguished guests. If the master of the pavilion knows these things. The steward's figure trembled. He had to deal with Fang Qingran quickly. The steward had his mind set on calling the transformation god to deal with Fang Qingran. Sudden. Stop. Back off, came a sharp shout. The men in black stopped and flew away. Lu Feng Qingran was confused. He was fighting well, why did he stop? I saw a man with an elegant face walking out of the crowd and coming to Fang Qingran. He saluted respectfully with both hands. I'm Qian Feng, the deputy master of the Shumo auction house. The people in the cabinet didn't know the rules, so they bumped into the girl, and I hope the girl will respect her. Hello, Pavilion Master Qian, I don't know about you. Fang Qingran didn't say what he said next, but Qian Feng understood it. Qian Feng explained, it was the young master who sent a letter, saying that his junior sister is coming to attend the auction and asked our Pavilion Master to entertain her. We have prepared a first-class private room and have been waiting for the girl for a long time. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were slightly bright. The person Qian Feng was talking about should be the 6th senior brother. Qian Feng felt relieved when he saw that Fang Qingran's eyes were clear and showed no anger. Qian Feng looked at the pale steward beside him, with murderous intent in his eyes. You still haven't apologized to Miss Feng. The steward walked tremblingly in front of Fang Qingran. Plop. The steward knelt on his knees and said, I beg the girl to spare her life. I am too young to see the mountains. I hope the girl will spare my life. The manager seems to have great glory, but his life is like a piece of cake. He could only place his hope in Fang Qingran. As long as Fang Qingbran was willing to forgive him, the deputy pavilion master would definitely not pursue his mistakes again. Who knows? Fang Qingbran moved to the side to avoid the steward's kneeling. She would not plead for the steward. Everything that happened just now would have killed anyone else on the spot. Monks have no chance of reincarnation, and their souls after death will slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. Of course, there are some powerful monks who can seize other people's bodies, but very few can succeed. Qian Feng saw Fang Qingbran's actions and understood. Qian Feng raised his hand, and in an instant, a man in black flew forward and took away the frightened steward. Miss Feng, please come with me. Qian Feng nodded respectfully and asked Fang Qingbran to go to the auction house. A quarter of an hour later. Auction on the top floor. Qian Feng opened the door and walked into a luxurious room. Pavilion master, we've settled in. Qian Feng's face was full of respect. How about that girl? Bailey Yuan silently played with the box in his hand. Pavilion master, I apologize, but the contact time was too short and I didn't see anything very useful. Qian Feng lowered his head, not daring to look at Bailey Yuanmo. Bailey Yuanmo's fox eyes flashed with interest. She has the top-notch guest tokens from Tongwen Pavilion and Kungshun Pavilion. My stupid nephew also gave her the token from Shumo Auction House. Qian Feng suddenly raised his head, with surprise flashing in his eyes. A 14-year-old girl held 3 orders in her hand. How could this be possible? Bailey Wen Yu lent the guest order of Shumo Auction House to Fang Qingbran, but what about the other 2 pavilions? No wonder Fang Qingbran had the hidden breath talisman attached to her body to hide her cultivation and appearance. Bailey Yuanmo's eyes were dark. I tested Lin, but she kept silent. Why did she give the guest order to Fang Qingbran? But I guess it is probably related to the Tianyuan fruit. As for Kungshun Pavilion, why are they willing to believe in a little girl? It's worth pondering. Bailey Yuanmo's red lips were slightly raised, and he held the top guest order in his hand, which meant that Fang Qingbran had the same rights as the master of the pavilion. Each pavilion only has 1 top guest order, and it is usually given to someone who can help the development of the pavilion. What help can a little girl in the chi refining stage bring to Tongwen Pavilion? Unless the senior brother behind her has huge resources. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 52 Half-Step Immortal Level Technique. What the pavilion master said made me think of some unreasonable points. Qian Feng considered his attitude. Speak. 14 years old, 9th level of chi refining, but her aura is very similar to foundation building, and the dove on her shoulder doesn't look like a simple spiritual pet. After Qian Feng finished speaking, Bailey Yuan's silent eyes flashed with inquiry. At this age, he can reach the 9th level of chi refining. He is indeed a proud man of heaven, but his aura is like a foundation. If he is really a 14-year-old foundation builder, his qualifications are absolutely incredible. Qian Feng immediately denied, this is impossible. The girl's aura is calm, and she doesn't look like someone who has taken a lot of pills. There are almost no people on the mainland who can build a foundation at the age of 14. Even if there is, it is piled up with elixirs. However, this kind of monk has a weak aura, and the subsequent cultivation path becomes increasingly difficult. Generally, monks with some qualifications will not use pills to accumulate cultivation. Bailey Yuan shook his head silently. It is not impossible to build a foundation at the age of 14. As long as he has sufficient spiritual energy, his skills are heaven-defying, and he studies hard, he can definitely build a foundation quickly. However, there are very few high-level techniques in the mainland today, and spiritual energy is becoming increasingly scarce, which leads to the current situation. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. The person outside the door said respectfully, Pavilion Master, there is something I need to ask you for advice. Come in. Bailey Yuan glanced at Qian Feng silently. Qian Feng left through another door. At this moment, someone from outside pushed the door open and came in. The maid held a box in her hand and walked up to Bailey Yuanmo. Bailey Yuanmo squinted slightly when he saw the box in her hand. It was exactly the same as the box containing the Tianyuan fruit. The maid handed over the box. Pavilion Master, this is something a distinguished guest wants to send for a photo. Mr. Zeng asked me to send it to you for a look. Sending a photo at this time is against the rules. Why do you still send it? Bailey Yuan asked coldly. The maid lowered her head and said softly, Mr. Zeng gave it to you to make a decision, saying that he can't make the decision. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes were charming, light and dark intertwined, light and shadow flowed, and he raised his hand to take the thing. Is it strange that Mr. Zeng could make an exception? Bailey Yuanmo opened the box and his eyes fell on the 9 swords of Tiangang. Suddenly, his purple pupils trembled slightly. Snapped. Immediately cover the box and add the seal. But the aura still leaked out, and countless inquiring spiritual senses came in. Fortunately, there are more than a dozen virtual gods sitting in this pavilion, otherwise those people would have rushed up long ago. Bailey Yuan silently waved his hand and refused to leave the barrier, with a solemn look on his face. Is this a photo sent by the guest in that room? Back to the pavilion master, number 99. The maid replied. In Fang Qingbran's room, she was actually willing to put her half-step immortal level skills up for auction. The levels of Kung Fu are generally divided into Huang, Xuan, Earth, Heaven, Immortal level, Saint level, God level. Nowadays, the highest level skills on the entire continent are only Heaven level skills. However, there are very few Heaven level techniques. Even the Heavenly Sword sect, the master of such a large sect, only has 1 copy of the Heavenly level cultivation technique. Fang Qingbran actually dared to put up a half-step immortal level technique for auction. The value of this half-step immortal level skill is no less than that of Tianyuan fruit. It can even be said that it far exceeds Tianyuan fruit. After all, skills can be passed down as inheritance, while Tianyuan fruit can only cultivate a strong person. Fang Qingbran, anyone who dares to auction off half-step immortal skills must have more than 1 copy in his hands. Bailey Yuan waved silently, with a smirk flashing in his eyes, go down and explain to Mr. Zeng that the price will be the same as the Yuanling fruit and be auctioned behind the Yuanling fruit. In addition, the guests in room 99 must be treated well and must not be neglected. The maid bent down and said, "Yes, pavilion master." After the maid left, Bailey Yuan murmured to himself, "It seems that senior brother Fang Qingran has a lot of good things in his hands, but how to meet her senior brother? When Yue can't get there, so he has to go through Fang Qingran. Take action." Fang Qingran didn't know that she had accidentally let Lu Kanglan take the blame again. Fang Qingran was watching the auction with great interest. I saw a woman with a slim figure and outstanding appearance walking onto the stage. The woman bowed to the front. "My little girl Manling is holding this auction for everyone. I hope everyone can get what they want." Perhaps because they knew the difference in this auction, only a few people were booing, while the others were waiting for the items to be auctioned with glaring eyes. Boom. Manling's posture was elegant, and she tapped on the table. "The first item for sale is Jingguan sword, a 6th grade magical weapon. The starting price is 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 100,000. The auction has begun, please bid." As soon as Manling finished speaking, the people below the 5th floor became excited, and someone started to call out the price. In less than a moment, the bidding price had reached 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. On the other hand, if there are more than 5 floors, there are basically no bidders. Manling's charming eyes were slightly lowered. The group of people above were all waiting for the Lingyuan fruit and Tianyuan fruit. Naturally, the 6th grade magic weapon could not attract them. "I offer 5 million low-grade spiritual stones." A rough voice sounded from the 3rd floor. In an instant, the entire field fell silent. It's not that 5 million is a lot, but it's a bit silly to spend so much on the first item, and the later items will be better. Manling smiled meaningfully and tapped the small all twice, 5 million low-grade spiritual stones, the second time. Just when Manling was about to knock for the 3rd time, a crisp sound came from the 9th floor. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 53, Picking up the innate spiritual treasure. "I offer 50 million low-grade spiritual stones." As soon as Fang Qingran's voice came out, there was a lot of noise in the field. Whose prodigal son knows the rules of the auction? Is there such a price increase? That's it. If you bid like this, what do you want us to do? If you yell too little, you'll lose face. If you yell too much, it won't be that much. That's all, it's the first lot anyway. Let this person take care of it. I hope she will be fine in the future. Ellipsis. Manling was stunned for a moment, then she came to her senses and said with a charming smile, "Bid number. Million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Being able to go up to the 9th floor means that they are all distinguished guests of Shumo Pavilion, and Manling does not dare to neglect them. With the pricing hammer in Manling's hand, she knocked 3 times and asked someone to deliver the Qingguan sword to Fang Qingran. VIP room no. On the 9th floor. Fang Qingran paid the spirit stone and took the Qingguan sword. The auction continues. Fang Qingran's attention was completely attracted by Qingguan sword. The Qingguan sword is entirely cyan, with a delicate hilt inlaid with a dull glazed stone, which makes the sword's beauty a bit less beautiful. A green dragon is carved on the scabbard, which is lifelike. The blade is sharp and the killing intent is clear. Fang Qingran liked it more and more as she looked at it, completely unaware of Duo Yan's strangeness. Duo Yan's eyes rolled around. This little girl was so lucky. She could pick up an innate spiritual treasure just by buying anything. A 6th grade innate spiritual treasure is no less than a divine weapon. Innate spiritual treasures are treasures bred by heaven and earth. Such treasures usually have weapon spirits. In addition, the level of the innate spiritual treasure will increase as the owner becomes stronger in the later stage. That group of rubbish definitely didn't understand nature and nurture, so Fang Qingran took advantage of them. Fang Qingran stared at the glazed stone on the sword hilt, fascinated. This thing looked so familiar. She searched the space with her consciousness. In the space, the previous thatched house has been upgraded to a luxurious courtyard with a spiritual bath. Everything in the yard was taken care of in an orderly manner by Yuan Bao. Outside the courtyard, various spiritual plants and spiritual fruits are planted. After Fang Qingran advanced to foundation building, the spiritual energy in the space was abundant, and the level of the spiritual plants he could plant also increased. Yuan Bao is turning over the soil with a hammer and planting spiritual plants. Suddenly feeling Fang Qingran's consciousness, its movements froze. Wouldn't the owner want to pull out the spiritual plant again? Yuan Bao, where are the dragon bones I bought 2 years ago? Fang Qingran sent a message to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao's blue wings froze and he hesitated to speak. Fang Qingran suddenly understood. Fang Si, get out of here. Did you steal the dragon bone? A black egg appeared, and he felt slightly guilty. I accidentally ate it. Don't worry, I will return it to you in the future. Fang Qingran snorted coldly. If you eat from me in the future, you must ask for my opinion first, otherwise I will break your eggs. After Fang Qingran gave the warning, he sent the Qingguan sword into the space. He also casually added a restriction on Qingguan sword to prevent Fang Si from swallowing the sword again. The 4th item to be auctioned below is Xuanji cultivation technique. The starting price is 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. The increase in price must not be less than 200,000. As soon as Manling finished speaking, someone made a bid. As with the previous 3 lots, the first bidders were still people from the 5th floor and below. Soon, the price reached 5 million. There was no Fang Qingran calling out the price. These people just followed the rules and increased the price little by little. I'll give you million, the 5th floor shouted anxiously. It seems that starting from Fang Qingran, some bidders no longer follow the rules. Someone on the 7th floor said, 30 million. Although Xuan level skills are not as good as those of Earth level and Heaven level, they can still be used for training by outer sect disciples. 50 million. Someone on the 7th floor shouted the price. The two seemed to be on a par with each other, going back and forth, and the price was raised to million. The value of Xuanji Kung Fu is up to million, and anyone who spends million to buy it will be taken advantage of. The people below were all complaining. The boss on the 7th floor actually has the nerve to compete with us for Xuan level skills. Why do I feel that each of these items is not as good as the other one? Only the first Qingguan sword is better. That's right, the second and third items are actually low-level elixirs. This kind of elixir can be bought by anyone with some status. You need to come to the auction there. By the way, do these two people on the 7th floor have a grudge? Why do you call them red-eyed? Ellipsis. I'll offer you million. I'm offering you top-quality strichal stones. A loud voice sounded. There was silence all around. Only the 9th floor room. Fang Yanren's face was excited. Oh, a mysterious method, this scene, will I be more lively later? Snapped. Manling dropped the hammer and said, congratulations to buyer No. For buying the Xuan level technique with top-quality strichal stones. A man in black stepped forward to take over the Xuanji technique. Manling introduced the 5th item for sale. The purple-red flame stone can burn continuously for hundreds of years. Its power is equivalent to the strichal fire of all beasts. Injecting strichal thoughts can also control the size of the fire. The starting price is mid-grade strichal stones, and each increase in price must not be less than mid-grade strichal stones. Manling didn't explain too much about each item for sale. This is what Bailey Yuan silently said. The people attending the auction this time are all strong people. They can see through the items for sale at a glance and do not need any introduction. I bid Yuan. The first person to shout was the 5th floor. There are very few alchemists with strange fire in Juju continent. In this case, many alchemists will choose the burning stone, but the burning stone has a huge shortcoming. The burning time of low-level flame stones is unstable, and the firepower is difficult to control. Many alchemists often fail to make alchemy because of this. But high-grade flame stones are extremely difficult to find, especially this kind of purple-red flame stone, which can be said to be the favorite of all but the alien fire alchemists. 600,000. This time the person raising the price was next door to Fang Qinggran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 54. Fang Qinggran narrowed his eyes slightly. The voice sounded like that of the leader of the Fire Cloud sect. He used his spiritual consciousness to attack her, but fortunately his master diffused it. But the leader of the Fire Cloud sect seems to have been injured as well. I wonder if he will hold a grudge against me. The moment Fang Qinggran thought about it, the bidding price had reached 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones, which was equivalent to 50 million low-grade spiritual stones. Well, this leader of the Fire Cloud sect is a bit stingy. Fang Qinggran didn't say anything this time, but called the maid standing outside. As long as the bid is higher than the one next door every time. Fang Qinggran gave the amplified note to the confused maid. Jade held her cheek with her hand, a cunning flash in her eyes. When the maid saw that Fang Qinggran was a young girl, she wanted to persuade her that the person next door was very rich. Don't be afraid, I have the straight stone. Fang Qinggran spoke like pearls, crisp and soft. The maid nodded, and as soon as the other person finished speaking, the maid shouted, 6,600,000. 6,700,000. Next door followed closely and shouted the price. In less than a moment, the bidding price for fire straight stones had reached million mid-grade straight stones. The expressions on everyone's faces were a little numb. Especially below the 5th floor. Damn, the trenches are inhumane. Do you dare to spend middle-grade spiritual stones like this? Sure enough, I came to the auction to see the world. If it hadn't been for today, I would have never known that there are so many rich people in Qingyun Prefecture. Hey, when you come to the auction, what you can buy does not depend on how much money you have, but how much money your opponent has. I decided that next time, I won't call out the price, I will just watch quietly. Ellipsis. Finally, after half a stick of incense, the Fire Cloud sect died down. Fang Qinggran obtained the purple flame stone with million mid-grade spiritual stones. Fang Qinggran was in a good mood and casually gave the maid 10 middle-grade spiritual stones. Next, if you shout well, there will be a reward. The maid looked happy and said, thank you, girl. Fang Qinggran waved her hand, indicating that she should continue to pay attention to the auction trends. Fang Qinggran gave the fire stone to Yuan Bao to plant fire-attributed spiritual plants. But next door to Fang Qinggran, the leader of the Fire Cloud sect was about to explode. This purple flame stone was very important to the Fire Cloud sect and he had to get it. Although other sects also wanted the Fire Flame Stone, they did not fight with the Fire Cloud sect because they were concerned about the sale later. As for the other people, they did not bid anymore because of the Huon sect's face. As a result, when the Fire Stone was about to be obtained, the smelly girl next door stepped in. Even if the bidding becomes more and more fierce, even if he wants to continue, he does not dare to shout anymore. What if it is a trap from other sects? After all, their primary goal is the Lingyu fruit and Tianyuan fruit behind them. The Great Elder spoke in a gloomy tone, stroking his beard, Sect Master, don't worry, I've checked the next door, there's just a little girl, we'll find a way after the auction is over. HMPH, over the years, only Fang Qinggran has made me suffer because of Yi Wenshan. Others who dare to act wild here will have to pay a price. Xiao Qingfeng, the leader of the Fire Cloud sect, said with a look in his eyes killing intent. The Great Elder's eyes were cloudy. It's a pity that there are more than a dozen false gods sitting in this auction, and we can't kill that little girl quietly. Xiao Qingfeng snorted coldly. This Bailey Yuanmo is really capable. There are less than 10 virtual gods in our Qingyun Prefecture, but he actually found more than a dozen virtual gods at once to guard the auction house. I don't know where he came from. Looking for someone. The Great Elder shook his head. Bailey Yuanmo dared to auction the Tianyuan fruit, so he must be fully prepared, otherwise he would sit here honestly. The two looked at each other and fell into silence. Fang Qinggran listened enthusiastically. but Yuan Bao suddenly cut off the sharing of consciousness. Yuan Bao, haven't I heard enough? Master, that old man is very weird. There are strange things on him. I don't dare to look at him anymore. Yuan Bao blinked his round blue eyes, feeling aggrieved. Zhuo Yan looked at one person and one elf with contempt. Weird. Fang Qingran thought about how Yuan Bao was always afraid of Luan Jin in Lingyun sect, so he never came out. But Luan Jin is a ferocious beast, several times stronger than the Venerable in the virtual god stage. Could it be that the Great Elder also contracted a vicious beast? Fang Qingran pondered for a moment and then moved her gaze to the auction table. The auction this time was for a spirit tempering fruit, but Fang Qingran was not interested. Soon, on the road, 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones were used to bid for the spirit tempering fruit. Spirit quenching fruit is also valuable to monks, but it is normally only worth mid-grade spirit stones. Only at auctions would the price be so high, but those who grabbed the spirit tempering fruit were extremely lucky. Fortunately, no one upstairs said anything. Next, another lot was presented. In an instant, the entire auction house was shrouded in powerful pressure. Sitting in the lobby was a casual cultivator. His face turned pale and he was so pressed that he could hardly breathe. After a few breaths, the pressure dissipated. Everyone wiped the sweat on their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. Manling opened the box slowly, leaving only a slit, and the rich scent of spiritual fruit immediately filled the air. Hearing it makes people feel relaxed and happy, and their spiritual consciousness is greatly broadened. When the box was halfway open, Manling closed it with a charming smile on her face. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 55 Don't dare to fight to the death. The starting price for this auction of Lingyuan fruit is top quality spirit stones. The additional price will not be less than. The bidding begins. This time Manling spoke less, but her expression was extremely excited. 200,000. The first bidder was no. Almost all the people below the 5th floor were staring. 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones. These people really dare to bid. However, what surprised everyone was yet to come. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the price of the Lingyuan fruit was shouted out as 1 million top-grade spiritual stones. 101,000. 1,020,000. 1,030,000. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran was a little sleepy after hearing this. These purchases were obviously insincere. For an extra 10,000 or 10,000, when should the photo be taken? Fang Qingran glanced at the maid and said, Sister Beauty, please help me and shout out 2 million. 2 million top-grade spiritual stones. The maid's eyes were full of envy, jealousy, admiration and excitement at this moment. A 14-year-old girl dared to compete with sects and big families for spiritual stones. She could imagine the faces of those sect leaders. No, Xiao Qingfeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Fang Qingran's offer. No matter how rich the Fire Cloud sect is, it cannot withstand such a situation. Guoyan sect mainly trains alchemists and weapon refiners. These two types of monks are much higher than ordinary monks in terms of status and status. Alchemists are the most profitable monks. But even so, Xiao Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a chill in his back when faced with Fang Qingran's inhumane bidding method. He gritted his teeth and said, let's give up the Lingyuan fruit. Once she buys the Lingyuan fruit, I won't believe she still has the spirit stone. Xiao Qingfeng may not know that Fang Qingran really has a spiritual stone. Xiao Qingfeng gave up, but other sects did not give up and were also thinking about it. Xiao Hongyu was a little hesitant when he saw Xiao Qingfeng giving up the bidding. Tianjian sect's financial resources were not as good as Huoan sect's. Even the Fire Cloud sect has given up. If he continues, he is afraid that the Chan Yuan fruit will struggle when he bids for it later. Xiao Hongyu withdrew and didn't call out the price again. Anyway, a little girl couldn't hold on to the spirit fruit. Xuanling sect, Bailey Xuanqing saw that Xiao Hongyu didn't say anything, so he didn't say anything again. Rong Duofen from the Beast Control sect was delighted when he saw this. He guessed that he couldn't grab the Chan Yuan fruit at the back, so he tried his best to grab the Ling Yuan fruit. Rong Duofen, 2 million and 1 million. The whole place was quiet, waiting for no. To bid, but half a quarter of an hour later, no. Did not move at all. Manling glanced at the audience and hit 3 hammers in a row. Manling was a little worried. The Lingyuan fruit was not sold at the expected price. She wondered what the sect leader would do with her. The sect leaders were annoyed when they heard that Rong Duofen bought the Lingyuan fruit for 2 million and 1 million, and they all looked at Fang Qingran with their spiritual awareness. When the spirit fruit was delivered to Rong Duofen, he still couldn't believe it. Buying the spirit fruit for 2 million top-quality spirit stones was within his affordability. Rong Duofen held the box in his hand. Those guys are very abnormal. Why did they let me buy the Lingyuan fruit so easily? Is there some conspiracy waiting for me? Wisdom flashed in the deputy sect leader's eyes. Actually, they don't dare to bet. The little girl no. The bidding depends on her mood. If the little girl fights with them to the end, for them who still want to buy Tianyuan fruit, it's not worth the loss. Ha ha ha. It's rare to find a little girl who doesn't play by the rules. I like it. Rong Duofen deliberately laughed loudly so that the other sect leaders could hear her. Rong Duofen smiled and quietly handed the box to the deputy sect leader, signaling him to take the box and leave. The deputy sect leader carefully took the box and put the storage ring in it. Rong Duofen said loudly, Old fan, go back to the sect to get some spiritual stones. The deputy sect leader stood up and left, and the others withdrew their visits with different thoughts. Rong Duofen didn't know that as soon as the deputy sect leader left, Bailey Xuanqing of Xuanling sect asked someone to follow him. And at the auction. After the Lingyuan fruit, the auction items were all mediocre, so Fang Qingran bought a few at random. Until a black iron rod appeared on the auction stage, someone couldn't help but say, damn, this year's auction obviously doesn't follow the routine. It's impossible to guess what the next item will be. Isn't Shumo Pavilion too willful? It must be relying on the fact that the auction house has the Lingyuan fruit to act like this. That's right, the auction is coming to an end. What does it mean to sell an iron rod? Ellipsis. Manling on the stage was still calm and composed. Everyone, this iron rod was brought out of the secret realm by someone 100 years ago, but it has never been used for 100 years, but he refused to give up, so he sent it here for auction. There is no starting price or bidding requirements this time, please watch and bid. The moment Fang Qingran saw the iron rod, he stood up suddenly, and all his memories were connected. In the original work, Su Yanran picked up an ancient artifact at an auction and bought it for the price of a low-grade spiritual stone. The original shape of this artifact was an iron rod. However, after Su Yanran made the bloody contract, the rust on the iron rod faded away and turned into an extremely delicate scabbard. That scabbard is the scabbard of the Dragon Emperor sword. Then Su Yanran found the Dragon Emperor sword in a secret realm with the scabbard. However, the Dragon Emperor sword is incomplete and needs to be smelted with other magic weapons. As a result, Su Yanran got a Qishao sword inexplicably. After the Qishao sword and the Dragon Emperor sword were smelted, the Dragon Emperor sword returned to its former peak. Su Yanran relied on the Dragon Emperor sword to kill the Demon Lord easily. Thinking of this, Fang Qingran's apricot eyes turned cold. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 56 Su Yanran goes crazy. The Scarlet Sky Sword is the master's natal magic weapon. When Su Yanran got the Scarlet Sky Sword, she only had the cultivation level of Jindan. How on earth did she defeat a peak virtual god? And snatch the natal magical weapon from him? At this time, someone on the third floor said, a low-grade spiritual stone. After hearing the voice, Fang Qingran glanced at the maid and signaled her to bid. She would never let Su Yanran get this thing. 2 low-grade spiritual stones. The maid shouted. Xiao Qingfeng next door narrowed his eyes. Fang Qingran finally doesn't have any spiritual stones anymore. 10 middle-grade spiritual stones. Xiao Qingfeng's voice was filled with pride. 11 yuan. The third floor gritted his teeth. Maid, 12 yuan. Xiao Qingfeng, 20 yuan. Xiao Qingfeng felt refreshed. Sure enough, it's especially comfortable when you don't have to think about others. $21. The voice on the third floor was fake. You couldn't tell the male or female, but you could hear the anger and depression. This person is Su Yanran, and other things are too expensive for her to afford. This was the only iron rod she could afford, and she was sure intuitively that the iron rod was definitely a good thing. Her instincts have never been wrong since she was a child. Everything she likes is a treasure without exception, and she can get it. Only Fang Qingran's jade bracelet made her fail repeatedly. When Su Yanran heard that the 2 people on the 9th floor had raised the price again, her beautiful eyes were stained with resentment. These people are really damned. They have so many spiritual stones, and they still want to fight with me for this thing. In the past 2 years, she has only saved dozens of middle-grade spiritual stones. Su Yanran looked at Teng Shi, who was standing aside. To be precise, it was Sheng Shike. After all, Teng Snake couldn't resist Su Yanran's temptation and chose to seize the body. It took away Sheng Shike 2 years ago. In fact, it doesn't want to be a woman, but Su Yanran can only deal with Sheng Shike. Teng Snake, how many spirit stones have you brought? Thousands of medium-grade spiritual stones, but I suggest you stop bidding. Those 2 people on the 9th floor obviously don't need these thousands. They're deliberately competing. Don't take advantage of them. Su Yanran couldn't listen to Teng Shi's advice. Teng Shi, give me all the spirit stones. I must buy it, Su Yanran said firmly. Teng Shi handed the storage bag to Su Yanran on the left with her right hand. Su Yanran hurriedly took the storage bag, completely unaware of Teng Shi's strangeness. The skin on the back of Teng Snake's left hand was scorched black, and even white bones could be faintly seen. Teng Shi's eyes turned dark green several times, and her whole body exuded a cold and clammy aura. Su Yanran insisted on buying the iron rod, gritted her teeth and shouted, 5,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Fang Qingran, 6,000. Xiao Qingfeng, 7,000. Ellipsis. Is this group of people doing this on purpose? 10,000 for a fire stick. It is true that poverty limits imagination. Do you think having money means you will be happy? No, you can't imagine the happiness of rich people. Hey, when gods fight, we can only watch the fun and don't even dare to interrupt. What if they don't pick up the fight? Manling listened to everyone's discussion and smiled with red lips. When the Tianyuan fruit comes out, this group of people will be even crazier. At this time, Fang Qingran shouted directly, 100,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. When Su Yanran heard, 100,000, she almost broke her silver teeth and clenched her hands into fists, with blue veins looming on her fair skin. Teng Snake, are there any spirit stones or any other treasures? No, I've given all my belongings to you. Teng Shi's face was cold, and Ta recognized the voice of no. As Fang Qingran. He didn't understand why Fang Qingran was so rich at the same age of 14. Su Yanran is so poor. And Su Yanran's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment. Teng Shi, keep an eye on her. When the auction is over, we will find her to get it. Over the years, with the help of Soaring Snake, she has killed many people who were against her. She can kill anyone from the sect, let alone an outsider. I advise you to be honest and stop being in the limelight recently. Teng Shi warned. Fang Qingran successfully obtained the scabbard and was very satisfied. Fang Qingran sent the scabbard into the space inside. However, I seem to have forgotten, which secret realm should I go to find the Dragon Emperor sword? Cuckoo. Zhuo Yan, who had not made a sound for a long time, screamed. Fang Qingran actually wanted to find the Dragon Emperor sword, which was the treasure of the Shifang territory. If you want to get the sword, first, kill all the ferocious beasts, and second, surrender 100,000 ferocious beasts. A little waste in the foundation building stage still wants to. What? Scorch screamed. Fang Qingran picked up Zhuoyan. Do you know where the Dragon Emperor sword is? How did you? Gah, I don't know. Juoyan covered the bird's beak, as if he had exposed something again. Then were you despising me just now? Fang Qingbran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and stared at Juoyan. Juoyan immediately denied, I didn't. Fang Qingbran let go of Juoyan. Juoyan knew what was going on. Senior brother 7th definitely knew. Just go back and ask Mo Jinggong. She was too lazy to compete with Juoyan. Fang Qingbran raised her eyes, and the maid beside the door trembled. Wouldn't this guest also want to bid for the Tianyuan fruit? The maid screamed. No, in her heart, she didn't want to have anything to do with Chan Yuanguo. The maid didn't know that Fang Qingbran would definitely not buy the Tianyuan fruit. Fang Qingbran took this thing out and brought it back. She was not sick. But this time, the Chan Yuan fruit bidding has entered the 10th stage. Not only people from this state are bidding, but strong men from other states bid even more fiercely, giving Fang Qingbran a run for their money. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 57. The whole auction house was filled with shouts, and the voices of bidding were one after another, which was a bit noisy. Fang Qingbran couldn't hear clearly where the price was being called, but Manling in the audience seemed to be able to find the exact location of the customer who was calling the price. Fang Qingbran was astonished that Shumo Pavilion was really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. It was not easy for a small auctioneer. Fang Qingbran held her fair chin with her hand and tilted her head, her beautiful apricot eyes shining slightly. If she had known that Chan Yuan fruit was so valuable, she should have given away a few for auction. But this time. Next door, Fire Cloud Sect CEO Kingfeng shouted roughly, 100 million top-quality spiritual stones. As soon as CEO Kingfeng finished speaking, someone shouted, 101 million. CEO Kingfeng, 102 million. No, 120 million. Ellipsis. After shouting to this extent, most of the forces have withdrawn, not because they don't want to buy it, but because they really can't afford it. 100 million top-grade spiritual stones is equivalent to 1 trillion low-grade spiritual stones. The maid's open mouth never closed. She never expected that these powerful men actually had so many spiritual stones in their hands. No wonder everyone wants to be strong. The maid secretly decided in her heart that she would practice hard in the future and become a strong person who could control the wind and rain. Fang Qingbran didn't care about the maid's thoughts. CEO Kingfeng's bidding speed became slower and slower, obviously because he didn't have any spiritual stones in his hands. Fang Qingbran called the maid and whispered in the maid's ear. The maid looked frightened. Girl, what if he defaults on his debt in the future? You can't beat him. What should I do? Don't worry, my master is very powerful, and my senior brothers and sisters are also very powerful. He doesn't dare to do anything to me. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed with a cunning light. The maid nodded, walked out from the other door, and walked through the corridor at the back. Arriving at the side door of No, there was a trembling knock. CEO Kingfeng was busy bidding and didn't pay attention at all. The person who opened the side door was the Great Elder. The Great Elder saw the maid's clothes and said coldly, what's the matter? Hello guests, someone said that they can lend you spirit stones. All you need to do is write down the IOU. The maid suppressed her fear and finished what Fang Qingbran told her. Let him go, as far as he's concerned. Before the Great Elder finished speaking, the maid handed over a piece of rice paper. When the Great Elder saw the amount above, his eagle eyes narrowed slightly and his attitude immediately changed. Wait a moment, I need to discuss it with the sect leader. The Great Elder closed the door and left. Within a moment, the door was opened, and this time it was CEO Kingfeng with red eyes. Where is that person? Take me to see him. CEO Kingfeng asked eagerly. At this time, the price of Tianyuan fruit has soared to million. The top-quality spiritual stones in CEO Kingfeng's hands were indeed not enough, but it was absolutely impossible for him to give up the Tianyuan fruit. Even if he can't buy it, he can't let people in other states buy it. Several sects, headed by Tianjin sect, decided to withdraw from the bidding, so they lent all their spiritual stones to CEO Kingfeng. But it's still not enough. Except for Tianjin sect, which can spend million, the remaining sects together are less than million. But according to the momentum of bidding in other states, I am afraid that Chan Yuanguo does not have around million. Guest, don't worry, I've already brought the spirit stone. The maid took out the IOU written by Fang Qingbran and handed it to CEO Kingfeng with both hands. CEO Kingfeng took the rice paper and frowned when he saw the amount on it. How did that person know how many spiritual stones he needed? If he had these spiritual stones, he would not need to borrow spiritual stones from other sect masters, let alone owe those sect masters favors. This is a good thing for him, at least he doesn't have to worry about those people letting him use Tianyuan fruit to pay off his debt. CEO Kingfeng narrowed his cold eyes. Who sent the spirit stone? In the entire Qingyun prefecture, I'm afraid only Bailey Yuanmo has such financial resources. The maid took out the storage ring and read out what Fang Qingbran said. As long as the guest signs and stamps, he can get the spiritual stone he wants. Sudden. 340 million, came the voice of No, calling out the price. Suddenly, CEO Kingfeng seemed to be stimulated. CEO Kingfeng quickly signed his name at the bottom of the rice paper, stamped it with a mark unique to the Fire Cloud sect, and then returned it to the maid. The maid took the rice paper with both hands, handed the storage ring to CEO Kingfeng, and saluted, this storage ring is a gift for you. My maid will be excused. The maid turned around, took a breath, and did not go back to Fang Qingbran's room directly. Instead, he walked around the corridor, went to another room, picked up a fruit plate, folded the IOU into a handkerchief, and put it in carefully. Then he carried the fruit plate to Fang Qingbran's room, knocked on the door and walked in. Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes were stained with a smile, and she met the maid's eyes. Fang Qingbran raised her jade hand gently, picked up the handkerchief and threw it into the space. She also took out a storage bag and handed it to the maid. Thank you, Sister Beauty. This is a thank you gift. The maid took the storage bag, nodded and left. After exiting the side door, the maid's consciousness reached into the storage bag, her pupils trembled slightly, and her hands began to tremble unconsciously. This is too generous. The maid's back was a bit empty as she left, 300 top-quality spiritual stones. It's hard to make money. You know, in Kingyun Prefecture, Shumo Pavilion's treatment can be said to be the best, and the monthly salary is also the largest. But even so, she would need to save these 300 top-quality spiritual stones for hundreds of years. Fang Qingbran had no idea what the maid was thinking. She was pricking up her ears and listening to Xiao Qingfeng's bidding with another person with great interest. Fang Qingbran lent the spread stone to the Huoan sect intentionally to trick the Huoan sect, and he did not want other sects to be dragged down by the Huoan sect. After all, the half-step immortal level technique that follows is the highlight. Next door, Xiao Qingfeng shouted loudly, 490 million. Number, 491 million. No, million. Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and shouted, 501 million. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 58. The entire auction was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and widened their eyes. The buyer of No was really rich. Man Ling couldn't hide the smile on her face. She struck the first blow, 501 million, the first time. A silence. Snapped. The second hammer, 501 million, the second time. Man Ling raised the hammer without knocking for a third time, and her beautiful eyes scanned all the fours. Xiao Qingfeng's fingers trembled with excitement and he murmured, knock it faster. Hurry it. All people's hearts seemed to be lifted up, staring closely at the hammer in Man Ling's hand. Snapped. The third hammer fell, but everyone's hearts were still hanging. Man Ling's beautiful voice came, 501 million, the third time. Congratulations to guest No, for taking the Tianyuan fruit. Immediately, countless pressures came towards Man Ling. Everyone knew that someone wanted to steal the Tianyuan fruit. A black shadow rushed towards Man Ling, shouting, the Tianyuan fruit must be mine. After him, several black shadows rushed out from each floor, all targeting the box in Man Ling's hand. Man Ling took a few steps back, her eyes filled with nervousness. Although the pavilion master said that arrangements had been made, how could she, a nascent soul, not panic when faced with the avatar? Just when the man in black was about to arrive on the stage, a powerful wind blade flew out and cut off the first person who wanted to grab the Tianyuan fruit. In an instant, blood flew everywhere, and countless frightened screams were heard. When the remaining men in black saw this scene, they still did not escape, and still wanted to snatch the Tianyuan fruit as if they were dead. Several scorching flames suddenly appeared and enveloped the remaining men in black. In an instant, all those who wanted to grab the Tianyuan fruit were reduced to ashes. Those who still wanted to take action stopped. These men in black are all transformed gods. The people in Shumo Pavilion can actually destroy the transformed gods without any effort. If they try again, they will simply die. At that time, a terrifying coercion enveloped the entire auction house. Everyone looked pale and silent. Some people couldn't even resist the terrifying pressure and fell to their knees. Even the virtual gods on the 9th floor gritted their teeth and resisted the pressure. Xiao Hongyu looked solemn and murmured to himself, the peak strength of the virtual god is so terrifying. It turns out that the difference between one level in the virtual god realm is like a chasm, insurmountable, it is true. Then, a loud voice sounded in the air, everyone, you should know the rules of Shumo Pavilion. The items at the auction belong to whoever buys them. If someone wants to cause trouble in the pavilion, they're challenging the dignity of Shumo Pavilion. The end is like this. Boom. A decorative dark iron stone in the hall shattered into powder in an instant. Everyone took a breath of cold air, the soles of their feet felt cold, and their hearts beat like drums. As long as you stay safe and sound in Shumo Pavilion, you can make any noise you want after you go out. But if I find out that someone kills innocent people for grabbing the Tianyuan fruit, then we at Shumo Pavilion will also pursue the case. Next, the auction will continue. I'll give you half an hour to prepare the spread stones. The loud voice disappeared. The pressure also disappeared immediately, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The strong men with Zushan cultivation were all covered in sweat and their faces turned pale. The monks below the level of false god were even worse. Some of them could not even stand up and their clothes were all wet. Of course, there are always one or two exceptions to everything. For example, Fang Qingbran was sitting with a leisurely expression, a piece of spiritual food in her left hand and a cup of tea in her right hand. She was so unhappy. She said happily, Senior Brother 7th, you were so interesting. The spiritual food this time is very delicious, but why did you come back so quickly? I'll be back after the matter is settled. Mo Jinggong had an unparalleled handsome appearance, and his dark eyes were filled with doting. Senior Brother 7th, is the person outside just now master? Why did he dare to show up? Fang Qingbran blinked her bright eyes. I happened to meet the master, so I asked him to come back with me. Mo Jinggong followed the breath and found Li Ziming, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Yi Wenshan. Li Ziming was lying on the ground dying. It was unbelievable that he was killed by a person from a low-level mainland. Complete abuse. When Li Ziming saw the noble Mo Jinggong, he immediately asked Mo Jinggong for help, but Mo Jinggong's methods were even more ruthless. Mo Jinggong walked up to Yi Wenshan and said respectfully, Master, leave this person to the apprentice. I'll leave it to you. Yi Wenshan waved his hand indifferently and wanted to leave. Mo Jinggong's voice sounded, Master, you haven't returned to Lingyun sect for 2 years. Come back with me later. Yi Wenshan smiled coquettishly, that Jinggong, I have an appointment with Master Chanji. I have something else to do. You go back to the sect first, and I will go back later. Mo Jinggong said quietly, Master, wait here for a moment and come back with me. I have a teleportation talisman. Yi Wenshan touched his nose. Even though he was the leader of Lingyun sect, he was also afraid of Mo Jinggong. Seeing that Yi Wenchen hadn't left, Mo Jinggong walked up to Li Ziming and flipped his wrist. A fairy bead was peeled off from Li Ziming's body. What? Li Ziming let out a heartbreaking scream. How is this possible? Who are you? Why do you appear in this world? Are you also here for Zilei? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 59. There is no silver here. 32. Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed slightly, with a chill in his eyes, and he remained silent. He held the fairy beads in his hand, took out the fairy lockbox from the space, and put the fairy beads into it. Suddenly, Li Ziming's skin turned like dry tree bark, his teeth fell out, his hair turned white, and he could no longer make a sound. Mo Jinggong left the immortal route for Li Ziming to extend his life, leaving Li Ziming still breathing a sigh of relief. Mo Jinggong took out the jade flute and played it a few times. A ferocious beast sprang out from the poisonous barrier. The ferocious beast looked like a black dog. The black dog squatted next to Li Ziming, and all the noise flowed onto Li Ziming. Are you giving me rations? No. Mo Jinggong touched his lips slightly and threw a bottle of elixir to the black dog. Feed 1 pill a year. Don't let him die. Dispose of the rest as you like. Go back. The black dog's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. You're testing me if you give me rations or not. Yes, if you can control your appetite like Luan Jin, you can come out. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, Li Ziming and the black dog disappeared with a wave of his hand. The poison barrier is not just a poison barrier, there is also a barrier at the deepest level, which contains ferocious beasts. Mo Jinggong turned sideways and his eyes fell on Yi Wenchen, who was moving cautiously. Yi Wenchen was stiff all over. I actually just want to stretch my muscles, and I'm not planning to run away. Mo Jinggong's almond-shaped eyes were cold, and he took out the teleportation talisman, while Li Wan silently delivered a letter to Ling Yunin, asking you to go to the auction house. How many spirit stones were given? Yi Wenchun's eyes lit up. Haha, master is not that thick-skinned, but you still have the nerve to ask for spirit stones. How many spirit stones have you brought to the sect from the establishment of Ling Yun's sect to now? Mo Jinggong said, handing the teleportation talisman to Yi Wenchen. The way he moves his hands and feet shows nobility, as bright as a jade tree facing the wind. Yi Wenchen took the teleportation talisman with a guilty conscience and was embarrassed to speak. Since the founding of the sect, he has never produced a spiritual stone. What Mo Jinggong took out was a high-level teleportation talisman. In a few hours, the two of them were teleported to Qingyun Prefecture and the Prefecture City. The two went to see the pavilion master Bailey Yuanmo first. Mo Jinggong left Yi Wenchen at Bailey Yuanmo's place. He came to Feng Qinggran's room. Seeing that Feng Qinggran had almost eaten, Mo Jinggong took out some spiritual food and put it on the table. Seventh senior brother, you are so kind. Feng Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes were full of smiles. I feel that Shumo Pavilion is good. I know that after the Tianyuan fruit is sold, Qingyun Prefecture will inevitably be in chaos, so I specifically asked Master to warn those people, don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. That sentence was added by Master himself. He didn't want to see everyone killing each other because of a Tianyuan fruit. After all, the bigger enemy is still behind. Mo Jinggong didn't say the last sentence. A faint light flashed in Mo Jinggong's eyes. After all, he couldn't change the course. Senior brother 7th, it's my fault, I took it out. Feng Qinggran only realized it at this time, and she blamed herself very much. Mo Jinggong shook his head and said softly, I don't blame you, the Tianyuan fruit will appear sooner or later. After all, the strong men in the integration stage should also appear. A memory flashed through Feng Qinggran's mind. It seems that in the original work, towards the end, there was no mention of the master in the fusion stage. However, if there are other sages in the integration stage, after she gets the inheritance, she will have to be cautious when giving it to the master. Feng Qinggran decided not to think about this. 7th senior brother, I have another question. Why did master let these people prepare for half an hour? Someone has bought the Tianyuan fruit. Who will stay here? Mo Jinggong's eyes were as bright as jade, and he untied the barrier. Junior sister, continue watching. On the auction stage, Man Ling took out a box. It caused everyone to be excited again. Damn it. Don't tell me, there is still a Tianyuan fruit. The person who just bid million, I don't know if he regrets it. If there are 2 Tianyuan fruits, there is no need to grab them. Hush, you are looking for death. People on the 9th floor have heard these words. Just wait to be hunted down. No wonder that Venerable asked everyone to prepare for half an hour. He will definitely give everyone time to go back and get the spiritual stones. Ellipsis. Fire Cloud Sect Xiao Qingfeng's eyes were cracked as he stared at the box in Man Ling's hand. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, Bailey Yuanmo, you are simply treating me like a monkey. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes were piercing. Elder, there is no need to prepare spiritual stones. We will leave immediately with this Tian Yuan fruit. I will definitely find Bailey Yuan to retaliate silently for today's revenge. However, when Xiao Qingfeng took a step forward, Man Ling opened the box. In an instant, Xiao Qingfeng paused. This aura was not Tianyuan fruit, but something like it. Quick, Great Elder, find everyone in the Xiao family and the sect to collect spiritual stones, even if it means bankrupting everything. Xiao Qingfeng said with rapid breathing. The Great Elder narrowed his cold eyes, nodded, and left. Xiao Qingfeng now hated Bailey Yuanmo even more. He had half-step immortal level skills, why didn't he tell him earlier? Feng Qinggran had no idea that she had unintentionally tricked Bailey Yuanmo. At this time, Feng Qinggran happily looked at the box Man Ling opened on the auction stage. Feng Qinggran thought about it, wondering who was more valuable compared to the 9 swords of Tiangang, or the Tianyuan fruit. At this time, the sound transmission sign around Feng Qinggran's waist moved. She glanced at Mo Jinggong and said, Senior Brother 7th, please wait a moment and I will reply with a message. Feng Qinggran stood up, walked to the back and took out the sound transmission card. Owner, many monks have come to Qinghe Tower. They want to exchange various treasures with us for top-quality spiritual stones. Some of the treasures are extremely precious. I am afraid that it will cause trouble after the exchange, so I ask for your instructions. Close black lens bracket. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 60 Get Rich Quietly. Qinghe Tower was originally called Qinghe Bank. 2 years ago, she secretly established Qinghe Bank in order to receive information from Linyang. Until a year ago, she developed a communication board. Communication signs are different from communication signs. The communication board can be reused and can also send group messages. There is no distance limit and it can be used as long as it is within Qingyun Prefecture. Fang Qingran sent the communication card to Qinghe Bank and asked the shopkeeper to try to sell it. She didn't expect that she would be robbed wildly, so she changed Qinghe Bank into Qinghe Building to sell communication boards. Later, the shopkeeper expanded the Qinghe Building and also sold various talismans, elixirs, etc. Fang Qingran picked up the sound transmission card and replied, "Don't worry about changing it. If you like it, give more spirit stones. If you don't like it, give less spirit stones. After changing, put the treasure in the storage ring and put it away. In the same place. After everything is settled, I will give everyone an extra month's monthly payment, and then I will take a month off and come back. I have big plans." The message came back quickly, "Don't worry, owner, everything will be taken care of." Close black lens bracket. There is a loyalty contract between the shopkeeper and Fang Qingran is not worried about the shopkeeper running away at all. She looked at the communication card in her hand. This was an upgraded version of the communication card. There are several more functions on the transmission card. All monks can send what they see and hear to Jushu Insights. In addition, as long as the distance is close, everyone can also share pictures and sounds. This inspiration comes from the sharing of Yuanbao's spiritual consciousness. So now, she has a lot of spiritual stones in her hand, and she just needs to wait for the opportunity to spread the sound transmission card throughout the Jushu continent. At that time, even if she fell asleep, she still had countless spiritual stones in her pocket. Fang Qingran smiled, put away the sound transmission board, and walked out. Mo Jinggong didn't ask a word, but Fang Qingran couldn't help but feel guilty. The 7th senior brother shouldn't have the habit of eavesdropping, right? Fang Qingran didn't want to talk to the people of Lingyun sect about Qinghe Tower for the time being. After all, everyone in the Lingyun sect has gone crazy trying to practice. If they had known that she still had time to study other things, they would have quietly opened the Qinghe Tower. "Little junior sister, you have a secret when you grow up," Mo Jinggong said meaningfully as he gave Fang Qingran a cup of tea. Senior brother 7th. Fang Qingran sat down with a guilty conscience. "What are you talking about?" "I'll give you the tea you asked for." Mo Jinggong took out a brocade box and handed it to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran happily took the box, thought for a moment, waved her jade hand, and a soul basin appeared in front of Mo Jinggong. Then, she flicked her sleeves, and in an instant, the basin was filled with Lingyuan fruit. "I don't have anything to give to 7th senior brother, so I'll just give you some fruits. You have just been promoted to God transformation, which can be used to increase your domain power," Fang Qingran said very casually. The person who just went crazy over the Lingyuan fruit would probably vomit blood if he saw this scene. Mo Jinggong twitched the corners of his lips, his poetic eyes were filled with smiles, he raised his hand and put the pot and fruit into the space. "Junior sister, you are still as generous as ever. Senior brother 7th is polite, I still count on senior brother 7th to take care of me." Fang Qingran ate the spiritual food and continued to look at the auction table. On the auction stage, Manling Zhao introduced, 9 Swords of Tiangang, is not the last product. There is also a mysterious product at the end. I think everyone will be satisfied. Comparing the value of the last item with the 9 Swords of Tiangang, it's hard to judge. But don't worry, everyone, this time, the pavilion master has taken out all the treasures from the bottom of the box, and I'm sure everyone will be satisfied. As soon as Manling finished speaking, there was noise below the 5th floor. This Shumo pavilion is simply something people love and hate. Why am I so poor? I also want to sell hundreds of millions of top-quality spiritual stones. Dream. That's the wealth that people have accumulated over several lifetimes. You want to fight for it in your lifetime. How is it possible? Sooner or later, I will change my destiny against the will of heaven and become richer than all the monks. Brother, wake up, this is an auction, not your own place. Why don't you witness the glory of others? Ellipsis. Half an hour is fleeting. Boom. Manling struck sideways with her hammer. In an instant, Fang Qingran clearly felt that there were more powerful people in the pavilion. She was curious, how much could this sword manual at the bottom of the box be sold for? It's not that she doesn't want to auction better skills, but she has found out that there are no skills above the heaven level in the entire continent. Fang Qingran was puzzled by this point. But in the original work, Su Yanran practices all the techniques above the heaven level. Why are there no techniques above the heaven level in Jushu continent? Senior brother 7, how much do you think this skill can be sold for? Fang Qingran had long eyebrows and a pair of almond-shaped eyes. How much you can sell it for depends on how rich these people are. Fang Qingran raised her eyebrows. I'm worried that they will keep the spirit stones to buy the last mysterious item for sale. Mo Jinggong denied it in a deep voice. They will only buy this with all their strength, otherwise they will be cheated. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed. In that case, how about a bet between us, 7th senior brother? If the price of the last item sold is higher, I lose. If the price of the last item sold is lower, it means senior brother loses. Okay, what's the bet? Mo Jinggong was a little curious. Bet, if I win, senior brother will promise me a request. If I lose, I will promise senior brother a request. Fang Qingran's eyes flickered, as if she was having a bad idea. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 61 Lend me a few $100 million. As my junior sister said, I 5 as an oath. Mo Jingong raised his slender hand. Fang Qingran stretched out her jade hand and was about to touch it. Fang Qingran added, if the prices are the same, I win. Snapped. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she patted Mo Jingong without giving him a chance to react. Mo Jingong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to have been deceived. What a shame. It's really hard for women and villains to take care of you. Duo Yan stood on Mo Jingong's shoulder, speaking in a parrot voice, and said the words in a precise manner. Duo Yan looked at Mo Jingong looking like he was willing to be deceived. Duo Yan felt a heartache. It's over. The cabbages that have been raised at home for thousands of years are about to be lost to pigs. After a long time, Duo Yan finally couldn't help it and said these words to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran directly plucked all the fur from its body. Duo Yan was laughed at by a group of spiritual beasts for a long time with his naked body. Of course, this is all for later. The scene returns to this moment. Fang Qingran stared at Duo Yan with a smirk on her lips. 7th senior brother, your contracted beast looks pretty good. I wonder if the meat will smell good after being stewed. Mo Jingong's eyes flashed slightly. It is not afraid of water and fire. If you want to stew it, you must have ancient weak water and strange fire. Gah, Duo Yan shouted, wanting to say something else. Mo Jingong flicked his sleeves, and the burning flames disappeared. Fang Qingran blinked her apricot eyes. She remembered everything the 7th senior brother said. Fang Qingran didn't speak anymore. She listened to the bidding outside, her eyes rolling around, as if she was planning some bad idea again. No, 250 million. Fang Qingran's eyes were as bright as glass. Listen to the voice, Bailey Xuanqing from Xuanling sect. Fang Qingran remembered that Xuanling sect seemed to be the master of formations and talismans. What use did they need the 9 swords of Tiangang? Are you planning to switch to sword practice? Next door, 25 million. Fire Cloud sect Xiao Qingfeng, this guy doesn't even need the 9 swords of Tiangang, right? Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, but the Fire Cloud sect seemed to be very rich. No, 252 million. Tianjin sect Xiao Hongyu, he bought it very reasonably. Fang Qingran's eyes were dark and dark, but she didn't want the skill to fall into Su Yanren's hands. No, 26 million. Number subconsciously shouted, 27 million. After the number was shouted, there was a moment of silence in the auction house. Immediately afterwards, a cursing voice came, Mom, can you tell me some rules? If you have more strut stones on no, why don't you just call it 1 billion? I'd really like to thank you. I'm so lucky to have met you at this auction. I would be scared to pay for anything. No, it's your uncle's. If you keep shouting out the price, I will gather a crowd to beat you later. Ellipsis. No, rough and arrogant voice sounded, I follow the rules very well. I was led astray by no. I don't have that many strut stones at all. Otherwise, you all should stop bidding and watch me being carried. A good show from the auction. Immediately, someone yelled angrily, damn it. No, you scheming bitch, you almost led me astray. No, we would be stupid if we really didn't bid, million. The bidding sounds came one after another again. Boom boom boom. Someone knocked on the side door of no. Mo Jingong didn't move. Fang Qingran stood up and opened the door. Young disciple, are you here? I'm here to see your 7th senior brother. Yi Wenshan's handsome face was filled with a flattering smile. Master, long time no see. Fang Qingran was thinking, back then, why did she think Yi Wen was an immortal? Fang Qingran turned sideways to let Yi Wenshan in and closed the door. Yi Wenshan sat directly on Fang Qingran's seat, looked at Mo Jingong and whispered, Jingong, I want to buy the 9 swords of Tiangang, can you lend me a few 100 million? You still lack high-level skills, Mo Jingong said with a half smile. Yi Wenshan glanced at Fang Qingran and continued, I have no shortage of high-level skills, but this, 9 swords of Tiangang, is different. The reason why it is half-step to the immortal level is because it is incomplete. The 9 swords of Tiangang is the first volume, and the second volume is called 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire. The 2 volumes together are called God-Slaying Technique. As a teacher, I came here just for this half of the 9 swords of Tiangang. After listening to Yi Wenshan's words, Mo Jingong knew that Yi Wenshan's here meant this small world. Mo Jingong narrowed his eyes slightly. God-Slaying Technique is an ancient skill. If it is practiced to the 9th level, it can kill the heavens at the top and the emperor, gods and demons at the bottom. It's just that from ancient times to the present, even Daluo Jingxian can only reach the 3rd level at most. But even after practicing to the 3rd level, he can cut mountains and rivers with his sword and dominate forever. Master, buy it yourself. The strut stone in my hand is still useful. Mo Jingong refused unhurriedly. Mo Jingong always paid attention to the people outside shouting prices. He was waiting for a big fish. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 62. These people have gone crazy. The complete, God-Slaying Technique will prevent you from going crazy when you practice it. People in the upper world only know the power of the God-Slaying art after mastering it, but they don't know that only those with the 5 elements spiritual roots and the 7 orificed exquisite heart can truly reach the 9th level. When Yi Wenshan heard what Mo Jingong said, his aura changed, and powerful pressure spread. Immediately, the entire auction house was silent, and no one dared to call out the price. Yi Wenshan also realized this, and his loud voice spread throughout the auction room, everyone, continue, I just want to tell everyone. Suppress your anger and bid peacefully. After all, the person who can take away the sword manual is not the one with the loudest voice, but the one with the highest bid. Ellipsis. After a moment of silence, the price call sounded again. This time, everyone's voice seemed to be less aggressive. Yi Wenshan, who had just finished showing off his power, stared at Mo Jingong and suddenly clasped his hands together. Jingong, can you help me as a teacher? If you don't help me, I can only take out a high-value loan. Exclamation mark quote. Yi Wenshan was upset. He would have drunk less wine and saved more spiritual stones. Thinking of this, Yi Wenshan was even more sad. He couldn't afford it if he saved more. Mo Jinggong had no sympathy for Yi Wenshan's misfortune. Fang Qingyun said calmly, Master, feel free to borrow it. I think Shumo Pavilion will definitely be willing to lend it to you, but remember not to use the name of Lingyun sect. Yi Wenshan. Mo Jinggong really refuses to take either soft or hard approach. Jinggong, I beg you. Yi Wenshan looked at Fang Qingbran and pulled him to his side. Little disciple, help me quickly, Jinggong will definitely listen to you. Fang Qingbran, who only wanted to watch the show. She wanted to say, Master, otherwise I would lend it to you. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes were deep. Master, do you think I can get million top-quality spiritual stones? What, 500 million? Are these people crazy? Yi Wenshan shifted his attention and found that the bidding had reached 510 million. Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingbran looked at each other and shook their heads. Master, the bidder this time is Master Rong of the Beast Control sect. Mo Jinggong kindly reminded. Fuck. Yi Wenshan looked shocked. Among the 4 major sects, the Beast Control sect was the poorest. Why can the Beast Control sect come up with so many spiritual stones? It must be dirty money earned. Yi Wenshan touched his nose sheepishly. Jinggong, we can't compare with them, our sect is small. Mo Jinggong continued. The person who bids for is the ancestor of the Luo family. The family background is quite good. The person who bids for 511 million is the ancestor of the Lu family, and the Lu family is a family at the bottom. The more Mo Jinggong said, the more embarrassed Yi Wenshan became. Yi Wenshan stood up and walked out. This, 9 Swords of Tiangang, is not suitable for him. Anyway, the next volume of 9 Heaven's Mysterious Fire has not yet appeared. When the next volume comes out, he will find a way to buy both copies together. What if the spiritual stones are really not enough by then? Yi Wenshan glanced back at Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingbran, and then sent these 2 people to pay off the debts. Anyway, these 2 people have unparalleled beauty, so it's a waste if they don't take advantage of it. Yi Wenshan, who was ready to pay attention, no longer hesitated, and decided to leave after calming down the situation. Yi Wenshan had not taken a few steps out when Mo Jinggong's cold voice came into Yi Wenshan's ears. Master, remember to return to Lingyun sect. Fang Qingbran saw Yi Wenshan leaving and sat back. 7th senior brother, why do I feel that Master's last look was malicious? Fortunately, Master is upright, otherwise if that look appeared on other people. Indeed, the flash of light in Mo Jinggong's eyes gave Fang Qing a cup of tea. The secret chest hidden by the Emperor of Heaven appears, and the Hu family in the Forging City appears to be in the hands of the Hu family as well. The last time he saw Hu Yunxiang's snake eyebrow copperfish, he began to doubt the Hu family. But this time, no, 530 million. 7th senior brother, is this the Hu family you were talking about? The foundation of a small family is comparable to that of the 4 major sects. Fang Qingbran was amazed. The Luo family, the Sheng family, and the Lu family, the 3 major clans, have stopped bidding with the sect. Only the Hu family has no intention of stopping. At the same time, in room No, the ancestor of the Hu family stretched out his hand and pulled off the snake eyebrow copperfish from Hu Yunxiang's neck, send it to King He Tower and exchange it for some spiritual stones. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the million. Ancestor, our family can't hold on to this half-step immortal level skill. Instead, it will lead to the disaster of annihilation. Otherwise, let's forget it. The head of the Hu family took the snake-browed copperfish and frowned. Hu Yunxiang looked at the jade pendant longingly. He didn't want to, but he didn't have the right to interrupt here. The ancestor of the Hu family became more powerful, with a cold expression on his face. If you don't want to be the head of this family, change it to someone else. The head of the Hu family showed fear on his face and saluted. Ancestor atones for his sins, I will go right away. Wait a minute. The ancestor of the Hu family handed a porcelain bottle to the head of the Hu family. If the shopkeeper of King He Tower is unwilling to change it, drop the blood in the bottle on the jade pendant. The head of the Hu family nodded and left. At the same time, not only the Hu family but also many forces left. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 63. Some people are also going to redeem spiritual stones, while others are preparing to cut it off halfway. More monks were preparing to ambush on the way, waiting for someone to come out with a technique, and try to grab it. The ancestor of the Hu family looked at the auction table. That adult told me that once traces of the Tiangang 9 swords are discovered, you will obtain the sword manual at all costs. Then he sent the sword manual to Tianjin sect and secretly handed it over to a little girl named Su Yanran. He will send the sword manual, but the Hu family must make a rubbing. In room. Su Yanran stared at the 9 swords of Tiangang, with greedy eyes, and a voice in her heart shouted crazily, get it, get it. Teng Snake, I want this skill, please think of a way. Wishful thinking, even the ancestors of the Sheng family have given up. Do you think you can get it? Even if you get it, can you hold on? Teng Snake's dark green face sneered. Teng Shi regretted her contract with Su Yanran. It doesn't know why Su Yanran sometimes acts like she's trying to force her wits down. When it first met Su Yanran was filled with purple energy and had strong luck, and she would definitely become a great person in the future. Even though Su Yanran killed several disciples who were against her, her luck did not decrease at all. But I don't know why. A year ago, Su Yanran's purple energy suddenly began to decrease. Teng Shi, I remember you are a divine beast, right? Divine beasts all have divine elixirs, and you have recovered a lot in the past 2 years. Can you take out the divine elixirs first and exchange them for spiritual stones? Su Yanran had a delicate appearance, but the words she spat out made Teng Shi's whole body cold. Teng Snake's cold green eyes stared at Su Yanran. How did you know that I had condensed the divine elixir? It is impossible for the master to feel the existence of the divine elixir. This is the rule of heaven and earth, a kind of protection for divine beasts. The divine elixir is the secret of every divine beast. Even if it is the owner of the symbiosis contract, the divine beast will not tell him about the divine elixir. How did Su Yanran know the secret of the magic pill? I saw in an ancient book that divine beasts have magical elixirs. Su Yanran felt guilty. Of course Su Yanran would not tell Teng Shi. An old man with a white beard told her in a dream. Teng Shi's green eyes were cold and stern, silent, and did not expose Su Yanran's lies. Su Yanran said cautiously, Teng Shi, this book, 9 Swords of Tiangang, is very important to me, I must get it. In the past 2 years, have you not got enough things? Teng Shi asked coldly. It really admired Su Yanran, who was determined, ruthless and decisive in killing. Su Yanran did not leave anyone a reason for anything she did in the Tianjin sect. Teng Snake, I want to get this sword manual all because of you. With this half-step immortal level technique, your strength can be increased faster, and we don't have to be controlled by others. Su Yanran's beautiful eyes were filled with water, his voice was full of grievance and his face was full of sincerity. Teng Shi sneered, if not for 2 years of getting along. Maybe he was really deceived by Su Yanran. I don't need this technique. Teng Snake's eyes showed sarcasm. Su Yanran clasped her fingers inward and clenched tightly. Since Teng Shi did this to her, don't blame her. Su Yanran stood up and said, I'm going to the corridor to relax. Teng Shi glanced at Su Yanran and let her leave. Teng Snake revealed his hand that had been injured by the scorching flames. The palm was already covered with white bones, and the blood vessels on his arm were black, obviously due to poisoning. Why is Burning Flame getting stronger and stronger? Apparently Burning Flame also lost its divine elixir in that battle. Teng Snake's dark green eyes became clammy. Juoyan's master is Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran seems to have a little purple energy on her body. Could it be that Su Yanran's luck was taken away by Fang Qingbran? Teng Shi remembered that Su Yanran mentioned that the dragon bone was taken away by Fang Qingbran, so Fang Qingbran really took away Su Yanran's luck. Teng Snake was still thinking about Su Yanran and Fang Qingbran, completely unaware that it was in danger. 9 Floors. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were deep and his expression was solemn. Little junior sister, no matter what happens later, don't leave this room until I come back to pick you up. Okay, Fang Qingbran nodded frantically. Anyway, there was special food and tea in the room, so she was willing to stay. However, it's rare to see 7th senior brother so serious. I'm curious. But Fang Qingbran didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Mo Jinggong's slender back with shining eyes. Mo Jinggong closed the door and placed a ban on the entire room. Then, he made a magic trick and instantly appeared on the top floor of the auction house. There is only one room on the top floor. Standing outside the door were 2 powerful men from the virtual gods. They recognized Mo Jinggong and asked casually, Sir, what's the matter? I want to see the pavilion master. Mo Jinggong's figure was like a jade tree, exuding a faint brilliance. I'm sorry, the master of the pavilion won't see any guests today, please come back. The eyes of the powerful virtual god flashed with pride. Mo Jinggong's consciousness spread to the 3rd floor. His dark eyes were so sharp and deep that people dared not look directly at him. Is it inconvenient to see guests, or is there another plan? Zhu Shen's eyes were surprised. He was actually being suppressed by an avatar. In an instant, the aura belonging to the virtual god pressed towards Mo Jinggong. Young master, we respect you as that person's disciple. You must be polite and don't push yourself too far. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 64. Facing the pressure of the virtual god, Mo Jinggong remained calm and composed. Mo Jinggong has a handsome appearance and a cold expression, which adds to his coldness. Go to Bailey Yuanmo and tell him that I will make up for his losses and let the people on the 3rd floor go. The 2 false gods looked embarrassed. They were actually in awe of Mo Jinggong like this. One false god wanted to suppress Mo Jinggong, but another one stopped him. Mo Jinggong is that person's disciple. They can't hurt Mo Jinggong, otherwise it will be detrimental to Shumo Pavilion if they become enemies with that person. A false god with a pretty good attitude said, Sir, don't embarrass us. We don't dare to stop what the cabinet master is doing. But the talking virtual god quietly activated the power of the domain, trying to control Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong's cold and arrogant eyes were piercing, like a 1,000-year-old snow lotus on the top of a mountain, filled with innate nobility. Mo Jinggong raised his hands and flicked his sleeves, and a burst of red light flashed under his feet. Moment. The realm of virtual gods is broken. Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed sharply, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? You are just a transformed god. How can you do it? Inform Bailey Yuanmo immediately and stop all actions. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes revealed unparalleled dignity, and his tone contained an aura that brooked no resistance. Yes, Zhu Shen's straight waist finally bent down. The powerful virtual gods are indeed more arrogant than other monks, but they always respect the strong. Especially those who are young and strong. To become a god at such a young age requires hard work that ordinary monks cannot imagine. A virtual god left, but Mo Jinggong did not follow. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep. He didn't stop Bailey Yuanmo himself because he wanted to save face for Bailey Yuanmo. A door apart. Su Yanran's face was pale. From the moment she saw Mo Jinggong, Su Yanran felt a faint feeling of uneasiness in her heart. 2 years ago, this young man, dressed in white and unparalleled in dignity, made her feel a fatal threat. 2 years later, the young man looked like a young master on the road, dressed in mysterious clothes and exuding a cold aura. He was so noble and unparalleled that people couldn't help but surrender. At this moment, jealousy grew crazily in Su Yanran's heart. Why would such a talented and beautiful person be Fang Qingbran's senior brother? How could Fang Qingbran, a person from a humble background, have such a good life? Su Yanran regretted it endlessly. Why didn't she drag Fang Qingbran into the Tianjin sect during the sect meeting? Correct. And that jade bracelet, if she gets the jade bracelet space, she wouldn't have to commit murder for a Sumeru ring. Sudden. Su Yanran felt dizzy and felt a tearing pain in her consciousness. Puff. Okay. Su Yanran vomited out several mouthfuls of blood, her face turned pale, her whole body was weak, and she fell to the ground. Su Yanran immediately thought of something, climbed to the door, and wanted to open the door. But it was ejected the moment it hit the door. Boom. Su Yanran hit the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Her beautiful eyes flashed with evil. Bailey Yuanmo actually doesn't keep his word. When she made a silent deal with Bailey Yuan. Bailey Yuanmo clearly promised her that he would take the magic pill after she terminated the contract. But at this moment, the contract on her consciousness was torn apart. Breaking the contract in this way would cause huge damage to her consciousness. It may never be repaired in your lifetime. What does it mean if your consciousness is damaged? Su Yanran knew it clearly, and she suddenly regretted that she shouldn't have made a silent deal with Bailey Yuan alone. Su Yanran shouted, "Let me out quickly, let me out." The virtual god outside the door naturally heard Su Yanran's words, but he would not care about Su Yanran's life or death. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes swept over Zhu Shen. She is a disciple of the great elder of Tianjin sect. It is not worthwhile for you to die in the pavilion. Zhu Shen was a little surprised. Su Yanran was actually a disciple of Tianjin sect. But how could a disciple of Tianjin sect come alone to trade with the pavilion master? Zhu Shen opened the door and asked Mo Jinggong to go in with him. He was afraid that he would not be able to tell clearly if he went in alone. "Sir, save me." Su Yanran recognized Zhu Shen as Bailey Yuanmo's man, and she chose to ask Mo Jinggong for help. At least Mo Jinggong won't kill her for the time being. The man in black did not approach Su Yanran, he just waved his hand and shot a pill into Su Yanran's mouth. The elixir melted in her mouth, and Su Yanran had no chance to spit it out. Su Yanran looked at the man in black in horror. "What did you give me to eat?" "Life-saving elixir." The man in black showed sympathy in his eyes, with a natural ice spread root and outstanding talent. It's a pity that half of his consciousness is damaged, and the future will not be long. Before the nascent soul, damage to the consciousness did not have much impact, but after that. Su Yanran endured the severe pain and looked at Mo Jinggong. "Master, I want to make a deal with you." She didn't believe that Mo Jinggong could resist the temptation of the magic pill. Mo Jinggong was silent, with cold eyes and a cold voice. "When dealing with the strong, you must abide by the strong's rules. The weak have no right to resist." "You." Su Yanran naturally understood what he meant, but Su Yanran was unwilling to give up. "Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to be a casual cultivator for the rest of your life?" The man in black shook his head. He thought he was smart, but he was quite stupid if he didn't. "I can become stronger on my own. Even if I spend my whole life as a casual cultivator, it is much better than taking away opportunities from others." Mo Jinggong looked down at Su Yanran from a high position. Mo Jinggong's red lips curled up slightly, flashing with ridicule. Their chess pieces arranged by the Emperor of Heaven to help Su Yanran overcome the disaster and ascend. But why is Su Yanran not a pawn of the Emperor of Heaven? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 65. Su Yanran lay on the ground, staring blankly at the face that turned all living beings upside down, unable to regain her consciousness for a long time. At this moment, it was as if the world had lost its color, and only this startling glimpse remained in my heart for a long time. Su Yanran's eyes were filled with red threads, shining with a dark light that was almost crazy. The Zhu Shen on the side had sharp eyes, and his eyes flickered between Su Yanran and Mo Jinggong. He recalled Bailey Yuanmo's explanation when he left, and pinched them with his fingertips. Su Yanran wanted to speak and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. "Sir, the master of the pavilion will be here soon. I will take this young lady down first." Zhu Shen rushed to Mo Jinggong and cupped his hands, grabbing Su Yanran's collar. Mo Jinggong glanced at Su Yanran, his eyes cold, and let her be dragged away. The two disappeared for less than a moment. Boom. A girl covered in blood was thrown in front of Mo Jinggong. Immediately afterwards, a voice sounded, "Master, what can you do to protect her?" An hour later. Mo Jinggong returned to the room, looked at the two lots sent by the auction house, and twitched his lips. One is 9 swords of Tiangang, and the other is the box he sent for auction. Senior brother 7, the prices of the two pieces are exactly the same. I win. Fang Qingran smiled lightly, her fair skin exuding a luster like jade. I'm willing to admit defeat. Mo Jinggong's eyebrows were like ink strokes, his eyes were like stars, and his bottomless eyes were stained with a smile. Fang Qingran smiled happily and was about to speak. Boom. The side door was knocked open and Yi Wenshan rushed in. Yi Wenshan looked at the box on the table, his eyes widened. "Jinggong, you actually spent 2 billion high-quality spiritual stones for me, I'm so touched. But Jinggong, I only want the 9 swords of Tiangang. You can keep Ruamucha by yourself." After Yi Wenshan finished speaking, he reached out to grab something. Mo Jinggong raised his wrist and took one step faster than Yi Wenshan to put the things into the space. Yi Wenshan. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold. "Master, this thing is not prepared for you." "Then show me." Head office. Yi Wenshan was not angry at all. Mo Jinggong shook his head and stood up. "Master, it's time to return to Lingyun sect." Yi Wenshan's face was full of embarrassment. Sure enough, he was just being sentimental and thought that Mo Jinggong had enlightened and knew how to respect his master. "I won't go back," Yi Wenshan said angrily. Mo Jinggong turned sideways and walked past Yi Wenshan, and a teleportation talisman was attached to Yi Wenshan's shoulder. Before Yi Wenshan could react, the teleportation talisman was activated, and Yi Wenshan was forced to return to Lingyun sect. Mo Jinggong moved his gaze towards Fang Qingran, who had a blank expression. "Little junior sister, don't tell master that you have a lot of spirit stones, otherwise no matter how many you have, it won't be enough for him to make." Fang Qingren's eyes flickered and she asked the doubts in her heart, "Seventh senior brother, why do I feel that you are more like master than master?" The Lingyun sect was not a sect at first. Later, we got bored and founded the Lingyun sect together. He lost a bet and had no choice but to become the sect leader. Mo Jinggong's voice was low. Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, "But, senior brother said that he has only been in the sect for 60 years, and seventh senior brother, you are only 25 years old, how could you have founded the sect with master?" Liu Kanglan also told her that all the disciples of Lingyun sect were picked up by Yi Wenshan on the road. Mo Jinggong's deep black eyes flashed slightly, as if hiding a vast world that was difficult to penetrate. There are some things that junior sister will know in the future. Mo Jinggong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. "Can't I know now?" Fang Qingren was very depressed. The two stared at each other for a moment. Fang Qingren was defeated, and she said helplessly, "Okay, we can't know the other things, but we can always know the age of our senior brother, right?" 25. Mo Jinggong handed Fang Qingren a teleportation talisman. Fang Qingren's face was full of disbelief, and she said loudly, "Seventh senior brother, the master is more than 1,000 years old, how can you be 25? "I won't lie to you." Mo Jinggong was calm and composed, his starry eyes were bright, and the light and shadow were flowing, as if he was hiding the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Fang Qingren blinked her big eyes and believed Mo Jinggong's words. Fang Qingren took the teleportation talisman and asked again, "When was Lingyun sect founded?" This time, Mo Jinggong said nothing, raised his hand and flicked his sleeves. A white light flashed before Fang Qingren's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she was already at the 10th peak. Fang Qingren looked depressed. She wanted to secretly go to Qinghe Tower, but she had to give up. "Luin Jin takes me to Yuehua Peak. I will perfect everything today. Tomorrow, I will give the seventh senior brother a big gift." Fang Qing's glass-like eyes flashed brightly. At the same time, the four major sects gathered together. Xiao Hongyu looked upright and serious. "Sect Master Xiao, do you know who the person in room is?" Xiao Qingfeng's beard trembled, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. When he thought of the person next door, he gritted his teeth with hatred. "I checked later and found that stinky girl was very cunning and left no clues. Ha ha ha, that girl is so brave for daring to offend the Fire Cloud sect." Rong Juofen showed a proud smile on his bearded face. The Beast Control sect and the Fire Cloud sect had never dealt with them. Now seeing Xiao Qingfeng defeated, Rong Juofen was very happy. "Rong Juofen, what do you mean? You are not going to be with her, are you?" Xiao Qingfeng stood up angrily, the pressure around her dissipated, and she glared at Rong Juofen. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 66 Behemoth. He, Xiao Qingfeng, has gained a respectable status since he was promoted to a 7th level alchemist. I have never been so angry. Everyone in Juzhu who met him was polite. Without someone's support, how could a little girl dare to offend him? Rong Juofen's voice was rough. "I would like to be with her, but it's a pity that I don't know her at all." "Where did you call 500 million when you bought the half-step immortal level technique?" Xiao Qingfeng stared at Rong Juofen closely, not missing a trace of his expression. "The Beast Control sect has already spent million. How could it possibly spend another million? There is something very fishy about it." Rong Juofen's thick eyebrows knitted together. "You don't care where I come from, but you are allowed to have a trump card, and our Beast Control sect is not allowed to have a trump card." Naturally, Rong Juofen would not tell these people that he exchanged the most precious treasure of the Beast Control sect for the spiritual stone. "I'm too lazy to argue with you, an old man. Let me tell you, from now on, you, the Beast Control sect, don't even think about buying a single pill from me." Xiao Qingfeng's eyes flashed fiercely. Disciples of the beast taming sect are the most vulnerable to injury. After all, there are many accidents in the process of taming beasts. "You think I am a stranger? If you don't want to buy it, I won't buy it. I don't want to buy your Fire Cloud sect's elixirs yet," Rong Juofen said nonchalantly. There was a surprised look on Xiao Qingfeng's face. In the past, Rong Juofen would compromise when threatened with elixirs. Xiao Qingfeng didn't believe it. "Rong Juofen, what tricks do you want to play?" Rong Juofen snorted coldly. "Ha! Don't you, the Fire Cloud sect, have enough tricks up your sleeve? Obviously, the 3rd level spiritual grass can refine 10 Qingshan pills, but you only gave us 1. Also, you charge several times more for each elixir refining, and even use low-grade elixirs as high-grade elixirs, taking advantage of our Beast Control sect time and time again." Rong Juofen said with some red eyes. The disciples of the Beast Control sect went out to do tasks in order to buy elixirs and mostly refine their chi. Even the disciples who control the beasts only wear worldly clothes and don't even have a decent disciple uniform. Some disciples even went to the back mountains to dig tree roots because they did not have spiritual stones to buy bigger pills. Even casual cultivators are not so miserable, right? Rong Juofen, what are you talking about? Our Fire Cloud sect has always been honest. How could we do such a thing? Xiao Qingfeng yelled. Xiao Hongyu was afraid that the two of them would fight, so he quickly changed the subject. "We are here this time to discuss the matter of the Kung Fu and Ruo Mu Ti. Let's keep it private for a while." Xiao Qingfeng sat down, his lowered eyes flashing with coldness. He wanted to see what the Beast Control sect would do in the future if they didn't have the elixirs they provided. There was ridicule in Rong Juofen's eyes. Sure enough, they would never help the Beast Control sect unless the knife was cut on them. Rong Juofen thought of Yi Wenshan. If Xiao Qingfeng dared to trick him like this, he would definitely dismantle the Fire Cloud sect. It's a pity that I am tied to these 3 sects. If he really fights with the Fire Cloud sect, Xiao Hongyu and Bailey Xuanqing will definitely turn against Xiao Qingfeng. Rong Juofen took a deep breath. He could not put the Beast Control sect in danger. Seeing that both of them had calmed down, Xiao Hongyu said, "Xuanqing, what do you think?" Bailey Xuanqing's evil eyes were sharp, and his slightly thin face flashed with wisdom. "There is more than one person in know. That little girl is just a bidder. The power behind her is very strong. I suspect it is the Bailey family. Quote. The number. Family in the 9 provinces continent. The Bailey family. Xiao Hongyu looked ugly. The Bailey family is like a giant dragon, entrenched above all sects and forces. Juju continent seems to have independent states, but in fact there is a secret manipulator, and that is the Bailey family. It is said that the Bailey family has at least 100 powerful virtual gods, as well as a Ascent-level profound practitioner and a Ascent-level formation mage. There are also rumors that the Bailey family enshrines a mythical beast. The Bailey family even controls the teleportation array between states. After the incident with Lady Miaoyan, the Bailey family ordered that the teleportation arrays between states be closed, and monks were no longer allowed to travel across states at will. Any force that opposes the Bailey family, whether it is a tangled sect or a 10,000-year-old family with profound foundations, they will all be destroyed by the Bailey family. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes were cold and he said, I have a question. If it's the Bailey family and they want the half-step immortal level technique in Ruamuti, it's absolutely impossible for Shumo Pavilion to put the things up for auction. Bailey Xuanqing, in Qingyun Prefecture, since Shumo Pavilion was opened, no. Has been empty. None of us are qualified to enter the wing. Besides Bailey's family, who else do you think there is? An idea flashed through Rong Juofan's mind, but he couldn't catch it. Xiao Hongyu, what Master Bailey said makes sense. I checked on the way and found that there was an extremely powerful restriction inside. After they bought the items for sale, they disappeared from the room in less than a moment. There is no aura of them within 1,000 miles, so the teleportation talisman used must be a teleportation talisman. The one that can teleport thousands of miles must be a 9th level talisman. We don't have this kind of talisman in Qingyun Prefecture. After Xiao Hongyu finished his analysis, the other 3 people fell into deep thought. Master Bailey, your surname is also Bailey. Are you also from the Bailey family? Rong Juofan suddenly spoke up and looked at Bailey Xuanqing curiously. I'm not. Bailey Xuanqing's eyes were as sharp as a knife and as cold as a bone. Rong Juofan suddenly felt a chill all over his body and did not continue to ask. Xiao Hongyu and Xiao Qingfeng looked at each other with different thoughts. Xiao Hongyu said solemnly, the whereabouts of the Kung Fu and Ruo Mu Cha can no longer be investigated. Rong Juofan nodded and decided not to mention that when the auction was about to end, he saw Bailey Yuan silently go to the 3rd floor. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 67 hundreds of millions, spend whatever you want. Rong Juofan and Xiao Qingfeng stood up at the same time and prepared to leave. Bailey Xuanqing winked at Xiao Hongyu, they didn't get anything this time. Xiao Hongyu said, I wonder what Sect Master Xiao and Sect Master Rong are going to do with the spirit fruits in their hands. Xiao Qingfeng's face darkened, and he was waiting for him here. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the Chan Yuan fruit. Rong Juofan's face was full of relief, and the beard on his face trembled. I bought the spiritual fruit just for eating. I have sent people back to the sect and divided it among the disciples. Xiao Qingfeng narrowed his eyes almost to a slit, opened them wide, breathed a little quickly, and trembled all over. He still expected Rong Juofan to fight for benefits with him. As a result, this 6th child had everything arranged. If the 3 of them attack at the same time and ask him to take out the Tianyuan fruit, will he hand it over or not? Sect Master Rong is so happy. Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, I remember that after eating the fruit, it takes at least 7 days to absorb it, right? You don't need to worry about this. The disciple has finished eating the fruit and entered Linglong Pagoda to practice. Rong Juofan said happily. Xiao Qingfeng pointed at Rong Juofan, his hands trembling. The exquisite tower of the beast control sect contains several high-level magical beasts. Even he, the false god, would not dare to enter at will. In order to protect the Lingyuan fruit, Rong Juofan actually let his disciples in. Rong Juofan kindly reminded, Sect Master Xiao, why don't you sit back, otherwise you will faint later and the fruit will be gone when you wake up. Xiao Qingfeng was wary and looked at Xiao Hongyu. Xiao Hongyu said with a bad expression, I heard the Tianyuan fruit contains the breath of heaven and earth. I just want Sect Master Xiao to take it out so that we can see it. Rong Juofan took 2 steps back and quietly took out a teleportation talisman. While the other 3 were not paying attention, he activated the teleportation talisman and returned to the Beast Control sect. There is a sharp contrast between the Beast Control sect and the Heavenly Sword sect, which is only a mile away. Every brick and tile in Tianjin sect is very exquisite, and the sect's courtyard is also extremely luxurious. There are also library pavilions and treasure pavilions, all made of precious gold and nanmo. In addition, the territory of Tianjin sect is several times larger than that of Beast Control sect. On the other hand, looking at the gate of the Beast Control sect, there are only a few brick houses, and the disciples live in thatched houses. And this door is so dilapidated and almost rusty. There is only the Spirit Beast field, which is relatively good and is surrounded by precious black iron. Rong Juofan thought about the million that he had not spent, so he called all the disciples and elders. Rong Juofan stood on the square, Great Elder, go to the Foundry City to hire a group of people to build our sect like the Tianjin sect, no. Better than the Tianjin sect. Everyone opened their mouths. Some disciples commented, Sect Master, do you have a fever? The Sect Master probably hasn't woken up yet and is dreaming. He thinks our sect is very rich. Looking at the posture, the Sect Master must have picked up hundreds of millions in his dream. Ellipsis. The Great Elder said, Sect Master, this disciple will participate in the sect competition next month, and I haven't bought the defensive magic weapon yet. That's right, magical weapons, elixirs, talismans. These must also be prepared. Rong Juofan looked at the Second Elder. Second Elder, please go and prepare a copy of these things for each disciple. Surprise also flashed across the upright face of the Second Elder. Could it be that the Sect Master has forgotten that we have no spirit stones, and the spirit beasts have nothing to eat? Rong Juofan thought for a moment and said, our beast control sect relies on spiritual beasts. We can't let them starve. Third elder, go to Lu's house and buy some spiritual grass. Buy 5, no, buy 10 tons. Now everyone is not calm anymore. Great elder, is our sect master going crazy? I'm not going crazy, I guess I drank too much and started talking nonsense. But the sect leader doesn't look like he's joking. You're not joking, these things add up to at least hundreds of millions of low-grade spiritual stones. Even if we sell them, we won't be able to get them out. Rong Juofen waved his hand, don't make any noise, everyone. I'm really fine, what I said is true. We have the spirit stone, and we no longer have to live a life of poverty. The more Rong Juofen said this, the more worried everyone became. Not only is the sect leader crazy, his symptoms are also serious. How about we invite the ancestor to come? The great elder said. When Rong Juofen heard that his ancestor felt guilty, he shouted loudly, you guys make way for an open space, I want to put the spirit stone. Everyone was really obedient and moved out of the way. Rong Juofen waved his hand, and mountains of high-grade spiritual stones came into view. Crowd. Damn it, why did I see tens of thousands of top-quality spiritual stones? I must be dazzled. My eyes were also dazzled. I actually saw tens of thousands of top-quality spiritual stones. If all these were replaced with low-grade spiritual stones, it would cost several hundred million, right? I must not have woken up. Only the second elder looked dark and asked in a bad tone, Sect Master, did you go out to rob? Rong Juofen immediately shook his head, extremely proud, one death beast egg was exchanged for so many spiritual stones. He really didn't understand why the sect was neglecting its good days. Do you have to guard a mythical beast egg for generations? At this time, an extremely terrifying pressure enveloped him. A violent voice sounded in the air, Rong Juofen, you bastard. I'm going to skin you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 68. Lingyun sect, Moju Peak. 7th junior brother, what's wrong, junior sister is missing. Mu Chanjua's voice was filled with anxiety. Hearing the sound, Mo Jingong withdrew from practice and walked out of the cave. When Mu Chanjue saw Mo Jingong, he stepped forward and said, 7th junior brother, we have searched the entire Lingyun sect, but we have not found our little junior sister, so we can only come to find you. Mo Jingong's dark eyes were deep, when did you disappear? Mu Chanjua's peach blossom eyes were a little anxious, I don't know, aren't we going to participate in the sect competition? I went to find her to discuss something, but I searched the entire 10th peak and found no one. I sent a message she didn't reply, but when I asked Luan Jin, she said she had disappeared for a month. Have Wen Shenfeng looked for it? Mo Jingong asked. A month ago, he entered the cultivation state after confirming that Fang Qingran had returned to the 10th peak. This month, the formation at the entrance of Lingyun sect has not fluctuated, so the person must still be inside the sect. Mu Chanjua's face was full of surprise, asked Tianfeng, is the old man back? Lingyun sect's peaks, only if the owner is within the sect, can they enter the peak. It's been a month and you haven't seen him. Mo Jingong's eyes flashed slightly, Yi Wenshan couldn't stay in one place honestly. When Mo Jingong saw Mu Chanjue shaking his head in affirmation, he was even more sure that Yi Wenshan was abnormal. Every time Yi Wenshan returns to Lingyun sect, he has to search every mountain peak before he is willing to answer Tianfeng's questions honestly. Mo Jingong summoned Luan Jin. When Mu Chanjue saw Luan Jin, he took a step back unconsciously. This is a ferocious beast, so the little junior sister is so ignorant that she dares to ride on Luan Jin's back. Luan Jin now looked like a spiritual crane. He walked up to Mo Jingong and bowed his head in salute. After the young master returned to the peak, she asked me to take her to Yuehua Peak. She said she would come to see you the next day, but she has not come back since. I thought she was at Moju Peak, so I paid no attention to her. Luan Jin said in a voice, slightly trembling. If Fang Qingran had an accident in Lingyun sect, Mo Jingong would not let him go. There was a cold light in Mo Jingong's eyes, and a biting chill ran through his body, take us to Yuehua Peak. Mo Jingong flew down on Luan Jin's back and motioned for Mu Chanjue to come up. Mu Chanjue waved the folding fan and said, 7th junior brother, I can handle the sword. Yuehua Peak is surrounded by ancient trees and greenery, and the scenery is pleasant. The Luan brigade fell in one place, this is where the young master wields his sword. When Mu Chanjue heard Luan Jin's words, he went down to look for him. Wait a moment, Mo Jingong stopped Mu Chanjue from entering Yuehua Peak, his eyes flashing sharply. The aura of Yuehua Peak is very wrong. The two of them stood like this in mid-air. After waiting for about half an hour, the ancient trees on Yuehua Peak shifted and the ground shook. But other peaks were not affected at all. Mu Chanjua's face was full of surprise, who did this? Mo Jingong's cold voice sounded, a formation has been set up on this mountain. About every hour, the layout of the mountain will change. Once you enter the mountain, your cultivation will be lost, and you must break the formation to get out. After hearing the formation, Mu Chanjue immediately thought of Lu Kanglan. Could it be that the senior brother was dragged too hard by the junior sister, so he locked the junior sister here? Her aura is near Yuehua Peak. Mo Jingong withdrew his consciousness and his eyes fell on a 1,000-year-old tree away from Yuehua Peak. Fang Qingran is wearing colorful mysterious clothes. Things there should not dare to hurt her. At the same time, Fang Qingran and Yi Wenshan collapsed on the ground. Fang Qingran asked tiredly, Master, is there an exit from this sword tomb? I don't know either. Yi Wenshan looked embarrassed. This month, Yi Wenshan has been tortured quite a lot. Let's talk about it after he returned to Lingyun sect. After he returned to Wenshan Peak, the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. He came up with an idea to trick Fang Qingran into getting the 9 swords of Tiangang from Mo Jingong. So, he quietly followed Fang Qingran to Yuehua Peak. When Fang Qingran arrived at Yuehua Peak, he actually took out an innate spiritual treasure and made a blood contract. Then he took out a fire stick contract. As a result, when Fang Qingren's blood dripped into the iron rod, a huge suction force suddenly appeared, and the suction force was extremely powerful. Before he could react, he was pulled into the sword tomb. The sword tomb is surrounded by fog, and the visibility is only 1 foot. There are no swords below the 6th grade in the sword tomb. And after falling here, he lost all his spiritual power and couldn't use any magic. He could only slowly look for an exit. Since the sword tomb was dark, he didn't know how long he had been looking for it. Then he met Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren's skin was as crystal clear as jade and her clothes were clean and tidy, which was in sharp contrast to him. He was in a state of utter disarray, and there were knife cuts on his clothes. Master, you are so unreliable, don't you know the exit from Ling Yun Sect's sword tomb? I didn't even know Ling Yun Sect had a sword tomb. Yi Wenchen shook his head and looked at Fang Qingren again. The little apprentice's clothes were so clean, he was so envious. Little apprentice, your colorful mysterious clothes can be made bigger or smaller. Why don't you make it bigger, cut some materials, and make me a set of clothes? Yi Wenchen's eyes were burning, and Fang Qingren's heart was fixed. Panic. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 69 5 Colorful Spiritual Roots. Fang Qingren rolled her eyes and said, Master, you are really my good master. I am blessed to have you as my master. The cassock is a formation formed by using the fine lines in the clothes. After the cassock is formed, it cannot be moved at will. In Fang Qingren's space, there are some girls' dresses that can be changed into clothes worn by Yi Wenchen. But she couldn't take it out. Yi Wenchen's storage ring is a magical weapon of the universe and cannot be used here. Then hers must not be used either. Yuan Bao warned her many times that she must not let anyone know that she had a void space. Yi Wenchen knew he was wrong. Little disciple, I can't help it. There seems to be something wrong with the sword in the sword tomb. If nothing happens, just pull my sword twice. If Qixio is not my old buddy, he can block it for me. Countless sneak attacks, I'm afraid you won't be able to see me. Fang Qingren looked at the unshaven Yi Wenchen and said, Master, it was you who had to take the initiative to provoke them. It is obvious that they would not attack unless you touched them. They are placed on my property and I am not allowed to touch them. It's unreasonable. Yi Wenchen took out the gourd from his waist and poured the last drop of wine into his mouth, his face full of vicissitudes of life. There are at least thousands of swords in this sword tomb. If they were all sold, wouldn't he no longer have to worry about drinking money? Yi Wenchen thought of this and stood up suddenly. Little apprentice, hurry up and find an exit. You must go out as a teacher. Fang Qingren sat motionless. A pair of apricot eyes flashed with a faint light. Master, this sword tomb is a secret place, and you can't get out with your legs. Bang! Yi Wenchen raised his foot and seemed to have kicked something. His expression suddenly became tense. Apprentice, be on guard. As long as he touches the sword in the sword tomb, he will be attacked. Fang Qingren stood up quickly with a look of caution in her eyes. Even if the master loses all his spiritual power, the realm of false god is still there, so it makes him so nervous. Is there any big danger? Something's wrong, Yi Wenchen muttered to himself. He took 2 steps forward, bent down, and then stood up. There was an exquisite scabbard in his hand. Yi Wenchen returned to Fang Qingren. Little disciple, this is your thing, keep it well. Fang Qingren took the scabbard of the Dragon Emperor's sword and looked into Yi Wenchen's handsome eyes. Yi Wenchen's eyes remained as usual, without any change. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were lowered, and Yi Wenchen could definitely tell that the scabbard was extraordinary, but there was no trace of greed. Fang Qingren suddenly remembered that Mo Jinggong said that everyone in Ling Yun Sect has their own secrets, and they will not explore your abnormalities. Master, I may know how we should get out. Fang Qingren stared at the glass on the scabbard, her apricot eyes lighting up like glass. How to get out? Yi Wenchen looked excited, finally able to go out for a drink. Fang Qingren picked up the scabbard and said, I was brought here after making a contract with it. If I want to get out, I must rely on it. Fang Qingren didn't know if the Dragon Emperor's sword was in this sword tomb. But one thing she is sure of is that all the swords in this sword tomb must submit to the Dragon Emperor's sword. Even if the Dragon King's sword is not here, its pressure does not allow any sword to challenge. Yi Wenchen signaled Fang Qingren to continue. Fang Qingren said crisply, the swords in the sword tomb will attack us because they have sword spirits. Since they have sword spirits, as long as these sword spirits are surrendered, they will not attack us and can lead us to find an exit. Yi Wenchen raised his hand, touched Fang Qingren's forehead, and said doubtfully, I don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Fang Qingren's face was serious. Master, what I said is true. I have another idea. After we get out, we will turn this place into a training ground. Everyone will come here to practice in the future, and no longer need to envy other sects. There is a trial ground at the door. Little apprentice, what is the classification level of magical weapons? Yi Wenchen suddenly asked. Fang Qingren had doubts in her eyes. Why did the master suddenly ask this? But she still described it in detail. Ranks 1 to 3 are called low-level magic weapons, 4 to 6 are mid-level, 7 to 9 are high-level, 10 to 12 are heavenly, and then there are immortal, saint, emperor, and divine. Yi Wenchen nodded. That's right, but in addition to these, there are 2 extremely special magic weapons, called innate and acquired. Innate spirit treasures, which appeared before ancient times, can be upgraded with the master regardless of their initial level. And if the master is promoted to an immortal queen, the weapon spirit can transform into a human form and fight side by side with the master. Acquired spirit treasures appeared after ancient times. Their power is far inferior to innate spirit treasures, and the spirit of the weapon cannot be transformed into human form. Also, do you know why the 5 elements spiritual roots cannot enter the path of cultivating immortality? Yi Wenchen's face was serious, looking like a serious master. Fang Qingren thought about it and said, with the 5 elements spiritual roots, it is almost impossible to introduce qi into the body. The path of cultivation is difficult and difficult. Fang Qingran knew that if it weren't for the mysterious power in her body, it would be difficult for her to complete the introduction of qi into her body. Yi Wenshan shook his head. None of this is right. The real reason is that heaven is jealous of the 5 elements spiritual roots and directly destroyed all the techniques related to the 5 elements spiritual roots, and even tampered with the memories of all immortal cultivators. Back then, after Empress Nuwa was refining 5 color stones to mend the sky in Kunlun Mountain, she suddenly had a whim and created the 5 color spiritual root. The 5 color spiritual root is a natural spiritual root, also known as the 5 elements spiritual root. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is astonishing, far higher than other spiritual roots. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 70, Just One Meal. Yi Wenshan glanced at Fang Qingran, his eyes complex, and continued. Later, a mortal accidentally obtained the 5 color spiritual root. After practicing hard, he achieved the 3,000 great ways. He jumped out of the 5 elements and was no longer subject to the way of heaven. He even surpassed the way of heaven. But the way of heaven is used to being arbitrary, and he can't tolerate it when someone suddenly puts pressure on him. But Heavenly Tao couldn't do anything about that man, so he set his sights on the 3,000 worlds. He destroyed everything related to the 5 elements spiritual roots, and all practitioners of the 5 elements spiritual roots will die in accidents. On Yi Wen's cold and handsome face with clear lines, his handsome eyes shone with an elusive light, and there was a hint of loneliness between his brows. Fang Qingran blinked her almond-shaped eyes. It turned out that this was the truth. Then why are there so many techniques and resources about the 5 elements spiritual roots and cultivation in her void space? But what is the relationship between the 5 elements spiritual root and the level of the magical weapon? When Fang Qingran was confused, Yi Wenshan spoke slowly. Actually, I should tell you these things when you are about to pass the tribulation and ascend, but it's the same thing to tell you now. The Qingluan sword in your hand is an innate spiritual treasure. You were lucky enough to get the Qingluan sword, but it's just because the people at the auction don't know what nature and nurture are, and the people who are in the 6th grade magic weapon don't like it either. Yi Wenshan just finished speaking. Fang Qingran asked curiously, Master, how can we identify nature and nurture at a glance? Open the heavenly eye or reach the level of Daluo Jingxian. Yi Wenshan spoke quickly and slowly. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes are slightly round, and the master actually has celestial eyes. It is said that people with heavenly eyes are the chosen ones. Fang Qingran's eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars. Master, aren't you the one who achieved the 3,000 great ways? Yi Wenshan flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? If Master is above the law of heaven, how can he still be trapped in this secret realm? Fang Qingran touched her nose embarrassedly. Do you know why I asked you about the magic weapon and talked about spiritual roots? Yi Wenshan's eyes straightened, his eyebrows were trimmed like a sword, slanting into his temples. The swords in the sword tomb are not simple. How difficult is it to conquer them? Fang Qingran's mind wandered. Yi Wenshan nodded. This is only part of the reason. There is another reason. There are level restrictions on the use of magic weapons in the world of cultivating immortals. Only low-level magic tools can be used for qi refining. Low-level and mid-level magic tools can be used for foundation building. High-level and heaven-level tools can be used for golden elixirs, and high-level and heaven-level magic tools can be used for nascent soul stage. Heaven level. The restrictions on the use of magic weapons during the cultivation stage of transformation into gods are based on the strength of the spiritual consciousness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the stronger the grade that can be used. That's why those monks will work hard to improve their spiritual consciousness. And monks who can contract with innate and acquired magic weapons must reach the level of virtual god. Yi Wenshan stopped talking at this point. Fang Qingran reacted suddenly. So Master wants to tell me that the reason why I can contract with the innate spiritual treasure by building the foundation is because I have the 5 elements spiritual root. Yi Wenshan rubbed Fang Qingran's furry head. His eyes flashed with joy. My little apprentice is so smart, keep guessing. Fang Qingran took a few steps back and tried to save her hairstyle. Master, what do you mean by other means is that the scabbard in my hand is about the same level as the sword in the sword tomb? Yes, the scabbard is indeed of a high level, but it's a pity that only the scabbard can't command the sword that has given birth to the sword spirit. When Yi Wenshan said this, he paused slightly and continued, however, it can enter the sword tomb, which means that the sword body is also in the sword tomb. Master, are you telling the truth? Fang Qingran's face was as crystal clear as jade, with joy hidden in her brows. Yi Wenshan nodded. I will take you to find this sword blade, but I promise Master that this sword will not be born until the strength is not strong enough. Of course, we like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked as beautiful as glass. Yi Wenshan looked serious. You and the scabbard have made a contract. You try to communicate with it using your spiritual consciousness and let it lead the way. Fang Qingran held the scabbard in his hand, and his spiritual consciousness covered the scabbard. After a long time, Fang Qingran found that the scabbard was unresponsive and shook her head at Yi Wenshan. Yi Wenshan took the scabbard from Fang Qingran's hand, with a deep look in his eyes. Just give it a good beating. Yi Wenshan looked at the pile of swords on the right, raised his hand and smashed the scabbard against the pile of swords, and then shouted, Apprentice, hold your head and squat down. Scabbard, you talk about martial ethics. Fang Qingran. Master, can you be more reliable? However, Fang Qingran had no time to speak at all. Swords of light flew all around, and sharp sword blades struck. Fang Qingran could only choose to do it. Yi Wenshan was lying on the ground leisurely, watching the flying sword hit the scabbard. Logically speaking, the sword is usually drawn first and then taken out of the scabbard. The young apprentice got the scabbard first, and he could only find the sword body in this way. For about a quarter of an hour, the surroundings became quiet, the scabbard lay quietly on the ground, and the other swords were inserted back into their original positions. Fang Qingran stood up and picked up the scabbard. A feeling of extreme grievance spread from the scabbard to the bottom of her heart. The scabbard even trembled, as if it was accusing something. What's wrong, little apprentice? Did it say anything? Yi Wenshan asked curiously. No, it's very aggrieved. Fang Qingran said helplessly. Don't tell me. Fine, just do it a few more times. Yi Wenchen was eager to give it a try. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 71 The Cute Little Apprentice. Fang Qingran felt the scabbard in her hand tremble. The scabbard conveyed an emotion to her. Don't hand me over to this bad old man, I'll tell you where the Dragon Emperor sword is. Close black lens bracket. Fang Qingran and Yi Wenchen looked at each other, and they had a perfect understanding. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and she said softly, speak quickly, or I won't be able to protect you. Yi Wenchen walked towards Fang Qingran step by step, raising his hand to pick up the scabbard. At this moment, Fang Qingran received the message from the scabbard, go north. Close black lens bracket. Master, it said to go north. Fang Qingran said, and Yi Wenchen retracted his hand in a pretentious manner. Since it says so, then go north and have a look. If you don't find it, Yi Wenchen pretended to be serious, making the scabbard even more frightened. Fang Qingran followed the instructions of the scabbard and found Bei. Fang Qingran worriedly told Yi Wenchen not to provoke these swords. Fang Qingran was always paying attention to the changes around her as she walked. It's been a smooth journey. After walking for about half an hour, my eyes turned into a green field. There is a long river not far away, and there are fish playing in the river. Fang Qingran turned around, but the fog was still shrouded behind her, lifeless. It's just a short distance, but a world of difference. Swish. Snapped. The scabbard flew out, smashed into the water, and disappeared. Fang Qingran lowered his head, looked at his empty hands, and said aggrievedly, Master, the scabbard is gone. It's okay, I will find it for you, Master. Yi Wenchen suddenly understood what was going on with those daughter slaves. Looking at such a soft and cute little girl in front of me, I couldn't bear to bear the injustice she suffered. Yi Wenchen walked to the river and opened his eyes. The river is bottomless, gentle and quiet. It doesn't look like anything special, just like an ordinary river. Yi Wenchen pulled out Qishao, turned his wrist, and plunged the sword into the river without reaching the bottom. The fish in the river calmly circled Qishao. One of the blue big-headed fish bit Qishao in one bite. Creak. The harsh sound of metal clashing hit my ears. Inexplicably irritating. Yi Wenchen flicked his wrist, and the sword flew out and was inserted not far away. The fat-headed fish was also taken out of the water and landed on the grass. The fat-headed fish jumped on the grass, getting closer to the direction of the river. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Master, why is this fish so sneaky? Yi Wenchen said nothing. He pulled out Qishao and pressed it on the body of the fat-headed fish. There is something wrong with this fish. After biting Qishao, its teeth were not broken. Qishao is an innate spiritual treasure, and now it is a sacred weapon, with a hardness comparable to 10,000 years of black iron. Even a divine beast would not dare to use its teeth to fight Qishao. Master, doesn't that mean that its teeth can be used to refine weapons? Fang Qingran's eyes were like apricots, looking at Shen Fei. Yi Wenchen raised his sword eyebrows slightly, but he didn't expect this. Yi Wenchen's eyes fell on the river. There were at least thousands of them in the river. If they were caught, they could really sell a lot of spiritual stones. However, the teeth of these fish are comparable to 10,000 years of black iron, so they must not be caught by hand. If the space could be opened, the space can be used and the strength has been restored. While Yi Wenchen was thinking, Fang Qingran secretly took out a few large fishing nets from the space. She roughly estimated that it should be enough to catch half the river's fish. Fang Qingran quietly observed Yi Wenchen and found that he didn't notice her at all. She took a few steps back, reached out and threw the fishing net into the mist. Master, I seem to see something, please wait for me. Fang Qingran said, excitedly rushing into the mist. Not giving Yi Wenchen a chance to stop him, Yi Wenchen followed Fang Qingran with nervous eyes. Without noticing at all, the fat-headed fish that was held down by the red sky sword grew 4 little legs. It kicked its 4 little feet and kept digging at the ground. In a few breaths, Fang Qingran rushed out of the fog, holding a pile of fishing nets. Master, look, what did I find? Fang Qingran ran to Yi Wenchen and said happily. Surprise appeared on Yi Wenchen's handsome face, the luster in his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, young apprentice, you were so lucky. Yi Wenchen picked up a fishing net and narrowed his eyes slightly. The fishing net was as soft as brocade, but full of toughness. Could this be such a material? Yi Wenchen didn't dare to think about it any further. If it was really made of that thing. Master, try using this net. Fang Qingran's eyes were bright. Let's go. Yi Wenchen agreed quickly. However, Yi Wenchen was about to finish his words. Chirp. The scream almost pierced the eardrums. Fang Qingran couldn't bear it and covered her ears. Yi Wenchen looked at the source of the sound, the fat-headed fish. The grass under it has been planed away, leaving it fresh soil. Unfortunately, he was still controlled by Qi Xiao and had no chance to escape. It stared at the fishing net with a pair of black fish eyes and screamed in horror. If you dare to scream again, I will throw you to the sword grave. Yi Wenchen's handsome eyes were slightly cold, his eyebrows were sharp, and the upward part was like a sharp blade. The fat-headed fish shivered and stopped screaming. Yi Wenchen patted Fang Qingran's head and said, little apprentice, it's okay. Fang Qingran let go of her hands, her lips turned white, and she said weakly, Master, how can the fish scream? It's not a fish, it's a fish transformed from a monster. It should be to protect things in the water. Yi Wenchen glanced at the fishing net. It's afraid that we will catch the monster in the water. The scream is a warning and an attack. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 72 Being a teacher is always true. Fang Qingran pursed her lips. Warcraft and spiritual beasts were completely different species. Most spiritual beasts who practice spiritual cultivation are willing to make contracts with monks and never take the initiative to hunt and kill monks. Most of the magical beasts who practice Qi are ferocious and unruly, and a very small number of magical beasts will surrender to the monks. There is no incompatibility between monsters and monks. Usually, except for the monsters raised by monks, they do not attack people. Those naturally growing magical beasts, like monsters, will actively attack and hunt humans to improve their cultivation. Master, a magical beast's more valuable. Fang Qing's teeth were as white as shells, and her big eyes were shining with starlight. Yi Wenshan. I thought the young apprentice's solemn look was because he was afraid. Little disciple, has your 7th senior brother abused you? Yi Wenshan looked at the colorful mysterious clothes on Fang Qingren's body. Did Mo Jinggong want his young apprentice to wear the same clothes for the rest of his life? Did you just give this shweni to Fang Qingran? No, Fang Qingran shook his head. Yi Wenshan patted Fang Qingran on the shoulder and said sincerely, little apprentice, I understand. I have the same experience as you. Jinggong is the most stingy and takes my spiritual stone at every turn. But I feel that the 7th senior brother is very generous. Fang Qingran was confused. Why did the master suddenly become emotional? Yi Wenshan felt even more distressed. Little disciple, it's all my fault. If my master could control the financial power of Lingyun sect, I would never let you live such a miserable life. Fang Qingran. Is there something in master's words? Pretending not to understand. Fang Qingran looked at Yi Wenshan with a pair of bright and clear eyes. Master, how can you control the financial power if you don't return to the sect? Yi Wenshan's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly changed the subject. Little apprentice, let's fish out the things in the river first. Yi Wenshan's eyes fell on the fat-headed fish. Go and tell your companions to go away to avoid accidental injury later. If anyone who didn't leave for half a quarter of an hour is caught, don't blame me. And if anyone dares to scream again and scare my little apprentice, I won't spare it. The fat-headed fish seemed to understand what Yi Wenshan said and even nodded its front paw. Yi Wenshan drew his fingertips in the air and put the Qishao sword into its sheath. The fat-headed fish scurried into the river. Master, just let them go like this. What if they all come ashore and take revenge on us? Fang Qingren's eyes were a little confused. I'm just afraid they won't come. Yi Wenshan made a spell, and his clothes were completely new. Suddenly, he was dressed in white, standing in the wind, his clothes were flying, as if he were a fairy, and his tall and straight figure looked even more like a jade tree facing the wind. Fang Qingren's eyes widened. Master, has your spiritual power recovered? You recovered after entering here, you. Yi Wenshan glanced at Fang Qingran. Little apprentice, why didn't you recover your spiritual power? Fang Qingran shook his head. Yi Wenshan grabbed Fang Qingren's wrist and penetrated it with a ray of spiritual consciousness. Yi Wenshan said in confusion, there are no problems with the spiritual roots, spiritual platform, spiritual consciousness, and tendons, shouldn't it? Yi Wenshan checked himself again and understood what was going on. Little apprentice, maybe because you are building a foundation, there is insufficient spiritual energy here, which causes your strength to recover slowly. If you wait a little longer, you may be able to recover. Yi Wenshan comforted. Fang Qingran. Master is telling lies with his eyes open. If the spiritual energy is really low, she should be the first to regain her strength. Master, actually you can tell the truth. Yi Wenshan coughed awkwardly and said, my little apprentice, I have always been honest as a teacher. Naturally, he can tell his young apprentice, you are a foundation builder, but you are too weak. The restrictions here only restrain monks below the golden core level. Monks below the golden core level all use spiritual platforms to store spiritual energy. The stored spiritual energy will naturally not be too much, and it will be easily dissipated. That's why Fang Qingran was unable to recover his strength because he was in a place without spiritual energy. But the monks above the golden elixir are different. The golden elixir seals the spiritual energy and will not dissipate easily. If the spiritual energy that foundation building can store is only as big as a small courtyard, then the spiritual energy that a golden elixir monk can store is as big as a palace. Fang Qingran saw that Yi Wenshan didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask any more questions. Fang Qingran looked at the river, vaguely feeling that there was a crisis hidden in the water. Master, it should be almost half a quarter of an hour, right? There is no movement in the water yet. Little apprentice, prepare to network the monsters. Yi Wenshan became energetic. Wherever Yi Wenshan, went, not a single leaf was left of anything that had no owner. Yi Wenshan waved his hand, and a transparent protective shield appeared on Fang Qingren's body. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness penetrated into the river. Yi Wenshan's expression suddenly changed, his face became a bit colder, and his murderous intent was fully revealed. Yi Wenshan stepped on it, and a terrifying coercion rushed towards the river. In an instant, the water in the river surged into the sky, and the vast river water was exploded. Countless fish shadows flew out of the river, some of them crashed back into the river, and some fish fell to the shore. A huge whirlpool formed in the river, accompanied by an explosion. The clear river water slowly turned into light red. Yi Wenshan's expression was indifferent, his eyes were moving, and the aura around him was sharp, exuding a faint golden light. Qi Xiao flew out from behind him and plunged into the river. Fang Qingran couldn't feel the heart-stopping pressure, but looking at the blood-stained river water, she understood that this was the result of Yi Wenshan's attack. Fang Qingran looked at Yi Wenshan who was performing the magic technique, her beautiful eyes shining. Is this the strength of the virtual god? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 73 Cannibalism must be punished. Just looking at Yi Wenshan's movements made her feel more stressed, but in addition to the pressure, she also gained some additional insights. No wonder some people say that everyone below the transformation god is an ant, and everyone above the virtual god is a venerable person. It seems that there is only one level between the transformation god and the virtual god, but in fact the strength gap between the two is like a chasm. 100 nascent souls might have a chance to hurt the avatar. But 100 transformed gods, under normal circumstances, would never be able to harm the virtual god at all. Fang Qingbran looked at Yi Wenshan with a cold and handsome face. Perhaps Yi Wenshan had no intention of letting go of a magical beast from the beginning. Fang Qingbran guessed that Yi Wenshan wanted to destroy the monsters here, perhaps because he was worried that if other members of the sect broke into this place, their lives would be in danger. After all, these monsters can even gnaw at Qixio and gnaw at personal bones. That's not easy. The water in the river has turned red. Huge whirlpools in the river stirred, and the water surged, bringing several curtains of water to the shore. The carcasses of fat-headed fish were piled up on the shore. After an unknown amount of time, Qixio flew out of the water and fell into Yi Wenshan's hands. Yi Wenshan stopped, the whirlpool in the river slowly disappeared, and the water surface became calm. It's just that the river is full of blood, letting people know what kind of bloody storms it has experienced here. Yi Wenshan held Qixio for a moment, then inserted Qixio into the scabbard with his backhand. Yi Wenshan looked at the lifeless lake and said, "Little disciple, do you know why I went back on my word? I destroyed all life in the river. Master, I am worried that the monster will hurt people," Fang Qingbran said seriously. Yi Wenshan shook his head. "I did want to let go of some of the monsters at first, but after I recovered my strength, I discovered that these monsters were all high-level monsters, and there were countless bones hidden at the bottom of the river." The reason why Yi Wenshan explained was that he was afraid that Fang Qingbran would misunderstand and thought that if he had the strength, he would kill innocent people indiscriminately. "Master, that's wrong. If the teeth of these monsters eat people, it's impossible to leave bones behind, right?" Fang Qingbran quickly discovered the key to the problem. Yi Wenshan's eyebrows were slightly twisted, his eyes were cold. "This is what I'm going to say next. It's more difficult for monsters to cultivate their qi than to cultivate their spirits, so most of them will choose to hunt monks to improve their cultivation. There is no distinction between good and evil. Monsters hunt humans just to become stronger, but the bones at the bottom of the river are all left behind by cannibalism. Once a group cannibalizes its own kind, we must remain absolutely vigilant when facing this group, and if we can destroy them, we must not leave a single person alive." Yi Wenshan was filled with a murderous aura and continued, "Little disciple, you may encounter some things in the future that will force you to do some cruel things, but always remember that you cannot cannibalize your own kind, as that will not end well." Fang Qingbran nodded. "Master, I remember." Yi Wenshan touched Fang Qingbran's head. "However, in any case, remember to protect yourself. You can be kind, but you must not be kind blindly." "Thank you, Master." Fang Qingbran felt warm in her heart and her eyes were filled with gratitude. At this moment, Fang Qingbran suddenly understood why the Master was not often in the sect, and why the senior brothers and sisters still mentioned the Master with some respect. Because most elders only want the younger generation to improve their cultivation quickly and don't care about anything else. Yi Wenshan is different. He will not force everyone to practice. Instead, he will pay more attention to the growth of his disciples' character. Fang Qingbran was even more determined to obtain the inheritance in the secret realm. "I hope your future road will be wider and wider." Yi Wenshan looked pleased. Such a cute little apprentice was the apprentice he wanted. Much more considerate than those bastards. Fang Qingbran responded solemnly, "Master, don't worry, I will make Lingyun sect prosper." Yi Wenshan's eyes changed and he smiled. "We'll talk about that later. Now, hurry up and collect the corpse of the monster." "Master, just wait and leave the rest to me. My nets are obedient." Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed with pride. These nets were pulled out by Fang Xi from the deepest part of the space as an apology to her. Fang Qingbran's smile was brimming with a faint dimple, and her beautiful eyes were looking forward, as bright as stars. She raised her hand, her sleeves danced, her movements were light, and the fishing nets on the ground seemed to come alive, flying to the shore one by one. The fishing net opened its mouth wide, and in a few breaths, all the fish on the shore were sucked into the net. Fang Qingbran flicked his sleeves again, and the filled fishing net fell in front of the two of them. Yi Wenshan looked at Fang Qingbran's hand and had another doubt. "Little apprentice, has your spiritual energy recovered?" Fang Qingbran said indifferently, "You set up a barrier to protect me. I took advantage of that time to absorb the spiritual power from the spiritual stone, and now my cultivation level has been restored." Yi Wenshan. "Little apprentice, do you know what you are talking about? There is no spiritual power around here. If you want to restore the strength of foundation building, you will need at least hundreds of millions of top-quality spiritual stones." Yi Wenshan touched his chin. "Little disciple, where did you get these spiritual stones?" Fang Qingbran suddenly realized, "Oops, I forgot what the seventh senior brother told me." Fang Qingbran looked at Yi Wenshan's eyes and felt unbearable. The master must be in short supply of spiritual stones. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly. She took out a storage bag and said cautiously, "Master, I only have so much left, I'll give it all to you." Yi Wenshan said a little embarrassedly, "How can a master want a spiritual stone from his apprentice?" However, his hand reached out sincerely and accepted the storage bag handed over by Fang Qingbran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 74. The little apprentice is used to ward off disasters. He didn't want it, he just wanted to see how many spiritual stones Mo Jinggong gave to his young apprentice. He was really just curious. Fang Qingbran. "Master, is this what you call being disrespectful of your body and integrity? Damn it, this Mo Jinggong is so inhumane. How can he be treated so differently?" Yi Wenshan stared at the storage bag, looking distressed. It's not that he has never seen the world, it's just that he has never owned so many spiritual stones in his life. 30,000 top-quality spiritual stones. Equivalent to million low-grade spiritual stones. "Little disciple, give me all this. If your seventh senior brother asks, how will you explain it?" Yi Wenshan's handsome eyes lit up and his heart beat wildly. "With these top-quality items, we can then sell these monster corpses." He can store at least top-quality spiritual stones in his hands. 50,000 top-quality spiritual stones are enough to buy several jars of Tai Bai Immortal Brew. Ha, I. Fang Qingran was thinking, her gaze fell on Yi Wenshan's back, and her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. Yi Wenshan did not notice anything unusual about Fang Qingran, but instead said excitedly, "Little disciple, if you tell lies, you will definitely not be able to deceive your seventh senior brother. You must mix the truth with the lies, and avoid the important and the light. But don't mention me in front of him, otherwise he will definitely guess that I took these spiritual stones. You can cry directly in front of him, and then say, 'Senior brother Hua has some spiritual stones,' and senior brother will ask, 'Little apprentice, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you having a cramp?'" Yi Wenshan saw Fang Qingran blinking at him desperately and didn't react. If it were in the past, he would definitely understand what Fang Qingran meant, but at this moment, his mind was entirely on the spirit stone. "Master, why don't you continue?" A cold voice suddenly reached Yi Wenshan's ears. Yi Wenshan paused and turned around. "Stfi, Jinggong, why are you here? How long have you been here? No, you, listen to my excuses, no. Listen to my explanation, I actually just want to test it. Little apprentice." There was no trace of embarrassment on Yi Wenshan's face, only a guilty conscience when facing Mo Jinggong. "Old man, do you believe what you said?" Mu Chanjue on the side waved his jade fan gently, his peach blossom eyes full of smiles, as if he was watching a good show. Mo Jinggong is tall and tall, handsome and handsome, with twinkling eyes. Mo Jinggong looked at the piles of monster corpses behind the two of them, his eyes became deep and sharp, revealing an indescribable coldness. Yi Wenshan shuddered when he saw the cold smile on the corner of Mo Jinggong's mouth. Finished. He seemed to have forgotten that all the secret realms in Lingyun sect were set up by Mo Jinggong. If there is such a fat-headed fish here, it must be something useful that Mo Jinggong kept. Yi Wenshan, based on the idea of death fellow Taoist and immortal Pingbao, directly pushed Fang Qingran to the front. "Jinggong, it was the little apprentice who wanted to eat fish, so I killed all the fish." Yi Wenshan was extremely sure that Mo Jinggong would not blame Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran looked confused and met Mo Jinggong's cold eyes. A sentence came to her mind, "There is no danger, the master is the biggest danger." Mu Chanjue on the side raised his eyebrows, his handsome face was full of smile, and he said suavely, "Little junior sister, can't you tell, you have a big appetite. You are almost catching up with Luan Jin." Yi Wenshan glared at Mu Chanjue, "You brat, you came here specifically to fight against him, right?" Mu Chanjue smiled and nodded, as if to say, "Yes. You did it on purpose, come and hit me." The two stared at each other, not at all like master and disciple. Sudden. Yi Wenshan felt a light touch in his hand and watched helplessly as the storage bag fell into Mo Jinggong's hand. Mo Jinggong returned the storage bag to Fang Qingran. "Master, you must be embarrassed to take the little junior sister's spiritual stone." Yi Wenshan stared at the storage bag eagerly, he was very embarrassed. "Junior sister, remember, elders will never ask juniors for spiritual stones, otherwise they will definitely be stabbed in the spine by monks." Mo Jinggong blocked Yi Wenshan's path with one sentence. Yi Wenshan was not afraid of poking his back, but he was afraid that Mo Jinggong would settle the score with him. After all, he had killed all the monsters raised by Mo Jinggong. "Senior brother seventh, I remember it." A thought flashed through Fang Qingran's mind, overturning her previous thoughts. Mo Jinggong took out 2 teleportation talismans, handed them to Mu Chanjue and Yi Wenshan, and said to them, "You go back to the sect first. The other 4 senior brothers, follow the master closely and don't let him run away." Okay, Mu Chanjue had no objection. When passing through the sword tomb, Mo Jinggong helped him get a good thing. As for Yi Wenshan, at best, he is a half-baked master. Yi Wenshan didn't want to leave, he stared at the corpses of the monsters. "Jinggong, I have no merit but hard work, how about sharing a few among me?" Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold, and with a flick of his sleeves, the teleportation talismans in their hands lit up and disappeared. "Senior brother 7, I was wrong." Fang Qingran lowered her head, feeling the low air pressure. She felt an unprecedented sense of oppression on Mo Jinggong. This was the first time that Mo Jinggong showed his coldness to her. "Little junior sister, do you know where I went wrong?" Mo Jinggong's face was unparalleled, and the shadows in his phoenix eyes were flowing, implying a hint of helplessness. She didn't know where she was wrong. "You get a magic weapon and you dare to make a contract easily. Who taught you?" Mo Jinggong's cold eyes flashed with a deep light. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 75 The Enemy Behind. Mo Jinggong didn't expect the scabbard of the Dragon Emperor's sword to appear so early. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingran would get the scabbard and unintentionally open the sword tomb. If Juoyan hadn't told him about the Qingluan sword and the scabbard, he might have planned to wait a few days before coming in. Although there is danger hidden in the sword tomb, it is not enough to threaten Fang Qingran's life. Instead, it can make her strength grow rapidly. Fang Qingran stood there not daring to move or speak. When Mo Jinggong saw Fang Qingran, who was like a quail, the coldness on his body dissipated and he said in a deep voice, "Little junior sister, do you know why those children from aristocratic families with outstanding talents and no shortage of resources insist on entering the sect?" Fang Qingran raised her head, looked into Mo Jinggong's picturesque eyes, and shook her head. Mo Jinggong's eyes were calm, because the sect holds secrets that the family doesn't know, and cultivating the world of immortality is not just about immersing yourself in cultivation. It also requires the guidance of knowledgeable people. Many things are not recorded in ancient books. Just like junior sister, you prepare the magic formulas and exercises for everyone, and you also make comments. Don't act rashly in the future. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I won't hurt you. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep and bright, shining like stars. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes were full of hope, her eyes were as bright as spring flowers. "Seventh senior brother, I'm sorry." Fang Qingran apologized sincerely this time. She made a big mistake this time. She chose a direct contract because of something in her memory even though she knew the scabbard was not simple. She was afraid that things would change if things were too late, and she wanted to prove a fact. She remembered that in the original work, Su Yanran took blood from Fang Qinggran before contracting the scabbard. Only then did he successfully contract the scabbard. Later, when Su Yanran found the Dragon Emperor sword, Fang Qinggran was already dead. But one thing is clearly written, that is, Su Yanran only contracted the scabbard, not the Dragon Emperor sword. The Dragon King sword can be used by Su Yanran because Su Yanran repaired its flaws. All kinds of clues are connected together. Let Fang Qinggran guess that maybe this sword should belong to Fang Qinggran. It should belong to her now. Mo Jinggong's red lips curled up slightly. Little junior sister, put these monsters away first, and I will take you to find the Dragon Emperor sword. He indeed kept these monsters here, but not to protect them, but to cover up the aura of the Dragon Emperor sword. In order to leave the Shifang domain, those ferocious beasts have been looking for the whereabouts of the Dragon Emperor sword. They had no idea that the Dragon Emperor sword was right under their noses. Fortunately, Yi Wenshan didn't take Fang Qinggran into the river, otherwise no one would be able to save them. The water in the river is weak, and once it sinks, it cannot be refloated without a special boat. In addition, the weak water can isolate the smell, making the vicious beasts ignorant of everything happening here. Senior brother 7th, this was all caught by master. Fang Qinggran thought carefully about her words. Just keep it all, you must be embarrassed to ask for it. The two walked along the river for about 3 miles. Mo Jinggong stopped and said, it's right here, but whether you can conquer the Dragon Emperor's sword depends on the junior sister herself. Senior brother, I will definitely conquer it. Fang Qinggran's eyes flashed with determination. She could not give up any opportunity to become stronger. Ever since Yi Wenshan told her about the 5 elements spiritual roots, Fang Qinggran had a vague feeling that maybe her enemy was not Su Yanran, but the heavenly Dao behind her. After all, Su Yanran is great because she is the heroine in the book, and because she has a treasure hunting instinct, treasures will even be delivered to her door. Including a group of male supporting actors, rushing to send resources to Su Yanran. But these things may be arranged by heaven. Because the stronger Su Yanran is, the less chance she has as a female supporting character to stand up, and the slimmer the chance she will have to achieve greatness. This way Tiandao doesn't have to worry about having one more person weighing on his head. Mo Jinggong looked towards the river, his eyes were cold, and his face was so beautiful that he could confuse all living beings. His pair of phoenix eyes are as deep as a cold pool, his whole body has a noble temperament, and there is a supreme dignity that cannot be concealed between his brows. Mo Jinggong raised his hands and drew something quickly in the air. His sleeves were caught in the wind, like a swimming dragon, as graceful as a Jinggong, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the river in front of him. This vortex is different from the vortex created by Yi Wenshan. This vortex flows very fast, but the surrounding river water is calm and calm. Suddenly, golden light shot out from the vortex. The more golden light emitted, the stronger the pressure Fang Qinggran felt. Soon, the overwhelming coercion came towards Fang Qinggran, making Fang Qinggran's soul tremble. Fang Qinggran mobilized the remaining spiritual power in her body to resist the terrifying pressure. But it's like an ant trying to shake an elephant, it's completely useless. Fang Qinggran's forehead was covered with fine sweat, her lips were slightly white, but her apricot eyes were shining with determination like glass. As the golden light became more and more powerful, the golden light gradually gathered into a huge golden dragon. The shadow of the golden dragon hovered above the river, but its empty pupils made people feel even more stressed. Little junior sister, this is the sword spirit you want to conquer. If it surrenders to you, the Dragon Emperor's sword will recognize you as its master. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold. Fang Qinggran looked at the circling golden dragon, her spine felt chilly and her heart beat like a drum, but she still walked to the river bank resolutely. When Fang Qinggran walked to the river bank, the shadow in the midair became more solid. Then an angry voice sounded, you ant, you also want to be my master. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 76 Live like an ant, you should have great ambitions. The roar of the golden dragon caused Fang Qinggran's soul to tremble. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure imprisoned Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran's face was pale, but her almond-shaped eyes shone fearlessly. Fang Qinggran raised her head and met Jin Long's empty eyes. The golden dragon seemed to be angered by Fang Qinggran, and let out a roar that resounded to the sky. At this moment, it seemed as if the color of the world changed and the mountains and rivers overturned. Fang Qinggran's eyes were as bright as stars, and her lips were pursed tightly, revealing a sense of persistence and stubbornness. Fang Qinggran raised her hand, wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of her lips. Her eyes were determined, she was determined to take the Dragon Emperor sword. Mo Jinggong's cold phoenix eyes flashed red, and a coquettish flower of the other side appeared between his eyebrows. An invisible barrier enveloped the golden dragon's pressure, preventing it from spreading further. Mo Jinggong's eyes were stern, his red lips slightly pursed, and when he looked at the shadow of the golden dragon, there was a cold smile in his eyes. However, Mo Jinggong only glanced at Jin Long for a few times and then looked away. Jin Long was unaware of Mo Jinggong's presence. The golden dragon was slightly surprised to see that Fang Qinggran could withstand its roar. But even if Fang Qinggran resists its pressure, it is impossible for it to recognize an ant as its master. Jin Long's cold and majestic voice sounded, you ant, why don't you back down? Serve me as your master, and I will definitely take you to glory. Fang Qinggran's pair of apricot eyes were as beautiful as stars, cold and mysterious, and seemed to contain the unyielding dignity between heaven and earth. Jin Long sneered, an ant deserves to talk about glory, so ignorant. Fang Qinggran's expression remained unchanged and her eyes were firm, you can be fearless even if you are ignorant. I am an ant in your eyes at this moment, but I cannot be an ant all my life. Who doesn't grow from weak to strong? Are you born to be able to reach the top? Jin Long's empty eyes gradually solidified, and a pair of majestic dragon eyes stared at Fang Qinggran. Little girl, you are very courageous, but what you said is all lies. On the journey of cultivating immortality, one goes against the will of heaven, and countless monks will fail on their way to becoming stronger. Why are you so sure? You must be the one who can reach the top. Fang Qingren's beautiful eyes were piercing and fearless, meeting those domineering eyes. I cannot guarantee. But even if you were born like an ant, you can still have the ambition of a swan. If I were afraid of the difficulties and obstacles on the way to cultivating immortality, I would not have embarked on this path of cultivating immortality. Since I choose this path, I should have a determination that is not afraid of heaven and earth. From the moment I set foot on the road of cultivating immortality, I will definitely spend my life as a journey, without fear or regret, climbing to higher places. Fang Qingren's voice was sonorous and powerful, and she had a majestic appearance that made people uncomfortable. Dare to stare. Fang Qingren's whole body exuded a faint radiance, like the most dazzling star among thousands of stars, and her brows showed a perseverance that was proud of the heaven and earth. After a long time, Jinlong finally recovered from Fang Qingren's words, and there was a different emotion in his majestic eyes. Little girl, since you are so determined, then wait until you are strong enough before you come again. Jinlong admired Fang Qingren. But it is still a little unacceptable for it to surrender to a weak person who builds a foundation. In addition, the group of ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain were not something that Fang Qingren could subdue. It was afraid that if the front recognized its master, the group of ferocious beasts behind would rush out and tear Fang Qingren to pieces. The golden dragon sighed, an array of gold floated out from the shadow and flew into Fang Qingren's sea of consciousness. Fang Qingren vaguely felt that there was an extra bond between her and Jinlong. This was a promise made by the golden dragon to her. When she became a strong person, it would definitely follow her. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with confusion. Jinlong seemed to have some difficulty and couldn't follow her now. However, the golden dragon stopped talking and the shadow gradually dissipated. At the same time, 3 golden lights fell on Fang Qingren. Little girl, these 3 golden lights are the remaining power of my remnant soul. They can help you resolve 3 fatal attacks so that you can take care of yourself. Senior, wait a minute. Fang Qingren saw all the golden dragons dissipate and said hurriedly, give me these 3 powers, will it have any impact on Senior? Jinlong laughed, and there was relief in this laugh. Ha ha ha, I have been dead for tens of thousands of years, and these naturally have no effect on me. Okay, get out of here quickly, it is not safe here. After the golden dragon finished speaking, it completely disappeared. The whirlpool in the river disappeared instantly, and the river surface became calm. Fang Qingren's eyes were full of gratitude, and she bowed her thanks respectfully to the place where the golden dragon disappeared. Fang Qingren was still a little disappointed, and a belief in getting stronger took root in her heart. At this moment, she completely got rid of the obsession left by Fang Qingren in the book. He also broke free from some invisible shackles. She wants to become stronger, not to resist or deal with anyone, but only for herself. Senior brother 7th, I don't want to go to the sect meeting anymore. Fang Qingren raised her head and looked at Mo Jinggong. Before, she wanted to participate in the sect competition. She wanted to win the sect competition, make Lingyun's sect famous, and then find a way to kill Su Yanran. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt that her scope was too small. In order to take revenge, delaying the road to becoming stronger is not worth the gain. What she wants is to look down upon the world and have the strength to be unafraid of everything. Just become stronger and reach the top. At that time, no matter how powerful the enemy was, she could easily deal with it, which was the best revenge. And now, even if she really has the chance to kill Su Yanran, she cannot guarantee that she will kill him %. After all, from the past and present life, Su Yanran has many secrets. Mo Jinggong's ink-like eyes were like a cold pool illuminated by the moonlight, cold and deep. Little junior sister, you have really grown up. If you don't want to go, you can't go. Everyone in Lingyun's sect is not very interested in the sect competition. At first, he agreed to Fang Qingren's participation, just to make Fang Qingren happy. Now that Fang Qingren doesn't want to go, it doesn't matter if he doesn't go. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 77 Stepping into the pit. Senior brother, is there any way to become stronger quickly? Fang Qingren looked at Mo Jinggong. She was not going to the sect competition in Qingyun Prefecture. But she had to go to the Juzhu secret fighting competition. There were better opportunities in that secret realm. Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed slightly. Did junior sister discover something? 7th senior brother, I actually didn't find anything, but I guess that you must have a special place to practice. Fang Qingren's lips curled up slightly, which made her look even more beautiful. The way Mo Jinggong and Yi Wenshan got along made her realize that what Mo Jinggong had said before was all the truth. It seems that Lingyun sect was really founded by Mo Jinggong and Yi Wenshan, but for some unknown reason. This made the age gap between Mo Jinggong and Yi Wenshan wide open. So Fang Qingren guessed that Mo Jinggong must have a secret training place. The flow of time in that place is different from here. Mo Jinggong's red lips curled up slightly and he touched Fang Qingren's head. Junior sister, do you really want to go? Fang Qingren nodded firmly. If she wanted to become stronger, she must become stronger. Mo Jinggong's eyes became brighter, with a more enchanting feeling. Junior sister, promise you won't regret it. Fang Qingren felt chills running down his spine. Why did his senior brother's temperament become a little strange? And there is a faint sense of gloating in the tone of the 7th senior brother. Fang Qingren immediately shook off this thought and clenched her hands into pink fists. 7th senior brother, I don't regret it. I never regret my choice. Junior sister, give me your hand. Mo Jinggong's voice was filled with a smile. Fang Qingren's palm was facing up. Mo Jinggong pinched her jade finger, turned the back of her hand upward, and then drew a few strokes on her hand. A red light flashed before Fang Qingren's eyes, and Mo Jinggong let go of her hand. Fang Qingren looked at the back of her hand, which was as white as jade, and asked strangely, 7th senior brother, there is nothing. Mo Jinggong said softly, this is the key to unlocking the teleportation formation. It will appear when you need it. When the time comes, just put your hands on the formation, and the formation will send you out. The time inside is almost static compared to the outside. Your cultivation level will not increase if you stay inside because there is no aura inside. Fang Qingren's eyes widened. Seventh senior brother, are you going to dig a hole for me? If I can't increase my cultivation, why should I go in there? Mo Jinggong said softly, I will definitely not trick my junior sister. Although I can't cultivate my spirit inside, I can cultivate my body. Many monks don't pay attention to body training, so when they go through the thunder tribulation, their bodies are not strong enough to withstand the thunder tribulation. Little junior sister, after you go in, just concentrate on practicing your body, and then come out and practice your spiritual power. Then your cultivation speed will make a qualitative leap. The longer you stay in there, the greater the benefits will be. But remember, little junior sister, you have to stay in there for at least 10 years before you can come out. Mo Jinggong deliberately emphasized his tone. Fang Qingren's face was full of doubts. When a monk cultivates his spirit, doesn't his physical strength increase? Senior brother 7th, will the benefits become more obvious as time goes by? Mo Jinggong's eyes were filled with smiles. Yes, the senior brother has been in there for 15 years, so now he has reached the level of spiritual transformation. The second senior brother has been there for 20 years, so he broke through the golden elixir when he was more than 20 years old. Third senior sister is 10 years. Fang Qingren became more and more surprised as she listened. Everyone had been in it before. She is the only one who doesn't know about this. Senior brother 7th, didn't you say at least 10 years before? Why have you been alone with senior brother 4 for 8 years? Mo Jinggong coughed lightly, for senior brother was obsessed with refining weapons inside. When he saw something, he stuffed it into the furnace and was forced to send it out. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were slightly curved, like a crescent moon, and she couldn't wait to say, this place is quite interesting. 7th senior brother, please send me in quickly. Junior sister, remember, no matter how long you stay inside, the time outside will always stop at the moment you entered. Mo Jinggong's face was a bit solemn, but there was one thing he didn't say. After entering, it's not about practicing, but about escaping. Mo Jinggong approached the river and said, little junior sister, take a look at the environment inside first. After entering, don't get lost. As Mo Jinggong said this, he waved his sleeves, and the flowing scene appeared on the river. In the screen, many beasts with different looks were fighting, and the scene was extremely fierce. Then the scene changed, and there was a desert filled with yellow sand, dry and cracked places, precarious dry mountains, and dangerous swamps. There are even some places where it was a dark and cold night one moment, and the next moment it was a scorching sun. The screen kept rotating, but Fang Qingren didn't see any green. Senior brother 7th, is this a place where people can stay? Fang Qingren asked uncertainly. Of course, Mo Jinggong replied affirmatively. Fang Qingren was speechless. She still felt that Mo Jinggong was digging a hole. Sudden. The screen turned and a unique area appeared. This area seems to be separated from the entire Shifang domain. There is an exquisite and spacious yard in the area. Outside the courtyard, there are colorful flowers planted, and every flower is so charming. In front of the stone table in the courtyard, a man in white clothes was sitting, drinking tea and playing chess. The man lowered his head and couldn't see his face clearly, but he gave people a feeling of cool breeze and bright moonlight. Senior brother 7th, I take back what I just said, you can still stay in this place. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with joy. When she is tired from practicing, she will go here to rest. Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qingren with a half smile, his eyes flashed with a faint light, little junior sister, just don't regret it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 78 Hidden Memories. Fang Qingren's eyes widened, Brother Xiaoyu. She shouted, rushing to check on Brother Maverick. The woman grabbed her collar and said sternly, you little whore, come back with me. If you dare to meet this fool again, I will skin you. Long-term malnutrition made her skinny and unable to resist the woman. Even though Brother Maverick fell to the ground, he was still muttering, Sister Ranran, don't go, it's dangerous there. However, Fang Qingren couldn't hear these. She was dragged home by the woman and beaten severely. At night, she saw the woman bringing back a wretched old man. The old man's cloudy eyes looked at her, making her feel extremely sick. The old man was very dissatisfied and said, how do you raise people like this? Where is the money I gave you? What I want is a fair and tender girl, not a stinky girl with a yellow face and skinny muscles. If you are still like this after I give you another month, you will give me your money back. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. The woman sent the old man away with a smile on her face. Fang Qingren huddled in the corner, her lowered eyes flashed with a dim light, a month. It's her birthday in a month, and she can escape as her mother asks. In the next month, the woman's attitude towards her changed completely. She served her with a lot of money and food every day, and did not let her do any work. She is also very obedient and eats whatever she is told. She knew that only by eating well and taking good care of her body could she have a chance to escape. In the meantime, she inquired about Brother Maverick, and only heard someone say that he had been picked up. Time is fleeting. Soon, there is only one day left until January. There was only one day left before her 11th birthday. But Fang Qingren didn't want to wait any longer. She was afraid that there would be no chance tomorrow. At night, she secretly drugged everyone's meals. After everyone fell asleep, we arrived at the end of the village and walked into the old house from 6 years ago. Everything in the old house was in pieces, and everything in the house was topsy-turvy. She searched around the room full of memories, but found nothing. As she was about to leave, something flashed through her mind. She returned to the house where she had lived and found a yellowed note in the crack of the collapsed bed. This must be something my mother left for me. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with joy as she stuffed the note into her arms. Taking advantage of the night, he left the village and headed to Qingyun Prefecture. Outside the fantasy world. Yinglong, what on earth did you do? Why did she become like this? Tai Guming, she was very puzzled. Why did Fang Qingran suddenly become humble, cowardly, and submissive? Yinglong said sternly, I raised part of her nature. In addition, I sealed all her memories and gave her another set of memories. Yinglong, if you do this, aren't you afraid of the illusion collapsing? The ancient Ming snake's eyes were solemn. Yinglong said helplessly, I have to do this. The restriction on her prevents me from seeing all her memories. This means that she in the illusion is equally mysterious and dangerous. If I don't hold back, I will. If the illusion continues to develop according to her memory, not only will she fall into it, but other ferocious beasts will also be trapped in her illusion and unable to get out. Hearing Yinglong's words, ancient Ming snake's eyes showed surprise. Fang Qingran was just a foundation builder. How could an illusion built with her memories trap a group of extremely powerful beasts? Tai Kuming's eyes fell on Fang Qingran in the mirror, and suddenly felt that she might really be able to do it. Yinglong sighed and said solemnly, this girl is extremely guarded and will always have a backup plan for herself. If I don't suppress her, she will definitely destroy the illusion. At this moment, the ancient Ming snake seemed to have discovered a clue. It stared at Fang Qingran's wrist for a long time. Yinglong, when did the bracelet on Fang Qingran's wrist appear? Tai Kuming remembered clearly that when Fang Qingran left the village, her wrist was empty. Yinglong looked in the mirror, and at this time, Fang Qingran followed Su Yanran into the Tianjin sect. Su Yanran came to Fang Qingran to ask for a jade bracelet, but Fang Qingran refused directly. Yinglong looked at the jade bracelet on Fang Qingran's wrist. Before Fang Qingran entered the illusion, she was indeed wearing this bracelet on her wrist. But after she entered the illusion, she seemed to automatically ignore the memory of the bracelet. The jade bracelet is just a sacred object, why should Fang Qingran hide this memory? Su Yanran actually poisoned Fang Qingran, how could someone do this? She even snatched Fang Qingran's bracelet. Yinglong, why are you blindly changing the illusion? Tai Kuming said with a hint of anger. I haven't changed it, these are Fang Qingran's original memories. Yinglong watched Fang Qingran's bracelet being dropped, his eyes confused. What Su Yanran took away was a real bracelet. But it clearly remembered that it was real that Fang Qingran was wearing it on her wrist before entering the illusion. A bold idea echoed in Yinglong's mind. What they saw might be Fang Qingran's memories from her previous life. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 79 The Glutton becomes the scapegoat. Qiongqi flapped his 4 wings and hit Chaos with his fat body. Today, it must teach Chaos a lesson. Its majesty as the boss cannot be challenged. Qiongqi, don't think that because you are old, you can be the boss. I am not afraid of you. Chaos also bumped into Qiongqi. Yao Zhao raised his head and saw that the two were fighting to the death. He decided to follow Fang Qingran to watch the show. The first 8 people Mo Jinggong sent in didn't seem so weak. And Fang Qingran obviously hasn't realized that other places are more dangerous. Sneeze. Fang Qingran sneezed 3 times in succession. She didn't need to think about it, but she knew it was the 3 ferocious beasts that were thinking of her. A sneeze made Fang Qingran almost choke. She stopped and looked around. Surrounded by mountains, the ground was covered with gravel and no blood. Like a safe place. Fang Qingran felt relieved and prepared to find a stone to sit on. Click. There was a crisp crack underfoot. Fang Qingran's heart, which had just been relaxed, became tense again. She looked down and saw a little bit of mucus and a bit of yellow. It looks like a mini egg. Fang Qingran squatted down and looked closely. It was indeed an egg, an ant egg. Fang Qingran's expression relaxed. Ant egg, it's okay. But, there are actually ants in this place. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with joy. Ants have extremely strong survivability. Being able to survive here proves that there is food nearby. Little did he know that she was about to become food. Woof woof woof. Fang Qingran looked at the little black dog in her arms. It seemed a bit ugly, like a mangy dog. What's your name? If you dare to bark again, I'll eat you. She had not forgotten that the ugly dog almost killed her. The little black dog kicked his legs to get down. Fang Qingran just wouldn't let go. With this thing by her side, she felt more at ease. The little black dog became more anxious and kicked harder. This little girl is going to get into big trouble as soon as she comes here, and she doesn't want to be her backer. Not far away in the air. The 2 pterosaurs looked like they were watching a good show. I heard the little girl with thin skin and tender flesh came into Shifang territory, so I rushed over as soon as possible, but I still couldn't snatch this thief Tauti. Another yellow pterodactyl said, no need to fight, Tauti and this girl are going to be trapped here. Below is the territory of red-yellow ants. This girl actually dares to step on the eggs of other people's offspring. The hatred of killing her children is irreconcilable. The red-yellow ant has laid an egg for thousands of years, and it doesn't protect it well. Who is to blame? The black pterosaur shook his head. Who's to blame? It's the girl's bad fate. She dares to invade the territory of red and yellow ants. Ignorant people are so lonely and brave. I really admire, the yellow pterosaur said, a little gloating. There is very little food in these 10 directions. As a result, the red-yellow ants relied on their huge size and ate everything in the entire Shifang domain. Let them all go on a hunger strike. Although they are all ferocious beasts and will not starve to death if they don't eat, ferocious beasts are naturally addicted to food, so it is naturally difficult to restrain their appetite. Sure enough, there was a rustling sound below. Fang Qingran looked alert. He looked around and found everything. He murmured to himself, why do I always feel like a thorn in my back? Could it be that stones are also dangerous? Run. This group. Tauti finally couldn't help it. His voice sounded like a 5-year-old child. Boom. Tauti is not done yet. Fang Qingran threw it directly. Tao was furious and shouted at Fang Qingran, "You stinky girl, you are looking for death, I." The Tao voice suddenly stopped. It looked down and realized that Fang Qingran had thrown it into the circle of red-yellow ants. It looked up again and saw Fang Qingran's running back. Tao understood everything instantly and roared, "Damn it. They say two-legged sheep is extremely treacherous. I really believe it this time." Tao's scalp felt numb as he looked at the red-yellow ants that were approaching it little by little. They were a group of tough guys. "Although you won't die if you are bitten, it will be painful." It was the girl who crushed the egg. "Go to her, not me," Tao said to the Ant Emperor. "The Ant Emperor's body is 3 feet long. I have set up a protective circle here. If I don't bring her in, how can she dare to come? Everyone, come on, bite it to death. It's the one who killed our child." The Ant Emperor shouted indignantly, and countless worker ants rushed towards Tao. In an instant, Tao was overwhelmed by red-yellow ants. Fang Qingran heard Tao scream and clapped her hands with satisfaction. "I've got one." She didn't recognize the black dog as Tao at first, but after she stopped, her thoughts came back. The 3 ferocious beasts had appeared. How could the other one not appear? Rumor has it that Tao was so greedy that he even ate his own body, leaving only a mouth. But don't forget, Tao can transform into all things. Until the little black dog spoke, she guessed its identity through its voice. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly as she recalled the map of Shifang territory. Going forward, there was a swamp. The swamp is more dangerous than these places, and she looks a little more cautious. But to get to that paradise, you have to pass through the swamp. Fang Qingran walked forward nervously, but she didn't notice a little tail following behind her. About an hour later, Fang Qingran touched her chin with her hand and looked at the dry forest in front of her. There were a few dead trees standing sparsely in the forest, lifeless, and half a foot thick of dead leaves was piled on the ground. This place seems to be a swamp. Fang Qing took a tentative step forward, and instantly, the surroundings became pitch black. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 80. Fang Qingran took a step back, and the blue sky and white sun were in front of her again. This is a weird imagination, somewhat similar to that of Sword Tomb, but it is completely different from the other level. Fang Qingran raised his hand and reached forward. When his hand passed through a place, there was a layer of water ripples. Could it be an illusion created by the barrier? Fang Qingran took a few steps to the side and vaguely heard the sound of something moving. She narrowed her apricot eyes slightly. Good guy, the net has been cast, just waiting for her to catch prey. Ah. She won't go in. In the dark night place 1 floor away from Fang Qingran, there were countless pairs of green eyes, staring closely at Fang Qingran, and turned around and left when she saw her. A cold voice sounded, "Stop her quickly, she's leaving." The sound was terrifying. "No, the front is someone else's territory, and we can't interfere with her actions." Another cold voice replied. "We must find a way to lure her in." Yu Leng's voice was already slightly angry. "How can you let such a delicious spread leave?" "Wei Mei, I heard that monks are the most greedy and like all kinds of treasures. Why don't we use treasures to lure her in?" A demon suggested. "Good idea, throw something away." "But, we are all ghosts, haven't we saved anything?" "Why not, throw the star mirror to her." An evil spirit wondered. After throwing it to her, it will become daytime here, and everyone will have to hide underground. The sun in these 10 directions is different from the sun outside. It is specially designed to restrain evil things like them. Without the darkness created by the star mirror, they would not dare to show up during the day. "Is there anything else? If you don't throw it away, this little girl will go far away." The charming voice was anxious. "These are the things I saved during my lifetime, and they are all in this storage ring." Before it finished speaking, Jumei grabbed the storage ring in its hand and threw it out. Fang Qingran paused and watched as a storage ring fell in front of her. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a cunning light. As if she didn't see it, she walked around and continued walking. Seeing that Fang Qingran was not tempted, the evil spirits inside became even more eager. They grabbed the good things and threw them all towards Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with light and dark, even though these things were treasures. But the evil spirit above is too strong and not suitable for her at all, but these evil spirits are really interesting. Boom. A mirror fell in front of Fang Qingran. This time Fang Qingran stopped and bent down to pick up the star mirror. The back of the mirror is half sun and half moon, and the frame is exquisitely carved. Fang Qingran held the mirror handle and pressed the gem on it, and day suddenly turned into night. The evil demon hiding underground felt the breath of the night and immediately came out from underneath. However, at this moment, Fang Qingran pressed it again, and the night turned into day. Chirp. Ah. The demons screamed, and they rushed back to the ground. Some demons that were a step slower evaporated into a plume of smoke. A faint light flashed in Fang Qingran's eyes. Was it the group of evil spirits who wanted to hunt her just now? It's just that they seem to be afraid of the sun. And the star mirror in her hand happens to be able to create daylight, which is the nemesis of these evil spirits. A smile appeared on Fang Qingran's lips. Since these demons took the initiative to give the handle to her, how could she let them down? Fang Qingran held the star mirror and stepped into the withered forest. Her eyes flashed with joy, and she was one step closer to the paradise. The two pterosaurs in the sky watched Fang Qingran's movements. The black pterodactyl said, "Old Huang, don't you think she wants to find Qi?" Lao Huang swallowed his saliva and was a little nervous. "Can't. Isn't this a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Didn't Mo Jinggong tell her the truth?" The black pterosaur said doubtfully, "That shouldn't be the case. The first few people who came in all knew clearly and were far away from Qi early in the morning. Old Huang, this little girl is very evil. Within a day of coming here, she not only deceived Tao Ti, but also deceived the evil devil's treasure into her hands." Black pterodactyl, That's because she hasn't met anyone powerful yet. Although the 4 ferocious beasts are ferocious, they're all focused on fighting among themselves. The evil demons are a bunch of idiots. Lao Huang shook his head at the black pterosaur. Fear flashed in his eyes. No, I feel like she is really looking for Qi. Why don't we stop following her? At the same time, in the dry forest, Fang Qinggran used the branches to carefully explore the road ahead. Once trapped in the swamp, no amount of resourcefulness is useless. And she remembered that it was recorded in ancient books that Yu Zhao likes to live in swamps. Although the nether dragon is extremely inconspicuous among ferocious beasts and almost no one remembers it, the fact that it is a ferocious beast cannot be underestimated. Grunt. Fang Qinggran suddenly felt that her feet were weak, and she stepped on dead leaves and fell into the black mud. Still both feet got stuck. Fang Qinggran's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. She had obviously used something to probe, but she still got hit. It seems that there is something powerful in this swampland. But in the blink of an eye, the black mud was already up to his ankles. Fang Qinggran frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes observed the surroundings vigilantly. Everything else was as usual, except for the subtle sound that could be heard in the swamp. Fang Qinggran's whole body was tense and she didn't dare to move, thinking about ways to save herself. Whoa. After a sound, a huge creature bursts out of the swamp. Instantly, black mud splashed everywhere. Then, a ball was thrown towards Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran raised her hand to block the oncoming object. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 81. Red Yellow Ants are domineering. At this moment, the star mirror in Fang Qinggran's sleeve flew out. The two collided together, and the star mirror emitted a burst of sun and moonlight. In an instant, the black thing disappeared into nothing, and the star mirror returned to Fang Qinggran's hands. Fang Qinggran held the star mirror and touched the dull gem on it. It was obvious that the star mirror used up the power of the stars to save her life. Fang Qinggran put the star mirror into her arms and put it away. She looked at Yu Zhao not far away, and when she met Yu Zhao's cold eyes, a chill spread throughout her body. Yu Zhao stared at Fang Qinggran quietly, waiting for an opportunity to move, looking for an opportunity to kill him with one strike. Living in the poisonous swamp all year round has tempered Yu Zhao's cautious character. It never takes it lightly. When it attacks an enemy who falls into the swamp, it waits until the enemy has no strength to resist before moving forward. After a few moments of looking at each other, Fang Qinggran discovered that the black mud had submerged half of her calf. And the part submerged by the black mud felt a bone-chilling pain. Fang Qinggran's face became solemn. The black mud was poisonous. Fang Qinggran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and caught a glimpse of something different in the colorful mysterious clothes in the mud. She pulled out the mysterious clothes from the mud. Shweni is as clean as ever, emerging from the mud but not stained. Colorful Shweni might be able to help her. Sudden. Fang Qinggran felt something grab her leg and desperately pull her into the mud. Fang Qinggran looked at Yu Zhao warily and found that there was nothing unusual about it. Not Yu Zhao. Could it be those demons who are afraid of the sun? Yu Zhao and the evil spirit are not the same. Realizing this, an idea flashed in Fang Qinggran's mind. Yu Zhao will never give up the food in her mouth, and neither will the evil spirit. When the two parties fight, she takes the opportunity to escape. Hey, big snake, there seems to be something trying to grab your food. Fang Qinggran's voice was brisk, without any hint of panic. Hiss. The Yu Zhao stuck out its tongue. It hated people calling it a snake. This little girl deserves to die. Yu Zhao rushed in front of Fang Qinggran, opened his bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow Fang Qinggran into his belly. However, the huge body of Yu Zhao almost blocked the sunlight in the entire swamp. As soon as the sunshine disappeared, the evil spirit rushed out, trying to snatch food from the Yu Zhao's mouth. An evil demon eagle clawed at the 7 inches of Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao was startled and swung its tail to slap the evil demon. The evil demon is not afraid of the attack of the nether dragon, but is afraid of the light from the gap. After the evil demon dodged, it slapped Fang Qinggran with its tail, causing Fang Qinggran to bend back. Yu Zhao's tail brushed against Fang Qinggran's nose. Fang Qinggran took this opportunity to do a backflip, as graceful as a mighty dragon. Her feet left the black mud and stepped lightly on the dead leaves. Then, Fang Qinggran jumped slightly and grabbed the Yu Zhao's tail that had not been swung far away. With a little help, he landed in a safe place, and then let go of the Yu Zhao's tail. It's all done in just a few breaths. By the time Yu Zhao and evil demon reacted, Fang Qinggran had already run away. Roar. The Yu Zhao let out an angry roar and flicked its tail vigorously. All the demons in the swamp flew out. Some of the demons escaped from the sun and went back to the ground. The rest turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared between the sky and the earth. The Yu Zhao stretched out the tip of his tongue and explored it before chasing after him. After Yu Zhao chased it for less than a moment, he saw Fang Qinggran running towards it. Yu Zhao quickly rushed towards Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran was sweating profusely and shouted to Yu Zhao in panic, "Quick, quick, run." Base. Fang Qinggran ran past Yu Zhao in a hurry. Yu Zhao looked angry. It had been tricked by this human again. Yu Zhao turned around and chased Fang Qinggran. Swish, swish, swish. Car car car. Noisy sounds came from behind Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao was even more angry. There was a beast that dared to invade its territory. It was really looking for death. Yu Zhao looked at Fang Qinggran's back and concluded that she couldn't run away. The Yu Zhao turned around and was about to teach the guy who trespassed on its territory, but not far away, red and yellow met, causing it to freeze immediately, and its eyes widened. Red-yellow ants. What do these guys want to do when they come to its territory? I saw that wherever the red-yellow ants passed, there were no leaves left, only a piece of loess. Yu Zhao turned his head in fear and ran away far away. At the same time, he made another note to Fang Qinggran in his heart. This stinky girl is really capable of getting into trouble. Yu Zhao chased in the direction Fang Qinggran left. When it arrived at the swamp, Fang Qingbran was nowhere to be seen. Fang Qingbran could only run in this direction. Could it be that she had fallen into the swamp? Yu Zhao didn't have time to think too much. The red-yellow ants behind him were approaching step by step, and it got into the swamp. Soon, red-yellow ants surrounded the entire swamp. The black mud in the swamp is poisonous to the red-yellow ants. The Ant King ordered the ants to stop and surround the entire swamp. Yu Zhao, get out of here and hand over that stinky girl. The Ant King was not big in stature, but his voice could be heard throughout the withered forest. Today's dry forest is just a bare hillside, with not a single dead leaf left. Yu Zhao poked out a pair of snake eyes and said in a cold voice, that girl is not here. You can look for her somewhere else. She and I also have a grudge. The Ant King obviously didn't believe it. We, the ants, are the most sensitive to smells. That girl's breath is in the swamp. Hand her over quickly. Yu Zhao was a little angry. You still said that. If it weren't for you just now, I would have caught that girl. HMPH. You're lying. I saw that girl talking to you. You and her must be in the same group. The Ant King said, his tone suddenly changed, and asked, did you collude with that girl? Did you let her crush our eggs? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 82 Wild Land. The more the Ant King talked about it, the more it made sense. Back then, Yu Zhao had always caused trouble for the Ant clan for this piece of ruined forest. Emperor Ant, can you please speak some truth? What's wrong with you? I've never heard of it. Okay. Yu Zhao actually didn't understand what the Ant Emperor said. But when I heard that the Ant Emperor's eggs were trampled to pieces and the Yu Zhao's tail flicked in the mud, what good news. Yu Zhao, you have to go against me, right? Don't worry, I guarantee that this swampland will all turn into dry soil within a year. The Ant King said sinisterly. In the Shifang domain, red-yellow ants are not very powerful beasts. But the ant tribe is so large that none of the ferocious beasts want to mess with the tribe. Moreover, wherever the red-yellow ants go, there will be no grass. As long as the ferocious beasts are weaker than the ants, they will be chewed up to the point where no bones and dregs are left. If it weren't for Qi suppressing him from above. The red-yellow ants have long controlled Shifang territory with the powerful gnawing power. However, red-yellow ants also have a pain point, that is, there are no females in their ant colonies and they cannot give birth to the next generation. The egg that Fang Qingbran crushed was a female egg created by their entire clan. Ant King, you broke into my territory for no reason, and you are still shouting that you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid that Qi will find you? Yu Zhao was angry. It knew that the red-yellow ants were capable of destroying the only place where it lived. He could only lift Qi out, hoping to suppress the arrogant arrogance of the Ant Emperor. The moment the Ant Emperor heard Qi, panic surged into his heart. But soon the Ant King thought of the female egg, feeling panic and anger intertwined. The Ant Emperor boldly said, Qi doesn't care about cause and effect. If you kill our female, it means that you will kill us. I will destroy your place of survival. This is fair. Can you please be reasonable? Fierce beasts cannot give birth to offspring. What does this have to do with me? The ants were noisy, forgetting their original enemies. Fang Qingbran, who observed the scene, left happily. The wicked have their own grind. She went to find her paradise. As for how she got through the swamp, and how she made the Ant Emperor think she was in the swamp. This is all thanks to Kakai Xuanyi. In the air. Yingzhu took everything in sight, and suddenly felt a little lucky that he didn't eat Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. As long as she is around, there will be no peace in Shifang realm. It has to find a way to use Fang Qingbran to get rid of Qiongqi, Tuti and Chaos. When Yongzhu saw where Fang Qingbran was going next, his eyes widened. She dared to go to this place. What on earth was she going to do? However, Fang Qingbran's next words almost made Yongzhu fall from the sky. This girl actually wants to eat a vicious beast. It turned out that Fang Qingbran stopped as he looked at the endless dry land. Fang Qingbran touched her stomach. She seemed a little hungry, but she couldn't get anything to eat. Do you want to eat dirt? The soil is too dry, not tasty, and difficult to digest. You can't chew dead wood either. Ha! Fang Qingbran turned around and saw that the few dead trees in the distance had long disappeared. Fang Qingbran looked troubled, but if she didn't eat, she would faint from hunger later. After fainting, he will definitely become a meal for vicious beasts. Ferocious beast. Yes, in addition to eating dirt, I can also eat ferocious beasts. Fang Qingbran said with a serious look. I wonder if the meat of ferocious beasts is unpalatable. If I take the initiative to ask ferocious beasts to borrow a piece of meat, they will definitely not lend it. How can I make them take the initiative to cut the meat? Fang Qingbran murmured to himself. She had no idea what she was saying, but she heard it clearly from above. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were bright and cunning, and she touched her sleeves. Xuanyi was the only thing that could help her. Fang Qingbran suddenly reached into his sleeves and took out a storage bag. When he opened the storage bag, there were hundreds of pill bottles inside, as well as a note. Little junior sister, this is the bigu pill prepared for you. It will be enough for you to eat for hundreds of years. You don't have to worry about starving to death. However, you must be careful when eating. Close black lens bracket. Senior brother 7th, I really have to thank you. I will definitely have a good talk with you when I get back. Fang Qingbran squeezed the note in her hand, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. Senior brother 7 is really a good senior brother. Fang Qingbran took out a bottle of elixir, and after opening it, a refreshing fragrance entered his nose, like the smell of lotus. Senior brother 7 still understands me very well. Fang Qingbran curled her lips, poured out one pill, and put it in her mouth. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Fang Qingbran felt a tremor beneath her feet, and yellow sand was rising not far away. Fang Qingbran vaguely heard the ferocious beast shouting, fuck, after hundreds of years, I finally smell the aroma of food. Brothers, hurry up. If it's too late, it will be gone. I'm so greedy, ha ha ha. The sky has eyes. Food, 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 we can't let her run away. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran. Is it caused by Bigu pill? For a moment, Fang Qingran thought of the sentence at the end of the note. Suddenly, everything became clear. She asked why Brother Seventh was so kind in preparing Bigu pill. It turned out that she was waiting here. Fang Qingran put away the storage bag and saw a shadow in his sight. She looked up and saw a human face, tiger feet, and big pig teeth. Fang Qingran was suddenly startled. It was Yaoju. Fang Qingran ran towards the dry mountain without any hesitation. At least there was shelter there. But before she could take 2 steps, a ferocious beast with 3 tiger heads and wolf bodies blocked her way. Fang Qingran was heartbroken. When she saw these ferocious beasts, she automatically skipped the dry land on the left. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 83. Fang Qingran's figure nimbly rushed into the dry land. All the ferocious beasts stood on the edge, staring blankly at Fang Qingran, with fear in their eyes. This food seems a bit stupid. Will eating it affect my IQ? One of the ferocious beasts with a pig's head and the body of a snake asked. Does she not know the dangers of the wilderness? Everyone new here knows it, right? Why doesn't she know it? You dare to invade Yinglong's territory. This little girl is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran didn't hear the discussion of the ferocious beasts. After running for more than 10 miles, she stopped panting and turned around, but there was no vicious beast chasing her. Fang Qingran's nerves suddenly became tense. The ferocious beast did not dare to follow, which only proved that this place was owned by the owner. And the strength of the ferocious beasts here is far higher than them. Fang Qingran took a breath, and the surroundings were quiet, as if there was no danger. Swish. From a crack in front of Fang Qingran's toes, a blade popped out, the tip of the blade facing upwards, glowing with cold light. A chill ran down Fang Qingran's spine before she could think more about it. Swish, swish, swish. There is a blade in every crack. Fang Qingran stood on tiptoe. There was no place to stand here. Fang Qingran's forehead was beaded with thin beads of sweat, and her heart felt hot. She felt that the temperature around her had increased a lot. Fang Qingran observed the blade. It was very sharp and could break hair when blown. But Fang Qingran didn't want to be trapped here, and her uneasiness became more and more intense. She stood on tiptoes and jumped on the tip of the knife, not daring to relax for a moment, just wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. She felt that if she stayed a moment longer, she might have to keep her life. Half an hour later, Fang Qingran stopped breathing rapidly, still on her toes. Fang Qingran felt like he was being roasted by fire. The gap between the blades glowed red, and Fang Qingran lowered his head to take a closer look. Roar. Is it Dragon Yin? Fang Qingran immediately raised her head and looked around, only to see a huge object flying towards her. Unlike the Yujiao, it is very similar to the real dragon recorded in ancient books. But it had wings on its back and long hair on its back, which made Fang Qingran not sure whether it was a real dragon. Who dares to trespass on my Yinglong's territory? Yinglong's voice was deafening and extremely majestic. Junior Fang Qingran, I have met Senior Yinglong. Fang Qingran saluted respectfully, his face neither humble nor arrogant. Fang Qingran suppressed the fear in her heart. She knows that the more she faces a strong person, the less timid she can be. Yinglong's huge body hovered in the sky, looking down at Fang Qingran. Foundation building monk, why are you here disturbing my purity? Yinglong's voice was cold-blooded and chilling. Senior, please forgive me, but this junior is really helpless and wants to take advantage of Senior's prestige to survive by chance. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were determined, not showing any hint of timidity. But she also got a piece of information from Yinglong, that is, the other senior brothers and sisters have never been here. She is the only one who is wronged. Yinglong's eyes were cold and he said ruthlessly, you have to pay a price for trespassing on my territory. Since it is a foundation building, let's keep our spiritual roots. Yinglong grabbed hold of the air, and a powerful aura enveloped Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's face turned pale, blood spilled from the corner of her lips, and there was a tearing pain in her lower abdomen, as something was being withdrawn from her body. She has no ability to struggle at all. Fang Qingran knew that Yinglong had been merciful to her, otherwise it would have riven her to pieces with just one claw. There was light and dark in her apricot eyes, and it was impossible to beg Yinglong to let her go. I can only save myself. Correct. The 3 powers left by Senior Jinlong. To activate the protective power, there must be fatal danger, and the removal of the spiritual root will not make her die immediately. That's why the golden light didn't react. Fang Qingran gritted her teeth, endured the heartbreaking pain, and pulled out a blade from the gap. Then, he pursed his lips and stabbed the tip of the knife towards his heart. Roar. A loud noise shook the sky. The blade was bounced to nowhere. Yinglong's power that imprisoned her was also resolved, and the pain in her spiritual roots disappeared. Fang Qingran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yinglong stared at Fang Qingran in disbelief. The power just now seemed to be the power of the ancestral dragon. Why do you have the power of the ancestral dragon in you? Yinglong asked coldly. Fang Qingran raised her head and asked, the ancestral dragon that the senior mentioned is the senior dragon emperor. You really know it? Where is it? Yinglong's voice was filled with excitement. Senior Dragon King has now become a weapon spirit. I don't know its traces. After it gave me 3 golden lights, it disappeared. Fang Qingran chose to keep part of it and did not tell it. Weapon spirit. How could it be willing to become a weapon spirit? Yinglong's eyes were full of disbelief. It has always felt the aura of the ancestral dragon in Shifang domain, so it is willing to stay here. Yinglong's eyes emitted bursts of light, falling on Fang Qingran's body. When he noticed the aura remaining on Fang Qingran's body, Yinglong was stunned. It was really the aura of the ancestral dragon, and it actually left all its power to a little girl. Fang Qingran did not answer Yinglong's words, but carefully observed the changes in Yinglong's aura. Yinglong spoke again, "Little girl, do you know what price Zhu Long paid to protect you?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Original thing. What does Senior mean by this? Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with confusion. Senior Dragon Emperor said that it would be fine. There was a sharp chill in Yinglong's eyes. Since you said that the ancestral dragon has become a weapon spirit, it means that it has no real body and only its soul exists. If the soul wants to exist forever, it must be supported by powerful divine power. But Zhu Long gave you all the power of his soul. This means, it won't be long before the ancestral dragon's will completely dissipate between heaven and earth and become an unconscious weapon spirit. The dissipation of will means complete death, with no chance of resurrection. After Yinglong finished speaking, he stared at Fang Qingran. It wanted to see what was so special about Fang Qingran. Can Zhu Long be willing to give up his will and completely disappear into eternity? Zhu Long was unruly all his life. In that ancient war, even if he was attacked from both sides and his life hung by a thread, Zhu Long never gave up. Later, Zhu Long did not hesitate to self-destruct in order to preserve the dragon bloodline. Fang Qingran's dark eyes revealed emotions of surprise and worry. She and Senior Dragon King had only met each other once, but it actually gave up all its divine power in order to protect her. Senior Yinglong, is there any way to save Senior Dragon Emperor? Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, her voice full of urgency. The coldness in Yinglong's eyes disappeared and he said majestically, yes. Its full power is given to you. Within 10 years, all the souls will be dissipated. If you can cultivate it into a spirit within 10 years, you can keep it in your sea of consciousness to keep its soul immortal. Then, within 100 years, we must find the object of the ancestor dragon's life, attach its soul to it, and then send it to a place of nourishment, so that its soul can gradually become stronger. You are now cultivating and building a foundation. It is not difficult to achieve divine transformation within 10 years. What is difficult is to find the ancestor dragon's belongings and the place where he was nourished. Yinglong's voice gradually became dull, as if he was thinking of something bad. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were as bright as the moonlight, and she was overjoyed. Is what Senior said true? Senior, please tell me in detail, where should I go? Looking for the belongings of Senior Dragon Emperor. What do you think there is in the warm and nourishing land? Require. No one knows the whereabouts of Zhu Long's belongings during his lifetime, and a place of care is even harder to find. Yinglong's eyes were majestic, as if he was caught in some kind of memory. The belongings of Zhu Long during his lifetime are scattered in 3,000 small worlds, and there are no clues at all. Once the ancestral dragon appears in the world, there will be a group of people who immediately sense the existence of Zhu Long. How could that group of people give Zhu Long a chance to breathe? And no matter how hard Fang Qingran practiced within 100 years, she would never be able to match that group of people. Yinglong felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Their dragon clan had finally declined. Seeing that Yinglong was hesitant to speak, Fang Qingran continued to ask, Senior, what are the specific requirements for a warm and nourishing land? Yinglong sighed, a land of warmth and nourishment, a place where there is no way of heaven, but this is almost impossible. Unless we can find the void space left by the Hongmeng period and create a new world. But the void space has long ceased to exist, and even the original things that can create a new world have disappeared. The more Yinglong spoke, the more desolate and endless regret he felt in his heart. Why did we support such a heavenly way back then? Yinglong couldn't help but let out a shrill roar, his majestic eyes showing endless sadness. It's impossible, there's no way to do it, just go. Little girl, your future is bright, don't get involved anymore. However, when Fang Qingran heard about the void space, her apricot eyes lit up slightly. Could it be that everything was arranged by God? Fang Qingran did not choose to leave. She looked straight at Yinglong with a stern face. Senior, wait a minute, this junior chose this path of cultivation just to compete with the world. No matter how difficult it is to save Senior Dragon King, I will never give up. Senior, please tell me the characteristics of the things that Senior Dragon Emperor had during his lifetime. Fang Qingran stood in the mountain of swords with a respectful attitude, her back straight, her eyes sharp and firm, and she would not retreat even a bit. Yinglong's movement to leave stopped, his eyes were powerful, and he stared at Fang Qingran. Little girl, there has been a saying since ancient times that fate is determined by God, so why do you have to ask for trouble? But there has been a saying since ancient times, everything depends on man-made efforts, and man can conquer nature. Fang Qingran was very grateful to Senior Dragon Emperor for letting her get rid of the shackles of thinking. Yinglong's eyes showed surprise and relief. If you can get out of this barbaric land, I will tell you. Okay, Fang Qingran agreed without any hesitation. You have to think carefully. You don't have any spiritual power now. If you want to break through the mountains of swords and seas of fire, you must use your willpower. If you are not careful, you will die. Even so, do you still want to fight? Yinglong warned. There was no trace of fear in Fang Qingran's eyes. Even if it is hell, I will try my best. Now that you have made your choice, you should know that if you choose your own path, you have no right to turn back, so you can do it for yourself. After Yinglong finished speaking, he flew away. Once you step into a wild land, you must get out on your own. It can't help Fang Qingran. If you want to pass through this wild land, the most important thing is not strength, but perseverance. A determination to be fearless and worthy of heaven and earth. On the path of cultivation, there are many people with mediocre qualifications who eventually reach the position of Great Emperor. It hopes that Fang Qingran can also achieve the position of Great Emperor. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 85 The Bottom Line of the Ferocious Beast. Fang Qingran watched Yinglong leave. Senior Yinglong's words seemed to be a warning, but they were actually reminding her that if she wanted to break through the wilderness, the most important thing was not strength, but the determination not to give up. Fang Qingran looked down at her feet. The blade is sharp and gleams with cold light. The flames in the cracks were getting stronger and stronger, and would soon burst out of the cracks and surround her. It's true that it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, but this is just the first test in the wilderness. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were lively, and there was a hint of perseverance between her brows. She would go through this mountain of swords and seas of fire first, and let her seniors see her determination. After Yinglong left, a group of ferocious beasts watching the show appeared in midair. Tutti squatted on Tutti's back and snorted coldly, "You damn girl, you deserve it. Just wait to be roasted into jerky." Chaos saw Fang Qingren walking with her feet on the blade, and couldn't help but think of Fang Qingren's words calling it a stupid. Chaos said in a disdainful tone, "She doesn't think she can get out of this mountain of swords and sea of fire by relying on her legs, right? HMPH, only a fool like her would think of walking out on her legs." Qiongqi obviously also holds a grudge. Qiongqi likes evil people, but he cannot tolerate others scolding him. This girl is definitely not stupid. She walked like this just because she wanted to see what was going on in the mountains of swords and seas of fire so that she could make countermeasures. Yao Ju gave a different view. Yingzhu remembered the way Fang Qingren passed through the swamp, and became more certain that Fang Qingren must be holding back his big move. The black pterosaur watching the show said, "Old Huang, didn't you say you wouldn't follow? Why are we here again?" The yellow pterosaur slapped the black pterosaur on the head with a claw. "Stupid or not, anyone who dares to invade Yinglong's territory will be looked down upon in the Shifang domain in the future if we don't come and take a look. Old Huang, Yinglong is the ancestor of Huang and Qilin after all. How can he show compassion to a little girl?" Old Huang rolled his eyes at Hailong. "How do I know? Ask Yinglong." Black pterosaur. "If it dares to talk to Yinglong, will it still be bullied by you?" Ellipsis. The Ant King stepped on the top of Yu Zhao's head and jumped anxiously. "How could this little girl die in the wilderness? My revenge has not been avenged yet." Yu Zhao threatened, "Don't step on my head or jump again. I'll throw you down." The Ant King stopped bouncing. Its nemesis was fire. Suddenly, the Ant King seemed to see something and said excitedly, "Look, look, that girl's feet are bleeding. She must not be able to hold on any longer." Yu Zhao gave a different view. "It won't be so fast. She still has many methods that she hasn't used yet. Speaking of Ant Emperor, I actually have something to note." "You idiot, what bad idea have you come up with?" the Ant King said with disdain. Yu Zhao's eyes flashed with a sinister dark light. "Don't you, the Ant tribe, lack a female? You can't defeat the other female ferocious beasts in our Shifang domain. Otherwise, you can cut off this little girl and turn her into a female." "Fuck," the Ant Emperor was startled and almost slipped off the back of Yu Zhao, but fortunately Yu Zhao caught it. After the Ant Emperor came to his senses, he said meaningfully, "Yu Zhao, I used to wonder why you were so weak. How could you still live for so long? Now I understand." Yu Zhao asked hurriedly, "Why?" The Ant Emperor's ant leg kicked Yu Zhao, "Because you are shameless, despicable, sinister and vicious, and you can do whatever it takes to achieve your goals." Yu Zhao was not angry, but said happily, "Thank you for the compliment. In fact, I suggest you." Yu Zhao hasn't finished speaking yet. The Ant Emperor yelled, "Get out. You're such an old guy, get out of here as far as you can. We are ferocious beasts. We are ferocious beasts. What ferocious beasts want is ferocity, not despicableness. Even if we are bad, we must be bad with a bottom line." The Ant King almost lost his temper. "Ha, you still need a bottom line to be bad. Then when you ate up all the Bar Snake clan, why didn't you leave any limits?" Yu Zhao sounded suspicious. The Ant Emperor's anger and blood surged, and he roared, "Can it be the same? I eat the whole family and follow the law of the jungle. Unlike you, Yu Zhao, you have the nerve to say that. She is just a 14-year-old girl. I really want to take her back." The Ant King paused in his words and glared at Tutti next to him. "What are you looking at? I have a bottom line. You will settle the matter of crushing my balls later." Tutti exhaled through his nostrils. "I'm sorry to say that. I was fooled around by a little girl. You're not much better. You even claim to eat two-legged sheep all over the world." The Ant King said, "Come on." Mutual hurt expressions. Just as the quarrel was getting fierce, an exclamation came from the distance. The piercing scream of the nine-headed bird sounded. "Fuck. She seems to have been injured on purpose. You can see that her blood stains seem to form a pattern." Dafeng echoed, "I heard that among the monks, there is a kind of formation master. The formation master can use some strange patterns to create some unexpected results." HMPH, how can a 14-year-old girl know how to form a formation? It's just like a blind cat meets a dead mouse, and you can see that she doesn't think at all when she moves. How can she have the brains to set up a formation? Ying Zhao disagreed. Ying Zhao once fought against an array mage. That person considered every move. If he hadn't been too weak, he might have actually been hit. Zhu Yan flattered him and said, "Yes, brother is right. I heard that monks are very rubbish. They only build the foundation when they're teenagers, even if they have good qualifications. If they become elixirs at the age of, they're considered geniuses. And if they reach the nascent soul within 1,000 years, they will defy the heavens." Qualifications. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 86. Good guy, I have been understood. The monks still like to stand on their own laurels, and they always like to define good and evil from their perspective, and they like to use beauty and ugliness to define good and evil. The six-headed two-winged ape beside him said with resentment. So the three ferocious beasts gathered around and began to attack the people, as if they didn't want to meet each other too late. "The other ferocious beasts all despise you, humans are hypocritical, and you are no better." Ming. Nine heads chirped. "All the ferocious beasts shut up. Can you please be quiet? I'm here to watch the opera, not to listen to your opera." The nine-headed bird was very irritated. Mainly because Fang Qingren seemed to be reciting something just now, and it didn't hear a word clearly. The ferocious beasts all looked at each other in confusion. A little girl had Very impressive. They saw Fang Qingran using blood stains to draw a huge ice lotus pattern. At the center of the pattern, green light flashes, and the green light gradually spreads from the lotus heart. Soon, a lifelike green lotus appeared in the center of the mountain of swords and sea of fire. King Lin exuded an icy aura and quickly froze a circle of sword mountains and seas of fire, forming an ice surface. Fang Qingran dodged and landed in the center of the ice lotus, sitting cross-legged on the ice. Fang Qingran bit her finger and drew something on the ice. King Lin is getting bigger and bigger, and more places are frozen. The ferocious beasts high in the sky were dumbfounded and looked at Fang Qingran's movements. Only Yu Zhao murmured in a low voice, "Is she going to show off the 10 directions? Will she blind me?" A ferocious beast continued, "I never thought that this little girl, who looks so small and soft and cute, could be so powerful. Who can tell me what exactly she drew?" The black pterosaur spoke cautiously. At once, all the ferocious beasts stared at the black pterosaur with burning eyes. Their expressions were ugly. How do they know what it is? Fierce beasts are usually born with strong strength. Everyone likes to be direct and reckless in fighting, so who would think of learning formations? Moreover, the ferocious beast's thoughts are devoted to satisfying its own desires. Who pays attention to such bells and whistles? Seeing all the ferocious beasts staring at him, the black pterosaur became even more timid. "I'm just asking, I know too little, and it's not my fault for being ignorant." All the ferocious beasts, "Good guys, I have been understood." Yao Zhu interjected, "I don't know what's below, but that stinky girl must know it. You think, if we learn such a powerful formation, can Shifang realm still be able to trap us?" All the ferocious beasts were naked. They had been locked up here for who knows how long. What if there is a chance to go out? Remember, I will protect this girl from now on, and none of you are allowed to touch her. Ying Zhao looked arrogant, completely forgetting how he looked down upon Fang Qingran just now. The other ferocious beasts had different thoughts and did not answer. But each one of them stared at Fang Qingran with burning eyes, just in case this little girl could really take him out. Fang Qingran, who had just finished setting up the formation, breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt like a light on his back. She looked around and found nothing. When she looked up, she only saw layers of white clouds. Strange. Could it be that Senior Ying Long was secretly watching her? She arranged a formation to pass the level. Isn't it considered opportunistic? After all, with her small body, she would have to die from exhaustion if she walked through the endless mountains of swords and seas of fire. Things that can be solved with brains must not be solved with physical strength. Fang Qingran took out a bigu pill and prepared to swallow it. Grunt. 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 Countless swallowing sounds reached my ears. Fang Qingran felt a chill go down her spine. She held the bigu pill and looked around again. This was Yinglong's territory. There can't be other ferocious beasts. But if there were no other ferocious beasts, where did these swallowing sounds come from? Tick. The sound of water dripping onto the ice. Fang Qingran looked at a drop of mucus not far away, feeling a little dazed. Why does this thing look more and more like someone's saliva? Fang Qingran raised his head, but there were still only clouds. Suddenly, Fang Qingran had bad thoughts. Could it be that Shifang realm is also haunted? The ferocious beast above the clouds was more nervous than Fang Qingran. They looked through the gaps in the clouds carefully to see what was going on below. Tao Ti, stop your saliva and wet my hair, Yao Zhu said in disgust. Suck, this smells so good, I want to eat it too. Suck, Tao Ti said while wiping his saliva. Tao Ti also wanted to hold back, but he couldn't help it, it was nature. Tao Ti, if you do this again, I'll throw you down. Yao Zhu felt the stickiness on his back getting heavier and heavier, and his temper grew. Suck, suck, I'll try my best to control it. It'll be fine in a while. Tao Ti comforted him. The other ferocious beasts were not that good. This pure fragrance of lotus attracted all the greedy beasts. If it hadn't been for the suppression of the 9-headed bird and Yingzhao, they would have rushed down long ago. But in order to leave Shifang domain in the future, the ferocious beasts endured it forcefully. After all, everyone can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Fang Qingran didn't know it was a vicious beast causing trouble. Fang Qingran looked nervous and carefully felt the surroundings. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, a ferocious ghost would rush out from nowhere. Okay. It's not right. How can bigu pill attract ghosts? Ghosts don't eat pills, they only eat souls. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 87 Understanding How to Practice Qi. Fang Qingran felt that she must have lost too much blood and was hallucinating. She picked up the bigu pill again. A pattern on the surface of the elixir caught her attention. Fang Qingran pinched the elixir and asked doubtfully, the lines on the top quality elixir are purple. Why are there golden lines on this elixir? Purple has been respected since ancient times, and most top quality elixirs have purple lines. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with deep thought, and her apricot eyes widened. Golden. Golden. Are these all top quality elixirs? Fang Qingran narrowed her eyes slightly. The best elixir did not contain erysipelas and was the favorite of all monks. Unfortunately, the method of purifying the best elixirs has long since disappeared. Mo Jinggong actually has a method for refining the best elixir. If this spreads out, it may not be a good thing for Lingyun sect. But with so many top quality elixirs, the 7th senior brother was really willing to give her up. Fang Qingran swallowed the bigu pill, sat up, and quietly felt the power flowing in the formation. There is indeed no spiritual power in Shifang domain. However, the strength of these ferocious beasts has not weakened at all, which proves that there must be other ways to increase their strength. Spiritual cultivation is a cultivation method for monks with spiritual roots. And monsters and demonic beasts generally cultivate qi. This kind of energy is hidden between heaven and earth and is everywhere. It's just that the method of extracting qi is hundreds of times more difficult than the method of extracting spiritual power. After the gas enters the body, it is also extremely easy to dissipate and difficult to store. If you want to seal the qi, you must convert the qi into true essence after it enters the body. The true essence enters the sea of consciousness and expands the sea of consciousness. The expansion of the sea of consciousness represents the enhancement of spiritual consciousness. The stronger the consciousness is, the stronger the realms created in the future will be. Fang Qingbran calmed down and tried to feel the flow of qi around her. Senior Brother 7 said that no matter how long she stayed inside, the time outside would not change. Then she would stay here a little longer and wait until her consciousness became stronger enough before going out. Fang Qingbran fell into concentration and captured the surrounding air masses. Colorful air balls surrounded Fang Qingbran, jumping back and forth, extremely naughty. Fang Qingbran had just caught a ball and was about to drag it into the sea of consciousness. Boo! The air mass shattered and dispersed. Then he reunited and jumped around Fang Qingbran again. Fang Qingbran's lips curled up slightly, and instead of dragging the air ball into the sea of consciousness, she used her spiritual consciousness to test the air ball. In the air. Why did she sit down? If she doesn't leave, what will happen if the ice below melts? The black pterosaur asked in confusion. Go Chen said, she may be tired and rest for a while. She wants to wait until the ice covers the entire mountain of swords and sea of fire before leaving. Qiongqi glared fiercely. How could she stop to rest? We are all waiting for her to come out of the wilderness. Huan Chao rolled his eyes at Qiongqi. She doesn't know you're waiting for her. Otherwise, why don't you go down and talk to her and ask her to leave quickly? Get out. If I dare to go down, will I have to wait here? It is cruel, but it is not stupid. This is Yinglong's territory below. Isn't going down here looking for death. No, she seems to be practicing. Ying Zhao said coldly. Practice, is it her? There is no spiritual energy here, why should she just practice? Tao Ti almost laughed out loud. A hint of wisdom flashed in Yao Zhao's eyes. There are thousands of ways to practice cultivation in the world, and it doesn't necessarily have to be spiritual cultivation. Maybe she is practicing. Tao Ti's tone was full of disdain. She is a monk. If she doesn't cultivate spirituality, what else can she cultivate? Yao Zhuo shook his head and said uncertainly, perhaps she is cultivating her qi. How is this possible? How could she, a monk, know our cultivation methods? The Ant Emperor disagreed. The Shifang domain is a place where ferocious beasts are imprisoned, and the qi that exists is naturally suitable for ferocious beasts to practice. When a monk comes in, there is usually only death. They've been locked up here for too long and are bored out of their minds. Later, the ferocious beasts made a request that any monk who fell into the Shifang domain should not be eaten immediately. The monks must be given some time to escape first. If the monk escapes to the next territory, other ferocious beasts are not allowed to pursue him. They can only eat the monks when he has no ability to escape. As for who can eat the monk, it all depends on luck. Why is it impossible? The cultivation methods of our ferocious beasts are given by heaven and earth. If our understanding reaches a certain level, maybe it is really possible to understand the cultivation methods of qi. Yu Zhao said. Yu Zhao is not a ferocious beast bred by heaven and earth, but he chooses to fall into the ranks of ferocious beasts. When it was still a snake, no matter how hard it tried to practice, it could not make any progress. In the tribe, it is often bullied by other bar snakes. But it has no strength and cannot resist, so it can only endure silently. Until its parents died in front of it to protect it. It finally learned how to resist, but in the end, it was bullied to death by other snakes. Fortunately, when he was about to die, he realized another way of cultivation. After that, his strength soared, and he was lucky enough to transform into a dragon. Later, Yu Zhao lured red yellow ants to destroy the bar snake clan and committed a heinous crime. He was imprisoned in the Shifang domain together with the red yellow ants. Red yellow ant only found out later that he was plotted by Yu Zhao. All the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain know that there is unsworn hatred between the red yellow ants and the Yu Zhao. Later, it was Qi who came forward and the swampy land of Yu Zhao was saved. Yu Zhao, what you said is very pleasant. I think this little girl is very clever. She may be feeling the existence of qi. The Ant Emperor agreed. Qiongqi became unhappy after hearing what Yu Zhao and the Ant Emperor said. If she can really understand the ferocious beast's cultivation method, we'd better eat her now. Otherwise, if she spreads this method, wouldn't the status of the beast be in jeopardy? I'm going to kill her now. I'm sure Yinglong won't blame me. Qiongqi flapped his wings and was about to fly down. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 88. Your shamelessness is excusable. Ying Zhao blocked Qiongqi's path. No one is allowed to disturb her practice. If she can even realize this by herself, we must rely on her to leave here. Qiongqi's eyes showed a fierce light. Ying Zhao, you want to protect her. Do you know that the cultivation method is the secret of our ferocious beasts to save their lives? A monk has cracked our trump card. Do you know what it means? HMPH. If you want revenge, just find a better reason. The two heads of the nine-headed bird stretched out and grabbed Qiongqi's wings to prevent Qiongqi from moving. I'm not looking for a reason, I'm just trying to protect the ferocious beast clan. Have you ever seen a monk show off his skills? Qiongqi saw that they all wanted to protect Fang Qingbran, and even more wanted to kill Fang Qingbran. Qiongqi is right. Everything in this world must have a check and balance. If she, a monk, came to practice qi, wouldn't it be using the beast's training resources? Such a person cannot live. Chaos stood on Qiongqi's side. Fang Qingbran dared to call it, idiot, it would never tolerate her getting out alive. This time, Yongzhu chose to take a stand. The resources of heaven and earth have no owner. They can belong to anyone. Whoever gets them belongs to them. These qi are not engraved with the names of ferocious beasts. Why can't she practice? Qiongqi glared at Yaozhu. Tao Wu, don't think that I don't know your thoughts. You are just a troublemaker. You always want to push me and chaos out of the ranks of the four ferocious beasts. The black pterosaur looked confused. If the pterodactyls were shit-stirring sticks, what were they? Of course, the black pterosaur dare not say this. When Yao Ju heard Qiongqi's words, he suddenly looked righteous and awe-inspiring. I didn't think so. I'm just on the side of justice. For a moment, there was silence. The eyes of all the ferocious beasts fell on Yao Ju. That seems to be saying, in terms of being shameless, you still have to be shameless. Can't compare, can't compare. Yao Ju was not embarrassed at all. What? Am I wrong? In this world, anyone who has no owner can take it. Besides, how much energy can she, a little girl as big as a palm, suck away? Yu Zhao even admires Tao Zhu. He is so shameless that he is willing to be defeated. Hey, Yu Zhao, I suddenly feel that your shamelessness is understandable. At least you are really shameless and won't hide it. This Yongzhu, who looks like a gentleman, is. The ant emperor couldn't help but shake his head. The red yellow ant's territory is adjacent to the territory of the 4 ferocious beasts. A fight is often inevitable. Every time there was a fight, Yao Ju could leave without getting hurt. I feel, this girl needs to be stopped. The black pterosaur's voice was very weak. It didn't attract the attention of the quarreling beast. When the other ferocious beasts noticed that the energy around them was flowing abnormally, they stopped arguing. What's going on? I actually feel the energy around me decreasing. Tao Tia asked strangely. Actually, you can look down and take a look. The black pterosaur reminded in a low voice again. All the ferocious beasts lowered their heads, all looking shocked. They just didn't look at it for a while, but this girl made such a big fuss. Fang Qingbran was seen sitting on the ice lotus. Countless water droplets of different colors gathered on the huge ice lotus. Some water drops were jumping up and down around Fang Qingbran, so naughty. These crystal clear water drops seem to have spirituality. The same color condenses together and slowly grows larger. Fang Qingbran closed her eyes tightly, her hands drawing something in the void. As Fang Qingbran danced her hands more and more times, more and more water droplets gather. Then Fang Qingbran withdrew her jade hand, placed it on her knees, and began to absorb the water droplets in the air. What are these water drops? A ferocious beast asked curiously. It's not a drop of water, it's a pure air mass. It only becomes like this after being purified and solidified. The ancient song snake spoke slowly. The ferocious beast looked a little nervous when he heard the voice of the ancient snake. This master who never leaves the cave all the year round, why did he come to watch the fun today? Although the strength of the ancient snake is only ranked among the top 20 in the Shifang domain. But none of the ferocious beasts present could defeat the ancient snake. You mean, she really realized the purest method of cultivation for ferocious beasts? There was some envy in Yu Zhao's eyes, because a little girl actually realized something that it didn't even realize. The Taiku Ming snake's eyes were calm and confident. That's not entirely true. She still used the monk's method, but she changed it slightly and turned it into a method of cultivating qi. Orcs cultivate their qi, so the physical strength of ordinary orcs is much higher than that of monks. Moreover, when the orcs practice qi, they always use their spiritual consciousness. Therefore, under the same cultivation level, the strength of the orcs will be far stronger than that of the monks. Is her method simpler than our method of cultivating qi? The black pterosaur asked cautiously. It's simpler. She uses the method of pinching qi with divine consciousness. As soon as Taiku Mingshe finished speaking, the ant emperor asked happily, then if we learn this method, will our strength grow faster? The ancient Ming snake's eyes were cold. This method is not suitable for us. Although her method is good, it is not suitable for us. If we use the method of pinching qi with our spiritual consciousness, we may be attacked or robbed. The ancient Ming snake's words gave the ferocious beast a rest. There is always only interest between ferocious beasts, but no trust. If the air mass that I had finally gathered was ready to be absorbed, and a stronger beast appeared, wouldn't it be used as a wedding dress for other beasts? Isn't she afraid of us going down to rob her? Qiongqi asked puzzledly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 89 Heavenly Moon Holy Body. Taiku Mingshe glanced at Qiongqi. The territory below is Yinglong's. She has to pay respect to Yinglong, who dares to take it away. Do you really think that because you are strong, you can overtake her? The lotus is the domain of the little girl, and everything in the domain is controlled by her. Also, she has the holy body of heaven and moon. This kind of physique is simply a natural qi cultivator. The qi between heaven and earth will naturally be closer to her. The ancient snake was awakened by Yinglong's breath. It wanted to see that ferocious beast that dared to invade Yinglong's territory. As a result, I saw Fang Qingbran. The cyan black clothes on Fang Qingbran's body are very special. The smell on it is very familiar, like the 9-colored neon clothes left by the former one. 9-colored neon clothes are the best innate spiritual treasures. After wearing them, they have a protective effect on the soul. Out of curiosity, the ancient snake stayed. Then, it saw a group of ferocious beasts speaking at Fang Qingbran. After the ancient Ming snake finished speaking, the surroundings were quiet for a moment. The first point that the ancient croaking snake said is that they accept it very well. But the second point made him unresponsive. Domain is the word for the strong. A strong person who has not mastered the domain is not considered a real strong person. At the same time, the existence of the domain also protects the weak. The battle between strong men changes rapidly and the world collapses. Without the protection of the domain, the weak will be torn to pieces in an instant. The weak can only know the domain, but they have absolutely no qualifications to understand the domain. In the impression of all ferocious beasts, only those with extraordinary strength can touch the domain. As a result, the ancient Ming snake told them at this moment. The following small foundation building has created a domain. Even the out-of-domain created using formations is somewhat unacceptable to them. Being able to use formations to create a domain proves that Fang Qingbran's domain has reached the essence of the domain. But how is this possible? Isn't she the one whose body was taken away? Qiongqi asked. Only this explanation was the most reasonable. No, the ancient Ming snake said firmly. The aura of the person who takes the body is relatively turbid, and the eyes of the person who takes the body cannot be so clear. If a foundation-building body is really a body snatcher, it can still be penetrated at a glance. It's not seizing the body, then how could she understand the domain? Did she get some inheritance? Yongzhu gave a different opinion. Taiku Mingshi didn't say anything. They couldn't tell whether Fang Qinggran had received the inheritance. Just when most of the ferocious beasts were wondering why Fang Qinggran knew the domain, the black pterosaur asked softly, I want to know what the holy body of the sky and the moon is. You don't even know about the holy body of heaven and moon. Lao Huang said scornfully. The black pterosaur looked at old Huang, waiting for him to speak. Lao Huang yelled, look what I'm doing. I don't know. Ying Zhao's voice sounded, the holy body of heaven and moon is a special physique that appeared before ancient times. It is said that monks with this kind of physique can absorb the brilliance of the moon and the power of the stars, but the holy body of the sky and the moon will not show it until they overcome the tribulation and become an immortal. Mortal monks only know how to cultivate spiritual power. They don't know how to cultivate the brilliance of the moon and the power of the stars, let alone the cultivation techniques in this area. In addition, people with this kind of physique probably have 5-color spiritual roots. People with 5-color spiritual roots will not enter the path of cultivation. After a long time, the holy body of heaven and moon will be lost. What Ying Zhao said is considered a secret in the upper world. However, it was lucky enough to have a fight with the heavenly moon god. It was probably because Tianyu Shenzhen was too lonely. After the fight, Tianyu Shenzhen took it to drink and told it this after drinking. After that, he also drank too much. When he woke up again, it was lying in Shifang domain. Every time Ying Zhao thinks of the Lord Tianyu, he gnashes his teeth in hatred. The ferocious beasts felt the strong resentment from Ying Zhao. They all knew what was interesting and did not ask how Ying Zhao knew this. Taiku Mingshe glanced at Ying Zhao strangely, with a hint of inquiry. The ancient Ming snake lowered his head again, looked at Fang Qinggran, and said as the one who imprisoned him in the Shifang territory, when the Shifang territory welcomes a new master, it is when the 10 directions territory opens up. I wish you good luck. Mo Jinggong appeared in Shifang territory before. It also thought that Mo Jinggong was the new master of Shifang territory. Unexpectedly, Mo Jinggong refused and became the master of the Shifang territory, and also strengthened the formation of the Shifang territory. Taiku Mingshan always thinks about what happened at that time. I particularly regret not killing Mo Jinggong when he entered the Shifang domain. It gathered the top 20 ferocious beasts and managed to weaken the barrier a lot. As a result, Mo Jinggong reinforced it casually. That boy was very vindictive. When he first entered the Shifang realm, he was bullied and wanted to take revenge. Of course, none of the idiots in front of me knew about this matter. The stars move, time flies. By the time Fang Qinggran came out of cultivation, 100 years had passed. Fang Qinggran's sea of consciousness expanded countless times. From the original city, it became a boundless sea. Fang Qinggran knew that the sea of consciousness could get bigger, but she also understood that her current cultivation level was not suitable for continuing to expand the sea of consciousness. The rest of the time, what she has to do is to stabilize the power of her spiritual consciousness. Fang Qinggran didn't know how long he had been practicing. Fang Qinggran stood up, looked down at the ice, and found that she had not grown taller, and her appearance had not changed at all. The entire sea of knives and fire is still frozen for thousands of miles. Fang Qinggran stepped forward. She didn't notice at all that above the clouds, countless pairs of eyes were staring at her brightly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 90 The Lost Illusion. Damn it, she can really sit. If she sits for 100 years, I will almost turn into a fossil. The Ant Emperor's voice was filled with endless exhaustion. If time hadn't stopped passing here, she would have turned into an old woman long ago. Qiongqi liked what Fang Qinggran said. 100 years ago, the phrase, look, there are 2 idiots up there. It and Chaos always remember it. Nothing has changed in 100 years. It's a waste of time. Chaos said scornfully. Tauti wakes up from Tauti's back. Tauti said casually, this girl finally started to take action. After the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, it seems to be a fantasy land, right? Yes, it's the illusion. What if she gets trapped in it and can't get out? The black pterosaur asked curiously. Wait, the illusion. Ying Zhao woke up. I remember that the illusion is only effective for monks. Maybe we can follow it in. This is Yinglong's territory. Without its permission, who dares to enter? Go Chen asked. Ying Zhao was in a bit of a dilemma. They really didn't dare to go in without Yinglong's permission. At this time, a majestic voice came into the ears of a group of ferocious beasts. You can enter the illusion, you can help or cause trouble, but you are not allowed to attack the little girl in the illusion. When the ferocious beasts heard this voice, they were suspicious at first, and then overjoyed. All the ferocious beasts nodded in agreement. Then one by one, they became invisible, taking one step ahead of Fang Qinggran, and entered the illusion. I was afraid that it would be late and there would be no good location. After all the ferocious beasts disappeared above the clouds, Yinglong and the ancient snake appeared. The ancient Ming snake observed Fang Qinggran. They always keep their word. If you do this, you are not afraid that the little girl will be delusional. HMPH, if they violate the rules, they will be the ones who suffer. Yinglong said majestically. Its place, the rules will naturally be formulated by it. Can this girl really do it? Taiku Mingshe was a little worried. At such a young age, could Fang Qinggran really be able to resist the temptation in the fantasy world? Everything in the psychedelic realm is based on the memory of the person who enters it, and it is extremely real. Everything inside is reasonable and compliant. It is almost impossible for a person who is in an illusion to find the flaws in the illusion. Even most people who enter the illusion are unwilling to come out again even if they finally know that it is an illusion. Ying-Long was silent for a long time, looking at Fang Qingran who was standing at the entrance of the illusion, and said firmly, "She will definitely come out, but I am a little worried about whether those ferocious beasts can come out alive." Ancient snake. Thinking of Fang Qingran being Mo Jinggong's junior sister. The Tai Ming snake was a little sympathetic to the group of ferocious beasts that entered. At the same time, Fang Qingran stopped at the edge of the mountain of swords and sea of fire. The next step should be the second test. I don't know what the second test is. Fang Qingran looked at the fog ahead and thought of the sword tomb. Is this the same as the sword tomb? Fang Qingran hesitated for a while, but then took a step forward resolutely and stepped into the mist. After entering the fog, Fang Qingran's vision went dark and she suddenly lost all consciousness. "Ran, wake up quickly, the sun is going to shine on your butt." An extremely gentle voice woke up Fang Qingran from her sleep. Fang Qingran opened her almond-shaped eyes and was confused for a moment. Who is this gentle and quiet woman? The woman's beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. She patted Feng Qingran's head with her slender hand. "Ran, haven't you slept well yet? Eat breakfast and then go to bed." Fang Qingran looked at her little hands and feet and asked in a sweet voice, "How old am I?" "Ran is 4.5 years old this year. How come you can forget your own age?" Every move of the woman is pleasing to the eye, and her temperament is even more painting-like. The eyebrows are like a distant mountain without being drawn and darkened, and the lips are painted with sand but not dotted. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with confusion. Why does she have no memory of such a great beauty? Fang Qingran's eyes shone with vigilance, although she couldn't remember why she became smaller. But she clearly remembered falling into the sword tomb, meeting her master, and then her senior brother. And then, Fang Qingran suddenly realized that her memory had regressed again. Now she can only remember what happened before the auction. It seemed like something was taking away her memory. In fact, she can remember less and less things. "You go out first, and I'll get dressed." Fang Qingran decided to keep quiet for now. She wanted to find a way to write something down. When the woman heard Fang Qingran's words, she smiled coquettishly and said, "Ran has grown up and is now shy. I'll go out and wait for you first." When Fang Qingran saw the woman going out, she immediately stood up and observed. These are just ordinary houses. There is a table at the entrance. There is a bookcase on the left and a bookcase on the right. Where has she seen such a cabinet? The whole house is decorated simply yet exquisitely. It can be seen that the person who decorated the room took great care. That woman said she was her mother. She should be Fang Qingran's mother in the book. Fang Qingran's small face showed a bit more solemnity. She was an orphan before she passed through the book. After she passed through the book, she never met Fang Qingran's mother. Even if you fall into an illusion, you shouldn't see Fang Qingran's mother first. Aren't illusions always based on memories and arranging things? Fang Qingran found that the more she thought about it, the more she forgot. She hurried to the table, picked up the pen, dipped it in ink, and wanted to write something. But if what I write is seen by someone in the illusion, will it have any impact? Fang Qingran still doesn't know what to write. A drop of ink fell on the paper. Something flashed through Fang Qingran's mind. She put down her pen in a strange way and drew something on the paper. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 91. The mother is always weird. Fang Qingran finished painting and put down the brush. After the ink on the paper dried, Fang Qingran carefully put the paper away. She found an inconspicuous place in the house and hid the paper. After finishing all this, Fang Qingran suddenly felt that her head was blank. Who is she? Where is she? What is she going to do? Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. "Ran, are you ready? If you wait any longer, the rice will get cold." The woman's clear voice hit my ears and I felt happy. Fang Qingran blinked her almond-shaped eyes and suddenly realized that the person outside was her mother. She ran over with her little feet and opened the door. Then he threw himself into his mother's arms, with a pair of clear almond eyes, and shouted sweetly, "Mother, I miss you so much. Where did you go just now?" The woman picked up Fang Qingran, tapped her nose, and said with beautiful eyes, "Don't be afraid, Ran, I will always be with you." "But, mother, I just had a nightmare. In the dream, I couldn't find you at all, and my life in the dream was so miserable." Fang Qingran said in a milky voice. As she looked, tears fell unconsciously. Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was full of fear. The woman felt heartbroken when she saw Fang Qingran like this. The woman's jade-like hand held the back of Fang Qingran's head, letting Fang Qingran lean on her shoulder, and softly comforted Fang Qingran's emotions. "Ran, be good, mother will not leave, she will always be with Ran." The woman's assurance made Fang Qingran feel at ease. "Mom, I don't know why. I feel like I have forgotten many important things, but I can't remember them. What should I do?" Fang Qingran's eyes were pure and full of confusion. It was obvious that she and her mother depended on each other, and they had never left the village. Why does she have external memories in her mind? "Good boy Ran, forget it if you can't remember it. Come with me to eat first." The woman picked up Fang Qingran, led her into the main room, and placed Fang Qingran on the bench. Fang Qingran looked at the woman with round eyes, but her thoughts were far away. The woman gave Fang Qingran more food and said softly, "Ran, what are you thinking about?" Fang Qingran said cutely, "Mom, I was thinking about those people who appeared in the dream. They can fly in the clouds, control the wind and rain, and fight monsters. They even know a lot of strange things. Are they gods?" Fang Qingran held the bowl in her arms and had no intention of eating at all. The woman's beautiful eyes were full of hope, shining with gentle light. "What kind of gods are there in this world? It's just some people's fantasy." "Okay Ran, hurry up and eat, or you'll get cold," the woman urged gently. Fang Qingran did not move, raised her little face, and continued to ask, "Mother, I heard people say that those things that seem familiar may be memories of people's previous lives. Do you think those things I dreamed about are memories of my previous life? Ah. The woman said, patting Fang Qingren's head with great tenderness, Ran, we only have this life. As for the previous life, even if it really existed, we can't know it. Hurry up and eat. After eating, mother will take you to the village to play. Fang Qingren's hand holding the chopsticks paused, her pink face full of confusion. Mother, don't we never interact with people in the village? She remembered that people in the village always liked to call her mother a slut, shameless, vixen. Although she didn't understand what these meant, she didn't like those people talking about mother. Later they even called themselves bastards. Finally, my mother broke out and moved to the most secluded place in the village, no longer interacting with anyone. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Ran, today is your grandfather's birthday, we still have to go and see them. As for the people in the village, we can't always avoid them if we don't look up and look down. But mother, you didn't say that before, and I don't want to go to my grandfather's house. Fang Qingran remembered the way her grandfather looked at her, which made her scared. And my grandmother pinched her every time and wouldn't let her cry. There were also uncle and aunt, who looked at her with disgusting eyes every time. Those brothers and sisters also liked to bully her, and they always wanted to push her into the cesspit. The woman touched Fang Qingran's head and said, Ran, those are my relatives after all. If we don't go, it will be bad for you in the future. I don't want others to say that Ran doesn't respect her elders. The woman picked up some food for Fang Qingran and asked Fang Qingran to eat. Fang Qingran held her chopsticks, raised her head, looked at the woman with confused eyes, and asked in a strange way, are you really my mother? Are you really not going to leave me? Fang Qingran tilted her little head, her apricot eyes clear to the bottom. She didn't know why she asked this. I don't even know why she doesn't want to eat at all today despite looking at the delicious meals in the past. And although my mother is still gentle and demure, she also seems to have an endless sense of weirdness. Fang Qingran's little mind was filled with many things she didn't understand. She was wondering if she was sick. My mother used to say that people tend to have random thoughts when they're sick. At this moment, her head was filled with strange thoughts. Seeing that Fang Qingran was holding her chopsticks in confusion, the woman asked very softly, Ran, why don't you eat and are you still in a daze? Mother, are you really not going to leave? And aren't you going to lie to me? Fang Qingran's face was full of doubts. Ran, we have been dependent on each other for so long, how can my mother be willing to leave you? The woman patted Fang Qingran's head and affirmed. Fang Qingran put down the bowls and chopsticks and got off the stool. Fang Qingran ran to the woman, raised her little face and asked, Mother, then you swear that you will never leave me from now on? And you swear that you will never deceive Ran? Something flashed across the woman's eyes, and then she said softly, Ran, mother will be with you at any time. If you don't find me in the future, it means that I will accompany you where you can't see me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 92. Xiaofeng Qingran curled her lips and asked unhappily, Mom, why are you going to a place where I can't see you? And why don't you take me with you? Because at that time Ran had grown up and wanted to go her own way. The woman smiled quietly and gently, looking forward to the brilliance, and it was so beautiful. Then I will never grow up, so you can always stay with me. Xiaofeng Qingran looked innocent. The woman touched Xiaofeng Qingran's cheek and said warmly, Silly Ran, everyone will grow up. Xiaofeng Qingran suddenly became unhappy and said angrily, Mother, I don't want to eat. I'm going out to relax. Xiaofeng Qingran let go of the woman's sleeves, not giving her a chance to speak. Turn around and run out of the house, walking to the front door. Crunch. Xiaofeng Qingran opened the door and saw a sneaky little black dog squatting at the door. Xiaofeng Qingran's face lit up with joy, and she shouted loudly, Ha! Mother, come quickly, there is a little black dog here. The little black dog stared warily at Fang Qingran who was approaching it, baring his teeth as if he wanted to bite Fang Qingran. Xiaofeng Qingran was not afraid at all. She stepped forward and grabbed the little black dog's neck and lifted it up. Wow, little black dog, you are so ugly. But don't worry, I won't dislike you. Just follow me from now on. Xiaofeng Qingran's eyes were bright, and the previous haze was swept away. The woman came out, heard Fang Qingran's little milky voice, and saw the little black dog again, and said disapprovingly, Ran, put it down quickly. The little black dog is not from our family, how can we just keep it? Xiaofeng Qingran shook her head and said very willfully, I want to raise him. Ran, it must have been lost in someone else's house. What would you do if you raised someone else? A dark color appeared in the woman's eyes. Doesn't Fang Qingran not like dogs? Xiaofeng Qingran heard what the woman said and said even more firmly, Mother, it was not lost by others. First of all, it was not tied with a rope. Second, it is too ugly. No one else will raise such an ugly dog. Third, there has never been a black dog in our village. It must have come from outside. I can raise it. Xiaofeng Qingran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and stared at the woman, her eyes intertwined with light and dark. Woof woof woof. The 7 orifices of the gluttonous spirit are filled with smoke. This stinky girl actually dares to call it ugly. Tutti kicked up his little dog legs, bared his teeth, and kept barking at Fang Qingran. Mother, look, I was right, it is ownerless. Xiaofeng Qingran said with pride and a soft voice, Mother, go get a rope quickly, I want to raise it. The woman's eyes hesitated for a moment, but then she turned around to get the rope. The whole Tutti beast is in bad shape, so why does it transform into a little black dog? Xiaofeng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were bright. Xiaohei, don't be discouraged. Although you are ugly, I will not dislike you. I will raise you so that you will have enough to eat from now on. Xiaofeng Qingran carried Tutti and entered the house. She took the rope handed over by the woman and tied it around Tutti's neck. Mother, from now on we will use it to guard our homes and homes, okay? The woman nodded absently. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks, pushed them in front of Xiaofeng Qingran, and said gently and coaxingly, Ran, hurry up and eat, it's already cold. Doubt flashed across Xiaofeng Qingren's eyes. Did her mother never let her eat cold food? Is this woman my mother? She took the bowl and chopsticks and said sweetly, Mom, you eat too. Okay. The woman walked to the table and sat down, but her eyes never left Fang Qingran. Xiaofeng's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a gleam, climbed up on the bench, added vegetables to the woman's bowl, and then looked at the woman with her shining eyes. A certain emotion flashed through the woman's eyes. She picked up a piece of meat and put it into her mouth. Ran, come and eat with me. Two cute pear dimples appeared on Xiaofeng Qingren's fair cheeks. She picked up the bowl, then grabbed the rope in her hand and pulled Tutti to her feet. Boom. She put the bowl on the little black dog's head with a backhand. Woof woof woof. Tutti held his head full of rice and roared at Xiaofeng Qingran. Little black dog, if you bark again, I will beat you. Xiaofeng Qingran warned with her pink fist. The rest of Tutti's screams were choked in his throat. He roared twice and did not dare to scream again. Damn it. Suck. Tutti smelled the fragrance on the tip of his nose and kept swallowing. Soon there was a pool of clear liquid around its feet. Ran, what are you doing? Surprise and anger appeared in the woman's eyes. Is Fang Qingran playing tricks on her? Xiaofeng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a cunning light. Mother, I'm not hungry, but I don't want to waste food, and mother will never force me to eat before. The woman took a deep breath, held the chopsticks in her jade hands, and suppressed her anger. Okay, if you don't want to eat, you won't eat. Xiaofeng Qingran became happy now and looked at the salivating and hungry Tutti. Xiaohei, eat quickly. Don't be afraid. I won't beat you if you eat. The woman hesitated to speak, but finally did not speak. Tutti smelled the aroma of the food and warned himself desperately that the food here cannot be eaten. Xiaofeng Qingran stared at the little black dog. The corners of her lips were slightly curved, and there was mischief in her eyes. She stretched out her little arms, grabbed another plate of meat, poured it on the ground, and kept tempting. Little black dog, it smells so delicious, do you really not want to eat it? The woman was very surprised. Looking at Xiaofeng Qingran's bad look, she frowned. Xiaofeng Qingran shouldn't look like this. Could it be that Fang Qingran had memories before entering the illusion? Finally. Bang chi. Tutti couldn't resist the temptation of food, lowered his head and started eating crazily. No matter what, if you eat it, you will fall into a dream. The more you eat, the harder it is to get out of the hallucination. If it could keep eating and drinking, it would never go out for the rest of its life. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 93 The Good Baby Turns Naughty. The woman watched the Tutti eat with great joy, a look of caution rising in her eyes. Even if Fang Qingran has no memory, he is not easy to fool. Mom, look, the little black dog ate my food, and the little black dog will belong to my family from now on. Xiaofeng Qingran looked at the woman with an innocent and cute look. The woman nodded absently, not paying attention to Fang Qingran's words. Mother, let's go to Grandpa's house now. Didn't Ran not want to go just now? The woman returned to her gentle and demure look. Xiaofeng Qingran raised her face and said, Mom, go and have a look. With the little black dog protecting me, I won't be afraid of the monsters in my grandfather's house. The woman looked at the little black dog that only knows how to eat. Will it protect people? It would be nice not to eat people. Mom, let's go. We're late. It's time for my grandfather's family to scold us again. Xiaofeng Qingran didn't give the woman time to react, grabbed her sleeve and walked out. Xiaofeng Qingran grabbed the rope with her other hand and dragged Tutti, who was eating, out of the door. After half an hour, 2 people and 1 dog walked to the entrance of the village. The children who were playing at the entrance of the village were obviously startled when they saw the 2 of them. Suddenly, a child shouted, the big vixen and the little vixen have entered the village, come and watch. Another kid with a bigger head shouted, everyone, come and see, my mother said these 2 are the dirtiest people, dirtier than the 2 idiots in the village. The big vixen is here to catch the children. Ellipsis. The children shouted and made faces at Fang Qingran. Xiaofeng Qingran's lovely almond eyes became sharp. She lowered her head and looked at Tutti. Xiaohei, go bite them and I'll give you meat later. As soon as Tutti heard that he could eat meat, he excitedly rushed towards a group of little kids. Woof woof woof. When the naughty child saw a small black dog, he burst into laughter and made faces at Tutti. Tutti was instantly annoyed. Anyway, if he bit them in the illusion, they wouldn't be able to take revenge on him when they went out. Tutti kicked off his legs and rushed towards one of the fattest children. She opened her mouth and bit his leg. What? The little fat man let out a miserable cry. The little fat man raised his legs and threw Tutti away. His face turned red. Tutti, ugly dog, I won't let you go. Tutti ignored him and turned to bite other children. Snort. This is Fang Qingran's fantasy, led by Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran lets it bite, and it can just take revenge. When Xiaofeng Qingran saw Tutti biting someone, she clapped her hands and applauded. Xiaohei is awesome. Keep biting, and no one who curses will be spared. Xiaofeng admired the woman beside her, losing her quietness and gentleness. The woman raised her hand to her forehead, showing a look of helplessness. Who can tell it how a good baby turned into a little devil? They have all seen the memories of Fang Qingran when she was a child. Then based on Fang Qingran's memory, he played the role. In addition, Fang Qingran fell into an illusion and lost all her memory when she woke up. We should just let them control us. Why has everything changed now? Did Fang Qingran see through the disguise? This is even more impossible. Fang Qingran is only 4.5 years old now, has just begun to remember, and has the intelligence of a child. How can she see through their flawless disguise? Mother, what's wrong with you? Xiaofeng Qingran blinked her bright eyes with a cute and soft look on her face. The woman's thoughts were interrupted by Xiao Fengqing ran, and the gentle smile returned to her face. Ran, is it bad for you to do this? What's wrong? Didn't you teach me before that if anyone dares to bully me, I will fight back? Xiao Fengqing ran's eyes showed confusion. I, the woman wanted to say, but she had never been taught. Xiao Fengqing ran's eyes were slightly cold as she stared at the woman. Mom, you have been acting strange since you got up in the morning. Are you sick? The woman shook her head and said no more, fearing that the more she spoke, the more she would make a mistake. Xiao Fengqing ran lowered her eyes and flashed with a faint light. There was indeed something wrong with her mother. There is also a problem in the whole village. Although I don't know why the whole village changed when I woke up after sleeping. But she knew that all the people and things around her were not real. A real mother would never ask her to go to her grandfather's house, and would even ask her to make friends with the people in the village. And after catching the little black dog, she made another discovery. Xiao Fengqing ran's eyes flashed with mischief. She must let these dummies return her mother to her. But this time. Ha ha ha. Tao Ti panted heavily and returned to Xiao Fengqing ran. Tao Ti squatted on his hind legs and looked at Xiao Fengqing ran, looking like he was asking for credit. Xiao Fengqing ran bent down and patted Tao Ti's dog's head. Xiao He, you are so good. I'll give you a reward. Can I make you bigger? Crunch. The sound of bones rubbing against each other. Not even a moment after Xiao Fengqing ran finished speaking, Tao Ti had grown to half a person's height. Tao Ti. Woman. Wow, it turns out it's true. Xiao Fengqing ran clapped her hands happily. Her guess was true. All the fake things here are under her control. Tao Ti and the woman looked at each other, both feeling something bad. Who can tell them why Fengqing ran can control Tao Ti to grow bigger and smaller? Xiao Fengqing ran took the woman's hand. Mother, am I great? I find that I seem to be able to control many things. Mother, look there. Xiao Fengqing ran let go of the woman's hand, pointed at a cow in the distance, and said, become a pig. Swish. A big cow in the cowshed in the distance instantly turned into a fat sow. Moo. The sow was confused and let out a cow cry. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 94 The Ill Will of the People in the Village. Xiao Fengqing ran was extremely happy. Mom, don't talk yet, wait for me here. I will find another thing to practice. Xiao Fengqing ran said and rushed into the village but disappeared. The woman's gentleness turned cold. She looked down at the little black dog and said coldly, Tao Ti, what a good thing you did. Did you teach her something? What can I teach her? You are the first person she saw. You must have done something. Tao Ti shook his head and said unconvinced. In the distance, Qiongqi, who was forced to turn into a sow, shouted, hey. You two idiots can't do this well. Fortunately, she is an innocent child. Otherwise, would we still have a way to survive? HMPH. It's not my fault anyway. Tao Ti looked like he was in trouble. The woman's eyes gradually turned into vertical pupils, dark and cold, and she looked at the sow in the distance. Qiongqi, you also said that this is the head of the village and there is not a single house. Is it reasonable for you to build the cowshed here? It must be you who made Fengqing ran become like this. Qiongqi was unconvinced, flapped his plump ears, and almost flew up. It has nothing to do with me, you must have messed up the performance. Besides, you are her mother. If she runs away, you won't follow her. Stop talking, that girl is here, Tao Ti warned. In an instant, the three returned to normal. The woman was gentle and quiet, with a smile on her face, looking at Xiao Fengqing ran who was running towards her. Xiao Fengqing ran came to the woman with an old hen in her arms, her little face full of excitement. Mother, you think this is an old mother, right? The woman nodded and looked at the old hen fluttering in Fengqing ran's arms with a complicated expression. If Xiao Fengqing ran can control the illusion, it will definitely not be a good thing for them. Change, enter a Dumbo. After Xiao Fengqing ran finished speaking, she threw the old hen on the ground. Boom. The old hen fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a baby elephant half as tall as a man, with an extra pair of wings on its back. Woman. The woman decided to save Fengqing ran from collapse. Ran, tell mother, who taught you the spell? The woman's face was full of seriousness. I don't know, it's like I learned it in a dream. Xiao Fengqing ran looked like she was thinking, and continued, but don't worry, mother, I tried it, and this spell doesn't work on you. Quote. Woman. So you tried it on me. Ran, if someone sees these things like you, they will think you are a monster. The woman warned. But we are monsters to begin with, right? Xiao Fengqing ran opened her eyes wide and said extremely seriously. The woman's eyes were alert. Could it be? Mom, they all called me a vixen. A vixen is a monster. Xiao Fengqing ran said matter-of-factly. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Giggle. The Dumbo on the side has its nostrils raised to the sky and its hooves on the ground. It has learned how to crow like a rooster, but it has never learned how to crow like an elephant. Xiao Fengqing ran patted Dumbo on the head. Fly back. When you go back, you will turn back into an old hen. Dumbo flapped its wings uncontrollably and flew away. Mother, am I good at it? Xiao Feng looked like she was begging for praise. Ran is really awesome, the woman said innocently. Mom, let me go to my grandfather's house quickly. I'm looking forward to it. Fengqing ran was very happy when she thought that those who bullied her in the past could be punished. The woman and Tao Ti looked at each other with complicated expressions in their eyes. Xiao Fengqing ran was in high spirits and led the woman into the village with a proud look on her face, no longer the timidity of the past. The houses in the village are built facing each other, with a wide avenue in the middle. At this time, there were many people sitting at the door of each house. They all stared at the two of them with burning eyes. A woman wearing a headscarf took the lead and mocked, Hey, isn't this the slut who lives at the end of the village? How dare you come here and embarrass yourself? Aunt Pan, what you said is wrong. She is so thick-skinned and can seduce any man. Why don't you dare to show up? A vixen with a bastard has ruined the reputation of our village. If you ask me, it should be soaked in a pig cage. Aunt Chen, stop talking. We agreed to dip the pig cage, but all the men in our village were seduced by this shameless person and saved her by force. Isn't that right? My man always secretly supports this vixen behind my back. The people in Laoli's family are all very down to earth. How come they gave birth to such a coquettish bitch? They rush to give birth to a child and then have the dignity to live in the world. Ellipsis. Everyone said something sarcastic to me. Xiaofeng Qingran lowered her head, her whole body was exuding cold air, and her eyes were full of gloom. Still a familiar word. And a familiar voice. People in the village always talk about my mother like this. None of them knew the truth. She always likes to stand on the high ground and laugh at her mother. Even in an illusory world, these people are not willing to let go of my mother. Shut up, Xiaofeng Qingran roared angrily. Suddenly, the surroundings were silent. Everyone was confused and looked at each other. How dare she yell at them? When Feng Qingran was a child, she was soft, had low self-esteem, was sensitive, and could only cry. Why do you dare to yell at people when you are in an illusion? The woman winked at the others. I want to tell them that things have changed and not to offend Feng Qingran. As a result, everyone will get it wrong. Among them, Aunt Zhang suddenly stood up, put her hands on her hips, and pointed at Feng Qingran. You bastard, no matter what your name is, you scared us. If you dare to scream again, I will let the people in the village kill you. Get the mother and daughter out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 95. She likes revenge. Kick him out. Xiaofeng Qingran lowered her head and muttered to herself. She has heard too many words like this. She and her mother just wanted to live a good life, but these people just couldn't seem to tolerate them. She didn't understand, they were all women, why couldn't they understand their mother's suffering? Instead, he became the one blaming his mother. On the contrary, many men have sympathy for their mothers. Aunt Zhang, wouldn't it be too easy for them to drive them out? If you ask me, I would scratch their faces, strip them naked, and throw them into the beggars. Aunt Pan's words became even more vicious. Xiaofeng Qingran clenched her fists, a dim light appeared in her eyes. It turns out that no matter in reality or in a dream, people who should be evil are still evil. Xiao Hei, bite them, especially Aunt Pan, bite off one of her legs. Xiao Feng Qingran said in a harsh tone, with a fierce look on her childish face. However, when everyone heard Feng Qingran's words, they didn't take it seriously. Instead, they burst into laughter. What? It wasn't until Tati bit her leg and pain spread that Aunt Pan realized that Feng Qingran was serious. This, how can you and Feng, woo-woo? Before Aunt Pan could finish her words, the person next to her covered her mouth. Being bitten is not a big deal, but if the secret is exposed, they will be the ones trapped inside. Tati was not polite and actually bit off one of Aunt Pan's legs. Tati swallowed the delicious leg meat and looked at the others with unfulfilled interest. Unfortunately, Feng Qingran only let him bite off Aunt Zhang's leg. The other legs cannot be bitten off, only a few more pieces of flesh can be torn off. Everyone was stunned, their eyes seemed to say, Tati, are you crazy? Tati pretended not to see the eyes of these people, rushed to Aunt Zhang, opened his mouth and bit. Aunt Zhang was startled and ran to her house. Tati was really crazy. When the others saw this, they scattered in all directions. Tati was greedy for a long time. Once you enter the fantasy world, you actually let yourself go. The woman looked at the embarrassed people and suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, she was Feng Qingran's mother, otherwise she would be the one who suffered at this moment. Mother, are you happy? I have avenged you. Xiaofeng Qingran looked at the woman, and seemed to be looking at others through the woman. Ranran, if you are happy, my mother will be happy, but Ranran, will it be bad if you continue to be willful like this? A strange emotion appeared in the woman's gentle eyes. If Feng Qingran does this, it will speed up the process of things. Wouldn't it be gone soon? Mom, just being patient will not let these people treat us well. Instead, it will make them worse. Xiaofeng Qingran looked serious. In the past, she would have been really afraid of these people and would have cowered and hid behind her mother. After all, she and her mother were weak and unable to deal with so many people. But ever since she discovered that she could control everything in her dreams, she just thought about it and wanted to take revenge. Repay evil with kindness. It's not her style, she just likes to take revenge. Xiaofeng Qingran pulled the woman's sleeve, not giving her a chance to refute. Mom, don't worry, let's go to my grandfather's house, Xiao Hei will take care of this group of people. The woman let Xiaofeng Qingran hold her sleeves, and her eyes gradually turned into vertical pupils. It discovered that it was also being controlled by Feng Qingran. The mother in Feng Qingran's memory was a beautiful and quiet woman who loved Feng Qingran very much and followed her in everything. Is it because of this? Will it be controlled by Feng Qingran? Can't go on anymore. The coldness in Yu Zhao's eyes flashed across, and the ferocious beasts that entered the illusion had their own purposes. Ying Zhao, nine-headed bird, Dafeng, pterodactyl. They were meant to pry out the secrets about the formation from Feng Qingran's memory. Qiongqi, chaos, and emperor. All wanted to kill Feng Qingran. The rest of the group are just here to join in the fun. Yu Zhao didn't want to continue acting with Feng Qingran. It was worried that something would happen if it continued. Feng Qingran's soul entered here. As long as it swallows Feng Qingran's soul, it can get all of Feng Qingran's memories. After that, by using Bar Snake's secret method to enter Feng Qingran's body, he can completely replace Feng Qingran. This may be more reliable than asking Feng Qingran to take him out of the Shifang domain. Yu Zhao's eyes became clammy, and scales slowly grew on the skin under his clothes. A pair of horns also sprouted from the top of his head, and his pupils were cold, staring at Xiaofeng Qingran who was walking in front. Yu Zhao's heartbeat kept accelerating. Stick out your tongue and feel the surroundings. For the time being, there is only the warmth of it and Fang Qingran. It's now. The woman turned into a dragon in an instant, and her clothes were scattered on the ground. Yu Zhao opened his bloody mouth to Fang Qingran, who was unaware. Fang Qingran was humming a song happily, thinking about how to get justice for her mother when she went to her grandfather's house later. At the same time, outside the illusion, the ancient Ming snake saw this scene and his pupils stood up. Yinglong, why don't you stop it? No need to stop her, she knows it. Yinglong glanced at the screen lazily. This bunch of idiots messed up the show as soon as they got in. He actually let the sinister and vicious Yu Zhao play the role of Fang Qingran's gentle and quiet mother. Yinglong really wanted to pry their heads open and take a look. See if it's all water. No, how is this possible? After Fang Qingran went in, she lost her memory. How could she know? Taiku Mingshe asked in confusion. The little girl is smart. Yinglong's tone suddenly became proud. Zulong's vision is so good. Perhaps with Fang Qingran here, the Dragon Clan really has hope of rising again. Yinglong, there is something strange. We feel that this girl has memory problems. Normal people's memories are not like this. Her memory is. There is. Yinglong continued. It's very confusing and seems to be pieced together. The ancient Ming snake nodded. Yes. It's like the memories we see are not complete, just the tip of the iceberg. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 96 Manipulating the Illusion. Yinglong's eyes became solemn. Actually, many of her memories may not even be known to her. Could it be that someone blocked part of her memory? A deep thought flashed through Taiku Mingshi's eyes. Yinglong said seriously, that's not all. There are many heavy restrictions on her soul. Even I can't break those restrictions. Moreover, those restrictions seem to protect her, but they also seem to restrict her. How is this possible? The restriction that you can't even break, could it belong to His Majesty the Sky Moon God? In the memory of the ancient Ming snake, there seems to be only one Yinglong who can defeat him. Yinglong shook his head. It's not him. I remember the aura of Lord Tianyu. Yinglong's eyes were majestic, and there was no aura of Lord Tianyu on his body, but there was a trace of Lord Tianyu's aura on Fang Qingran's body. It was because of this that it didn't smash Fang Qingran into pieces with one claw. It's not the Lord Tianyu. Who could that be? Could it be the Emperor of Heaven? When the ancient snake mentioned the Emperor of Heaven, his eyes were immediately filled with resentment. He doesn't deserve it. Yinglong's voice was cold to the bone. The two giant beasts made no sound and looked at the mirror in front of them again. Image in the mirror. Yu Zhao pounced on Fang Qingran, and when he was about to bite Fang Qingran's head, Fang Qingran quickly stretched his little hand back. The index and middle fingers were raised up and inserted directly into Yu Zhao's eyes. Chirp. The Yu Zhao screamed in pain and hurriedly moved back, its tail slapping the ground in pain. With a smile on her lips, Fang Qingran turned her head and looked at Yu Zhao. You are indeed not a mother. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with cunning. Roar. Yu Zhao said coldly, Fang Qingran, so what if you recognize me? You can't break the things in your memory. Fang Qingran's eyes were bright and alert, and she said in a dangerous tone, give me back my mother, or I will kill her. Your mother has died a long time ago. You are just an unwanted child, and your future life will be even more miserable. Yu Zhao's eyes were full of gloating. When Fang Qingran was 5 years old, her mother died, and she lived a life of dependence on others. You're talking nonsense. My mother will always be with me. Fang Qingran ran to Yu Zhao angrily, raised her little fist, and wanted to hit Yu Zhao. You stinking snake, give back to my mother. Yu Zhao's tail curled up Fang Qingran, his eyes were cold, and he met Fang Qingran's cold eyes and said mockingly, Ha! You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. In the face of strong strength, any resistance of yours will be ignored. It's all in vain. Your strength is not as good as Xiaohe or Big Cow, Feng said with a milky voice. Yu Zhao was surprised. How could Fang Qingran see through this? A bad premonition surged into Yu Zhao's heart, and a voice told it that it must eat Fang Qingran immediately. Fang Qingran, do you think this is an illusion? Yu Zhao was suddenly silenced. Suddenly, everything seemed to be frozen. Outside the fantasy world, the ancient snake asked in confusion, why do you want to interfere with the direction of the illusion? Yinglong's eyes were cold. Yu Zhao has broken the rules of the illusion. If I don't interfere, Yu Zhao will die in the illusion. Ancient snake. The ancient snake suspected that there was something wrong with its IQ, and it only saw that Fang Qingran was the one who suffered. Yinglong blew into the mirror, and in an instant, everything in the mirror moved forward hundreds of thousands of times. In a few breaths, Fang Qingran, wearing a white scarf on her head, knelt in front of a grave and cried heartbrokenly. Boom. The Yu Zhao was dying and fell out of the illusion, falling next to the ancient croaking snake. The ancient Ming snake checked the condition of Yu Zhao and found that Yu Zhao's cultivation had been drained away. Yu Zhao, do you know your sin? Yinglong's majestic voice woke Yu Zhao up. Yu Zhao's eyes showed fear, and he lowered his head. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Yinglong shook his head. Back off. The Yu Zhao trembled and flew away from the clouds. The ancient Ming snake was still confused. Yinglong, what happened? Yinglong said coldly. Fang Qingran controlled the entire illusion, so when Yu Zhao wanted to kill her, she discovered it immediately. Fang Qingran deliberately angered Yu Zhao, just to force Yu Zhao to tell the truth. I heard Yinglong say this. The ancient Ming snake was still confused. How could she control everything in the illusion? Even if she retains her memory, she can't do this. Yinglong pondered and sighed. The illusion is a transition between reality and reality. Everything in the illusion is constructed according to Fang Qingran's memory. If she had given similar instructions to her memory before entering the illusion, she would have been able to do it. Yinglong obviously did not expect this. Did Fang Qingran know the rules of the illusion in advance? Taiku Mingshe felt that everything was incredible. How could anyone give such an order to their own consciousness? It is impossible for her to know the rules of the illusion in advance. The illusion was created by me after entering the Shifang realm. She was the first person to enter the illusion. Yinglong denied. Yinglong's gaze fell on the mirror, and Xiaofeng Qingran was crying so hard that she was out of breath. It erased part of Feng Qingran's memory after entering the illusion. Yinglong's eyes were complex, and it was not a good thing for him to interfere in the illusion without authorization. But if it doesn't interfere, this test can't be carried out, and both Feng Qingran and the beast will have to stay in the illusion. Yinglong's eyes darkened. Ming Shi, under what circumstances would a person give instructions to his subconscious mind to control all things? The ancient Ming snake said uncertainly, I can't think of it, maybe she. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 97 must live. Perhaps she has lost her memory before and is worried that she will lose her memory again, so she keeps hinting to herself that she must control her own destiny no matter what the situation. Yinglong told his guess and looked at Feng Qingran in the mirror solemnly. In the illusion. Feng Qingran was a small one, her face was full of tears and her eyes were red. At this time, a woman in her 30s or 40s came up from the bottom of the mountain, grabbed Xiaofeng Qingran's collar, and cursed, You damn girl, come back with me quickly. I've been looking for you for so long, and you're hiding here. Here. Xiaofeng Qingran struggled not to follow the woman, but her strength could not compete with the adults. The woman dragged Xiaofeng Qingran down the mountain. After taking a few steps, the woman suddenly turned around and spat at Xiao Tupo, Bah. What a bad luck. If it weren't for the fact that this dead girl is still worth some money, I would definitely not raise her. I want my mother, I want my mother. Xiaofeng Qingran cried heavily, trying to break free from the shackles of the woman. Snapped. The woman slapped Xiaofeng Qingran on the head, Cry, cry, cry. You only cry. If you cry again, I will beat you to death. Xiaofeng Qingran stopped crying. She thought of what her mother said before she died. Ranran, live well, you must live well, mother will always love you. Ranran, remember to listen to everyone. You only need to endure it for 6 years. When you are 11 years old, remember to go back to the old house and take a look. Mom has hidden something there. You will definitely find it. If you find the thing, take it with you and leave the village immediately, but remember, don't look for it in advance. You must wait until your birthday to search again. After you find something, go to Qingyun Prefecture to participate in the sect election. Remember that you must enter the Tianjin sect and make friends with a person named Su Yanran. Xiaofeng Qingran recalled her mother's words in her mind, wiped away her tears, and changed her attitude. Auntie, I can leave by myself. I'm sorry, Auntie. Xiaofeng Qingran's voice was a little hoarse. HMPH. The woman let go of Feng Qingran's collar, with disgust on her face. Don't call me aunt, I'm not your aunt. From now on, your surname will be Li, do you hear? I know, Auntie. Xiaofeng Qingran agreed cautiously. She clenched her little hands into fists and retorted silently. Her mother had said her name was Feng Qingran. The woman was very satisfied with Feng Qingran's attitude. You're a little whore, you still know the rules. From now on, when you go to Li's house, you will be honest, do you hear me? Xiaofeng Qingran agreed obediently. Following the woman back to the Li family, she was ridiculed and abused by everyone in the Li family. Xiaofeng Qingran didn't refute a word, and stood quietly, listening to everyone's accusations. Seeing that everyone had finished scolding her, the woman stood up and said, Mom, she is still young. If we train her well, she can still be saved. And she will change her surname to Li in the future. As the woman spoke, she leaned close to Mrs. Li's ear and said a few words. Mrs. Li's eyes became strange, she glanced at Xiaofeng Qingran harshly, and said nothing. The woman turned to Feng Qingran and said sternly, Damn girl, hurry up and cook. From now on, the laundry and cooking at home will be all yours. Do you remember? I understand, Auntie. Xiaofeng Qingran nodded obediently. The following days. Xiaofeng Qingran gets up before 5 o'clock every day, prepares meals at home, and then feeds pigs and cows. Every time she went to eat, there were basically only a few leftovers. Xiaofeng Qingran didn't complain at all about this. She always remembered her mother's words, live well. The Li family did not regard her as a human being, but used her as an animal. Xiaofeng Qingran didn't care at all. She could leave when she was 11 years old anyway. Soon, she grew up to 10 years old. Her face was yellow and skinny due to hunger, and she looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old. The only warmth she received was given by a calf brother at the entrance of the village. He would secretly stuff her with a white steamed bun every few days. Xiaofeng Qingran will also stand up when people in the village bully brother Xiaoyu. Finally, she was 1 month away from her 11th birthday. She came to the village, found brother Xiaoyu, and said goodbye to him. Don't go, it's dangerous. Brother Maverick grabbed her sleeve, looking nervous. If Feng Qingran had memories, she will definitely recognize that this person is the boy she once wanted Lin Yang to kill. Ellipsis. Brother Xiaoyu, I won't be in danger. Xiaofeng Qingran comforted her softly. Sudden. A woman's roar came from the distance. Li Qingran. What are you doing, you little whore? You are only 11 years old, and you can even seduce a fool. Xiaofeng Qingran trembled all over. Aunt, I didn't, I was just passing by. The woman had already walked up to the two of them, staring at their tugging sleeves with piercing eyes, and struck at Xiaofeng Qingran. Brother Xiaoyu rushed forward and stood in front of Xiaofeng Qingran. Snapped. The woman slapped Brother Maverick on the temple. Boom. Brother Maverick fell to the ground and hit the stone, with traces of blood oozing out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 99, stunned into the painting, leaving for the human world. The ancient Ming snake obviously didn't think of this and was still struggling with other things. Yinglong, is this still wrong? If this girl comes to Tianjin sect, how come she comes to Shifang domain? I remember that Mo Jinggong is from Lingyun sect. Also, I read it said that Fang Qinggran has the 5 elements spiritual root, so how did she enter the foundation building? Also, Su Yanran is right. She seems to be able to predict everything. She has caught up with all the good things. Ellipsis. Taiku Ming, she kept complaining and almost wanted to rush in and beat someone. Ying Long. I finally had some thoughts, but they were all disrupted. Singing snake, why don't you go hibernate? Ying Long asked seriously. The ancient Ming snake raised his voice, why? You, an old monster who has been alive for I don't know how many years, are angry here because of this matter. If word spreads about it, it would be an embarrassment to us ferocious beasts. Ying Long's words were a bit disgusting. At the same time, he was fortunate that with the intelligence of Taiku Mingxie, it was impossible for him to discover Fang Qinggran's secret. Ying Long, don't think you can look down on me just because I can't beat you. The ancient Ming snake suddenly exploded. It didn't want to be so excited, but Fang Qinggran's experience was too annoying to the beast. She is such a good little girl, why is she being plotted every step she takes? I'm not looking down on you, I just want you to be quiet. Everything you watch is performed by other ferocious beasts, especially Qiongqi. It is extremely dissatisfied with Fang Qinggran and will definitely take the opportunity to take revenge on Fang Qinggran. Hearing what Ying Long said, Taiku Mingxie realized that everything was an act. Ying Long looked at the picture in the mirror quietly, and decades had passed in it. The longer you stay in the illusion, the harder it becomes to realize that the world you are in is fake. It was very curious about why Fang Qinggran broke the situation. In the illusion, Fang Qinggran fell into deep thought again, staring at the painting on the paper with a condensed expression. What does this frightening bird mean? What on earth did your mother want to remind her by leaving this behind? Fang Qinggran always felt like she was trapped in a fog and needed something to wake her up. Boom. The door was kicked open. Fang Qinggran immediately held the paper in his hands. At this time, a girl in yellow walked in and said domineeringly, Fang Qinggran, you, a handyman disciple, dare to be lazy and seek death. After the girl in yellow finished speaking, she swung the whip in her hand towards Fang Qinggran. Although Fang Qinggran quickly dodged the whip, she still couldn't dodge the attack from the foundation building monk despite her lack of cultivation. The whip struck her hard on the back. Puff. Fang Qinggran vomited out a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in her back. However, the girl in yellow did not let Fang Qinggran go. The girl raised her whip and continued to whip Fang Qinggran. The whip penetrated the flesh, and soon Fang Qinggran's whole body became a bloody mess. The girl in yellow seemed a little tired from the beating. She stopped and looked at the dying Fang Qinggran with contempt. This time is a warning. If you dare to be lazy next time, I will throw you out. Fang Qinggran lay on the ground, her eyes turning scarlet. She slowly raised her head and looked coldly at the girl in yellow. She, Fang Qinggran, had remembered this hatred. What are you looking at? Malice appeared in the eyes of the girl in yellow, and she whipped the whip straight towards Fang Qinggran's face. Swish. The whip made a big gash on Fang Qinggran's face, and the flesh and blood rolled around. Fang Qinggran's lips turned snow-white, she was shaking in pain and said nothing. Fang Qinggran regretted it very much. Why did she join Tianjin sect in the first place? Why do you have to endure this humiliation in Tianjin sect? The girl in yellow clothes met Fang Qinggran's cold eyes, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Why did Fang Qinggran look like a ghost that climbed up from the underworld? A chill ran down the girl's spine. She snorted coldly, held the whip and walked away. Just as the girl in yellow left, another girl walked in. This person is none other than Su Yanran. Su Yanran's eyes flickered, and a look of anxiety appeared on her face. Ranran, what's wrong with you? Fang Qinggran came to her senses when she heard Su Yanran's name. The coldness in her eyes disappeared and she said weakly, I'm fine. Drop. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Su Yanran looked at the blood on the ground, a cold light flashed in her eyes, she took out a handkerchief and pressed it directly on Fang Qinggran's wound. Fang Qinggran frowned in pain and almost fainted. Ranran, please be patient. You can only apply a bandage after wiping away the blood. Su Yanran put away the blood-soaked handkerchief, took out a low-grade hemostatic pill and gave it to Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran took the hemostatic pill, and Su Yanran left on the pretext of something else. Fang Qinggran stared at the direction Su Yanran left, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. She knew clearly that Su Yanran had never really cared about her. But so what? She just wanted to hear Su Yanran shout, Ranran. Fang Qinggran opened the paper in his hand again, and the note was stained with bright red blood. The splotches of blood appeared with the shock in the paper. Black and red overlap, as if a giant is sinking into a landscape painting, about to leave for the human world. Mo Jinggong, Mo Jinggong, Fang Qinggran said the name involuntarily. Immediately, Fang Qinggran's whole body emitted green light. Her apricot eyes suddenly became sharp. 7th senior brother, 10 directions, mountains of swords and seas of fire, wild lands. Fang Qinggran's eyes became serious. It turned out that the world she was in at the moment was a world constructed by illusion. Everything that happens here completely follows the trajectory of the book. She joined the Tianjin sect, was taken away from her jade bracelet, and was humiliated by Shang Shike. As soon as Su Yanran got the scabbard from the auction, she couldn't wait to take her blood. What surprised Fang Qinggran even more was that the original owner's mother actually asked her to come to Su Yanran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 100 The Reborn Man. Fang Qinggran was even more certain that the people in this book all existed to serve Su Yanran. The enemy behind is indeed heaven. Only heaven can be so generous and do everything perfectly. Since the illusion here is a world constructed by her memory, she must be the master. Fang Qinggran sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to circulate the qi throughout her body. In the blink of an eye, her injuries healed. She stood up and walked straight towards Su Yanran's courtyard. She met many disciples on the way, and they all looked at her with disdain. Look, she is that, waste Fang Qingran. Obviously he has the 5 elements spiritual root, but he still insists on occupying the quota of our Tingian sect. It's really disgusting. I heard that she actually wanted to find a powerful Taoist companion and have a backer when she entered our Tingian sect. In addition, she is pestering Junior Sister Yanran every day, trying to steal Junior Sister Yanran's resources. That's not all. I heard that she was unwilling to be a handyman and wanted to seduce our senior brother, but he was thrown out naked by him. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran's lips curled up slightly and she ignored these words. She has only one purpose now, to teach Su Yanran a lesson. In the illusion, there will be no causal backlash in anything you do. Fang Qingran found Su Yanran's room and raised her hand. Boom. The palm wind smashed the door. What? Su Yanran's scream came from the room. When Fang Qingran walked in, she saw Su Yanran holding an iron rod in her hand. Ranran, why are you? Su Yanran felt guilty and hid the iron rod behind her back. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed coldly, and everything in the illusion was illusory. As long as she didn't reveal any flaws, they wouldn't discover any secrets. At this moment, she just wanted to vent her bad breath for Fang Qing in the book. Fang Qingran raised her hand, and a whip appeared in her hand. She raised her wrist and the whip hit Su Yanran's body. Clap clap. Within a few strokes, several shocking scars appeared on Su Yanran's body. Fang Qingran stepped forward and grabbed Su Yanran's chin. What do you think? If I kill you here, will you stay here forever? You. Su Yanran's face was full of surprise. This is wrong. Why didn't Fang Qingran follow the rules? If I guessed correctly, you must be Qiongqi, right? Fang Qingran's eyes darkened. How could you know? Su Yanran looked surprised. I don't know. Fang Qingran's lips curled up slightly. Actually, I just guessed, but your expression shows that you are really Qiongqi. I have long begun to suspect that as characters in the fantasy world, you are a little too vivid. Speaking of which, I have to thank you and Chaos. If you hadn't injured me, it might have taken me a while to wake up. Fang Qingran patted Su Yanran's face. This Qiongqi looks like a male beast at first glance, and his transformed skin must be too rough. Su Yanran opened her eyes wide. What kind of monster is Fang Qingran? So she can regain her memory. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes shimmered as she finished dealing with Su Yanran, and next came Sheng Shike. Fang Qingran dragged her whip and walked towards Sheng Shike's yard. Boom. It was still the same broken door. Sheng Shike was obviously stunned when he saw Fang Qingran. How come Fang Qingran's injuries healed so quickly? It wasn't until Fang Qingran's whip fell on her that Sheng Shike reacted and became furious. Fang Qingran. How dare you? Why don't I dare? Chaos, when you want to hurt my soul, you should know that retaliation is retaliation. Fang Qingran started without mercy. Sheng Shike's pupils shrank. Fang Qingran recovered his memory and saw through its true form. Sheng Shike lay on the ground and did not react for a long time. Until it felt that something was wrong with Fang Qingran's whip, it screamed, Fang Qingran, you actually want to hurt my soul. You can do evil things to me, why can't I? Fang Qingran was full of murderous aura. She whipped out her whip and headed straight towards the door of Sheng Shike. Sheng Shike's body trembled. It had a premonition that if the whip was really pulled off, its soul would be damaged. At this time, Yinglong outside the illusion cast a spell, suspending everything. Then Fang Qingran and all the ferocious beasts were sent out of the illusion. Yinglong, the ancient snake, cried out anxiously. It clearly felt that Yinglong had become much weaker after doing all this. Even Yinglong's realm also fell. At Yinglong's level of cultivation, once he falls, it is almost difficult to recover. Just like a monk's virtual god, once his cultivation level regresses, he may not return to his original state until his lifespan is exhausted. Yinglong's voice was much older. It's my fault, I shouldn't have let this child enter the illusion. There is something wrong with this illusion. Yinglong concluded that Fang Qingran must be a reborn person. Fang Qingran should have died miserably in his previous life, otherwise he wouldn't have such great resentment. The person who sent her to death was afraid that she would be affected by resentment, so she deliberately sealed away part of her memory. The illusion allowed Fang Qingran to open up that part of the sealed memory in advance. This is definitely not a good thing for Fang Qingran. If Fang Qingran discovered that what she experienced in the illusion was the memory of her past life, it would be equivalent to directly opening up Fang Qingran's inner demons. Yinglong, you are not a reckless person. I'm afraid it's not the illusion that's wrong, but this little girl's memory, isn't it? The ancient Ming snake's eyes were searching. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 101. Keep your heart in everything. Taiku Ming, she sensed that Yinglong might be trying to hide some secret. Yinglong, you rest first, I'll do the rest. The ancient Ming snake looked at Fang Qingran, who was standing at the exit of the illusion. Fang Qingran at this moment is completely different from the Fang Qingran before entering the illusion. At this moment, Fang Qingran was dressed in red, her eyes were watery and icy, her red lips were slightly hooked, her sharp edge was revealed, and she had a cold aura all over her body. The eyes of the ancient Ming snake turned golden, and then 2 golden lights fell on Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's expression paused slightly, and she froze on the spot, her eyes looking confused for a moment. After a moment, Fang Qingran's apricot eyes returned to clarity, and they were full of energy. She bowed to the void and said crisply, Senior Yinglong, I have come out of the wilderness, please come out and see him. The ancient Ming snake sighed slightly, Yinglong, I have eliminated her memory of the illusion, and I will leave the rest to you. After the ancient Ming snake finished speaking, he disappeared into the air. Yinglong flew in front of Fang Qingran, his eyes majestic. When Fang Qingran saw Yinglong, his face showed joy and he said respectfully, Senior Yinglong. Not bad. Yinglong's eyes were complicated and he blew out a breath. This is the clue to the ancestral dragon's thing. I'm waiting for your good news. The breath floated to Fang Qingren's side and submerged into her sea of consciousness. Fang Qingren accepted the memories in the sea of consciousness and said firmly, Senior Yinglong, I will definitely bring Senior Dragon Emperor to see you. Yinglong said earnestly, little girl, you should stick to your heart in everything and walk the right path. The past is irreversible. We must not stick to the past, otherwise the road ahead will be even more difficult. After Yinglong finished speaking, he disappeared. There was a hint of doubt in Fang Qingren's apricot eyes. What did Senior Yinglong's words mean? Fang Qingren shook her head and decided not to think too much. After getting the clue she wants, she should quickly become stronger. It seems like walking through a wild land is like a paradise, right? Fang Qingren held her chin with her hand, her eyes twinkling. You can't slack off even if you enter paradise, you still need to train your body. 3 days later. Fang Qingren's starry eyes were as bright as spring flowers. She looked at the delicate roses, the beautiful and fragrant peonies, and the few shining sunflowers in front of her. When she saw these flowers in the painting, she fell in love with them. Now that she actually saw them, she found that these flowers were even more beautiful than what she saw in the picture. Every flower has an enchanting feeling. Fang Qingren resisted the urge to pick it and desperately told herself that it was planted by others. Crunch. The courtyard door in the distance opens. A man dressed in white walked out. The man is tall and straight, his body is spotless, his eyes are as clear as the first snow, and there is a touch of warmth in the coldness. Guest, do you have someone you like? The man's gestures looked elegant and refined, the breeze was bright and the moon was shining brightly. Fang Qingren's eyes became round. This was the only man she had ever seen who could be compared to the 7th senior brother. The 7th senior brother is full of dignity, while the man is elegant and free-spirited. Can these flowers be sold? Fang Qingren's eyes were clear and there was a sweet smile between her brows. Give it to the guest, who can pick it as he pleases. The corners of the man's lips were slightly raised, and his smile was like the sun rising in the first snow. No reward for no merit. Fang Qingren didn't believe that there was a free lunch in the world. The man's eyes were clear and moist. He glanced behind Fang Qingren for a few times and then looked back. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes turned around and asked curiously, why are the sunflowers here all red? And why are there only 3 colors of flowers in this garden? Sunflowers are red because they are raised with red material, the man said and invited Fang Qingren into the courtyard. Fang Qingren couldn't resist her curiosity and followed in. How could she let such a good resting place pass? After Fang Qingren entered, the man glanced not far away again before closing the door. It's over, Qi has discovered us. Dafeng's voice was full of panic. Yingzhao, let's go back. This is Qi's territory. Do you want to kill everyone? Nine-headed bird suggested in a sharp voice. Yingzhao didn't care. What are you going back for? There are still a group of people over there who are peeping. If you want to die, you will die. Zhu Yan was trembling all over. Brother is right, those idiots from Qiongqi are here anyway, what are we afraid of? Zhu Yan, are you looking for death? Qiongqi roared angrily, deliberately lowering his voice for fear of disturbing the people in the yard far away. The bird's breath it received in the illusion has not yet been repaid. It came here just to take revenge on Fang Qingren. After leaving the illusion, Fang Qingren was nothing. Zhu Yan hid behind Yingzhao. Hit me if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. I saw you being beaten by Fang Qingren. You couldn't even get up, and the bull turned into a pig. Boom. Qiongqi breathed out in the direction of Zhu Yan. A pit was blown directly into the ground. Fortunately, Yingzhao and Zhu Yan hid quickly, otherwise they would have been blown to ashes at this moment. Yingzhao trembled with anger. Qiongqi, you're looking for death, don't drag us along, and you, Zhu Yan. If you insist on being arrogant, why bother with it? Zhu Yan shrank his head and did not dare to speak. Zhu Yan wanted to say that with such a fuss, she could only notice Qiongqi and not pay attention to them. Only 2 pterosaurs were hiding behind the ferocious beasts, silent and ready to run away at any time. At the same time, Fang Qingren held the teacup handed over by Qi and didn't dare to take her mouth. Why does this thing look like it's made of a skull? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 102 Give a chance to escape. Fang Qingren's eyes fell on the chessboard. The red and white chess pieces looked inexplicably weird. But there is no rule that black chess pieces must be used, right? Okay. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. How come the legs of this table have joints? Going further down, Fang Qingren discovered that the things on the table legs didn't look like stones at all, but looked like they were specially ground out of white bones. Fang Qingren looked away and rubbed her fingers on the teacup. If it was really made of bones, it should have been moist for such a long time. Fang Qingren looked at the man opposite. There is a gentle look between his eyebrows, and he has an approachable aura. He shouldn't do such a cruel thing, right? Fang Qingren thought about it for a moment and said, Sir, what are your daily hobbies? Girl, you can call me Qi. Qi's voice was gentle. Hobbies include planting flowers, watering them, and fertilizing. Fang Xingren. Fang Qingren did not say his real name. Miss Fang, is the temperature of this tea inappropriate? Qi asked softly. Fang Qingren immediately shook her head. No, I just don't like tea by nature. Fang Qingren took the opportunity to put down the teacup and continued. How long has Mr. Qi lived here? I don't remember. Qi's eyes were sincere, without any intention of lying. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Don't you remember? That time must not be short. When she entered the courtyard, she checked and found that there was no protective formation around. A seemingly harmless person. What does it mean to be alone in a place like Shifang Realm? It means that Qi is an existence that those ferocious beasts dare not provoke. As she walked along, she found that the further she went, the stronger the ferocious beast she saw became. But I didn't see a ferocious beast that could transform into a human being. Therefore, it never occurred to me that she might have been phantomed by a ferocious beast. Under the rules of heaven and earth, ferocious beasts can transform into humans, but it is extremely difficult to transform into humans. A ferocious beast that can take the form of a human must be so powerful that it can override the rules. Fang Qingran didn't know what kind of strength it was that could override the rules. But she knew very well that once a ferocious beast could turn into a human being, if it stood on the hostile side of a human being, it would definitely be a disaster for the human being. Fang Qingran's thoughts came back. No matter whether Qi was a ferocious beast or a human, he could not be offended. Sir, I think the scenery in this courtyard is nice. Can I take a closer look? Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were filled with hope. Of course, the corners of Qi's lips curled up slightly, his smile was gentle and humble, and he exuded the aura of a humble gentleman. Fang Qingran stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Fang Qingran looked at the spring scenery in the garden, took a deep breath, and had to think of a way to escape quickly. She glanced at Qi in the distance. Dressed in white, his whole body was spotless, and there was a faint smell of otherworldly smoke and fire. Something flashed through Fang Qingran's mind, but Fang Qingran was so quick that she didn't catch anything. The flowers in the yard are also only in 3 colors, red, purple and black. Miss Fang, do you have someone you like? Qi's voice sounded. Instantly, Fang Qingran felt a chill go down her spine. She looked at Qi, who was standing next to her at some point, and said, they're all pretty good. I'm just curious, how to grow black flowers. If you apply too much fertilizer, it will naturally turn black. Qi's slender hand stroked one of the black flowers, and his movements were pleasing to the eye. Water, fertilizer. Fang Qingran's voice was full of confusion. Dirty fertilizer will naturally not produce fresh and refined flowers. If there is such clean and pure fertilizer, maybe they can bloom with white flowers. Qi's tone was slow and unhurried, with a certain regret between his brows. Fang Qingran. Why does she feel that Qi is not fertilizer, but more like a human being? Fang Qingran's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. She couldn't defeat the group of ferocious beasts outside, but she could find a way to make them check and balance each other. But Qi, she couldn't beat him, there was really no way to check and balance him. In the face of true strength, any strategy is in vain. Is it too late for her to run now? That young Master Qi, can you give me a chance to escape? After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth. How do you say what's on your mind? Qi chuckled lightly, his eyes were gentle and his temperament was pure. Don't be afraid, Miss Fang, I can't bear to use you to water the flowers. When Fang Qingran heard this, she became even more frightened. The chill quickly spread throughout her body and she stopped moving backwards. Qi Ruoyu had a faint smile on his lips, looking at Fang Qingran's wide-open almond eyes, which were round and big, cute yet soft. This is the person Mo Jinggong likes. Pretty good. Temporarily qualified. But Mo Jinggong was willing to suffer the pain of reincarnation for her sake. Whether she deserves it or not is another matter. Miss Fang, please stay here. As long as you stay here, I can keep you safe, but once you leave this area, life or death has nothing to do with me. Qi's eyes are deep, as if hiding a vast world. Fang Qingran touched her nose and did not refuse. The two walked back to the pavilion and sat down. Qi waved his sleeves, and all the chess pieces on the chessboard returned to the chess box. Miss Fang, do you want red or white? Qi asked softly. Fang Qingran glanced at the chess box in front of her and said, red. She wanted to choose white, but she didn't dare. Miss Fang, come first. Qi said humbly and politely. There was a hint of seriousness between Fang Qingran's brows. She picked up a red diamond and placed it in the center. I have never won against Mo Jinggong in chess before. It is even harder to win against the ferocious beast that has lived for countless years. Qi followed closely behind and dropped a piece. His movements were natural and free, giving him a sense of the breeze and the moon. This chess piece doesn't seem to be made of stone. Fang Qingran asked casually. It's made from the teeth of ferocious beasts, Qi responded. Fang Qingran. Suddenly, the chess piece in my hand felt hot. Fang Qingran asked tentatively, what about this chessboard? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 103 The Beast Sneezes. The corners of Qi's lips were slightly hooked, and the red lips were really beautiful. They're made from the bones of ferocious beasts. Fang Qingran's hand holding the chess piece was shaking. What about this tea? This is made from the ferocious beast's inner elixir ground into powder and brewed. It is good for Miss Fang, but it's a pity that you don't like it. Qi's tone was full of regret. The evil beast's inner elixir. Such a heaven-defying thing, actually used to make tea, is simply a gift from heaven. In the world of immortal cultivation, not to mention the inner elixir of ferocious beasts, even the inner elixir of high-level monsters can cause a bloody storm. The value of a ferocious beast inner elixir far exceeds that of the Tianyuan fruit. Fang Qingran quickly pulled out of her thoughts, and in order to cover up her fear, she said casually, then this cup is good. This one is more difficult to make. It requires the skull of a special ferocious beast to make it. Fang Qingran's eyes widened, and she caught a glimpse of the familiar headband on Qi's head, and praised, your headband is very pretty. This is a dragon tendon. The dragon was completely dead when it was pulled out, so it is a little hard, but fortunately it is strong. Qi said casually, as if it was just a small matter. Fang Qingran. You can even kill dragons. It's not right. The pile of fishing nets I own are all made of this kind of material, are they all? Dragon tendon. Fang Qingran's mind flew to a distant place again. Miss Fang, don't you want to know what I used to water the flowers? Qi observed the change in Fang Qingran's expression and gradually understood why Mo Jinggong chose her. What did you use to pour it on? Fang Qingran had not yet gotten over Long Jin's shock. Qi Luo paused and raised the corners of his lips slightly. It's just watered with blood, but the blood of ferocious beasts is not like human blood. The blood of ferocious beasts is all filthy. If you water the flowers and trees, you can only grow beautiful flowers. If it is human blood, it will definitely grow white or pink flowers. The younger you are, the more pure and flawless the flowers will be. Fang Qingbran could feel the regret and some excitement in Qi's voice. At this time, Fang Qingbran thought of Mo Jinggong's meaningful eyes when she left. So Brother Seventh knows everything. Just waiting for her to jump into this pit. Fang Qingbran trembled and dropped a piece, and explained awkwardly, My hands are shaking when I play chess, please forgive me. Fang Qingbran couldn't describe her mood at this moment. The place she was in was filled with the remains of ferocious beasts. She even suspected that this courtyard was also built with the skeleton of a ferocious beast. Would she dare to stay in a place like this? Not far from the yard. A group of ferocious beasts pricked up their ears and stared furtively at the yard. Anyway, I can't hear anything clearly. Zhu Yan swung his tail and asked, Boss, you said it's already night and Fang Qingbran hasn't come out yet, so he won't be killed by the big devil, right? Ying Zhao shook his head. There's no movement at all inside. It doesn't look like it. At least people scream when they die. The nine-headed bird was a little impatient. This little girl is also in bad luck, and she dares to provoke Qi. Now all our plans are ruined. I have never eaten such a tender little girl. If Qi Zhen kills someone, I might still be able to have a meal of fresh meat. Six-armed ape said excitedly. Qiongqi stared at the courtyard door. Qiongqi didn't believe that Qi would kill Fang Qingbran. It was not Qi's style to do something to a little girl. Qiongqi even hopes that if Qi drives people out, it will kill itself. Hey, Qiongqi, why are you silent? Isn't this unlike your style? Tati asked curiously, licking his fur. Since Tati left the fantasy world, he has developed the habit of licking his fur. Go away, don't disturb me, I'm very angry, Qiongqi said fiercely. This Tati is really becoming more and more like a dog. Qiongqi, I think you should stop thinking about it. You have no chance to kill Fang Qingbran. The way Ying recruits them is to protect Fang Qingbran. Ying Zhu admonished. Yao Zhu is the ferocious beast that least wants Fang Qingbran to die. Fang Qingbran's performance in the illusion. This made Ying Zhu even more certain that Fang Qingbran was the one who could change the pattern of Shifang realm. HMPH, Fang Qingbran must die. Qiongqi and I will never let her leave the Shifang domain alive. Chaos said fiercely. In the illusion, Fang Qingbran just missed hurting its soul. Ferocious beasts are born with immortal souls. Once the soul is damaged, it means that it will no longer be immortal. Yao Zhu and Tati looked at each other. Do they look like they're going to make enemies of the ferocious beasts in the entire Shifang domain? They had to do something to make Qiongqi and Chaos hate Fang Qingbran even more. As long as Qiongqi and Chaos continue to seek death, they will be finished sooner or later. The black pterosaur hiding behind saw the appearance of the ferocious beasts. Old Huang, they weren't like this before. Why are they divided into two factions now? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Lao Huang looked enigmatic. Old Huang, where are we standing? The black pterosaur hesitated. In the past, when fierce beasts fought, they had to take sides, otherwise they would be beaten. No one is taking sides this time. We are taking Fang Qingbran's side. Lao Huang saw the form clearly. They were only slightly stronger than Yu Zhao. No matter which side you stand on, it is bound to be a dead end. It would be better to side with Fang Qingbran. After all, it is definitely not easy for someone who can break into the illusion. Lao Huang decided to take a gamble. Old Huang, in this case, wouldn't we become traitors? The black pterosaur was puzzled. They're a clan of ferocious beasts, why would they side with the monks? Snapped. Lao Huang slapped the black pterosaur on the head with his paw, and said sullenly, what a traitor. This is called a wise choice, just wait for the incense to be burned. The black pterosaur felt aggrieved, but it didn't dare to refute. Achoo. Dafeng sneezed suddenly. All the ferocious beasts looked sideways. Since birth, the ferocious beast has been strong and will not get sick at all, let alone the cold or warm weather. This was the first time they saw a ferocious beast sneeze. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 104 Poisonous Snowflakes. Only Zhu Yan was extremely irritable, and Dafeng actually sprayed saliva on his face. Dafeng, what's wrong with you? Are you looking for death? I didn't mean it either. Achoo. Dafeng flapped his wings and sneezed at Zhu Yan again. Zhu Yan's hair suddenly exploded, and its white feathers were glowing with water, imprinted with the moonlight. Dafeng, I'll kill you. Zhu Yan, with the head of a bird and the body of a monkey, pounced on Dafeng. Zhu Yan's monkey hands grabbed Dafeng's two wings and began to pluck them out. Dafeng screamed and kicked at Zhu Yan with his sharp claws. None of the ferocious beasts stood up to each other, and they all watched with great interest. Soon, the ground was covered with monkey hair and feathers. After all, Dafeng had no hands, so he was even more disadvantaged. His feathers were almost stripped out by Zhu Yan. Dafeng finally lost his temper and spit out a ball of fire from his mouth. Swish. The monkey hair on Zhu Yan's body and the feathers on his wings were all turned into ashes. Ah sneeze. Ah sneeze. Ah sneeze. Zhu Yan instantly felt chilled to the bone and sneezed 3 times in succession. Zhu Yan was stunned and forgot to fight back. At this time, finally, a ferocious beast noticed something was wrong. If it was just Dafeng sneezing, it would definitely be an accident. Why did Zhu Yan also sneeze? It's tricky. Boss, is there something wrong with the climate in the Shifang territory? Zhu Yan asked worriedly. Dafeng snorted coldly. I wanted to say it a long time ago, but you insisted on targeting me and wasting my time. I actually feel cold, the 9-headed bird on the side said in surprise. As soon as the 9-headed bird finished speaking, sneezes sounded one after another, and all the ferocious beasts felt fresh. Damn it, I can actually sneeze. This must be a gift from heaven and earth. I must enjoy it. The 6-armed ape was extremely excited, beating its chest and stamping its feet and roaring. Fierce beasts. That idiot from there. It really lowers the IQ of the ferocious beast. However, Ying Zhao and Juliao realized that it's not that simple. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. Could Ying Zhao be related to Fang Qingbran? Nine-headed bird asked seriously. She doesn't have this ability yet. I feel it was Qi who did it. Ying Zhao looked towards the yard in the distance with solemn eyes. Qiongqi gave a different opinion. This matter must have been caused by Fang Qingbran. Even if she didn't do it, it is still related to her. Since she entered the Shifang domain, strange things have happened here frequently. Huan Chao agreed. Qiongqi is right, it wasn't Fang Qingbran who did it, she asked Qi to do it. Ying Zhao looked at Qiongqi and Chaos, who shared the same hatred, with complicated emotions. I really didn't expect that Fang Qingbran would directly change the pattern of Shifang territory. Fang Qingbran is no match for a first-level ant. Where does she have the ability to let Qi do things for her? Nine-headed bird's sharp voice sounded. Chaos took a few steps towards Ying Zhao and said, don't underestimate any ant. An ant can still shake an elephant. Chaos, get away, you stepped on me. The Ant King roared with rage. Chaos lowered his head and saw the Ant King lying under its paws. Chaos quickly pulled back his feet. When did the Ant King come? The Ant Emperor is very revengeful. With this kick, the Ant Emperor will definitely come back with revenge. Chaos suddenly felt that the whole beast was not good. Sorry, I didn't see it. Chaos apologized. HMPH. Chaos, you were just looking for trouble. Why are you insulting an ant? Who are you insulting? Wherever our red-yellow ants go, if we leave any bones, that means we are incompetent. The Ant King said angrily. The Ant King felt like he was not squatting on top of Yu Zhao's head, and his aura was gone when he shouted. Can you please stop making noise? It seems like it's snowing. A weak voice reached the ears of the ferocious beasts. The first thought that comes to mind among all the ferocious beasts. Are they going to have food? Tao Ti was the first to open his mouth and swallowed a piece of snowflake. Other ferocious beasts followed suit, opening their mouths to catch the snowflakes. Plop. Tao Ti suddenly fell to the ground. Yao Ju stepped forward to check and said in a strange tone, it's poisoned. The ferocious beasts immediately spat out the snow in their mouths. Are you acting again? Qiongqi didn't believe it and stepped forward to check. Tao Ti eats everything. It can be said that he is immune to all poisons. How could he be poisoned? Qiongqi checked and found that Tao Ti's blood was stiff and he would not die, but he could not move either. In the Shifang realm, being unable to move means that you are dead. Qiongqi showed murderous intent and wanted to take the opportunity to swallow Tao Ti. Yao Zhao suddenly knocked Qiongqi away and stood in front of Tao Ti. What do you want to do, Qiongqi? Yao Zhu knew that it and Tao Ti were on the same front. Once Tao Ti dies, it will be immediately eliminated by Qiongqi and Chaos. Chaos, help, get rid of the Tao Ti while they can't move. Qiongqi's eyes were sinister. The ferocious beasts stepped aside one after another to make way for the 4 ferocious beasts. At the same time, the ferocious beast that had eaten the snowflakes was frightened and wanted to leave this place quietly. But he still couldn't withstand the erosion of the poison and fell to the ground first. When some ferocious beasts see their enemies fall, they step forward and swallow them whole. The ferocious beast will not die, but if it is eaten by other ferocious beasts, it will be real death. The scene became chaotic. Some ferocious beasts fight together in order to snatch one of them. Seeing this scene, Yongzhu warned, Qiongqi, Chaos, if you eat too much now, it will undoubtedly be a lose-lose outcome for both sides. It's better for us to unite with the outside world. HMPH, Yao Zhu, I believed your lies. Chaos said sarcastically. Chaos winked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi bumped into Yao Zhu, and Yao Zhu had to face Qiongqi. Chaos came to Tao Ti and looked proud. As long as he swallowed Tao Ti, he would gain Tao Ti's abilities. When the time comes, neither Qiongqi nor Yao Zhu will be its opponent. While fighting, Yao Zhu warned, Qiongqi, do you think your alliance will still be around after Chaos gains Tao Ti's strength? If it eats Tao Ti, you will be the next to die. HMPH, it ate Tao Ti, and I ate you, but it can't do anything to me. Qiongqi said nonchalantly, but the power of its attack was weakened a lot. Apparently, Qiongqi listened to what Yao Zhao said. The existence of the 4 ferocious beasts relies on checks and balances. Just when Chaos is about to swallow the gluttonous food. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 105 Playing word games with ferocious beasts. Qiongqi regretted his decision and flew in the direction of Chaos. Qiongqi decided to eat Tao Ti with Chaos. Are you guys in a good mood? A clear and pleasant voice sounded. All the ferocious beasts stopped moving and looked at the girl in light green clothes in the distance. The girl came out on the snow, her body covered with moonlight, her temperament was pure and elegant, just like a unique green lotus. The girl stepped lightly on the snow, and lotuses sprouted every step of the way. Her whole body looked as transparent and clear as glass. Even though he is a ferocious beast who doesn't care about beauty and ugliness, he has to admit that the girl's beauty is unparalleled. The girl approached slowly and stopped in front of the ferocious beasts. The girl smiled lightly, revealing her cute pear dimples. Everyone, I advise you not to rush to add insult to injury. Fang Qingbran, what are you doing here? Chaos asked. Fang Qingbran was surprised for a moment. How did they know her name? Fang Qingbran, how dare you show up? Qiongqi gritted his teeth, his eyes showing murderous intent. Qiongqi and Chaos both bared their fangs towards Fang Qingbran and approached step by step. Fang Qingbran calmly watched the 2 ferocious beasts walking towards her. Her apricot eyes were like an ancient pool under the moonlight, shimmering and mysterious, and she said crisply, do you think there will be endless food in the future? Do you want to freely enter and leave the Shifang domain in the future? Do you want to become a human being in the future? Fang Qingbran said 3 words, causing Qiongqi and Huan Chaos to stop in their tracks. Fang Qingbran, please stop trying to make a fool of yourself here. How can you, an ant, take us in and out of the Shifang realm at will? Qiongqi looked fierce, but there was a hint of expectation hidden in his eyes. I have always been honest, I never lie, and I always do what I say. Fang Qingren's bright eyes sparkled. Ying Zhao asked seriously, little girl, can you really let us leave the Shifang domain? Fang Qingren raised a finger and waved it left and right. I'm not letting you go out, but you can come and go freely. You can go out, but you can't kill innocent people, and you can't eat anything outside at will and come back. Fang Qingren knew that Ying Zhao would leave here and never come back. But this is impossible. Qiongqi gasped, you are indeed lying. You just said you could go out at will. Fang Qingren had a smile on her brows and her eyes were clear. Don't misinterpret my words. What I said is that you can come and go as you please. It's not like you can only get out but not get in. If we really let you all get out, can this small world withstand your torture? Just one ferocious beast, Tati, can eat up all of Kyushu. But you just said that you can come and go freely. Chaos stared at Fang Qingren with cold eyes. Fang Qingren glanced around and found that all the ferocious beasts were concerned about getting out, and few were concerned about food and transformation. Just like this, do you still expect her to release them all? Impossible. Fang Qingren's eyes were serious. You can freely enter and exit the 10 directions domain, but you can only enter and exit one at a time. Then, the next one can leave only after the previous one comes back. All the ferocious beasts looked at each other. If they could get out, who would come back? It seems that we must strive to be the first beast to go out. Miss Fang, look at me, can I be the first to go out? The Ant Emperor spoke up first. No, I must be the first. The six-headed wolf roared. Qiongqi and Huan Chao ignored their hatred and argued to be the first to go out. Some ferocious beasts clamored to be the first to go out, while others chose to wait and watch. Nine-headed bird, Ying Zhao, and Yaoju chose to continue to wait and see. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes flashed cunningly, and she listened to the noisy sounds in her ears without speaking. Why are they so sure that once they go out, they don't have to come back? Miss Fang, what guarantee do you have that you can take us out? Ying Zhao's words silenced the surrounding area. Fang Qingren responded crisply, of course I have my own ways, but if you want to go out, you must sign a master-servant contract with me. Fang Qingren's willow eyebrows are slender and picturesque, her apricot eyes sparkle, and her eyebrows are calm and composed. This is impossible, Ying Zhao denied coldly. Fang Qingren, you're an ant, but you also want me to be your servant. What a wishful thinking. Qiongqi glared at him. Fang Qingren, have you been playing tricks on us from beginning to end? Huan Chaos words aroused the anger of all the ferocious beasts. All the ferocious beasts opened their eyes angrily and pressed towards Fang Qingren with extremely powerful pressure. Fang Qingren's beautiful eyes were looking forward and shining, her face was as usual, motionless as a mountain, shining with intelligence, a bit cunning and a bit naughty. When the ferocious beasts saw this scene, they were slightly stunned. How is this possible? Why aren't you afraid? Fang Qingren, do you think that just by playing tricks, I can save you? Qiongqi said in a ferocious tone, and rushed towards Fang Qingren with his mouth wide open. Since coercion doesn't work on Fang Qingren, then just eat Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren calmly counted, 1. Qiongqi flapped his wings and flew into the air. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were bright, 2. Qiongqi flew in front of Fang Qingren, his mouth wide open. Fang Qingren's lips curled up slightly, her delicate body graceful in the wind, 3. Fang Qingren suffers death. Qiongqi shouted and bit into Fang Qingren. Boom. Snowflakes fly. Qiongqi fell straight to the ground. Chaos took one look and rushed towards Fang Qingren. However, Chaos also fell to the ground before he could get close to Fang Qingren. The ferocious beasts were horrified. How did Fang Qingren do it? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 106. Now, do you believe I can take you out? Fang Qingren looked down at Qiongqi and Chaos. If the enemy in the future is not too powerful, she needs these ferocious beasts as helpers, and she really doesn't care about them. All the ferocious beasts imprisoned in the Shifang domain have committed heinous crimes. Cooperating with such beasts is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, but she doesn't care, she has ways to deal with them. Fang Qingren, what on earth did you do? Yaoju trembled, and found that its limbs were stiff and unable to move. The other ferocious beasts were still more or less immersed in surprise. There was no time to notice any abnormality in the body. Fang Qingren stood proudly in the snow, exuding a bright and flamboyant nobility. I just put a kind of poison in the snow specifically for ferocious beasts. If you are exposed to the snow for a long time, it will make your limbs stiff and dizzy. Shen Chen. The antidote is only in my hands. I am doing this to tell you that I have the power to take you out, and I also have the power to keep you trapped here forever. If it were an ordinary monster, Fang Qingren would not use this method to conquer it. But to deal with these cunning and changeable beasts, she must use extraordinary means. And there is no sense in dealing with ferocious beasts. First, shock them. She didn't want to be attacked by one of her own people during the battle in the future. You are so despicable. I like it so much. Qiongqi said weakly with stars in his eyes. Fierce beasts. Why do you want to kill Qiongqi? This thing is really weird. Just now he was shouting to fight and kill, but he turned around and gave in. Does your poison also have an effect on Qi? Zhu Yan asked. The ferocious beasts looked strange, and there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. If Fang Qingren can really deal with Qi. Mr. Qi has transformed. This poison is only aimed at you. Fang Qingren denied it. It makes no sense that the poison she made in Qi's courtyard would also be aimed at others. Finished. Forget about Senior Yinglong. I wonder if its strength can withstand this poison. HMPH. Even Qi can't be poisoned, yet he still wants us to surrender. Let's just dream. Chaos said sarcastically. Oh, so you really hope that I can poison Qi? Fang Qingren's eyes flashed slightly, as if she had some bad idea. A cold light flashed in Chaos's eyes. Humph. What do I hope to do? You can't do it either. Demon King Qi is so powerful that he can kill you with just a hair. As long as he is around, you will never have the chance to rule the Shifang realm in your life. There was an imperceptible disappointment in his chaotic tone. Who else among you hopes that I can poison Qi? Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were cunning. All the ferocious beasts looked at each other. Can they say this? Ever since they entered the Shifang domain, the great Demon King has been pressing on them. It has accumulated prestige for a long time, and terror has penetrated into the hearts of all the ferocious beasts. Even if you want to see Qi being poisoned, you can't tell it here. Some are afraid of death, some are waiting and watching, and of course there are also stupid ones. Little girl, can you really poison Qi? The Ant Emperor asked enthusiastically. If you can really poison Demon King Qi, I will surrender to you. Six-armed ape said. With these two beginnings, many ferocious beasts later joined in. The days without Qi weighing on your head must be very beautiful. Fang Qingren's unparalleled appearance showed a hint of smile. She looked into the distance and said meaningfully, so you have such big opinions against Qi. How about this? As long as you surrender to me, I will help you deal with Qi. How? The ferocious beasts were silent. They discovered that this girl always seemed to like to draw cakes. In that case, it's okay not to surrender. As long as you promise me another thing, I can also consider poisoning Qi. Fang Qingren's eyes were bright and lively, and her tone was firm. Deal. Qiongqi agreed first. Okay. Some of the ferocious beasts nodded. Yao Zhu really couldn't hold it back and rolled his eyes. These idiots agreed without asking any questions. Then you will practice with me next. I want to refine my body and my Qi. In addition, I remember that you can also refine elixirs, weapons, and potions here. You all have to cooperate with me. Fang Qingren said a lot in one breath. Require. That's it. Chaos was incredulous. Fang Qingren nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, the remaining ferocious beasts nodded in agreement. However, what the ferocious beasts didn't know was that this agreement was the beginning of their tragedy. They will regret it throughout their lives. Why did they agree in the first place? In this case, it is settled that there is no way of heaven in the 10 directions. All you need to do is put a claw mark on this scroll for each of your ferocious beasts. Fang Qingren flicked his sleeves and unfolded a huge scroll. There is only one sentence in the above content. We voluntarily agree to cooperate with Fang Qingren. When the ferocious beasts saw it, they stamped their paw prints casually. There were even some ferocious beasts, looking at Fang Qingren sympathetically. Is this girl simply inexperienced and doesn't know that ferocious beasts are not afraid of the way of heaven? Also, even a master-servant contract may not be able to restrain the ferocious beast, let alone this contract. Fang Qingren seemed not to notice the gazes of the ferocious beasts, and looked at the mark on the scroll with a smile. After covering all the ferocious beasts, Fang Qingren glanced at the scroll, put it away, and gave them the antidote. I changed the weather in the 10 directions territory. In the future, the 10 directions territory will have 4 seasons. Also, I will make the 10 directions territory full of food. You will not be allowed to overeat in the future. The ferocious beasts didn't listen at all to what Fang Qingren said and nodded lazily. If you didn't hear what I just said clearly and violate it in the future, don't blame me. The punishment will be severe. Fang Qingren's tone was serious and full of warning. Only the 2 pterosaurs at the back carefully wrote down what Fang Qingren said. Fang Qingren's eyes were as bright as spring flowers, full of expectation. Without even looking at the scroll carefully, she must teach these ferocious beasts what it means to be dangerous in the world. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 107 Creation Kinglian. Fang Qingren glanced around with her apricot eyes, and her eyes fell on the pterosaur, one yellow and one black. Fang Qingren walked up to them and said with a smile, can I ask you a favor? Please give me your instructions. Old Huang said diligently. Fang Qingren took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Suddenly, Wu Shuang's eyes were fixed on the porcelain bottle. Tao Ti was even drooling in an exaggerated manner. Tao Ti ran up to Fang Qingren. Hey, what can those 2 weaklings do? I'll do it. Fang Qingren shook her head firmly. You are not suitable for this matter. Tao Ti remembered that he had smelled the fragrance before and said without giving up, as long as you give it to me, I will sign a master-servant contract with you. Do you feel relieved? All the ferocious beasts. Tao Ti is indeed a Tao Ti, and he sold himself out with just a bottle of elixir. Yes, as long as you don't regret it, Fang Qingren said in a brisk tone, with bright eyes. Tao Ti immediately sacrificed a drop of blood. The essence and blood flew in front of Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren stretched out her hand, and the essence and blood floated in her palm. Grunt. There were swallowing sounds all around. This drop of essence and blood is where Tao Ti's power lies. If he can swallow the essence and blood, he can make Tao Ti obey his words. Many ferocious beasts are ready to move. Hurry up, they'll pounce on us later, and we'll all be dead, Tao Ti urged when he saw that Fang Qingren hadn't moved. I'm giving you a chance to regret it. Fang Qingren looked calm and indifferent, not caring about the ferocious beast's scorching gaze. Tao Ti was even more anxious. I won't go back on my word. It just wants to recognize the owner. After getting the porcelain bottle, it has many ways to let Fang Qingren take the initiative to terminate the contract. In the conversation between one person and one animal, Qiongqi and Chaos couldn't sit still. The 2 beasts looked at each other for a moment, then rushed towards Fang Qingren, one after another, aiming for the gluttonous blood essence in her hand. Fang Qingren looked at her with beautiful eyes, showing no intention to dodge. Seeing that Qiongqi and Chaos were about to pounce on Fang Qingren. Get out of the way, Tao Ti shouted, these 2 old men always want to make sneak attacks. Boom. Boom. The moment Qiongqi and Hu and Chaos were about to approach Fang Qingren, they were lifted away by a strong force and fell heavily to the ground. All the ferocious beasts panicked, they felt Qi's breath. No wonder Fang Qingren has always been confident. It turns out that the person behind her is Qi. Why did Qi suddenly help Fang Qingren? However, no ferocious beast dared to ask this question. The ferocious beasts were thankful that they did not attack Fang Qingbran. But at the same time, a bad feeling arose spontaneously. If Qi had been nearby, wouldn't she have heard what they said just now about cursing Qi for being poisoned? Everyone, don't worry, Qi will only protect me from injury and will not hurt you. Fang Qingbran comforted the restless beast. Only then did Fang Qingbran sacrifice a drop of blood. The 2 drops of blood in the palm of my hand merged. In an instant, a strange formation appeared on the ground, including Fang Qingbran and Tati Lang. The formation was covered with various complex runes, and an ancient aura spread. Damn it, it's the ancient contract formation. How does Fang Qingbran know this? Dafeng exclaimed. The ancient contract formation was created by Empress Nu specifically to target ferocious beasts. Ancient formation. How is it possible? Wasn't the ancient formation already in that battle? Hey, Tati is about to fall. It will always be controlled by Fang Qingbran. Impossible. How can Fang Qingbran, an ant, use the ancient contract formation? The questioning voice was quickly drowned out. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't agree to a contract with Fang Qingbran. Ellipsis. Suddenly, Yuzhu thought of the scroll. It looked at the wise Yingzhao, and both beasts' eyes were gloomy, with a bad premonition. They may have been arranged by Fang Qingbran. The ferocious beasts bred by heaven and earth are not afraid of the rules of heaven and earth, so they dare to cause harm to the world and run rampant without regard for cause and effect. The ancient formations were researched by saints and emperors from ancient times to specifically restrain them. But everything about the ancient formations should have been destroyed during the War of the Gods. It was at that time that a gap appeared in the world of immortality. With the destruction of various cultivation techniques and resources, it is basically difficult for cultivators in the 3000 worlds to ascend again. Alchemy, weapon refining, formations, talismans. All kinds of cultivation methods have almost disappeared. It can be said that the exercises, magic techniques, magic tools, etc. used by monks now. In their eyes, it's all garbage. Yingzhao whispered, Yingzhao, do you think the thing in Fang Qingbran's hand was given to her by Qi? Yingzhao's eyes were deep. If Qi really has this thing, how can he be willing to be trapped in Shifang domain? One more thing is strange. Why can Fang Qingbran use ancient formations? A foundation building sea of consciousness can only reach the sky and be as big as a city, right? I still remember the formation she used in the Mountain of Swords and Sea of Fire. I began to suspect at that time that there was definitely something weird about Fang Qingbran. Yingzhao said in a heavy tone. Yingzhou recalled for a moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Yingzhao, the green lotus that Fang Qingbran transformed. Reminds me of those mysterious people, the creation green lotus that they have been looking for. This is impossible. The creation green lotus has been divided into 5 parts and scattered in 3000 worlds. Besides, Fang Qingbran's green lotus is very ordinary. Yingzhao's pupils shrank, showing a shocked look. Yingzhao knew about the group of mysterious people that Yingzhou was talking about. Before it entered the Shifang domain, it had encountered the group of mysterious people. They are so powerful that they don't even dare to take it lightly when facing them. I don't know which force this group of mysterious people belongs to. Anyone who has fought against them knows that they're looking for a mysterious green lotus. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 108. Dig the hole and wait for the beast to jump. Yaoju's eyes intertwined with light and dark. Maybe I'm overthinking it. How could Fang Qingbran, a first-level ant, control the creation green lotus? She may have mastered the secrets and techniques about the green lotus by luck. Hearing what Yaoju said, Yingzhao felt strange in his heart. It was obvious that Yaoju didn't mean what he said. Yingzhao looked again at Fang Qingbran, who was standing in the center of the contract formation. She was dressed in light green clothes, her eyebrows were as curved as willow trees, and her eyes were like spring water under the moonlight, sparkling and mysterious. Although her appearance is childish and slightly green, there is a trace of pure beauty between her eyebrows. His manners are generous and graceful, giving him a noble Xinghua feel. Tao Wu, how many faces do you think Fang Qingbran has? One moment makes us feel that she is just a little girl, and the next moment makes me feel that she is unattainable. Yingzhao was also a little confused for a moment. She treats us with no mercy, and treats Yinglong with humility and courtesy. Yaoju said concisely and to the point. She is a transparent little girl. Yingzhao had mixed feelings. He missed the best opportunity to cooperate with Fang Qingbran. Yaojuo's eyes were deep. There is definitely something wrong with that scroll. It is impossible for Fang Qingbran to make us sign an invalid contract even though he knows that the ferocious beasts will not abide by the agreement. We need to look at that scroll again. Yingzhao answered. Wait for the contract between Fang Qingbran and Tati to be completed. Tati regretted it so much that he shook his head and squatted on the ground on his hind legs. You actually tricked me. I can't eat casually anymore, in the future. Fang Qingbran. The only thing Tati is sad about is eating. Fang Qingbran took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Tati. Since you are my contract beast, I will never let you go hungry. You need to take care of this first. A bottle of bigu pill can last her for 100 years, which is not much for a glutton, but at least it can satisfy her craving. Tati stopped crying instantly and swallowed the porcelain bottle into his stomach without even looking at it. Then he looked at Fang Qingbran with burning eyes. Master, are there any more? Fierce beasts. He's so worthless, he can compete with Qiongqi. The 4 ferocious beasts are in one series, so there is nothing wrong with it. No more. If you eat my rations, you will have to use labor compensation in the future. Fang Qingbran shook her head decisively when she saw Tati like this. It is true that gluttons can be eaten. After 100 years of food, they will not even blister. Transparent liquid flowed from the corner of Tati's mouth, and he said happily, as long as there is food, I can give you whatever you want. Fang Qingbran wanted to say something more, but Yingzhu and Yingzhao came over. Fang Qingbran, we want to take a look at the scroll again. Yaoju lowered his head and spoke. Fang Qingbran took a step back. These ferocious beasts were too big and she was afraid of being trampled to death. Master, if you sit on my back, you will be more powerful, Tao Ti said, squatting down and letting Fang Qingran come up. Fang Qingran looked at the black dog in front of her that was half a person tall, and then at the Tao Su who was more than twice as tall as her. Is there any difference whether you stand or not? Tao Ti looked at Yao Zhu and reacted. Tao Ti took a few steps back, transformed into his true body, and then deliberately transformed into another shape, which was twice as big as Tao Ti. Then it lay on the ground and said happily, Master, come up quickly. Fang Qingran shook her head decisively, you stand up first, and we'll go up myself. At the same time, Fang Qingran secretly made up his mind that the plan must be implemented tomorrow, and he would not be tired of talking with his head raised all the time. Tao Ti stood up obediently. All the ferocious beasts flew into the air one after another, watching how Fang Qingran got up there. Fang Qingran took out a talisman from his sleeve with his right hand. After the talisman lit up, Fang Qingran leaped into the air and landed steadily on Tao Ti's back like a green swallow. Zhu Yan hugged his bare wings and exclaimed, how did she do it? She obviously has no spiritual power, but she can still use the talisman. I heard that among the monks, there is a kind of mortal, who knows a kind of light skill. I've heard about it too. I've heard that humans have a lot of new things. You can do a lot of things without aura at all. Ellipsis. All the ferocious beasts, they're so ignorant. Shameful. Fang Qingran stood on Tao Ti's back, took out the scroll and unfolded it. Yao Zhu, what do you want to read? Ying Zhao and Ying Zhao looked at each other, raised their heads, and looked at the content on the scroll carefully. Except for that sentence, everything else was poor prints. Could it be that they're overthinking? Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with smiles, but of course she couldn't see anything at the moment. The contract on the scroll will take 7 and 49 days to be revealed. Otherwise, how can we deal with so many ferocious beasts that have not entered the trap? Ying Zhao and Ying Zhao did not find any problems, so they had to respectfully return the scroll to Fang Qingran. Seeing the attitudes of Ying Zhao and Yao Zhu, the other ferocious beasts became even more wary of Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran put away the scroll calmly, and then called the two pterosaurs over. This snow will cover the entire Shifang domain tomorrow. I need you to distribute this antidote to the ferocious beasts that did not come. There are tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain, but only half of them are present at the moment. Those very weak ferocious beasts will avoid it. But those ferocious beasts standing at the top didn't bother to come out. They can see all changes in the 10 directions, and as long as they are not threatened, they will not come out. What Fang Qingran really needs are those top experts. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 109. You really don't treat beasts like beasts. Qi told her that the real ruler of Shifang domain was not him. It is an alliance composed of 20 ferocious beasts, all of which have the strength to fight one against 1,000. Of course, Fang Qingran also knew that Qi's words were half true and half false. Qi's strength is definitely higher than those 20 ferocious beasts, but his principle is that as long as he is not disturbed, he will not interfere. The two pterosaurs took the porcelain bottle and were ready to leave. Fang Qingran threw 2 more porcelain bottles to them. Tao Ti saw the porcelain bottles on the claws of the two pterosaurs and said dissatisfiedly, Master, why do you let these two losers do things? Isn't it bad to call me? Do you not love me? Have you changed your mind? Fang Qingran was speechless. If you come to deliver medicine to your door, will they believe it? Do they dare to take it? Of course I don't believe it. Tao Ti regretted it after saying it. It could only stare at the two pterosaurs with threatening eyes, hoping that they would be wise and hand over their things. The two pterosaurs trembled and did not dare to move. There are only 2 bottles of this thing, but there are at least hundreds of ferocious beasts staring at them. Fang Qingran stared at the streamer with her apricot eyes, and said to the two pterosaurs, don't worry, they don't dare to snatch it, there is Qi's breath on it. The ferocious beast with its burning eyes just now took a step back unconsciously. Why didn't you say it sooner? Waste of expression. The two pterosaurs suddenly felt that things were hot to their hands, and they were a little afraid to ask for Qi's things. What if you have to water the flowers with blood to get it? Or take out a few bones and replace them? Don't worry, Qi won't make things difficult for you, go ahead. Fang Qingran said crisply. After the two pterosaurs left, Fang Qingran looked at the other ferocious beasts and said, the first thing you should do is sparring. There is no need to restrain your strength. Master, are you thinking too much? Otherwise, I will eat less in the future. Tao Ti had a clear mind and thought that Fang Qingran didn't want to live anymore. After all, they could smash Fang Qingran into pieces with just one slap. You don't need to worry about this. Take me to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire. Fang Qingran's head was full of black lines, and she actually regretted contracting this guy. Master, that's Yinglong's territory. You'll die if you go there. Tao Ti didn't move, feeling that Fang Qingran just couldn't get over it. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly and she said dangerously, I have my own plan, take me there. Master, you don't have to drag me with you if you want to die. Tao Ti was very sad. It and Fang Qingran had a master-servant contract. If Fang Qingran dies, it must die. It's dead, but Fang Qingran can live well. It's really unfair. Tao Ti, don't worry, even if I die, I don't need you to be buried with me. Fang Qingran said sarcastically with a smile. Tao Ti was even more sad and couldn't help but want to lick his fur again. 3 hours later. All the ferocious beasts watched Fang Qingran step into the wild land. Fang Qingran took a few steps forward and bowed in the air. Senior Yinglong, I would like to borrow the sword, Mountain and Sea of Fire, is it possible? Soon, Yinglong's majestic voice came, yes, please pay attention to safety. Now, only mountains of swords and seas of fire are left in the wild land, and the fantasy world has been closed by Yinglong. Fang Qingran said crisply, thank you, senior. All the ferocious beasts. You agreed so easily. Yinglong, this is your territory. How can an ant be allowed to do whatever he wants? However, Fang Qinggran turned her head and looked at him, giving the ferocious beasts a bad feeling. Some ferocious beasts turned around and tried to run away. Tutti, stop us, no one is allowed to leave. Fang Qinggran stared at each ferocious beast with intense eyes. She had been waiting for this moment, how could she let these ferocious beasts escape? Tutti obeyed and stopped all the ferocious beasts that were about to escape. Fang Qinggran took out a wad of paper from his sleeve and threw it into the group of ferocious beasts. There is a specific location on it. You need to find the designated location in the Mountain of Swords and Sea of Fire, complete the content on the paper, and you will be rewarded afterwards. Fang Qinggran explained. Out of curiosity, the ferocious beast caught the paper floating in front of him. Fang Qinggran spoke again, for those who didn't receive the paper, don't worry, I have other arrangements. As long as you follow my requirements, I guarantee that within 10 years, the Shifang territory will definitely change drastically. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't follow what I say, but I wish you good luck. Fang Qinggran's voice was sonorous and powerful, and the ferocious beasts were confused. Chaos stared at Fang Qinggran. He started drawing pie again. No wonder even Chi-Du was on Fang Qinggran's side, he must have been deceived by her. Those who have received the paper and those who don't want to work can quit now, but in the future, you are not allowed to touch the food in Shifang domain. Fang Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she scanned the ferocious beasts with different expressions one by one. She wanted to strangle the lifeblood of these ferocious beasts, instead of just relying on the power of the contract to restrain them. The flow of light is instantaneous, but the years have traces. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qinggran had been in Shifang territory for hundreds of years. All the bigu pills in his hand were consumed. Over the past few hundred years, she had grown a lot taller, but her bone age and appearance had remained at the age of 14. At this moment, the 10 directions are really like Fang Qinggran, just as she said. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, lush and peaceful. Everyone, thank you for your companionship over the past hundreds of years. These formations can be dismantled. I will leave Shifang territory tomorrow. After Fang Qinggran finished speaking, he bowed to the ferocious beast with a dull expression. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 110. The little devil is finally leaving. The ferocious beasts stood there, blinking their eyes, thinking they were hearing hallucinations. You really want to leave? Yao Zhao's voice revealed endless exhaustion and excitement. God knows. How have they lived these past few hundred years? Fang Qinggran nodded affirmatively. I finished eating the bigu pill and can't keep it anymore. If you think about it, I can actually. No need. You have to leave. We are too sad. Ying Zhao took the lead and interrupted Fang Qinggran's words. The little devil is finally leaving, and we must see each other off. Ying Zhao is right. You don't have to stay. If you stay, what will happen if I starve you? Huan Chao pretended to be sad. God. It is finally out of its misery. Over the past few hundred years, Fang Qinggran had allowed him to accompany her during body training. But she really doesn't regard beasts as beasts. They drew their own formations, trapped themselves in mountains of swords and seas of fire, and continued to practice with Fang Qinggran. The key is that in this formation, their strength will be reduced to only a little stronger than Fang Qinggran. Even so, they didn't get any advantage. He was always in a state of being beaten wildly by Fang Qinggran. Not many ferocious beasts have become bruised and swollen, and some even carry walking sticks. Of course, there are also ferocious beasts that escape from mountains of swords and seas of fire and never come back. Those who will be dragged to open up wasteland will take the seeds given by Fang Qinggran and plant them bit by bit. You can't eat anything on the way. Once eaten secretly, Fang Qing dies a paper talisman or a bottle of poison to make them miserable. By the time they wanted to resist, it was already too late. The scroll they signed with Fang Qinggran was actually a contract scroll. And there is something else on the scroll. We voluntarily agree to cooperate with Fang Qinggran. There is also a line of small print that no one has seen. If you want to withdraw from the cooperation midway, you must agree to Fang Qinggran's request, and the final interpretation rights belong to Fang Qinggran alone. It's simply an overbearing clause. Every time Chaos thought about this, he gritted his teeth with hatred. The deepest path it has taken is Fang Qinggran's routine. Fang Qinggran's lips curled up slightly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Originally, I wanted to stay with you for a few more days, but let's forget it. After I leave, the rules in Shifang domain must still be maintained. If I know who violated the rules, the next time I come in. Fang Qinggran's voice was filled with seriousness. All the ferocious beasts nodded seriously, but their hearts were filled with joy. When Fang Qinggran leaves, they will destroy the teleportation array so that no one will come in again. Fang Qinggran touched her chin with one hand. By the way, I promised you that I could take a ferocious beast out. Which of you wants to go out with me? Hearing Fang Qinggran say this, all the ferocious beasts shook their heads. They feel that they're safer within the Shifang domain. Miss Fang, no need, we are used to staying in Shifang domain, there is no need to go out. Ying Zhao kicked his horse's hooves, stared into a pair of panda eyes, and forced a smile. Fang Qinggran looked at Ying Zhao, with a human face and a horse body, and 4 wings on his back. When the beast is brought out like this, it will look scary and majestic. Too bad it doesn't want to go out. Okay, I won't leave until tomorrow. If you regret it, you can come to me at any time. After Fang Qinggran finished speaking, Tati stepped forward. Fang Qinggran flew up and landed on Tati's back. The ferocious beasts watched Fang Qinggran leave and watched her disappear. Immediately, the entire mountain of swords and sea of fire boiled. Fuck, the little devil is finally leaving. If he doesn't leave, I will die in this mountain of swords and sea of fire. When she leaves, I will eat freely. I no longer have to worry about being punished or being locked up in a dark room. I have never seen a human being more terrifying than her. How did her brain grow? Why can she hold so many things in her head? Formations, magic formulas, elixir refining, poison making. These books add up for at least 1,000, right? She actually memorized them all. And her sleeves hold more things than we can fit in our space. I can't even take out all of them. Stop talking, quickly dismantle these formations, we will be liberated tomorrow. Ellipsis. The ferocious beasts were talking among themselves, completely unaware that Fang Qingran heard all their words. Above the clouds. Tao Ti flattered him, Master, I am different from them. I will definitely abide by the rules you said. Don't force yourself if you don't want to comply. Once you suffer more losses, you will naturally comply. Fang Qingran waved her hand, signaling Tao Ti to send her back. She was able to stay in Shifang domain for so long entirely because of what Mo Jinggong prepared. Mo Jinggong seemed to understand her very well and was very well prepared. Every 100 years, she would find a storage bag in her sleeve. The storage bag contains everything she needs. Otherwise, she would definitely find another way to deal with these ferocious beasts. Soon, one man and one beast returned to Chi's place. Tao Ti stopped far away from the yard. Master, you have to walk the rest of the way by yourself, I don't dare to walk. Tao Ti put Fang Qingran down, turned around and flew away. Thousands of years ago, the scene of Chi tearing Xielu apart with his bare hands was always the shadow of all the ferocious beasts. Tao Ti never wanted to see Chi again in his life. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 111 Eggs like Fang Si. Fang Qingran stepped into the garden and looked at the alluring flowers without any urge to pick them. In recent years, there have been many ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. I wonder where Chi found the fertilizer. Crunch. Chi opened the door, it's been hundreds of years and you haven't found a single flower that you've fallen in love with. Fang Qingran shook his head, beautiful things can only be appreciated, not desecrated. Then what kind of flowers do you like? Chi Qingfeng's bright eyes were full of curiosity. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, countless kinds of flowers flashed through her mind, and she said by mistake, flowers from the other shore. The flower of the other shore can't be grown casually. Miss Fang likes it, it's really special. Chi Wen's eyes showed a strange light. The two walked into the courtyard and sat down. Chi poured Fang Qingran a cup of tea as usual. Fang Qingran took the teacup, placed it on the table, and looked at the chessboard. This game of chess has been played for nearly hundreds of years, and there are still only a few pieces on the board. Miss Fang, when you leave Shifang domain tomorrow, I will give you a gift. Chi said, flicking his sleeves, and there was a half-foot-high black egg lying in the middle of the chessboard. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyebrows twisted slightly, and her eyes flashed with surprise. The lines on the outside of the eggshell are exactly the same as those on Fang Si. Fang Qingran asked in confusion, this is it. This is the key to the Shifang domain. As long as the girl can hatch the beast in the egg and get its approval, the Shifang domain will belong to Miss Fang. Chi Qingfeng Jiu's eyes flashed with purple light. Fang Qingran was so happy that she thought it was her imagination. Isn't the Shifang realm a secret realm? Fang Qingran's eyes were deep and dark. The secret realm has become a small world and generally cannot be taken away by the contractor. Chi Man said casually, the Shifang realm is actually an incomplete void space. The previous will of the world was divided by the ferocious beasts, resulting in the lack of heaven in the Shifang realm. Fang Qingran narrowed her apricot eyes and said nothing. She felt that Chi was testing her. After all, if the Shifang domain is really a void space, why doesn't Senior Yinglong know about it? And if the Shifang realm is really a void space, why doesn't the person who sent the ferocious beast into the Shifang realm take the Shifang realm with him? Chi continued, I know that Miss Fang has many doubts in her heart, but there are some things that I don't know clearly. I only know that Shifang realm needs a master to help it restore its vitality. And you're the only one who can do this. Fang Qingran didn't believe everything Chi said, so before, the seventh senior brother and the others were able to come in because of you. Chi nodded, I originally wanted Mo Jinggong to be the master of Shifang domain, but he refused, but he promised me that he would send people in and let me choose. I will be responsible for protecting the safety of those people secretly. Fang Qingran's eyes became clear. It turned out that she was able to escape from chaos so smoothly because Chi secretly helped her. Fang Qingran touched the eggshell, and the scent on it was very similar to Fang Si's. Is there any connection between Fang Si and Shifang domain? Even if I get its approval, it won't work. I don't have a cave for the time being, and there is no place to host the 10 Directions domain. Fang Qingran thought of the colorful mysterious bracelet. After she advances to become a god, she may be able to put the Shifang domain into it. Miss Fang has now been recognized by the beasts, so there is no rush. Chi's eyes became dark and dark. I accepted the gift, thank you. Fang Qingran took out the storage bag and put the egg in it. Fang Qingran suddenly realized that the storage bag could be used. Why couldn't she open her space? Day 2. Under the scorching gazes of the ferocious beasts, Fang Qingran walked towards the teleportation platform. All the ferocious beasts wanted to say, come on, why are you walking so slowly? Fang Qingran came to the teleportation platform and put her hand on the teleportation platform. The platform emitted bursts of red light and the teleportation platform started. All the ferocious beasts are very envious. This teleportation platform can only be used by humans. As soon as the ferocious beasts get close, they will be bounced away. Just when Fang Qingran was about to step onto the teleportation platform, a dragon roar came from the air. Immediately afterwards, a mighty pressure came. The faces of the ferocious beasts changed. This aura seemed to be those ferocious beasts that had not appeared for thousands of years. Do they want to keep Fang Qingran? No. All the ferocious beasts howled and shouted towards Fang Qingran, Miss Fang, hurry up to the teleportation array. Fang Qingran looked up at the sky, and saw several huge creatures flying towards this side. Fang Qingran looked happy and shouted, Senior Yinglong, Senior Zhu Jian, Senior Tegu, Senior Bai Fang. All the ferocious beasts retreated several feet away at the same time. Yinglong approached Fang Qingran, put away his pressure, and shrunk his figure. Girl, you are leaving today, and I don't know when I will see you again. I will give you something close to you. Yinglong flapped his wings, and a ring fell into Fang Qingran's hand. Fang Qingran held the ring, but before she could say thank you, Yinglong was squeezed away by the ancient Ming snake. Taiku Mingshan approached Fang Qingran and handed her a simple wooden box. Daughter, I heard that it is very dangerous outside. You can hide this and open it at the critical moment. It can save your life. Thank you, Senior Ming Shi, and thank you, Senior Yinglong. I like your gifts very much. Fang Qingran's cheeks had dimples, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. She just gave them some talismans, but they actually treated her with courtesy. Taiku Mingshe wanted to say something else, but Zhu Jian swept him away. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 112 almost buried her. Zhu Jian has a human face and a snake body, and its whole body is red. It looks extremely majestic, but the strange thing on the bridge of its nose slightly damages its majesty. Little girl, I only have demon beasts and their inner elixirs here. I wonder if you like this thing. If you don't like it, just take it out and throw it away. Zhu Jian lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of scaring Fang Qingran. Ever since Fang Qingran made it something called glasses, it no longer had to worry about day and night issues after putting it on. Fang Qingran looked down at the countless beast pills on the ground. If you take out one of these, it will be snatched by everyone, but Senior Zhu Jian seems to dislike it. Thank you, Senior Zhu Jian. I like it very much. If I have time, I will make you the latest glasses. Fang Qingran said sincerely with bright almond eyes. It's my turn. It's my turn. Bai Fang shouted anxiously, unable to squeeze Zhu Jian away. Ellipsis. The ferocious beasts were a little confused when they saw the gifts they gave them. Yinglong and the others have already given it away, should I also give it away? When the other ferocious beasts were debating whether to give gifts or not, they noticed another familiar aura. They looked up, and there was a man in their sights. Some men are dressed in white, with tall and straight postures, hair flowing in the wind, and elegant and free temperament. The hearts of all the ferocious beasts trembled, so let's give it away. At this time, Fang Qingran almost ran out of room to put the gift she got. Fortunately, the storage ring given by Senior Yinglong was big enough. Why does it feel a little lacking? Zhu Jian glanced at the other ferocious beasts with majestic eyes. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes and eyebrows curled up like ink. Senior, no need, if you give it to me again, the time for the teleportation array will not be enough. Upon hearing this, the other ferocious beasts threw the gifts directly at Fang Qingran. For a moment, Fang Qingran was almost buried by the gifts. Fang Qingran. Can you give me some time to react? You are giving gifts. Or do you want to kill me? When Fang Qingran was stunned, Qi Wen's voice came, Miss Fang, these are everyone's wishes, just accept them. Qi, it's up to you to maintain the rules of Shifang realm. Fang Qingran cupped his hands and thanked him. Although Brother Seventh said that the time of entering and leaving the Shifang realm is the same moment. But after leaving Shifang territory and coming in again, I don't know how much time has passed. No one noticed that a ferocious beast was sneaking into a pile of gifts. Fang Qingran waved his hand, and all the gifts on the ground were put into the space. After saying goodbye to the ferocious beasts, she walked onto the teleportation array. The moment the teleportation array lit up, Fang Qingran heard a burst of cheers. Fang Qingran opened her eyes again and was by the river. Not far away stood a young man in mysterious clothes. The young man's figure is like jade, his appearance is unparalleled, and his whole body exudes an air of indescribable dignity. Little junior sister, come out. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were like ink dye, extremely deep, as if there was a world hidden inside. Fang Qingran suddenly felt like she was in another world. She knew that in Mo Jinggong's eyes, she had been gone for less than a quarter of an hour, but she felt as if the two of them had been separated for hundreds of years. When inside, Fang Qingran didn't feel much. Now that she saw Mo Jinggong again, she felt extremely missed. Senior Brother Seventh, long time no see. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and a pair of pear dimples appeared on her cheeks. Go back to the sect, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Lingyun sect, Mo Zhu Peak. Fang Qingran drank several cups of tea in a row and finally regained her composure. Seventh senior brother, your place is more comfortable. If possible, I don't want to go in again. Junior sister has gained a lot in there, I've seen it. Mo Jinggong's eyes were filled with a smile, just like a shocked person in the world. Fortunately, I have those things given by the seventh senior brother, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stay that long. Fang Qingran smiled with a smile on her face, but she finished her words through gritted teeth. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and poured another cup of tea for Fang Qingran. You're welcome, these are what a senior brother should do. After all, my junior sister also prepared a lot of exercises for the senior brothers and sisters of Lingyun sect. Mo Jinggong's words reminded Fang Qingran of the scene where she once threw out several piles of books and asked several senior brothers and sisters to carry them. Fang Qingran touched her nose in embarrassment and decided to change the subject. There is one more thing. Seventh senior brother, my space. Halfway through Fang Qingran's words, Yuan Bao's voice came from the Sea of Consciousness. Master, the space is sealed by me. There is a ferocious beast inside that can see through the void space. You couldn't tell me first. Fang Qingran was speechless. What's wrong, little junior sister? Mo Jinggong saw Fang Qingran in a daze and asked. Fang Qingran waved her hand. It's okay. Seventh senior brother will continue drinking tea. At this time, the sound transmission card came on. Fang Qingran took out the sound transmission card and saw two messages. One was issued by the shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower, and the other was issued by Mu Chanjue. Fang Qingran planned to return to the 10th peak to deal with the Qinghe Tower matter. Mu Chanjue, junior sister, I have some bad news for you. The sect competition has been cancelled, and has been postponed for 6 years. Close black lens bracket. 6 years. Isn't that the time for the street fighting competition? Fang Qingbran was slightly surprised. In the original work, the sect competition was never delayed or changed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 113 10,000 Years of Childhood. Little junior sister, don't think about things you can't figure out. The boat will go straight when it reaches the bridge, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Fang Qingbran looked at Mo Jinggong's beautiful eyes, nodded, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Fang Qingbran stood up, flicked his sleeves, and found a few more things on the tea table. Seventh senior brother, help me give these things to several senior brothers and sisters. I'm going back to retreat. Fang Qingbran said goodbye and left. There was no explanation at all as to who the gift should be given to. Mo Jinggong looked sideways at the things on the table, a smile appearing on his brows. At this time, Juoyan flew out of the cave and said angrily, Master, is she trying to embarrass you on purpose? It's not clear who the things on the table are going to be given to. She has already said it. Mo Jinggong's jade-like eyes shimmered as he put away the tea set and showed his unparalleled dignity in every move. Juoyan's eyes widened. When did you say that? It's been eavesdropping, okay. Mo Jinggongfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. The purple-red flame stone is given to the third senior sister, the seventh grade talisman pen is given to the sixth senior sister, and the spirit essence fruit is given to the senior brother. Juoyan puzzled. Why can't the purple-red flame stone be given to Mu Chanjue? He also needs it for weapon refining. Fourth senior brother has strange fire, but third senior sister does not. Mo Jinggong put away the things on the table and left Mo Bamboo Peak with his sword. Lingyun sect, the 10th peak. Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made the decision without authorization and sealed the void space. Yuan Bao flapped his little wings and said timidly. Yuan Bao was very afraid that Fang Qingbran wouldn't want it. After all, for the master, the weapon spirit should be % obedient. But after Fang Qingbran entered the Shifang domain, it closed the void space without authorization, regardless of whether Fang Qingbran lived or died. Fang Qingbran supported her chin with one hand. Yuan Bao, you don't realize where your mistake is. Master, I'm sorry. Yuan Bao's voice was filled with tears. Master, please don't abandon me. I will definitely change in the future. Fang Qingbran tapped her fingers on the table, making a crisp sound. Is it Qi who can discover the void space? Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Fang Qingbran vaguely guessed something when Qi mentioned the void space. The big devil is very strong. I don't dare to bet. If he discovers the void space and attacks the master, I won't be able to save him. Yuan Bao said fearfully. Fang Qingbran felt a sense of crisis in her heart. The void space was absolute and could not be discovered by anyone. But in the 3,000 worlds, there are countless strong men like Qi. If they discover the void space, they will not be like Qi, they will just take it by force. Yuan Bao, why didn't you tell me before that the void space would be discovered? Fang Qingbran said in a serious tone. After Yuan Bao came to Lingyun sect, he was reluctant to come out. It must have been aware of Qi's existence a long time ago. Master, I wasn't sure whether Qi was there or not at that time. Later, I felt the breath of a ferocious beast on Luanjin, so I thought I was overthinking it. Yuan Bao said twitchingly. Yuan Bao, there is something you must tell me. Fang Qingbran said in a serious tone and did not blame Yuan Bao too much. If she was strong enough, Yuan Bao wouldn't have to worry about it like this. Yuan Bao felt guilty. Master, I know I was wrong. If anything happens in the future, I will tell the master as soon as possible. After the master reaches the level of Void God, he opens up his own cave and puts the void space into the cave. At that time, no one can detect the existence of the void space. In fact, the master can also place the void space in the sea of consciousness. The master's sea of consciousness is already strong enough, but letting the sea of consciousness carry too much too early is not conducive to the improvement of the consciousness. Yuan Bao told everything he knew. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly. Many strong people can indeed open up space in the sea of consciousness. The breadth of space in the sea of consciousness generally depends on the width of spiritual consciousness. But there are certain risks in doing so. Once the consciousness is damaged, things in the space may not be taken out. Therefore, most monks are still accustomed to using storage containers. Accessible storage also comes with risks, as it can be snatched away. Therefore, in the world of cultivating immortals, the most important thing is not how many treasures you have, but having supreme strength. Only when you stand at the pinnacle of strength and are fearless will you not be timid. There is nothing wrong with Yuan Bao reacting immediately when encountering danger. Yuan Bao, you are my weapon strut and my partner. I hope we can be honest with each other. Fang Qingbran's eyes became gentle and she pinched Yuan Bao's cute little wings. Yuan Bao stopped crying and waved his little fist. Master, I will definitely be your good wife from now on. Yuan Bao decided that it would kill Mo Jinggong. Fang Qingbran. You don't have to. Fang Qingbran waved her hand and called out to Fang Si. Fang Si, do you have any brothers, sisters, sons or daughters? Smelly woman, what are you talking about? I'm a child of 10,000 years. Fang Si was very angry. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 114 Too many coincidences. Oh, that's it. Fang Qing's red lips curled up slightly, and she took out the black egg Qi had given her before. Swish. Fang Si jumped out of the space and jumped in front of Fang Qingbran. The black egg in Fang Qingbran's hand was only half as tall as Fang Si. Fang Si and Heidan cannot be said to be similar, they're exactly the same. Damn it, stinky girl, where did you find it? Do you dare to take this thing? Fang Si said in great surprise. Fang Si was sure that if he hadn't been just an egg, its jaw would have dropped in shock at this moment. This is a beast given to me by others. Fang Qingbran looked at Fang Si puzzledly. What danger could an unborn egg pose? The runes on the outside of Feng Xi's eggshell were shining, and a certain aura was flowing. This egg is an eternal beast spirit. Once all spirits come out, all things will surrender. Feng Xi's tone did not have any meaning of admiration, but rather one of fear. Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed, but she didn't answer, waiting for Feng Xi to continue. Being able to contract with all spirits is equivalent to saying that you can rule 3,000 small worlds. How excited are you? Feng Xi's tone gradually became exaggerated, a bit pretentious. What else? Feng Qingren narrowed his eyes. Feng Xi was obviously gloating. Feng Xi's tone suddenly changed, but this thing is not a good thing at all. It is actually a disaster star. Once you contract with it, you will not have an easy life in the future. You are currently on the second level of foundation building. Once you contract with Wanling, your spiritual energy will be transferred to Wanling as soon as you practice. After a few years, you can return to refining qi. Also, even if you are a monk, you can still trip over a stone when you go out. It is a helpless act for all beasts to surrender. The more Feng Xi said, the more sympathetic he became to Feng Qingren. Feng Qingren said casually, "Fortunately, I didn't sign the contract. By the way, why does it look exactly like you when it grew up?" When Feng Xi heard that Feng Qingren didn't have a contract, he looked embarrassed. "If I had known earlier I would have told you later. Nothing else, it just wants to watch Feng Qingren wrestle." Feng Xi looked at Wanling and said helplessly, "Actually, the shell on its body was peeled off from me. Back then, I was just having fun. I wandered into an unknown place, and then someone ripped off half of my shell." Feng Qingren became interested, raised her jade hand gently, and tapped Feng Xi's eggshell up and down. Boom. Boom. There seems to be no difference, but there seems to be a difference. Then why are you still alive? The eggshell is still intact. Feng Qingren's eyes were confused. Usually eggs are broken, so they die, right? Also, who can pull off such a hard shell? A face with King Feng Jiu flashed in Feng Qingren's mind. Could it be Qi? HMPH. The other half of my shell was patched up with 10,000 years of black iron. He also drew a bunch of strange runes on my shell, trapping me in this egg and not being able to get out for 10,000 years. Feng Xi said angrily. Feng Xi, why don't you hate that person? Feng Qingren didn't follow. There was a hint of resentment in Feng Xi's tone. Originally, I hated him deeply, but later, I realized he had protected me in this way, so I didn't hate him anymore. Feng Xi's voice was full of sadness and desolation. Feng Qingren always felt that Feng Xi looked very similar to Senior Yingdong at this moment. Feng Qingren thought of Feng Xi, which was given to her by Bailey Wenyu, and then asked, "How did you get into the hands of 6th senior brother?" Feng Xi's tone became calm. "I came out of that place and met Bailey Wenyu. There are many top-quality spiritual stones in his storage ring. It was comfortable to lie down, so I went in by myself. Until I met you, I noticed the breath of the void space, and came out again." Feng Qingren. "You don't have any co-authorship at all. Please ask for the consent of 6th senior brother." In other words, no one has seen Feng Xi except her. But then Feng Qingren's eyes became complicated. Everything was too coincidental. The coincidence was like a giant network carefully compiled by someone. Feng Xi looked at Feng Qingren in a daze and said firmly, "You must have gone into that place. I advise you not to believe that person's words. Although every word he said is true, when put together, it is a huge pit. As for this egg, I will take it in and incubate it first. It is equivalent to half of my son. Wanling can't come out for the time being. You'd better find the lucky stone before this guy comes out, otherwise you may be." After Feng Xi finished speaking, he disappeared together with the black egg in Feng Qingren's hand. Yuan Bao also returned to space. Feng Qingren came back to her senses, her eyes bright and clear, and things seemed to have become more interesting. Feng Qingren took out the sound transmission card and after finishing the matter in Qinghe Tower, she would not be able to come out. Owner, Qinghe Tower has been attacked several times in the past month. Fortunately, Tongwen Pavilion and Shumo Pavilion came forward. No one dares to come to Qinghe Tower to cause trouble anymore. Close black lens bracket. Owner, I have received the sound transmission sign you sent me. Don't worry, I will make the reputation of Qinghe Tower resound throughout Kyushu. Close black lens bracket. The poster, someone from Hualing Prefecture and Tiangshan Prefecture, wants to buy communication boards from us. He said that as long as we agree to cooperate, we can be given the freedom to enter and exit the two prefectures. Close black lens bracket. Ellipsis. After Feng Qingren browsed the message sent by the shopkeeper, the matter was explained clearly. However, Hualingzhu and Tiangshuanzhu want to buy communication cards, which is a big deal. But her communication card is only suitable for Qingyun Prefecture. She didn't have maps of Hualing Prefecture and Tiangshan Prefecture, so she couldn't make communication boards suitable for the two prefectures. Feng Qingren replied to the shopkeeper, asking him to hold off for now and then talk in detail after she came out of confinement. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 115 Finding the Joy of Making Drugs. In the world of immortality, some people cultivate and stay in seclusion for decades or hundreds of years. It's only a few years, and it's acceptable to anyone. After taking care of everything, Feng Qingren stood up, walked into the practice formation, and sat cross-legged. In an instant, countless spiritual energy poured into her body crazily. Feng Qingren circulated the 5 elements of spiritual power in his body, refined it, and sent it into his spiritual body. The process was extremely smooth. The 8 extraordinary meridians in the body all worked together. Feng Qingren closed her eyes and had already entered the cultivation state. Unexpectedly, a huge spiritual vortex appeared above her head. The whirlpool seemed not satisfied with the aura of the 10th peak, and stretched out its tentacles to steal aura from other peaks. Others in the Lingyun sect's peaks, why do they feel that the aura today is not as strong as in the past? 2 years later. Lingyun sect, at the top of Yunshao Mountain. Dark clouds were rolling in and thunderstorms were coming. Fang Qingbran sat on the top of Yunsha Mountain and used all her strength to break through the barrier in her body. The spiritual platform in the body began to shrink and gather, and slowly transformed into a fist of pearl beads. Fang Qingbran looked inside at the colorful pearl beads inside her body, and felt doubts in her heart. Golden elixir, shouldn't it be golden? However, before Fang Qingbran could think about it, the first lightning strike struck down. Under the top of the mountain. Mu Chanjue looked at the thunder that was as thick as a baby's arm and said in surprise, "Why does this thunder seem to have a deep hatred for my junior sister? My first thunder back then was only as thick as my little finger." Bailey Wenyu touched his chin, looking like a dragon and a phoenix, with a pair of fox eyes flashing. Maybe the junior sister is too evil. She advanced from foundation building to golden elixir in 4 years, so God cannot allow it. Snapped. He slapped Bailey Wenyu on the head. Before Bailey Wenyu had time to get angry, he turned around and looked at Ning Xiu, her eyes as bright as spring flowers. "That fifth senior sister, when did you come?" Bailey Wenyu looked guilty. Ning Xiu liked Fang Qingbran the most, and he was not allowed to complain about Fang Qingbran on weekdays. HMPH. Ning Xiu's clear eyes were looking forward, as bright as the autumn moon. "If you can't speak, you can donate your mouth. Anyway, you don't need your mouth to practice." "Fifth senior sister, I was wrong, I wasn't." Bailey Wenyu met Ning Xiu's eyes and changed the topic. "Actually, I am envious, jealous, and hateful. Who makes the junior sister so good? She has been promoted to the golden elixir in 4 years, and maybe she can also be promoted to the nascent soul in 4 years. Exclamation mark quote. Bailey Wenyu probably didn't expect that he really came true to his prophecy. "It goes without saying that my junior sister is so powerful. She will surpass you every minute." Ning Xiu's voice was like a silver bell. She was very happy to hear Fang Qingbran being praised. Her consciousness was damaged, but thanks to the pills and spiritual fruits given by her junior sister, she was able to repair it so quickly. However, the junior sister also said that she has not been able to advance in the past few years, and she should try to draw as few talismans as possible. So she could only study poison at Shiyu Peak. Don't mention it, poison is much more interesting than elixir. It's a pity that no one can test the poison on her now. The second senior brother ran out of the training to avoid the poison test. Ning Xiu stared at Bailey Wenyu with brilliant eyes, and suddenly came up with an idea. "Sixth junior brother, I also want to ask you for a favor." "Fifth senior sister, can I refuse?" Bailey Wenyu took a few steps back unconsciously. Bailey Wenyu remembered that the last time he tried medicine on Ning Xiu, he almost went bald. "I almost turned into a woman last time. Last time, my legs turned into dog legs and I almost couldn't come back." "Sixth junior brother, don't worry, I won't let you test the medicine. I remember you know how to control beasts, right?" Ning Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was tired of studying ordinary poisons. She wanted to research a poison that could deal with monks, just like the fourth brother's hidden weapon. It could hurt people unexpectedly. Mu Chanjue bumped into Liu Kanglan. "Elder brother, what do you think of the feng shui of our Lingyun sect?" Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes flashed with doubts. "What does Chanjue want to say?" "I just feel that the peach blossoms on Wenyu Peak have bloomed beautifully recently. Unfortunately, senior brother has been in seclusion and has no chance to see it." Mu Chanjue shook his jade fan, half covering his peach blossom eyes. Liu Kanglan glanced sideways, looking at Bailey Wenyu and Ning Xiu who were whispering to each other. A gentle smile flashed across his face. "Children's play, Chanjue, you think too much about it, you should concentrate on your cultivation. If you are like this, junior sister will surpass you sooner or later." As Liu Kanglan spoke, it was already the third thunder disaster. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes flashed with surprise. Liu Kanglan patted Mu Chanjue's shoulder meaningfully. "Chanjue, you still don't understand, little junior sister. It cannot be said that the current level of cultivation is all due to their junior sister. But most of it is due to Fang Qingbran. Any one of the techniques that Fang Qingbran brought to them would cause a bloody storm. The talents and qualifications of these people are actually not very good in the world of cultivating immortals. He has 3 spiritual roots, and many sects will not accept this kind of mysterious spiritual root. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 116 Familiar Picture. The Liu family gave up on cultivating him at first, but luckily the ancestor loved him very much and retained his status as his legitimate son. Later, the master took him back to Lingyun sect. Later, the 7th junior brother taught him how to practice, and even gave him many high-level techniques. Not even the Liu family can produce a few copies of those high-level techniques. But Lingyun sect threw him a lot at once. Later, the junior sister came and improved their skills to a higher level. It can be said that without his junior sister, he doesn't know how long it will take for him to advance to become a god. In fact, he had never dared to dream before that he could advance to become a god. I never thought that he, with 3 spiritual roots, could actually advance to become a god within 100 years of age. I have to say that he benefited a lot from his little junior sister's life-threatening cultivation method. Senior brother, it's not that I don't understand my junior sister, but what you said is unreasonable. Let alone 4 years, even 10 years, it is impossible for my junior sister to advance to nascent soul. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes flashed with a charming luster, with a firm tone. What if I can do that, little junior sister? Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes had a glimmer of light. If she can really advance from the golden core to the nascent soul in 4 years, I will. Whatever the senior brother proposes. Mu Chanjue vowed. Liu Kanglan raised his hand and said, "It's empty words, but I swear by high-fiving." Snapped. Mu Chanjue high-fived happily. He had no idea how much he had to pay for these words. Although Liu Kanglan was talking to Mu Chanjue, he was always paying attention to Fang Qingbran's movements. Boom. The fifth thunder tribulation strikes down. Everyone looked at Fang Qingran and couldn't help but feel worried. Mo Jinggong raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. His starry eyes were deep and flashed with light. The top of the mountain. Fang Qingran's whole body was charred black, and traces of blood appeared on her skin. Boom. The sixth thunder was as big as a face. They all hit Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran finally couldn't hold it back and spit out a mouthful of blood, and the spiritual power in her body began to flow wildly. She knew that the eye that shrouded the sky wanted to take revenge on her, so she deliberately strengthened the power of the thunder tribulation. But the eye that covers the sky has a contract with her, and it will never kill her. That's why she became unstable because of Wen Xin Lei. Her almond-shaped eyes were cold. She had clearly figured out everything, but why did she still feel like some inner demons were haunting her? Boom. The seventh thunder is thicker. In an instant, Fang Qingran's skin was torn all over, and her consciousness was somewhat distracted. A bloody scene flashed through Fang Qingran's mind. The screen was covered with a layer of blood red, and a woman could be vaguely seen lying in a pool of blood. The woman's hands and feet seemed to have been severed. The whole body is covered with blood holes. There are several ugly scars on my face. Seeing this, Fang Qingran felt a throbbing pain in her heart and a feeling of speaking out. There is hatred, helplessness, and endless unwillingness. Does this picture always seem familiar? Who is the woman in the painting? Why make yourself so uncomfortable? The aura around Fang Qingran's body gradually became colder, and it was the kind of chill that made people feel chilled. Mo Jinggong had a clear view of Fang Qingran's emotional changes, but he did not move. It's time she knew something. Mo Jinggong's pair of black eyes were so sharp and deep that one dared not look directly into them, giving him a sense of supreme dignity. Jinggong, junior sister. Lu Kanglin's gentle voice was filled with worry. He had never seen such a cold little junior sister. The junior sister has always been optimistic. She loves to laugh very much, and she seems to have a delicate heart with 7 orifices. At this moment, the little junior sister is like an innocent soul crawling up from hell. Senior brother, if I said that my junior sister is like this, would you reject her? Mo Jinggong was dressed in black clothes, with a noble and elegant temperament, just like an immortal, which made him even more noble and graceful. Lu Kanglin looked slightly stunned. The 7th junior brother also seemed to have changed. He was just cooler before. At this moment, he looked like he was far away from others. No matter what happens to my junior sister, she is still my junior sister. Ning Shiyu's voice sounded like a silver bell. Lu Kanglin also reacted, thousands of people have thousands of faces, no matter what the junior sister is, she will always be our junior sister. Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu also nodded. 7th junior brother, can junior sister resist? Lu Kanglin asked worriedly, feeling a little more guilty in his heart. Yes, Mo Jinggong's clothes were still in the wind, adding a bit of grace to his face. Mo Jinggong's eyes softened and the cold air around him dissipated. It seemed that she made the right choice this time. Ning Shiyu's eyes were like morning flowers, flashing brightly. Mo Jinggong said that the junior sister was fine, so it must be fine. The other 3 people also relaxed similarly. Boom. The 8th thunder struck. Fang Qingran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and faced him. The thunder tribulation did not give Fang Qingran time to breathe, and the 9th thunder tribulation struck down instantly. The 9 golden elixirs were struck by lightning. The dark clouds above his head gradually dispersed, and Fang Qingran could feel that the golden elixir in his body became more solid. The amount of spiritual energy that can be stored in the body during the golden core stage is dozens of times greater than during the foundation establishment stage. The corners of Fang Qingran's snow-white lips curled up slightly. She had already advanced to Jindan, so why should she still dwell on the past? As long as she continues to get stronger, sooner or later she will figure out the truth in the picture. No one can influence her to become stronger. At this time, a woman in white came from a distance with a sword. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 117 What happened in 9 states. The woman is dressed in white as snow, with a slender waist and a jade figure. Her expression is indifferent, with an aura as cold as ice. The woman Yujin fell in front of Fang Qingran, her beautiful eyes full of apology. Junior sister, I'm sorry, I'm late. 3rd senior sister, I'm fine. Fang Qingran forced a smile. Qin Hanyan handed a pill to Fang Qingran. Thank you, 3rd senior sister. Fang Qingran took the elixir and drank it. The skin on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cracks that appeared before slowly healed, and Fang Qing's lip color returned to pink. Qin Hanyan patted Fang Qingran on the shoulder. Don't be anxious, little junior sister, we are still here. Qin Hanyan didn't know Fang Qingran's past, but she could clearly see Fang Qingran's determination to become stronger. Fang Qingran stared at the flowing light with her almond-shaped eyes and nodded. 4 years later, if you want to get into the top 50, it is not enough to just rely on your golden elixir cultivation. After Fang Qingran broke through the golden elixir, she returned to the 10th peak for a treat. Thanks to the hundreds of years she spent in Shifang territory. After breaking through the golden elixir, there is no unstable state of mind at all, and I can even feel that my spiritual consciousness is more open. The last time she saw her sea of consciousness, it was a vast ocean. Now when I look at my own sea of consciousness, I see it as just a vast ocean, and I can see the edge. Fang Qingran calmed down and entered a state of cultivation. Winter passes and spring comes, time flies. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and several major events have happened in Qingyun Prefecture. How come there are always so many strange things in Qinghe Tower? I can play with this sound transmission card for several years. It's so interesting to see Kyushu here. Thanks to this sound transmission board, we can know a lot of secrets. Don't tell me, it's actually been announced here. Every 100 years, Kyushu will hold a sprint fighting competition. We ordinary people have never known about this. If Kyushu hadn't heard about it, we don't know how much more we would have been deceived. Yeah. The sprint fighting competition is a competition for resource allocation. How can we ordinary monks participate? It's all controlled by aristocratic families and sects. It's different this time. It seems that as long as the monks meet the requirements, they can sign up. As long as they pass the selection, they can participate in the sprint fighting competition. I also heard that our sect competition was cancelled just because of this selection. Only King Hei Tower dares to send out these things. If other forces send out these things, it will probably end badly. By the way, what is the origin of King Hei Tower? In just 6 years, Fuyu Spiritual Artifact Pavilion has been squeezed out of the top 3. Now our 3 major forces in Qingyun Prefecture are facing a reshuffle. Shush, can you say this? Fuyu Lingqi Pavilion, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, that is something that we people cannot touch. Do you still remember the Tianyuan fruit that caused a bloody storm? The Fire Cloud sect took out the Tianyuan fruit as the prize for the first place in this selection. I know this. It is said that the Fire Cloud sect couldn't bear the pressure and had to take it out. It's a pity that it cost hundreds of millions to buy the best spiritual stone and gave it away like this. Ellipsis. Tianjian sect, a courtyard. Snapped. 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 Several whips sounded, and women's screams were heard one after another. Teng Shi, I am your master. How dare you do this to me? Aren't you afraid of the repercussions of heaven? Master, Su Yanran, you are worthy. If Bailey Yuanmo hadn't kindly let me go, would I still be alive now? Sheng Shike held the bone whip and looked at Su Yanran coldly. Even as a divine beast, she couldn't be as cold-blooded as Su Yanran. She really didn't expect that Su Yanran would sell her to someone else for a broken iron rod. She will never forget the pain of having the magic pill taken out. And all this is thanks to Su Yanran. She almost died at the auction. Fortunately, she had the soul of a mythical beast in her body and her body had strong self-healing capabilities. Otherwise, she would have died if the magic elixir was mined. After Bailey Yuan silently let her go, she rested for a long time before recovering, so she had to take revenge on Su Yanran. So she trapped Su Yanran in the courtyard and tortured Su Yanran every once in a while. But in the process of torturing Su Yanran in the past few years, Sheng Shike discovered a terrible secret. Su Yanran has extremely strong self-healing ability, even far surpassing that of mythical beasts. Even if she dug out Su Yanran's spiritual root, Su Yanran would be able to grow another one soon. These things allowed Sheng Shike to detect different signals. Such a person who defies heaven is either a messenger of heaven or an enemy of heaven. Obviously, Su Yanran must be a person of Tiandao. As long as Su Yanran is given some growth time, Su Yanran will definitely be able to soar into the sky, unmatched by anyone. She actually wanted to kill Su Yanran, but she was also very curious about the secrets of Su Yanran. Teng Shi, you still dare to mention this, why did you go to that person for help? You clearly know that he is my enemy, why do you still collude with him? No wonder you have fallen to this point. Su Yanran's eyes it was full of sinister birds of prey, and thinking of Mo Jinggong's appearance made me feel even more uncomfortable. Every time Su Yanran dreamed back at midnight, she always felt that everything shouldn't be like this. Sheng Shike raised the bone whip and drew it towards Su Yanran's face this time. Su Yanran, you are not my master, you can only be my dog from now on. Sheng Shi said disdainfully. Then Sheng Shi laughed and said, ha ha ha, it's so ironic, 8 years ago, I was the first to join the sect, but now I'm down and no one cares. Sheng Shike gradually became crazy. She hated Su Yanran and dragged her into hell. If it weren't for recognizing Su Yanran as the master, she won't become a human, a ghost or a ghost. She could no longer tell whether she was the divine beast soaring snake or the monk Sheng Shike. But Sheng Shi didn't know that there were several people walking this way. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 118 Junior Brother 6, does your face hurt? The courtyard is not far away. Xiao Hongyu, the leader of Tianjin sect, changed his usual stern attitude and smiled brightly. I am really honored that Taoist Master Wuji can come to our Tianjin sect. Master Xiao, you're welcome. Your sect's swordsmanship is first rate. I've benefited a lot from being able to compete with you. Luo Wuji was dressed in sapphire blue brocade clothes, with a face like a crown of jade. Xiao Hongyu's majestic eyes became gentle. There, he is not as good as Taoist Wuji. He is so talented that he broke through the nascent soul within 100 years of age. I want to ask about someone from sect Master Xiao. Master Wuji, please speak. Xiao Hongyu responded politely. Yi Wenshan. Luo Wuji's eyes were dark. Xiao Hongyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Priest Wuji, have you heard of Yi Wenshan? He is the leader of Lingyun sect, and his cultivation and swordsmanship are both above mine. I also heard him say that his 8 apprentices are all geniuses, but I have never met any of them. He is also elusive and never interacts with us. He had a hobby, a heavy drinking habit. Xiao Hongyu did not belittle Yi Wenshan maliciously and told the truth about what he knew. Interest flashed in Luo Wuji's eyes. It is said that he is an interesting person. I heard that his sword intention had become a saint a few years ago. Xiao Hongyu sighed softly. Ashamed, I am not as good as Yi Wenshan. His understanding is unparalleled. Xiao Hongyu's serious eyes flashed with a glimmer. Speaking of which, Taoist Master Wuji doesn't have any disciples yet, right? Luo Wuji shook his head. I haven't met the fate of seeing each other. The relationship between master and disciple is connected with cause and effect, so I don't dare to accept it randomly. Xiao Hongyu said with a smile. I took Taoist priest Wuji to see someone. She has only been in the foundation for 6 years, and she has developed a golden elixir. She is a formidable descendant. The two of them walked towards Sheng Shike's yard. Adjacent to the courtyard. Luo Wuji and Xiao Hongyu's expressions became solemn. There was a hint of apology in Xiao Hongyu's eyes. Taoist Master Wuji, I didn't know she acted like this in private. I'm sorry for wasting your time. It doesn't matter, everything happens for a reason. Let's go in and take a look. Luo Wuji opened the courtyard door one step ahead of Xiao Hongyu. Xiao Hongyu was a little surprised. Taoist Master Wuji never asked about other people's business. Luo Wuji couldn't explain it clearly. He always felt that there was an invisible voice urging him. The moment Luo Wuji pushed open the courtyard door, Sheng Shike stopped the whip in his hand and his eyes became sharp. No one should be allowed to see what she did. Sheng Shike opened the door and walked towards the yard with a whip. When she saw Luo Wuji, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She had never seen this person before, and he was definitely not a powerful person. Such a person can be killed. The whip in his hand suddenly rose, like a spiritual snake, and lashed towards Luo Wuji. Contempt flashed in Luo Wuji's eyes, and with a flick of his sleeves, the bone whip approaching him turned into ashes. Sheng Shike's face turned pale instantly. Xiao Hongyu, who came in shortly after, had his eyes widened, daring to attack Taoist priest Wuji. Sheng Shi is pushing the Tianjin sect to a dead end. Xiao Hongyu raised his hand, and with a strong palm wind, Sheng Shike was knocked to the wall. Puff. Cough cough cough. Shang Shi can vomit blood wildly. Boom. The wall behind her collapsed. Taoist Wuji, please atone. This is all due to the ignorance of this villain. Please forgive me, Taoist Wuji. Xiao Hongyu lowered his head and apologized. But without waiting for a reply, he looked up and found that Luo Wuji had already walked towards the house. Xiao Hongyu did not dare to stop him and could only look at the dying Sheng Shike. Do you know what crime you have committed? Sect Master, it was not me who committed the crime, but you. Don't you dare bring him here. Sheng Shike's eyes were full of coldness. She regretted not killing Su Yanran immediately. Sheng Shike couldn't explain clearly how she felt at this moment, but she knew that Luo Wuji was the opportunity sent to Su Yanran by heaven. Xiao Hongyu gritted his teeth and said, "Asshole, don't think that because you're a direct descendant of the Sheng family, I don't dare to deal with you. Kill or behead her as you please, but I advise you not to let her take Su Yanran away, otherwise the Tianjin sect will be destroyed." Sheng Shike's tone was very serious, her eyes full of determination. She has been in contact with Su Yanran for the longest time, so she naturally understands Su Yanran's character. At this time, Luo Wuji walked out of the house, his beautiful features and eyes were as beautiful as mountains and rivers, and he was indescribably graceful and elegant. He actually held a bloody woman in his arms. Luo Wuji's dark eyes fell on Xiao Hongyu. Sect Master Xiao, I will take him away and wipe out the grudges. Although what Luo Wuji said was a question, it gave people a feeling that there was no room for resistance. Okay, thank you Taoist priest Wuji for your noble hand. Xiao Hongyu thanked him, saluted, and watched Luo Wuji leave with his sword. Ha ha ha, fighting with the sky and the earth, it's hard to change your fate after all. Sheng Shi was so funny that he was a little crazy. Xiao Hongyu didn't know why. He guessed right. This was the first time for Taoist Wuji to meet Su Yanran, right? Xiao Hongyu didn't know that he would regret this moment. The scene returns to Lingyun sect and the top of Yunshao mountain. Ning Xiu looked at Bailey Wenyu who looked depressed and said jokingly, "Sixth junior brother, does your face hurt?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 119 Not comforted. Bailey Wenyu was like an eggplant beaten by frost, looking at Feng Qingbran who was preparing to survive the calamity on the top of the mountain. Those foxy eyes were charming and full of curiosity. Fifth senior sister, what do you think the little junior sister grew up on? It becomes harder and harder for others to advance as they go through cultivation, but it becomes easier and easier for her like taking drugs. Sixth junior brother, don't be depressed and boldly admit the gap between you and junior sister. I won't look down on you. Ning Xiu patted Bailey Wenyu on the shoulder sympathetically. The steps above her head swayed, making her whole body look more agile and beautiful. Fifth senior sister, I don't feel comforted, Bailey Wenyu said in a helpless tone. He is still at the peak of his golden elixir. The younger junior sister actually advanced one step ahead of him. It was so annoying that people were comparing themselves to each other. Bailey Wenyu's eyes fell on Mu Chanjue. I heard Liu Kanglan say to Mu Chanjue, "Chanjue, do you still remember what you said before? Senior brother, can you please not mention this matter?" Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes were gloomy, and the depression on his face was no less than that of Bailey Wen. It wasn't that he was unhappy when Feng Qingbran was promoted, but that he regretted it. He actually vowed at the beginning that it would be absolutely impossible for his junior sister to advance to nascent soul within 4 years. As a result, the junior sister not only achieved it, she also achieved it a year ahead of schedule. Chanjue, do you still remember the agreement we made 3 years ago? Liu Kanglan's eyes were warm and his tone was calm. Liu Kanglan actually didn't expect that Feng Qingbran could advance so quickly. He just wanted to take a gamble at the beginning. If he won, he would gain, and if he lost, he would not lose anything. Senior brother, feel free to mention it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely keep the promise. Mu Chanjue nodded and suddenly realized that when he made the bet 3 years ago, he did not put forward any conditions to senior brother. That's it. We have all lost, and there is no point in talking about this anymore. Liu Kanglan took out a jade slip from the space and handed it to Mu Chanjue. Then I'm welcome. I'll give you 1,000 copies of everything on this, and then I'll have to give me a % discount on the price. Mu Chanjue took the jade slip and took a look, his peach blossom eyes widened immediately. Mu Chanjue rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe the content on the jade slip. Elder brother, within a year. Are you sure you wrote it correctly? Mu Chanjue's whole body felt bad. Liu Kanglan analyzed with a smile. In 1 year, you will have to participate in the trials, and then you will have to participate in the spirit fighting competition. It will take several years before you can return to Qingyun State again, so within 1 year is very reasonable. After hearing this, Mu Chanju's face was full of resentment. Senior brother, you really don't treat me as a human being. The 1,000-leaf umbrella you want will take me at least 4 months to complete. And this heavy-duty crossbow, the Yan Fei Shuang. All of them are 1,000 pieces. Adding all these things together, it will take me at least 10 years to make them. You only give me 1 year. Also, you deducted nearly half of my wages. You are so evil. After Mu Chanjue finished complaining, he stared at Liu Kanglan with a pair of peach blossom eyes, hoping that Liu Kanglan would speak less. Liu Kanglan's unparalleled face still had a warm smile. It might have taken you a long time before, but now you have the strange fire. As long as you work hard day and night, you can definitely complete it within a year. Besides, I have prepared all the materials needed for refining the weapon for Qianju. Liu Kanglan said and handed Mu Chanjue a storage ring directly. There are also spiritual fruits here to replenish your spiritual power. I have prepared a year's supply, so you don't have to worry. Mu Chanjue didn't know what expression to make, so he took the things numbly. Senior brother, you are so considerate. Employers like you are rare. Mu Chanjue's words sounded like he was gritting his teeth. But Liu Kanglan didn't care. He knew that Mu Chanjue could completely refine these things within a year. Mu Chanjue put away the jade slips and rings, swaying his jade fan gently, unable to hide his noble and elegant look. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Senior brother, are you teaming up with your junior sister to deliberately trick me? Liu Kanglan's warm eyes were filled with a smile. Chanjue, you are thinking too much. I just guessed some things, so I am sure that the junior sister can advance to nascent soul within 4 years. What? Mu Chanjue asked. 5 years ago, when Jinggong came to Kanglan Peak and gave away things, he said that those things were given to me by my junior sister, so I asked a few more questions. Liu Kanglan paused for a moment and looked at Bailey who was approaching. Wen Yue and Ning Shiyu. Bailey Wenyu's face was full of curiosity. Senior brother, please continue talking. Liu Kanglan continued. Jinggong said that junior sister went to a place where she has been practicing for hundreds of years. She will be promoted soon. If the spiritual energy on my peak is gone, don't worry about it. I guess the place where junior sister went. You have all been there too. Being able to stay in that place for hundreds of years means that junior sister doesn't need to worry about the instability of her realm before she transforms into a god. This also means that junior sister will be promoted continuously. Everyone understood Liu Kanglan's words. However, all 3 of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Mu Chanjue's eyes were surprised. Senior brother, are you sure you are not joking? I came out 8 years after I entered. How did the junior sister do it and stay in there for hundreds of years? Liu Kanglan looked at Mu Chanjue and smiled. You were thrown out, that's different. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 120A Boycott of Involution. I don't believe it. That place is simply not suitable for ordinary people to stay. Even if there is Bigu Pill, it is impossible to stay there for hundreds of years. Bailey Wenyu shook his head. Bailey Wenyu bursts into tears every time he thinks about his days in Shifang territory. He stayed there for more than years, but he couldn't stay any longer. When he came out, he was just like a beggar. Ning Shiyu's eyes were shining with elegance and grace. She was the only one who believed that Fang Qingran could do it. Ning Shiyu asked curiously, Senior brother, do you mean to say that my junior sister will soon be able to advance to become a god? Yes, but junior sister's eagerness to advance must be related to the selection competition. Liu Kanglan said warmly. The Liu family sent him a letter before, asking him to return to the Liu family and participate in the selection competition on behalf of the Liu family. After he refused, he agreed to the owner's condition of purchasing a hidden weapon. When Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu heard that Fang Qingran would soon advance to become a god, they both looked desperate. How come the junior brothers and sisters behind them are more perverted than the last? They can accept the eldest brother's transformation into a god, but the 7th senior brother is already in the late stage of god transformation, and the 8th junior brother who has been absent all year round is actually in the early stage of god transformation. It's so off the mark. Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu looked at each other and patted each other on the shoulders. Mu Chanjue took a deep breath and said, 6th junior brother, it's a good thing I have you, otherwise I would have been swept to death. Bailey Wenyu shook his head helplessly. 4th senior brother, you must hold on, let's work together to resist this kind of involution. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes became dark, and he said innocently, yes. 6th junior brother, we must stick to our own cultivation rhythm and refuse to practice day and night. 4th senior brother, what you said makes sense. Bailey Wenyu took it seriously. He decided not to be in a hurry to advance. Anyway, with his cultivation level, he is already several steps ahead of his peers, so there is no need to worry. Ning Shiyu glanced at the 2 of them and expressed sympathy for Bailey Wenyu. The 4th senior brother was trying to trick the 6th junior brother again. Ning Shiyu thought of the selection competition and said to Liu Kanglan, Elder brother, in this selection competition, I can only take the path of talismans, spiritual cultivation and sword cultivation. There is no way for me to guarantee that I will be in the top 50. Don't worry Shiyu, I have found out all the contestants of Fulu for you. This is the information of those people. Liu Kanglan's voice was as gentle as jade, and he handed Ning Shiyu a booklet. Ning Shiyu's qualifications are not bad. If it weren't for cultivating her spiritual consciousness, she would be able to advance to nascent soul before the competition. Liu Kanglan's mind flashed back to the scene when his master picked Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu back together. Both of them were sallow and skinny, as if they had just experienced a runaway. When they first met, Qin Hanyan tightly protected Ning Shiyu, who was timid. According to the master, when he met Qin Hanyan, she was fighting for steamed buns with a group of beggars and was almost beaten to death. As for the steamed buns that Qin Hanyan grabbed, he couldn't bear to take a bite, so he gave them all to Ning Shiyu. Yi Wenshan picked them up and brought them back. After the two came to the sect, Ning Shiyu always felt insecure and always pestered Qin Hanyan, causing Qin Hanyan to be unable to concentrate on his cultivation. After staying in the Lingyun sect for more than 10 years, Ning Shiyu's personality changed dramatically. She was no longer the timid little girl she was before, but could now stand alone. Qin Hanyan was finally relieved and began to practice in seclusion for a whole year. Thank you, senior brother. Don't worry, I still have confidence in drawing the talisman. Ning Shiyu took the booklet with both hands, her eyes were radiant and clear, without any impurities. At this time, the top of the mountain. Black clouds gathered and pressure came. Elder brother, my junior sister is going to survive the tribulation. I'm going to put a talisman on my junior sister. Ning Shiyu took out 3 talismans and summoned the sword. Mo Jinggong stopped him, no need to go, she can carry it by herself. Ning Shiyu's movement with the sword paused. When did the 7th junior brother come over? It's so strange that someone as stunning as junior brother 7th can be seen at a glance. But the fact is that as long as the 7th junior brother does not leak his aura, it will be difficult for them to notice him. Even Lu Kanglan was a little surprised. He didn't know when Mo Jinggong appeared. 7th junior brother, the last time my junior sister survived the tribulation. Ning Shiyu held the talisman in her hand with worry in her eyes. She has told you not to wear talismans or use lightning protection talismans frequently. The backlash you will suffer is irreversible. Mo Jinggong's eyes were as deep as ink, and his aura around him was cold and noble. When Mu Chanjue passed through the nascent soul tribulation half a year ago, Ning Shiyu also drew 3 lightning protection talismans. Using this kind of heaven-defying talisman will not only damage your spiritual consciousness, but may also shorten your life. Ning Shiyu clenched the talisman in her hand. Of course she knew what Mo Jinggong said, but compared with this, she was more worried about Feng Qinggran getting hurt. After all, the scene where Feng Qinggran survived the tribulation last time was really thrilling. Shiyu, put it away. Since Jinggong said so, the little junior sister will definitely be fine. Lu Kanglan's eyes were solemn. Don't draw any more lightning protection charms before you transform into a god. They didn't want Ning Shiyu to ruin her promotion path just because of a lightning protection talisman. I know, senior brother, don't worry. With my current cultivation level, I can draw many kinds of talismans. There is no problem in protecting my own safety. Ning Shi's bright eyes showed warmth. 6th senior sister, I don't need a lightning protection talisman when I overcome the tribulation. Bailey Wenyu came over and said that he had seen Ning Shiyu's backlash and didn't want to see her again. Ouch. Ning Shiyu covered her forehead and let out a cry of pain. It turned out that Mu Chanjue hit her forehead with a folding fan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 121 Promotion to Nascent Soul. Shiyu, when I came down from the last tribulation, my junior sister looked at me strangely. Did you also put a lightning protection charm on me? Mu Chanjue said seriously. Half a year ago, Ning Shiyu prepared a lot of talismans for him. He was busy overcoming the tribulation and used them all before he had time to look. Only 3. Ning Shiyu pouted, feeling a little guilty. Feng Qinggran explicitly prohibited Ning Shiyu from painting any more lightning protection charms. So she secretly prepared 3 lightning protection talismans for Mu Chanjue and mixed them in a pile of talismans. Last time after Mu Chanjue survived the thunder tribulation, the junior sister didn't say anything. She thought her junior sister hadn't noticed, so she prepared secretly this time, but she was caught in the act. Ning Shiyu looked into 3 pairs of handsome eyes with scorching eyes and felt even more guilty. I promise I will never do that again in the future. HMPH. There is no basis for what you say and what you have written is written. If you dare to secretly draw such talismans again, I will never find a magical beast for you to test for poison. The talisman pen and ink will also be confiscated. Bailey Wenyu directly threw out a piece of paper and asked Ning Shiyu to write. Ning Shiyu was not afraid of Bailey Wenyu. She didn't want to write, but when she met Mo Jinggong's eyes. Ning Shiyu shrank her neck, obediently wrote a letter of guarantee and handed it to Bailey Wenyu. She planned to ask Bailey Wenyu to come back when she returned. As a result, Bailey Wenyu took her letter of guarantee, walked up to Mo Jinggong, and handed it to Mo Jinggong. Ning Shiyu watched helplessly as Mo Jinggong put away the guarantee letter. My whole heart felt cold. Hey. She doesn't give in to anyone but Mo Jinggong. 5th senior sister, remember what you said. Once you violate the rules, I will find 7th junior brother to deal with it. Bailey Wenyu said proudly. Ning Shiyu, 6th junior brother, don't be too happy too soon. 5th senior sister, with the strength of our bodies, there will be no problem in the thunder tribulation before the tribulation period. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold. Boom. Feng Qinggran was struck by the first thunderbolt as he crossed over to the nascent soul. Feng Qinggran sat cross-legged, absorbing the power of thunder tribulation, her expression as usual. Several people discovered that the pressure and power of the first thunder tribulation were normal. There is a big difference from the last golden elixir. A few people felt relaxed after mentioning it. Hidden in the black clouds in the sky is a fat mass of black clouds. It was the eye that shrouded the sky, and it wanted to kill Feng Qinggran, but they had a contract. It also wanted to increase the force of the thunder and make Feng Qinggran suffer more, but after it was done, it was the unlucky one. After the last Jindan thunder tribulation, it hid itself, but was found by Mo Jinggong. That painful experience is something I never want to recall again. Soon, the second thunder tribulation fell gently. Feng Qinggran felt her body being numbed by the thunder tribulation, and felt a little strange. Something was wrong with this thunder tribulation. The thunder in the last golden elixir stage wanted to kill her. Today, Lei is actually helping her to temper her body, step by step. Fang Qingran calmly concentrated and circulated the power of thunder and lightning in his body, sending it to the golden elixir and refining it. But no one is perfect under the thunder tribulation. When the fifth lightning strike struck, Fang Qingran's skin and flesh were burned as black as charcoal. Fang Qingran ignored the pain in her body and concentrated on refining the power of thunder and lightning, transforming the golden elixir into nascent soul. The evolution of the golden elixir into nascent soul is the key to overcoming the tribulation. Many monks who failed to transcend the nascent soul tribulation were because they unintentionally transformed the golden elixir into the nascent soul during the thunder tribulation, resulting in their failure to transcend the tribulation. After the golden elixir fails to overcome the tribulation, you can wait another 10 years to overcome the tribulation again. The colorful golden elixir in Fang Qingran's danshan was changing. The golden elixir gradually grew small limbs, and then a burst of light cyan light emitted from the danshan. When he looked at it again, Jindan had turned into a villain. The villain was very cute, and he was almost carved out of the same mold as Fang Qingran. There was a little blue mark between the villain's eyebrows, but Fang Qingran couldn't see clearly what it was yet. Stepping into Yuanying means that she is one step closer to becoming a god. She must advance to become a god within the remaining 5 years. The difference between Jindan's promotion to Yuanying and Yuanying's promotion to god is not even a tiny bit. For the remaining 5 years, she can relax even a little bit. Fang Qingran withdrew his consciousness from his danshan and concentrated on facing the thunder disaster. What's more, he didn't realize that a mysterious force was teasing nascent soul in her danshan. Not far away, several people saw Fang Qingran's expression and guessed everything. Mu Chanju's peach blossom eyes were full of smiles. Junior sister is in the nascent soul stage. From now on, she only needs to undergo the thunder tribulation body refining. There will be no danger. Lu Kanglan said with some worry. There is also a thunder to ask the heart. Last time Fang Qingran was interrogating Xin Lei, something went wrong. I wonder if she can interrogate Xin Lei this time. Inner demons usually get worse and worse. After junior sister has overcome the thunder tribulation, we can go out to practice soon. Ning Shiyu said happily. It's still early. It will take at least half a year to stabilize the realm. Bailey Wenyu has been stuck at the peak of Jindan. He planned to go out to practice half a year ago. As a result, Mu Chanjue was caught in a spiritual rain 6 months ago during his tribulation, which delayed his training time. This time, there will be another spiritual rain, and it will take at least a few more months to adjust the breath. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 122. Rumble. Above the sky, black clouds pressed down, approaching Fang Qingran. The 17th question of Heart Thunder strikes. Fang Qingran's expression suddenly changed, and her whole body exuded a cold aura. Fang Qingran saw the scene again, the scene he saw at the time of Jindan. And there is more things. This time the scene was not covered in blood, but grey and white. In the picture, she was being pointed at by thousands of people, and everyone looked at her with disgust. Everyone yelled and beat her wherever she went, and she tried her best to explain something. But no one believed her. She was so devastated that she chose to stay away from everyone, but at this time, they refused to let her leave. They captured her and tortured her. Finally, the scene changed rapidly, and she was thrown on the snow, with all her limbs severed. There was a tall figure above the snow, with his back to her. He exuded a cold and aloof aura. She struggled desperately, trying to explain something to that person. Fang Qingran couldn't help but clenched her fists. Why do you have to be so humble? Wrong. She can't be like this. That was what happened to Fang Qingran in the original work. But Fang Qingran felt something was wrong. Those experiences were as if she had experienced them herself. These scenes are definitely not the scenes she imagined. It should be deeply ingrained in her mind. Fang Qingran had a bold guess. Maybe she was the person in the book. But for some unknown reason, she awakened her consciousness and was no longer controlled by the plot in the book. Is she reborn? Click. Fang Qingran suddenly felt as if the shackles in her body were being broken. Some unfamiliar memories suddenly poured into her sea of consciousness. The gentle and demure mother, the hateful-looking woman, and the calf brother escaped from the village on their 11th birthday. Then he met Su Yanran at the sect conference and entered the Tianjin sect. Later, he lost his use value and died in the back mountain of Tianjin sect. After her death, she felt unwilling and her ghost wandered everywhere. After that, the world became completely white. But still not right. If she was reborn, how come she knew she was living in a book? So she is not only reborn, but she may also be a person who travels through the book. For a moment, Fang Qingran's thoughts were confused, her breath was weak, and her inner demons began to cause trouble again. Fang Qingran suddenly woke up. Whether she travels through the book or is reborn, her first priority is to become stronger. So strong that no one can match it. Strong enough to cover the sky with one hand. At that time, the truth will definitely come out. Fang Qingran stabilized her mind and withstood the 18 thunder tribulations. She did not move and entered the cultivation state again. The power of the 18 thunder tribulations could not be wasted. When Fang Qingran was refining the power of thunder and lightning, the nascent soul in his danshan had a faint hint of purple. By the time Fang Qingran stabilized her realm, it was already 3 months before she opened her eyes again. She looked down the mountain, where stood a young man in black clothes. Fang Qingran stood up and performed a cleansing spell, feeling refreshed all over. She came down with her sword and came to Mo Jinggong. Senior brother 7th, I've been waiting for a long time. Fang Qingran's eyes were as bright as stars, and her eyes were like crescent moons. The aura in them seemed to overflow, and her appearance became more beautiful and elegant. Soon, Mo Jinggong's dark starry eyes flashed with warmth, and his crimson lips were slightly curved. Seventh senior brother, what state have you reached? Fang Qingren's apricot eyes sparkled, and she felt that the seventh senior brother's aura was calmer. Late stage of divine transformation. Mo Jinggong said casually. FCK, seventh senior brother, you are simply not. Ugh, why are you still hitting people? Fang Qingran pouted, covering her forehead, her almond-shaped eyes were watery and clear and bright. Mo Jinggong chuckled softly, don't use bad words. You are not a human being. You will be promoted to nascent soul in 3 years. Fang Qingran. Did you agree not to curse? Senior brother seventh, how long is it until the selection competition? There are still 8 months, Mo Jinggong said softly. Master, have you signed up for us? Fang Qingren's eyes widened. There are only 8 months left. She still has a lot of things to do. I don't think so. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes flashed. Then go find Master quickly. The two men wielded swords and came to Wenshan Peak. As soon as we entered the mountain, the aroma of wine came. The corners of Fang Qingren's mouth twitched. How much wine did Master drink? Boom. There was a sound in the distance. Fang Qingran followed the sound and looked over, and saw Yi Wenshan falling from the tree. Then Yi Wenshan turned over and continued to sleep. Fang Qingran. She recalled that when she first met Yi Wenshan, he smelled of alcohol and looked like he was not awake. Master, Master, wake up quickly. Fang Qingran walked to Yi Wenshan and shouted several times, but no one paid attention. Yi Wenshan held the wine gourd, turned over, turned his back to Fang Qingran, and snored. A jar of Tai-Bai immortal brew. Mo Jinggong didn't finish his words. Yi Wenshan rubbed the ground, stood up, and said drunkenly, Where is Tai-Bai Xianjiang? Fang Qingran rolled her eyes. There were 2 such big people, but the master just turned a blind eye. He closed his eyes and looked for wine. Master, I have wine here. I need you to exchange it for the sect leader's order. As soon as Fang Qingran finished speaking, a token flew into her hand. Then a big hand stretched out in front of her and murmured, Bring the wine. Mo Jinggong flicked his sleeves, and a jar of wine fell into Yi Wenshan's hands. After Yi Wenshan got the wine, he turned around and left with the jar in his arms. Yi Wenshan explained it perfectly. Apprentice. What apprentice? He can't see it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 123. You're a little in the way here. Fang Qingran stared with apricot eyes. Seventh senior brother, why is master so addicted to alcohol? Mo Jinggong's eyes shone with complicated light. He has his own reasons, you will know later. That's it again, can't I know now? Fang Qingran puffed up her cheeks, looking really cute. Yes, he needs wine to relieve the pain. His strength has long been able to advance to the integration stage, but due to a 100-year agreement, he cannot advance. He has been suppressing the realm, and his danshan will be very painful. A flash of understanding flashed in Fang Qingren's eyes. She asked why there was no trace of spiritual energy in Tianfeng. It turned out that the master had excess spiritual energy. People with excess spiritual energy will generally be in agony as long as there is a trace of spiritual energy in the place where they stay. Then why does the master keep running away? And who is it that insists on making a 100-year agreement with the master? Fang Qingran was puzzled by the agreement that he would not be promoted for 100 years. Mo Jinggong's eyes were complicated. Master is looking for a secret realm. The person who made a 100-year agreement with him is Taoist priest Wu Ji. Taoist priest Wu Ji used a secret trick to defeat the master and forced him to sign the 100-year agreement. When mentioning Taoist Wu Ji, Mo Jinggong's tone was slightly cold. Fang Qingran narrowed her eyes slightly. Taoist Wu Ji. Su Yanran's master, but she remembered Taoist master Wu Ji, who was always upright and above board, always humble and courteous in his dealings with others. Taoist Wu Ji made a century-old pact with his master. Must he have bad intentions? Senior brother seventh, what secret realm is master looking for? Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with doubts. What secret realm can make a virtual god never forget it? The winner of the spirit fighting competition will enter the secret realm. Master suspects that there is something wrong with that secret realm. A trace of coldness appeared on Mo Jinggong's brows, and his clothes were windless, as if he was banished to an immortal. Isn't that secret realm specially designed to cultivate powerful people who can transform into gods? What problems could there be? Fang Qingren's eyes flashed slightly, but she didn't think of anything. In her memory, Su Yanran also entered that secret realm. We need to know this after we go in, Mo Jinggong said solemnly. Yi Wenshan didn't mention the spirit fighting competition before. They were just worried that something might happen to them when they entered the secret realm. Yi Wenshan has been searching for that secret realm for these years, but he couldn't find any clues. Fang Qingran didn't ask any more questions. She picked up the sect leader's order and was about to put it away when Mo Jinggong suddenly said, Wait a minute. Mo Jinggong stretched out his slender hand in front of Fang Qingran and took the sect leader's order from her hand. Senior brother seventh, do you have any questions? Fang Qingran asked curiously. Could it be that Yi Wenshan got it wrong? No, Mo Jinggong's phoenix eyes were like stars, extremely deep. Mo Jinggong looked at the lost luster of Bianhua on the boundary order. His eyes were gleaming, the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and then he returned the boundary order to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran held the boundary order in confusion and put it into the space. Qingyun Prefecture, Prefecture City. Fang Qingran and Ning Xiyu were responsible for shopping in front. Mo Jinggong and Bailey Wenyu were responsible for paying the spirit stones from behind. Qinghe Tower, little junior sister, I heard that the things in Qinghe Tower are all genuine treasures and there will be no fake ones. Let's go shopping here. Ning Xiyu happily took Fang Qingran and let the people in Qinghe Tower walk. Fang Qingran's refusal was not spoken out. If possible, Fang Qingran would not want to enter Qinghe Tower. She was afraid of what Ning Xiyu would think after entering. After all, the things in Qinghe building are all the leftovers she picked out for all the senior brothers and sisters. Mo Jinggong's red lips were slightly hooked, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Bailey Wenyu was very happy. These two ancestors were finally going to find a place to rest. They agreed to come out to practice, but they ended up spending 4 or 5 days shopping. It wasn't that he felt sorry for the Spirit Stone, but shopping was simply a kind of torture. The first floor of Qinghe Building is extremely spacious and has a dazzling array of products. When Mo Jinggong and Bailey Wenyu followed, they found that Fang Qingbran and Ning Xiyu seemed to have forgotten them. Standing next to them was a handsome young man who was introducing things to them thoughtfully. At this time, a girl with an exquisite figure walked towards the two of them. The girl's appearance was perfect and she said in a soft voice, "Hello, gentlemen, welcome to Qinghe Tower. I wonder if there is anything special you want to buy." "No, no need, get out of the way." Bailey Wenyu's fox eyes became dangerous. This Qinghe Tower doesn't look serious at first glance. When encountering male monks, they use pretty maids to greet guests. When he meets a female monk, he greets her with a handsome man. Qinghe Tower has ulterior motives. The maid left Bendu with a humble attitude and said, "Sorry for disturbing the guest's enjoyment. I will leave now, but if the guest encounters any problems in Qinghe Tower, you can call someone." After the maid finished speaking, she withdrew without even looking at Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu, could it be that he is too worried? He looked again and found that Mo Jinggong had already walked over to Fang Qingbran. "Bailey Wenyu. 7th junior brother, you are the 6th child. Wow, junior sister, this Biyu Yao is so beautiful, I like it so much." Ning Xiyu held the beautiful Biyu Yao in her hand and was overjoyed. The attendant on the side introduced, "Guest, this is a 6th grade defensive magic weapon. It can ensure that your hair will not be messed up during a fight." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 124 Senior Sister 5 is inhumane. Ning Xi's eyes were filled with joy. Qinghe Tower really understands me. Do you have other types of defensive weapons here? The attendant glanced at Fang Qingbran with respect in his eyes. Fang Qingbran winked at the attendant. "Don't look at it. If you look at it again, the secret will be exposed." "Guest, what kind do you like? We have a complete range of magical instruments in Qinghe Tower, including defensive instruments designed to protect the skin to prevent damage to the face during battle." The attendant introduced them one by one, with great patience. Ning Xiyu heard what the attendant said and waved her hand. "Come up and take a look at everything you mentioned." The attendant nodded. "Guests, why don't you come with me to the private room upstairs? I will send you everything you want to see." "Let's go. Take me to the private room." Bailey Wenyu walked over and handed over the Spirit Stone directly. Ning Xiyu shook her head. "No need. It's fun to go shopping like this." Ning Xiyu really didn't want to sit down. She was in Lingyun sect and almost vomited while sitting and drawing talismans. It was finally released and I had to walk more. 5th senior sister, aren't you tired? Don't your legs hurt? Bailey Wenyu was a little discouraged, feeling that 5th senior sister was even more terrifying. Ning Xiyu narrowed her eyes slightly. "If junior brother 6 is tired, you can go back to the inn and lie down." The more Bailey Wen thought about the poisons Ning Xiyu had concocted, a chill ran down his spine, and he said flatteringly, "No. No need. I like spending time with 5th senior sister the most." Even the monsters couldn't handle the poison, and he couldn't even handle it. Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong looked at each other and shook their heads. It was true that one thing was suppressed by another. Every time 6th senior brother faced 5th senior sister, he was completely defeated. "I don't need you to accompany me anymore. You should go to the private room to rest. 7th junior brother is here for the eyes, but you are a bit in the way." Ning Xi's eyes were as bright as a brilliance, smart and graceful. "Bailey Wenyu. I don't want to talk, I'm tired." Fang Qingbran blinked her almond-shaped eyes slightly. 7th senior brother, you and 6th senior brother should go and rest first. I can just accompany 5th senior sister." Mo Jinggong nodded, ignored the stunned Bailey Wenyu, and followed the new attendant away. 7th junior brother, wait for me." Bailey Wenyu calmed down and hurriedly caught up with Mo Jinggong. The little junior sister is so gentle to the 7th junior brother. So envious. Woo woo woo. When would 5th senior sister be able to do this to him? After Mo Jinggong and Bailey Wenyu left, Ning Xiyu pulled Fang Qingbran to continue choosing things. The things they choose will be sent to the private room, and they don't want to give them spiritual stones. Junior sister, when they send things to the private room, aren't they afraid that someone will put them directly into the storage space and take them away secretly? Ning Xiyu whispered in Fang Qingbran's ear. Fang Qingbran picked up a magic weapon and pointed at a place. 5th senior sister, everything here is marked. If the marks are not erased, there is no way to put it into the space. Ning Xiyu's eyes widened, looking at the almost inaudible mark. "Little junior sister, how did you know?" "You may not have paid attention to what the attendant said just now." Fang Qingbran explained guiltily. She couldn't tell Ning Xiyu that she had researched this mark. Really, Ning Xiyu was confused, but didn't pursue it too much. Ning Xiyu quickly put this matter behind her and continued walking to the next area. "Junior sister, I really admire the owner of Qinghe Building. The structure inside Qinghe Building is very popular with me. It's very comfortable to walk around." Ning Xiyu looked at one place and pulled Fang Qingbran over. "All they sell are beautiful brocade clothes. Guests, this is the fairy palace. I can't follow you in. I'll wait for you outside." The attendant, who had always had no sense of presence, said. Ning Xiyu waved her hand and walked in with Fang Qingbran. A good-looking maid came up and said with a smile, "Welcome to beautiful guests, enter the fairy hall, you can try on all the clothes in the house. If you are not satisfied with the clothes here, you can tell your request. We customize as required." Really, Ning Xi's eyes were shining brightly, and she pulled Fang Qingbran out. "First, give her 70 or 80 defensive robes, make them look good." In Ning Xiu's impression, Fang Qingbran always wore the same clothes after coming to Lingyun sect. 5th senior sister, I don't have to. Fang Qingren's mouth twitched. 70 or 80 pieces. Don't be afraid, your fifth senior sister has stones, you can spend them as you like. Ning Xiyu was extremely heroic. Also, pick me another 70 or 80 sets of clothes suitable for an icy beauty. Maid. Come on people. Big deal. Fang Qingran. Fifth senior sister likes to make money, is it just to spend it without any scruples? However, before Fang Qingran could react, Ning Xiyu raised her hand. Take that red dress off and let me take a look. The maid ignored her manners and quickly took the red coat and handed it to Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu picked up the skirt, compared it with Fang Qingran, and nodded with satisfaction. I bought this one and delivered it to Tianzu Yajing. Just as the maid was about to take over the dress, an arrogant and domineering female voice sounded. Wait a minute. I want this skirt. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 125. The maid looked at the woman in red standing at the entrance with an apology on her face. Guest, I'm sorry, this red dress was the first thing that this guest took a fancy to. I have 3 times more stones. The girl in red looked arrogant and glanced at Ning Xiyu and Fang Qingran with disdain. The maid's expression did not change when she heard the 3 times the stone. Guest, our fairy palace has many clothes suitable for you. You can look around. HMPH. The girl in red frowned and raised the whip in her hand, like a snake unfolding. I will pay 10 times as much. The maid still looked apologetic. Guest, our rule at Qinghe Tower is first come, first served. Please don't embarrass me. The girl in red said displeasedly. Qinghe Tower is just a dog raised by Shumo auction house. Where are the rules? She had heard it before from her uncle. Qinghe Tower's current status is all due to the support of Shumo auction house and Tongwen Pavilion. When Fang Qingran heard this, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold look. The cooperation between Qinghe Tower and Shumo Pavilion is like this in the eyes of others. It seems like she needs to reconsider sending her babies for photos. Fang Qingran calmed down and ignored the girl in red, but Ning Xiyu couldn't bear it anymore. Ning Xi said with a joyful voice like a silver bell, there are indeed no rules for raising an unfamiliar dog, and it will already growl at its owner. Beautiful sister, take out this dress and burn it. It's really unlucky for you and a dog to fall in love with the same dress. Ning Xiyu handed the red dress in her hand to the maid, and then gave her 10 top-quality spiritual stones. Ning Xiyu didn't even look at the girl in red during the whole process. Good guest. The maid suppressed her smile and took the clothes. This guest is really swearing without using any curse words. When the girl in red heard Ning Xiyu's words, her cheeks turned red with anger. Stop. Snapped. The girl in red flipped her wrist and whipped the whip towards Ning Xiyu. She has never been so angry. She, a member of the Luo family, was coaxed wherever she went, and no one had ever dared to treat her like this. The maid looked shocked when she saw that the whip was about to hit Ning Xiyu. Fang Qingran watched the whip approaching Ning Xiyu without making any movement. Ning Xiyu raised her fair hand, holding a talisman between her fingertips. When the whip passed in front of her, Ning Xiyu leaned back slightly, and the talisman in her hand emitted a burst of red light and flew to the whip. Swish! The flames quickly spread throughout the whip. What? The girl in red turned pale instantly and threw the whip away. The maid looked panicked. Once the fire started burning, all the clothes in the palace would be destroyed. Don't worry, beauty sister, the flames won't burn your clothes. Ning Xi comforted her with bright eyes. The maid didn't listen to Ning Xiyu's words and had already taken out the sound transmission board to call someone. There was a panic in the fairy palace. Only Fang Qingran and Ning Xiyu were calm and relaxed. No, look, the fire seems to be holding the whip, preventing it from falling. Someone exclaimed. Really, isn't this amazing? There are actually such magical talismans. I'm going to buy some later. While everyone was talking, the flames gradually extinguished. The whip above was burned to ashes, and Ning Xiyu raised her hand again and threw out a talisman. The talisman flew up, rotated in a circle, and all the ashes disappeared. Then the talisman returned to Ning Xiyu's hands. Everyone stared blankly at the place where the whip disappeared. Everything that just happened seemed to be everyone's illusion. Fang Qingran's eyes showed joy and she said crisply, Fifth senior sister, what is the name of this talisman? This is a garbage storage talisman that will automatically absorb suspended dust. It is my latest research. Newly researched. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with sharpness. They had explicitly banned Ning Xiyu from researching new talismans. Little junior sister, you must not talk to sixth junior brother about this matter. I promise you won't do it again in the future. Ning Xiyu looked guilty, and she accidentally exposed it. She was actually anxious, mainly because everyone was making progress in cultivation and she was the only one standing still. If she doesn't hurry up, sooner or later she will be far away from everyone in Lingyun sect. Fang Qingran sighed, a little helpless. She could understand Ning Xiyu's anxiety. Fifth senior sister, don't be anxious. You have accumulated a lot of experience. You are just settling now. At the same time, Fang Qingran communicated with Yuan Bao in the space and asked about the situation of Juchu Ganoderma. Master, don't worry, give me another 100 years, I will definitely cultivate Juchu Ganoderma. Yuan Bao vowed. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. 100 years. Fifth senior sister must not be able to wait any longer and must find a way to speed up the growth of Juchu Ganoderma. Fang Qingran's mind flashed to Shifang realm. Maybe he could send Juchu Ganoderma to Chi to raise it and then take it out. It only took the blink of an eye before and after. After these things were done, she went back to Lingyun sect. Ning Xiyu quickly came out of her depression, continued to choose clothes and go shopping. Don't worry about cultivation. Anyway, I still have you to protect me. At this time, the girl in red also recovered from her fear. Her eyes turned cold and clammy when she looked at Fang Qingran and Ning Xiyu, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. You were simply looking for death. The girl in red's voice was filled with murderous intent as she stood in front of Fang Qingbran and Ning Xiyu. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 126. Your uncle has something to do with your brain retardation. 3 guests, fighting is prohibited in Qinghe Tower. The maid was busy trying to persuade them. Go away. This girl wants to kill someone, and you don't need to take care of it. The girl in red's eyes flashed with viciousness. Ning Xiyu protected Fang Qingbran behind her, her eyes filled with coldness. Little junior sister, protect yourself later. Ning Xiyu raised her wrist and pointed her sword at the girl in red. If you want to fight, I don't want to have a fight and destroy other people's things. You, the girl in red glared. You're a late-stage Jindan monk, what can you do to be so arrogant? The girl in red was so angry that she wanted to cut Ning Xiyu into pieces. You are only at the peak of the golden core, aren't you quite arrogant? Ning Xiyu's eyes showed sarcasm. She really didn't understand where the girl's natural sense of superiority came from. They did their shopping properly and didn't bother the girl in red at all. As a result, the girl grabbed things as soon as she came in and tried to destroy them. The girl's whip just now was clearly aimed at her and junior sister's faces. How do you know the peak of my golden core? The girl in red was a little surprised. In the later stage of the golden core, it is impossible to see through the cultivation of those at the peak of the golden core. I didn't know at first, but now I know. Ning Xiyu was dressed in a yellow dress, her face was as crystal clear as jade, her face was like a flower, her figure was graceful, and she was full of agility. The girl in red was stunned for a moment, then realized, are you kidding me? Did you hear it? There is less water in your head than I thought. Ning Xiyu's voice was brisk. When Ning Xiyu saw the girl, she was so angry that she couldn't speak, and continued, but having said that, do you want to fight or not? If you want to fight, hurry up and don't delay my shopping. Fang Qingbran stood behind Ning Xiyu and did not stop Ning Xiyu. 5th senior sister has been staying in Lingyun sect, and now she can't come out. Let her vent for a while. I only need to protect the safety of 5th senior sister, and leave the rest to 5th senior sister. The maid became even more anxious when she saw the 2 people at war with each other. Why hasn't the shopkeeper come yet? The girl in red was angry and said arrogantly, do you know who I am? How dare you fight me? Ning Xiyu flipped her wrist, and the sword in her hand disappeared. She crossed her arms. Who are you? Does it have anything to do with me hitting you? Girl in red. How should she answer this? My uncle is Bailey Yuanmo, the master of Shumo Pavilion. The girl in red announced her family name. She wanted to see fear on Ning Xiyu's face. Oh, that's awesome, but your uncle is the pavilion master of Shumo Pavilion. What does it have to do with you? Is it because he is the pavilion master that you become mentally retarded? Ning Xiyu asked curiously. There is really nothing to be afraid of when a fox pretends to be a tiger. Her senior brother is still the future young master of the Lu family. Her second senior brother is still the head of the Dagu family. Third senior sister is still an 8th grade alchemist. Ellipsis. Is she proud? Ning Xi's eyes were bright and her voice was like a silver bell. Looking at you like this, it probably doesn't matter. I guess you forgot to bring your brain when you were reincarnated. You. The girl in red pointed at Ning Xiyu, her fingers trembling, wanting to rush forward and strangle Ning Xiyu to death. The girl in red flipped her wrist, and another whip appeared in her hand. Her eyes were fierce, and she whipped the whip straight towards Ning Xiyu. She didn't believe that Ning Xiyu still had the talisman. Ning Xiyu raised her hand and held the sword flower. When the whip wrapped around the sword, he pulled it back, then quickly turned around and drew out the sword. Boom. The girl in red sat down on the ground, her expression dull, not as arrogant and domineering as before, but still cute. Swish. The girl's face was red from face to neck. There were muffled laughs all around. The maid lowered her head, almost holding back her internal injuries. Pity. Their Qinghe Tower has rules. No matter what embarrassing things the guests do, they cannot laugh at the guests, otherwise their wages will be deducted. What? The girl in red reacted and screamed, sometimes ashamed, sometimes angry. She originally wanted to intimidate the 2 of them, and then kill them when they begged for mercy and became deeply frightened. But she never thought that the result would be like this. Fortunately, no one here knows her. Otherwise, how could she have the dignity to survive? The expression of the girl in red keeps changing, she can't stand this humiliation. Uncle Jung, kill them without leaving their souls behind. The girl in red stared at Fang Qingbran and Ning Xiyu as if they were looking at dead people. The girl in red just finished speaking. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and a suffocating pressure came. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces, some regretting not escaping in time, and even more worried that the girl would get angry with them. The maid's face was as white as snow and her voice trembled as she said, Guest, this is Qinghe Tower, no killing is allowed. The girl in red glanced at the maid. Humph. You little slave, Uncle Jung will kill her first, and then kill the other 2 slowly. I want to watch them die from fear. As the red-clothed girl's voice fell, an invisible sharp blade cut towards the maid. The maid's body was stiff, her expression was stunned, and her pupils were dilated. The feeling of being on the verge of death made her lose the ability to escape. Just when the sharp blade was about to cut into the maid, a cyan figure moved quickly, pulled the maid aside, and avoided the fatal attack. Wow. The clothes hanging behind the maid were broken into pieces and fell all over the floor. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 127 Unbelievable. When the maid saw this scene, her legs weakened and she collapsed on the ground, murmuring, thank you. Yo, I haven't noticed yet. There is a little baby in the nascent soul stage here. It's interesting. An old voice sounded out of thin air, with excitement in the voice. Apparently when Fang Qingbran was rescuing people, Uncle Jung captured her leaked aura. The girl in red's eyes fell on Fang Qingbran, her expression extremely ugly. Uncle Jung, what do you mean? Miss, that little kid in green is in the early stage of yuanying. Uncle Jung explained. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were condensed, and the peeping gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. Feng Qingran guessed that the Uncle Jung mentioned by the girl in red was at least in the early stage of becoming a god, or even higher. The sharp blade that appeared out of thin air just now is the best evidence. Feng Qingran's eyes became wary. Uncle Jung could kill them quietly, so why did he have to make such a big fuss? He was testing them, testing whether they could kill, testing whether they had a protector behind them. It seems that Uncle Jung has more brains than the girl in red. Ning Xiyu is a golden elixir and cannot sense Uncle Jung's cultivation, but she understands that this Uncle Jung in the dark is probably very powerful. Ning Xiyu stuffed the talisman into Feng Qingran's hand and said nothing. But Feng Qingran understood what Ning Xiyu meant. She wanted her to run away quickly. She was holding her back here. When the girl in red heard Uncle Jung's address, she looked at Feng Qingran again, frowned and asked, Uncle Jung, how old is she? Judging from the bone age, he is only 18 or 19 years old. Uncle Jung sounded appreciative. The girl in red's eyes widened and she said in surprise, how is this possible? Uncle Jung, are you kidding me? How is it possible for someone in such a low-level state to reach nascent soul before the age of 20? In the Kyushu continent, Kingyun State ranks 6th and is relatively lacking in resources and spiritual energy. Cultivating in a place like this, anyone who can build a foundation before the age of 20 is already a genius. How could someone reach the nascent soul before the age of 20? Feng Qingran wore a light-colored green dress, giving people a sense of clarity and lightness. The face is as crystal clear as jade, and a pair of apricot eyes are as clear as glass, with a slight coldness, which makes the whole person more elegant and unparalleled. Seeing Feng Qingran like this, a feeling of jealousy rushed into the heart of the girl in red. She came to Kingyun Prefecture just to borrow Kingyun Prefecture's quota. And now tell her that there is a year-old nascent soul in Kingyun Prefecture. Doesn't that mean that she has no way to win the first place? Do not. She will never allow anyone to take away her first place. Uncle Jung, what about her? The girl in red pointed at Ning Xiyu. This little girl seems to have had her consciousness damaged, and her cultivation has retreated from the peak of the golden core to the late stage, but her strength is far superior to that of the young lady. Uncle Jung said with a hint of appreciation in his tone. What? The girl in red was very unconvinced. She wanted to find some comfort, but she was even more shocked. Uncle Jung, how old is she? Only 50, Uncle Jung said. The girl in red showed shock on her face. Ning Xiyu was more than 10 years younger than her. How can this be? Wrong. Within 100 years of age, a monk who has broken through the golden elixir can only maintain his appearance after he is 20 years old at most. But Ning Xiyu looked to be only 4 years old. Her skin was as beautiful as snow, and she was extremely pretty. She was dressed in yellow clothes, which made her whole body look radiant. To be able to maintain such an appearance, Ning Xiyu must have taken the 9th grade beauty pill. And there is only one alchemist on this continent who can refine the 9th grade beauty pill. That alchemist is now a guest of the Bailey family. Could it be that Feng Qingran and Ning Xiyu knew people from the Bailey family? This is even more impossible. She knew that among the most outstanding juniors in the Bailey family, they were definitely not among them. There is another way for Ning Xiyu to maintain her beauty, and that is to practice evil arts. The girl in red was even more murderous towards the two of them. The existence of these two people is definitely a strong enemy. We must kill them before they grow up. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes were slightly cold. After careful observation, she found that the eyebrows of the girl in red and the 6th senior brother were somewhat similar. The girl's uncle is Bailey Yuanmo, and the 6th senior brother is also named Bailey. In other words, the girl is related to 6th senior brother. Uncle Jung, these two people are definitely evil cultivators, kill them. The girl in red said in a cold and stern voice. Miss, are you sure? Uncle Jung didn't take action immediately. Killing people could only be done with a nod. How can these two people have such cultivation at this age? The family behind them is definitely not simple either. He is not afraid of the families behind the two of them, but he is afraid that it will be troublesome to deal with them in the future. After all, he didn't want to get the reputation of killing innocent people. But if Luo Xia insists on killing two people, then even if they are held accountable in the future, Luo Xia will be responsible for everything. I'm sure. Kill them. Luo Xia pointed at the two of them, with coldness in her eyes. As you wish. As soon as Uncle Jung finished speaking, a white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and Feng Qingran and Ning Xiyu disappeared. Luo Xia's eyes were scornful. They would definitely die if they entered Uncle Jung's realm of incarnation. Luo Xia pointed to the pale maid beside her. Come here and introduce me to the clothes. The maid was shaking all over and lowered her eyes, not daring to look at the girl in red. The other guests had already fled during this period. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 128 Almost kneeling. It's snowy and elegant. Bailey Wenyu was drinking tea leisurely. 7th junior brother, your tea has a new flavor. This time after drinking it, it feels like you can see the vast mountains and rivers, and your whole person is sublimated. 6th brother's level has improved. Mo Jinggong's poetic eyes were as calm as ever. Hey, I've been stuck at the peak of the golden core for several years. Even my junior sister has advanced, but I still haven't found a chance to break through. Bailey Wenyu was also anxious. But after all these years of seclusion and training, he still couldn't upgrade. Bailey Wenyu didn't know why he couldn't break through that barrier for so long. 6th senior brother, have you ever thought about why you practice? Mo Jinggong's voice was as cold as jade. Bailey Wenyu's fox eyes turned up and down and replied, for what? Of course it's for fun, to not be controlled by the family, to not be so idle. Bailey Wenyu paused for a moment, then touched his chin and said, one more thing is to be handsome. Think about flying with a sword, how handsome and unrestrained he is. Sixth senior brother doesn't seem to be controlled by the family, right? Mo Jinggong's eyes were dark. Bailey Wenyu said helplessly, hey, I like freedom by nature. The most annoying thing is that someone arranges for me. When I was in the family, they always arranged various training tasks for me, so I chose to escape. Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice, in Lingyun sect, my junior sister always arranges tasks for you. Bailey Wenyu waved his hand, that's different. Junior sister's arrangement is without purpose. It's just to make me stronger. I won't resent it at all. Sixth senior brother, don't you have any impulse for cultivation? Mo Jinggong's dark eyes were like stars, mysterious and unpredictable. Bailey Wenyu thought for a moment and shook his head, it seems not. I only feel a strong sense of frustration when I am involved in you. Every time he went through day and night practice, he would go to other sects to find someone to challenge him. Seventh junior brother, how do you manage to stay in seclusion for several years? Bailey Wenyu asked curiously. Sixth senior brother, if one day, fifth senior sister encounters a powerful enemy who wants to kill fifth senior sister, and you cannot protect fifth senior sister, what will you do? Mo Jinggong's voice was cold. I will protect her with all my life. Bailey Wenyu's charming fox eyes showed a bit of coldness. Ning Shiyu will not encounter fatal danger. When she went out to practice, her second senior brother and third senior sister followed her. When I go out on weekdays, I am always followed. If he really can't beat him, he can move out of the Luo family. At least no one above Juju dares to offend the Luo family. Mo Jinggong raised his hand to pour Bailey Wenyu a cup of tea again, showing his dignity in every gesture. Bailey Wenyu picked up the teacup and tasted it slowly. Seventh junior brother, can you give me a few pounds of your tea? No, Mo Jinggong refused coldly. Hey, after all, I am not as good as my junior sister. It's so difficult to even have a little tea from my junior brother. Bailey Wenyu sighed and shook his head, looking sad. Mo Jinggong's eyes were dark, his thin lips were slightly hooked, and he didn't answer any more. Seventh junior brother, why did you ask me about the purpose of my cultivation just now? Is it because my cultivation purpose is impure that I can't advance to nascent soul? Mo Jinggong remained silent, his eyes falling on Bailey Wenyu's teacup, as if waiting for him to finish drinking the tea. Bailey Wenyu was confused about what Mo Jinggong meant. Seventh junior brother, you don't want to charge a fee, do you? No charge, I'm waiting for you to finish this cup of tea. Mo Jinggong said solemnly. Then you told me earlier. Bailey Wenyu finished his drink in one gulp and pushed the teacup in front of Mo Jinggong. Have another cup. Mo Jinggong stood up and said, Sixth brother, maybe you will understand the meaning of cultivation later. Bailey Wenyu stood up, excitement flashing in his eyes. Later. Are we going to fight? But the fifth senior sister and the younger junior sister haven't come back yet. Mo Jinggong raised his slender hand and placed a talisman on Bailey Wenyu's forehead. Before Bailey Wenyu could react, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Wenyu found himself in a vast white world. Mo Jinggong stood opposite him. Seventh junior brother, you don't want to compete with me, do you? Bailey Wenyu jumped back several steps. When did he offend his seventh junior brother? A red light flashed across Mo Jinggong's eyes, and there was a look of stern indifference on his face that turned everyone upside down. His aura was powerful and unrivaled. His dark eyes were like stars, shimmering and mysterious. The whole person is like a high-altitude god, which is intimidating. That seventh junior brother, don't be impulsive. You are a transformed god, and you will lose face if word spreads about it. Bailey Wenyu's voice was trembling. He must have offended the seventh junior brother somewhere. Otherwise, why would junior brother 7 look so scary? What did sixth senior brother feel? Mo Jinggong's face was handsome and majestic. The pressure of the transformed god was so terrifying, I almost knelt down. Bailey Wenyu was thankful. Fortunately, the person opposite was Mo Jinggong, otherwise he might not have been able to escape death. At this moment, Bailey Wenyu understood more and more that the gap between Huishan and Jindan was like a chasm, insurmountable. No wonder everyone is pursuing the path to becoming a god. Mo Jinggong's eyes deepened. What else does sixth senior brother feel? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 129 Boots of Speed. Seventh junior brother, I will take you with me wherever I go from now on, so that I will be able to defeat invincible opponents in the world. Bailey Wenyu's words were filled with excitement. Sixth brother, if I am your enemy at this moment, what should you do? Mo Jinggong was very patient. Bailey Wenyu was originally a proud man of heaven. Just having the surname Bailey saved him from having to rush to advance. Bailey Wenyu also has no ability to detect the crisis. His pride comes from the bottom of his heart. It is difficult to break his pride. Unless Bailey Wenyu can be made to understand, the identity umbrella will disappear at any time. If he doesn't become stronger himself, no one can help him. Bailey Wenyu looked at Mo Jinggong with confusion. Are you my enemy? Then, I must have used the speed boots to escape. The boots of speed were refined by Mu Chanjue for everyone. After wearing it, you can travel thousands of miles in an instant. It is a good treasure for escaping. Mo Jinggong rubbed his brows, showing a helpless look. No wonder Bailey Wenyu was delayed in advancing. There is nothing wrong with this mentality. But the problem is that under the rules of this small world, only a strong heart can go further. Mo Jinggong closed his eyes and felt it, then opened his eyes again. Sixth senior brother, you have nowhere to hide within the realm of spirit transformation. Bailey Wenyu naturally understood what Mo Jinggong meant. Bailey Wenyu thought for a moment, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Is this the reason why all the transformed gods are like ants? Red light flashed under Mo Jinggong's feet, and the formation spread to Bailey Wenyu's feet. Bailey Wenyu looked at the formation at his feet, his eyes surprised. Seventh junior brother, can the formation be used in the domain? Mo Jinggong didn't explain. That person's realm has been opened. If you want to enter, you can only use this method. Sudden. A white light flashed before their eyes. Boom. Holy shit. 7th junior brother, why's your field so cold? Bailey Wenyu asked in confusion. At this moment, Fang Qingren's voice reached Bailey Wenyu's ears. 6th senior brother, save 5th senior sister quickly. Bailey Wenyu got up from the ground and saw 2 women covered in blood in the distance. One of the women was choked by an old man and was dying. Another woman fell to the ground holding a sword, her eyes full of anxiety. Bailey Wenyu's expression suddenly changed, and the sword jumped into his hand. 6th senior brother, that person is at the peak of divine transformation, and his cultivation level is above mine. Mo Jinggong's clothes were flying, and his whole body was filled with a murderous aura. Bailey Wenyu's foxy eyes were condensed. He walked forward with a touch of pride between his brows. Uncle Jung, let go of my friend. Uncle Jung's eyes were shrewd, and he said with a smile, it turns out that these 2 are friends of young Master Wenyue, but I'm sorry, Miss Xiao let them die, and I can't spare them. She, Luo Xiao, is nothing but she dares to hurt my friend. Bailey Wenyu said coldly. Young Master Wenyue has been away from the Luo family for decades. Naturally, he doesn't know Miss Xiao's current status. Miss Xiao is engaged to a young master from the Bailey family. Uncle Jung looked at him without any respect. A young master who betrayed the Bailey family and tried to gain his respect. She has an engagement with the Bailey family, so what? My mother is a direct descendant of the Luo family, and Luo Xiao is just a collateral descendant. Bailey Wenyu frowned slightly. Back then, my mother broke up with the Bailey family for the sake of the Luo family. Now that the Luo family has hooked up with the Bailey family again, then who does his mother count? Uncle Jung's face showed sarcasm. Young master, maybe you have forgotten that Miss Xiao is also named Luo, and no matter how noble the eldest lady is, she is still a married girl, and she was abandoned by the Bailey family. Young Master Wenyue may not understand the stakes because he is still young, but he will understand in the future. Even if Bailey Wenyu follows the eldest lady back to the Luo family, his surname is Bailey after all. It is impossible for the Luo family to fully accept him. Otherwise, the Luo family would never let Bailey Wenyu wander around for decades. When Bailey Wenyu heard Uncle Jung's words, anger flashed in his eyes. If my grandfather hadn't forced my mother to steal things from Bailey's family, how could my mother have ended up like this? She even gave up her husband for the sake of the Luo family. How do you actually treat her like this? In the end, my mother was willing to blow herself up and die in order to quell the anger of the Bailey family. Have you forgotten all these things? Bailey Wenyu didn't understand. When he returned to the Luo family when he was a child, Uncle Jung was obviously very respectful to him. Everyone in the Kiluo family welcomes him. Could it be that Uncle Jung had this attitude because he had been away from the Luo family for too long? Master Wenyue said this, do you want me to let your friend go? Uncle Jung's eyes were sharp, sarcasm flashed in his eyes, and the strength in his hands tightened. Ahem. Ning Shiyu coughed rapidly. Uncle Jung, let go of 5th senior sister quickly, I'll go back with you. Bailey Wenyu's eyes were full of anxiety. Young Master Wenyu may not understand. Since the reconciliation between the Bailey family and the Luo family, neither the Luo family nor the Bailey family can accommodate you. Uncle Jung's voice was unhurried. Bailey Wenyu clenched the sword in his hand tightly. What do you want to do to let him go? Fang Qingren's voice sounded. 6th senior brother, he will not let 5th senior sister go. He wants to search for 5th senior sister's soul. Upon hearing the soul search, Bailey Wenyu's expression suddenly changed. A strong person who transforms into gods can search for the soul of a golden core cultivator. After searching for souls, it means that 5th senior sister will become a fool. Uncle Jung sneered, obviously not taking the 2 people in front of him seriously. Uncle Jung raised his withered right hand, a black mass appeared in his palm, and slapped it towards Ning Shiyu. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 130 Feeling of powerlessness and frustration. Bailey Wenyu was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Uncle Jung doesn't want it. However, Uncle Jung didn't seem to hear him. The black ball in his hand gradually approached Ning Shiyu. Little girl, tell me, who taught you how to draw talismans? And what is the name of the technique you learned? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't tell you. Ning Shiyu's breath was weak, but she was still stubborn. Uncle Jung snorted and smiled contemptuously. In front of the avatar, you have no right to choose. If you don't tell me, then I will have to find out the answer myself. At that time, you will have no chance to regret it. Quote. Uncle Jung didn't want to search for souls directly, because there were some things that couldn't be seen by searching for souls. And he didn't want Ning Shiyu to really become a fool. After all, Ning Shiyu is a 7th level talisman master. The status of the talisman master is much higher than that of the alchemist. The conditions for a monk to become a talisman master are extremely demanding. It can be said that sometimes among hundreds of thousands of people, it is not always possible to pick out one with suitable conditions. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to train a talisman master, and most of the time it is a fruitless endeavor. There are only 2 talisman masters left in Jushu continent, and they're only at level 5. Those 2 people have lived for thousands of years now, and their lifespan is about to end. But Ning Shiyu, a little girl, could become a 7th level talisman master quietly. There must be a huge secret hidden in it. So instead of directly searching for souls, Ning Shiyu. He even wanted Ning Shiyu to tell her thoughts on becoming a 7th level talisman master. Uncle Jung, please let go quickly, she can't hold it anymore. Bailey Wenyu said anxiously, his eyes full of heartache. Bailey Wen tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, regret welling up in his heart. If he was stronger, he wouldn't have to watch 5th senior sister suffer. Now he couldn't even sneak attack Uncle Jung. Within Uncle Jung's domain, all his movements will be seen by Uncle Jung. Uncle Jung placed his palm on Ning Shiyu's forehead, and looked at the remorseful Bailey Wenyu with his sharp eagle eyes. Uncle Jung said coldly, Master Wenyu, since she is your 5th senior sister, you should know something, right? Why don't you tell me, who is her master? What skills does she learn every day? I told you to let her go. Bailey Wenyu breathed rapidly and his eyes were reddish. Speak first, Uncle Jung ordered, tightening his grip on his hands. Ning Shiyu's cheeks went from red at first to gradually losing color. Our master's name is Yi Wenshen. 5th senior sister has not learned any skills. She usually teaches herself how to draw talismans. Master Wenyu, what you said is like saying nothing. I'm very dissatisfied. I'd better ask myself. Uncle Jung's hand tightened again, and Ning Shiyu's face turned purple. Uncle Jung, stop it, Bailey Wenyu shouted, with a cold look on his face, and stabbed Uncle Jung with his sword. Even if I can't save 5th senior sister, he can just watch the 5th senior sister die in front of him. Ha, you don't overestimate your own capabilities. Uncle Jung looked at the sword stabbing him coldly. The power of the transformation god pressed towards Bailey Wenyu's wrist. Bailey Wenyu's face instantly turned pale, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Jung flicked his sleeve. Boom. Bang. Bailey Wenyu flew out with his sword. He fell heavily to the ground. Cough. Bailey Wenyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground and could not recover for a long time. It turned out that he had no chance to resist against a strong man. If Uncle Jung hadn't shown mercy, he had already killed people with his sword. Master Wenyu, I saved you face. Even if you complain in front of others in the future, I will still be fair. Uncle Jung spared Bailey Wenyu because he was looking at Bailey Yuanmo's face. Bailey Yuanmo still liked his nephew very much. It's because my skills are inferior to others, and Uncle Jung taught me a lesson. Bailey Wenyu's voice was muffled, without the usual arrogance. He clenched his hands into fists and then unclenched them. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body. Is this frustration? Bailey Wenyu couldn't help but recall the days when he was lazy in Lingyun sect. A wave of inner regret welled up in my heart. If he had worked harder and kept up with everyone's pace when he was in Lingyun sect, he wouldn't be so powerless at this moment. He can't go on like this. He must become stronger. Uncle Jung looked away when he saw Bailey Wenyu lying motionless on the ground. Uncle Jung looked at Fang Qingran with cold eyes. This little doll is absolutely clumsy. Ever since Bailey Wenyu appeared, his attention was diverted and he didn't even think of her for a moment. Her aura seemed to be a little disordered, but the spiritual power around her was functioning normally, and there was no fear of him in her eyes. Interesting. A little nascent soul, when facing the transformed gods, is not afraid of coercion, life or death. If you cultivate this state of mind well, you will definitely become a strong person in the future. Pity. They have enmity with Miss Xiao and cannot be used by the Luo family. Little doll, tell me, how do you draw those 7th level talismans? There was a chill in Fang Qingran's eyes, and she stood up holding the Qingguan sword. I taught her, and I know what she can do. Let her go, and I will follow you. You don't speak softly, do you think I'm deaf? I heard everything you said between you. Those talismans are her latest research, Uncle Jung said, his eyes falling on Ning Shiyu's storage ring. He forgot about the storage ring. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 131 Almighty 7th Junior Brother. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a gleam. If you don't believe me, I'll draw it for you now. Uncle Jung raised his eyes again and looked at Fang Qingran. He wanted to see how Fang Qingran could draw the 7th level talisman in this situation. Fang Qingran raised her jade hand lightly, and a piece of talisman paper floated in front of her. She flipped her wrist, and a black brush appeared in her hand. The brush is engraved with exquisite patterns, mysterious and ancient. Fang Qingran raised his hand and picked up the pen, feeling a strong wind blowing through his sleeves. The brush strokes wandered on the talisman paper, like a dragon swimming in nature. Her eyes were as bright as glass, exuding spiritual wisdom. Looking at it from a distance, it is as bright as the morning glow, and the colors are overflowing and dazzling, making people unable to take their eyes away. Uncle Jung's eyes suddenly became wary. Fang Qingran would never draw the talisman honestly. The 7th level attack talisman can already cause certain damage to the transformed spirit. He must take precautions. Uncle Jung unconsciously loosened his grip a little, allowing Ning Shiyu to stay alive so that he could better threaten Fang Qingran. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Qingran stopped and closed his pen. Bailey Wenyu, who had just stood up, was shocked that the junior sister could draw talisman. It seems that everyone in Lingyun sect knows something else besides spiritual cultivation. The eldest brother's formation, the second brother's sword practice, the third brother's alchemy, the fourth brother's weapon refining. 5th senior sister and little junior sister draw talisman. The 8th junior brother doesn't know much about it, but his cultivation is already at the early stage of becoming a god. There is only one 7th junior brother left, and he can do everything. He is the only one who feels complacent when he achieves a little bit. Bailey Wenyu had mixed feelings in his heart. He was so wrong. He is afraid of becoming stronger. Because he has seen the control of outstanding children by the two families behind him. He didn't dare to practice too fast. He is afraid that if he is too good, he will be taken back to marry and become a tool of the family. But he has never considered, what if he is not strong enough and the people around him are in danger? Just like this moment, 5th senior sister fell into Uncle Jung's hands, and he couldn't do anything. As a man, he also needs to be protected by his junior sister. Bailey Wenyu took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Mo Jinggong, who had no sense of existence. The 7th junior brother has been holding back for a long time. Could it be that he wants to wait for him to figure it out? The ink is dry, here you go. Fang Qingran's eyes were clear and she raised her hand to throw the talisman over. Wait a minute, hold it up and show me. Uncle Jung looked slightly nervous. Fang Qingran raised the talisman. The purple talisman on it was obscure and difficult to understand, and the shadows flowed, giving people a mysterious feeling. What kind of talisman is this? Uncle Jung only recognized that the runes of the 7th level talisman were purple. After applying the living talisman, all spiritual power can be restored within half a quarter of an hour. It is only useful for those with cultivation levels below the transformation of gods. Fang Qingbran explained. Uncle Jung looked horrified that the 7th level talisman actually had such power. How do you prove that what you said is true? Uncle Jung obviously didn't believe it. All spiritual power is restored within half a quarter of an hour, which means that it is not an exaggeration for the monk to have 2 lives during the battle. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly and she suggested, then find someone to give it a try. 6th brother attacked you just now. He used up all his spiritual power and was injured. I will put this on him and let him attack you again. Uncle Jung nodded, okay. Bailey Wen couldn't get past the golden elixir, and even if he regained his strength, a full blow wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Fang Qingbran stepped forward and affixed the talisman to Bailey Wenyu. After a quarter of an hour, Bailey Wenyu's injuries all over his body were fully recovered, and the spiritual power in the golden elixir was also fully recovered. Master Wen Yue, I'm sorry to bother you. Bailey Wenyu met Uncle Jung's eyes and saw contempt and disdain in them. Bailey Wen tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his eyes turned red, and there was an impulse in his heart. Even if in Uncle Jung's eyes, his attack was nothing more than an ant shaking an elephant, he would still try his best. Bailey Wenyu's eyes were fierce, and the long sword in his hand glowed with cold light. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and swung it hard. A majestic sword energy was swung out and stabbed towards Uncle Jung. Uncle Jung looked disdainfully, raising his palm lightly, ready to take the sword with his bare hands. Just when the sword blade was about to reach Uncle Jung, Fang Qingbran's eyes condensed, and 2 talismans suddenly appeared on her fingertips, and she threw them towards Uncle Jung. 2 talismans, divided into 2. One flew in front of Uncle Jung and merged with the sword blade. One flew to Ning Shiyu's head and landed on Ning Shiyu's body, forming a protective shield. All this is done in an instant. Uncle Jung didn't have time to react. Boom. A loud bang. Blood foam flew in the air. What? Uncle Jung let out a painful scream. Fang Qingbran took advantage of Uncle Jung's injury and made a leap to catch Ning Shiyu. Fang Qingbran put a pill into Ning Shiyu's mouth. 5th senior sister, thank you for your hard work. Little junior sister, is there no problem with my performance? Ning Shiyu lowered her voice, her eyes as bright as spring. Hush, 5th senior sister, you will still be seriously injured for the time being. Fang Qingbran winked at Ning Shiyu. Bailey Wenyu has not yet recovered from the shock. He widened his eyes and looked at Uncle Jung who had one of his arms blown off in the distance. His sword energy can actually hurt the avatar. Uncle Jung looked in pain, covering his bleeding shoulder, his eyes full of horror. Is this the power of the 7th level talisman? He was tricked by a little doll. Uncle Jung exuded terrifying coercion. Little baby, you are very good at being able to play tricks under my nose. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 132 A Sudden Awakening. Uncle Jung stared at Fang Qingbran with sinister eyes. A person in the nascent soul stage can draw a 7th level talisman. If such a person cannot be used by the Luo family, he must be killed. Little doll, when did you draw the remaining 2 talismans? What are the names? Uncle Jung looked at them with inquiring eyes. The 2 old monsters from the Bailey family have cultivated themselves into gods. To draw a 5th level talisman, you have to rest for at least 3 to 5 years. Fang Qingbran finished drawing the 7th level talisman with a nascent soul, but he didn't even take a breath. There's definitely something tricky about this. Fang Qingbran's eyes were condensed. The remaining 2 are naturally the ones I drew just now, but as for the names of the talismans, you don't need to know them. After all, you won't live that long. Ha, your tone is arrogant. You dare to play tricks in front of me, there is no need to keep you. Uncle Jung suppressed the horror in his heart. No matter what happened, Fang Qingbran and Ning Shiyu could not stay. Uncle Jung's murderous intention spread everywhere, and the temperature in the entire field dropped sharply. At this time, Bailey Wenyu rushed over and stood in front of Fang Qingbran and Ning Shiyu. Uncle Jung, if you want to kill them, kill me first. Uncle Jung tightened his fingers, and a black mist floated in his palm. Bailey Wenyu can't stay, but killing Bailey Wen will cause more trouble. Bailey Wenyu's soul card is still at Bailey's house. The soul card can see everything that happened before Bailey Wenyu died. It seems that these 2 little girls have to take the blame. Master Wen Yue, are you sure you want to stay with them? Uncle Jung's eyes calmed down. Uncle Jung, I am also the master of the Luo family, are you sure you want to do this? Bailey Wenyu has a tall and upright posture, a dragon and a phoenix, and a proud posture. Ha ha ha. Today I will ask Master Wenyu to see what strength means. Uncle Jung raised his hand, and a black ball rushed towards Bailey Wenyu. The power contained in the black mass is chilling. Bailey Wenyu looked fearless. Even if he died, he would die in front of the 2 junior sisters. However, just when Haitun was about to hit Bailey Wenyu, he suddenly turned and rushed behind him. Boom. Ning Shiyu and Fang Qingbran flew out. 5th senior sister, little junior sister. Bailey Wenyu turned around anxiously, his face pale and his whole body trembling. Fang Qingbran and Ning Shiyu had fallen to the ground and were unconscious. Bailey Wenyu ran over and checked the breathing of the 2 people. Both of them had weak breathing and their internal organs were broken. 5th senior sister, junior sister, I'm sorry. Bailey Wenyu knelt on his knees, his eyes were scarlet and his heart tightened. What? Bailey Wenyu punched the ground helplessly with both fists, filled with grief and anger, and his heart throbbed. Why does it have to be like this? 5th senior sister, can you wake up quickly? I will definitely practice hard in the future. Little junior sister, please wake up quickly. I will read the spells you give me from now on. Please, don't die. I will never be playful again. Sudden. Bailey Wenyu stopped crying and stood up with his sword in hand, his whole body exuding cold air. Uncle Jung, this is the last time I call you this. From now on, there will be no fight between you and me until death. Uncle Jung looked at Bailey Wenyu with sharp eyes. Bailey Wenyu seemed to have grown up at this moment, the arrogance in his body was hidden, and he became more calm. Uncle Jung was keenly aware that Bailey Wenyu was at the critical point of breakthrough. Uncle Jung's eyes were wary. If a person who was about to break through chose to self-destruct, the power would still be considerable. Don't give Bailey Wenyu a chance. The imposing pressure on Uncle Jung struck towards Bailey Wenyu. At this moment, Uncle Jung suddenly felt a chill on his back. Uncle Jung quickly turned his head and saw a slender young man standing not far away. He was dressed in a dark satin robe, with a jade crown in his hair, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He was stunningly beautiful, with a noble demeanor and unparalleled elegance. The whole person is like a lofty god, which is intimidating. Uncle Jung immediately broke into a cold sweat. When did this person appear? In the late stage of becoming a god, how could he suddenly appear in his domain when his cultivation level was lower than his? Uncle Jung felt uneasy in his heart. Mo Jingdong's phoenix eyes were cold, like ice that could not be melted for 10,000 years. Sixth senior brother, have you figured it out now? Seventh junior brother, it's too late, everything is irreversible. Bailey Wenyu's eyes were moist, and he was extremely regretful. The seventh junior brother was in the late stages of becoming a god and was no match for Uncle Jung. Mo Jingdong walked lightly to Bailey Wenyu. Sixth senior brother, the past is indeed irreversible, but the future can be changed. I just want the fifth senior sister and the little junior sister to come back to life. Fifth senior sister and little junior sister can still be saved, don't worry. Mo Jingdong handed Bailey Wenyu a bottle of elixir, feed them. Bailey Wenyu grabbed the porcelain bottle, quickly poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Feng Qingbran's mouth. It didn't matter whether Feng Qingbran swallowed it or not. Then he turned his head, gently helped Ning Xiyu up, gently put the elixir into Ning Xiyu's mouth, and watched her swallow it. Feng Qingbran, sixth senior brother, it's too obvious that you treat me differently. Uncle Jung didn't move the whole time. He had lost control of his field. What kind of monster is Mo Jingdong? Bailey Wenyu finished feeding the elixir and waited for a moment. Seeing that Ning Xiyu was still awake, he looked at Mo Jingdong, seventh junior brother, they still don't respond. Mo Jingdong remained silent, bursts of light emitted from his feet. Hum. Countless red lines spread from Mo Jingdong's feet to the entire field. The red lines form complex patterns that are terrifying. There was a burst of red light beneath Feng Qingbran and Ning Xiyu. The two people suddenly disappeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 133 almost laughed. Bailey Wenyu looked panicked. Seventh junior brother. Them. They're safe. Mo Jingdong flicked his sleeves and placed Bailey Wenyu in a protective shield. Sixth senior brother, watch closely to see what the battle of transforming gods will look like. Mo Jingdong's phoenix eyes were majestic, and his movements showed nobility. At the same time, it's snowy and elegant. The attendants stood in 2 rows, holding trays in their hands, which contained all folded exquisite and beautiful dresses. Ning Xiyu was leisurely and contented, carrying something. Little junior sister, this time, the sixth junior brother will definitely advance. Ning Xiyu picked up a piece of ready-made clothing and compared it with Feng Qingbran. Fifth senior sister, I was almost scared to death. That was a transformed spirit, and you almost died. Feng Qingbran was scared even thinking about it. The fifth senior sister really worked hard for the sixth senior brother to advance. They came out to practice this time just to find opportunities for the sixth senior brother to make a breakthrough. But the sixth senior brother didn't have enough food and salt, and he didn't have any sense of urgency. In the end, fifth senior sister came up with a way, but she couldn't find a suitable candidate for a long time. As a result, Uncle Jung came to the door. The fifth senior sister made an impromptu idea and asked her to cooperate in the acting. In the realm of deity transformation, if there weren't enough life-saving magic weapons, they would have died countless times. Ning Xiyu waved her hand nonchalantly. I almost couldn't help but laugh just now. Fortunately, the sixth junior brother was too sad to see it. Little junior sister, you don't need to feel any guilt about this matter. Sixth junior brother really needs stimulation. He knows how to play all the time, and has no sense of crisis at all. If he continues like this, there will be times when he cries. The enemy will not show mercy to him just because he is weak. Ning Xiyu's eyes straightened slightly. She picked up a pearl hairpin and looked at it carefully. Feng Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with light. As a villain, he must train to the point of death. The person she sent to monitor Su Yanran told her that Su Yanran disappeared from Tianjin sect for no reason. Nowadays, the heroine is hiding in the dark, so they have to be more careful. But she has already guessed where the heroine has gone. I think I will meet Su Yanran again when I come to the spirit fighting competition. I want all of these. Send another batch over. Ning Xiyu's voice sounded like a silver bell. Attendant. Guest, these are all 7th grade magical weapons and above. In total, they total million low-grade spiritual stones. Ning Xiyu didn't care. Send another batch of better ones and replace them all with defensive magic weapons. The attendant nodded immediately. Guest, wait a moment. Feng Qingbran. Fifth senior sister is really a shopaholic. Fifth senior sister, there is no need to buy so much. Feng Qingbran tried to persuade her. These things are similar to what I use on a daily basis. I just happen to have some extra when I have time. The owner of this Qinghe building must be a great beauty, and the things he sells are very popular with me. Ning Xiyu said, holding her chin with her hand, Junior sister, do you think I have a chance to meet the owner of Qinghe building? Fang Qingren's eyes flickered. There must be a chance. Attendant, the host is sitting opposite you. Ning Xiu called to the attendant who was about to leave. How many spiritual stones do I need to meet your host? The attendant was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, our landlord has no shortage of spiritual stones, but our shopkeeper is very greedy for money. Shopkeeper. Ning Xiu took out the sound transmission card, found a picture, and handed it to the attendant. Is he your shopkeeper? Yes. The attendant nodded, and at the same time, his eyes were fixed on the palm-sized sound transmission card in Ning Xiu's hand. This sound transmission card seems to be different from the ones they sell. The picture quality is clearer. Then there's no need to meet. Ning Xiu lost interest. Fang Qingran sat far away, pretending to be calm and drinking tea. The little vest must be covered tightly. Ha! Ning Xiu seemed to be attracted by the content on the sound transmission plate. Send the rest of the things quickly. This is million spiritual stones. Ning Xiu walked up to Fang Qingran with the sound transmission card in hand. Little junior sister, you see, it is said in Juzhu news that a strange beast suddenly appeared in Shunga Ridge, which attracted people from 4 major sects to go there. According to my intuition, this strange beast must not be simple. Junior sister, let's go and have a look. If we are lucky, we may be able to find a contracted beast for you. Ning Xi's eyes are as bright as a brilliance, smart and pretty. Fang Qingran thought of the 2 unreliable beasts in the space and shook her head. 5th senior sister, why don't I find you a contracted beast? I don't want a contracted beast yet. Let's go join in the fun first, no matter how much it is. Ning Xiu didn't care. At this moment, Fang Qingran felt the spiritual power fluctuation in the air. 5th senior sister, lie down quickly, 7th senior brother and the others are coming out. In an instant, the 2 people who were sitting on the chairs just now lay down on the ground. Attendant. Should he lie down too? But what if someone misunderstands you? Ning Xiu narrowed her eyes slightly and winked at the attendant, signaling him to act accordingly. The squire stood stiffly. The poster and her friend seem a little abnormal. Shopkeeper, hurry up and save me. At this moment, 2 more handsome men appeared in front of the attendant. Among them, a man wearing royal blue brocade clothes rushed to Ning Xiu's side and squatted down. 5th senior sister, wake up quickly. Another distinguished man in mysterious clothes walked up to him, handed him a bag of spiritual stones, and asked him to go down first. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 134 The Host and Her Patients. The attendant took the storage bag and walked out stupidly. And he swore that if the original poster came again, he would not rush to receive her. After the attendant left, Ning Xiu pretended to have just woken up. 6th junior brother, why are you in hell too? Bailey Wenyu. I don't know how to proceed at the moment. Bailey Wenyu calmed down and explained with red eyes. 5th senior sister, none of us died. It was 7th junior brother who saved everyone. Am I still alive? Ning Xiu's eyes were filled with astonishment. She looked at Mo Jinggong. 7th junior brother, I owe you a life. Do I need? 5th senior sister, you just woke up and are still very weak. Please rest first. Bailey Wenyu interrupted Ning Xiu. Bailey Wen was more and more afraid that Ning Xiu would say that she would give her life to him. Ah, my head hurts so much, Ning Xiu said weakly. Fang Qingran. 5th senior sister, you are not so exaggerated, are you? If this continues, the secret will be exposed. Fang Qingran could only wake up and asked, 6th senior brother, how are 5th senior sister? Bailey Wenyu said absently, she's fine. Bailey Wenyu always feels like something is weird. Being interrupted by Fang Qingran, he can continue thinking. A month later. Shumo Pavilion. Luo Xia rushed to the top floor and found Bailey Yuanmo. Uncle Zheng has been missing for a month, why haven't he been found yet? Luo Xiao asked. Bailey Yuan lay silently on the chair. Xiao, tell the truth, is Uncle Zheng really missing? He sent people to Qinghe Tower to investigate several times. There are no clues. Even the 2 people Luo Xia mentioned did not have any information. He even asked Tong Wenge to look for him together, but there was still no trace. No one can escape the pursuit of the 3 major forces. Uncle, I swear this time it's true. Uncle Zheng did disappear in Qinghe Tower. Luo Xia vowed. Qinghe Tower has always had a cooperative relationship with us. However, due to the recent investigation, the relationship between the 2 parties has become rigid. They have cancelled their cooperation with Shumo Pavilion. Bailey Yuanmo relies on the Bailey family and does not appreciate Qinghela's cooperation. It's just that in recent years, the magical instruments produced by Qinghe Tower are of very high level, and their business has been overwhelming Fuyu Pavilion. He was very curious about who the owner of Qinghe Tower was behind, so he always chose to cooperate. Luo Xia said nonchalantly, so what? A small Qinghe Tower is just a dog we raise. If it doesn't cooperate with us, naturally there will be people rushing to cooperate with us. Uncle, why don't we take advantage of Uncle Zheng and bring Qinghe Tower over directly? Luo Xia's eyes burst with ambition. If her uncle could give her Qinghe Tower, her identity will definitely rise with the tide. When the time comes to marry her cousin, she will have more say. Bailey Yuanmo's charming purple pupils flashed with dim light, sharp and deep, and captured Luo Xia's expression. Xiao, tell me honestly, did you kill Uncle Zheng? Bailey Yuan looked at Luo Xia silently. At the same time, Bailey Yuan silently remembered another thing. 8 years ago, his 5-year-old nephew came to Qingyun Prefecture alone to find him. Disappeared for no reason. Now, over the past 8 years, there are still no living people and no corpses of the dead. He sent someone to investigate and found that Luo Xiao was the last person his nephew saw before coming to Qingyun Prefecture. He didn't believe that Luo Xiao had the guts to kill people from the Bailey family. But if it was said that the disappearance of his nephew had nothing to do with Luo Xiao, Bailey Yuanmo would never believe it. The little nephew and Luo Xiao's fiancé belong to the same family. Only if her nephew dies will her fiancé have the right to inherit. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Uncle Jung grew up with me, how could I possibly attack him? Luo Xiao's eyes widened, and there was some anger in her tone. No matter how stupid she is, she can't still be Uncle Jung. Then tell me, does Bailey Wenxuan's disappearance have anything to do with you? Bailey Yuanmo stared at Luo Xiao with cold purple eyes. A dark light flashed in Luo Xiao's eyes. Uncle, Wenxuan disappeared in Qingyun State back then. I was still in Hualing State at that time. Xiao, you are far behind your mother. Bailey Yuan shook his head silently. You go down, don't worry about Uncle Jung's affairs anymore, I will communicate with the Luo family. Luo Xiao was a little reluctant, but uncle, without Uncle Jung, how can I go out in the future? Bailey Yuan said quietly, practice well and wait for the selection competition. Uncle Jung belongs to the Luo family, so he should be left to the Luo family to take care of him. He remembered that the Luo family also had power in Qingyun State. The master of Kungshun Pavilion, Luo Shucheng, seemed to be a branch of the Luo family. Asking Luo Shucheng to investigate Uncle Jung's affairs was a good opportunity to test the strength of Kungshun Pavilion. Kungshun Pavilion has been silent these past few years, which is not a good thing. But uncle, I'm at the peak of the Golden Core, so I can definitely pass the selection. Luo Xiao pouted, a little reluctant. She also wanted to buy more things in Qingyun Prefecture. Do you think the peak level of Jindan is very high? Bailey Yuan said with sarcasm in his silent eyes. At least we can defeat half of the contestants. Luo Xiao whispered. Just when Bailey Yuanmo wanted to say something else, his confidant flew in. Seeing Luo Xiao's presence, his confidants hesitated. Luo Xiao seemed not to notice, sitting still without getting up. Say it, Bailey Yuan whispered quietly. A confidant reported, Pavilion Master, there is something abnormal in Shunga Ridge. The 5 major families and the other 3 pavilions have also sent people there, but there is no movement in Qinghe Tower. There is no movement in Qinghe Tower. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes flashed with a strange light. Could it be that the person who founded Qinghe Tower was a sect or aristocratic family? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 135. Shunga Ridge. Looking from afar. The entire mountain range was covered with a thick layer of fog, making it difficult to see clearly what was going on inside. Only stacks of intertwined mountains can be vaguely seen. Fang Qinggran and others stood in midair with their swords, looking down at Shunga Ridge. The entire Shunga Ridge is surrounded by people from the 4 major sects. It seems that what appears inside this time is really not simple. Fang Qinggran's voice was like a lark, soft and crisp. Bailey Wenyu looked down and complained, it seems there are a few people from aristocratic families, but they actually use the gods to guard the entrance. They're real dogs. Ning Shi's eyes were shining brightly, and she said excitedly, transformation. Then the thing that appears inside must be a treasure. We must take a dip in this muddy water. No, have you forgotten what happened last time when you transformed into a god? Junior brother 7th almost died trying to destroy that transformed god. I can't let you take risks again. Bailey Wenyu disagreed. Ning Shiyu and Fang Qinggran looked at each other. He really didn't seem to know Mo Jinggong's true strength. 6th junior brother, you have advanced to nascent soul now. We can run faster, so don't worry. Ning Shi's voice was like a silver bell, lingering with joy. That's not okay, I don't agree. Bailey Wenyu changed his previous temperament of watching the excitement. Then let's ask the 7th junior brother. If he agrees to let us in, we will go in. Ning Shiyu was too lazy to argue with Bailey Wenyu. Anyway, as long as Mo Jinggong says there is no danger, everyone will believe it. This kind of absolute trust is formed over a long period of time together. Mo Jinggong never said anything false in front of them. 5th senior sister, 6th senior brother, don't argue for now, there's going to be a fight later. Fang Qinggran warned. Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu looked down at the same time. The entrance to the east is guarded by people from the Tianjin sect. A group of loose cultivators wanted to enter Shunga Ridge, but were blocked outside. Why don't you let us in? As a sect, can you be so domineering? The leading casual cultivator shouted unconvinced. The leader of Tianjin sect was an elder. He glanced at the casual cultivator and said nothing. The disciple on the side stepped forward arrogantly. I told you that there is danger in Shunga Ridge, and I am protecting you by not letting you in. HMPH. That's nice to say. What kind of protection? It's not like you sects want to monopolize what's inside, so you deliberately keep us out. A casual cultivator in coarse linen clothes said. Yes, your sect has always been like this. You set all the rules. You simply don't leave any way for us casual cultivators to survive. We casual cultivators are also monks. Why can't we enter Shunga Ridge? Besides, Shunga Ridge has always been ownless, so why does it become an owner today? Ellipsis. A group of casual cultivators, you and I said each other, and the more they yelled, the angrier they became. The disciples of the Tianjin sect showed no emotion at all. They listened quietly to the complaints of the casual cultivators, and even shrugged indifferently. Being a casual cultivator means having poor qualifications. What opportunity does a monk with poor qualifications need? Isn't that a waste? Opportunities are reserved for outstanding disciples, and this group of casual cultivators have the nerve to call out here. If the sect leader hadn't told him not to attack casual cultivators. Your Tianjin sect is really unworthy of being the first sect. You don't have any magnanimity at all. I think your reputation comes from squeezing other people, right? A casual cultivator shouted loudly. Instantly, all the monks fell silent. Is it really okay to criticize Tianjin sect like this? The 5th elder of Tianjin sect opened his slightly narrowed eyes. The 5th elder's eyes were like ice as he looked at the monk. Does this fellow Taoist have a lot of opinions about Tianjin sect? The casual cultivator also realized something, and his face turned pale. I didn't dare, I just. The people around the casual cultivator took a few steps back and stayed away from him. He was left alone to face the pressure of the fifth elder. The one with the highest level of cultivation among them is still in the early stage of nascent soul. How can he fight against the Heavenly Sword sect? The casual cultivators suddenly felt regretful. Why did they show off the courage for a moment? Who else among you has any opinions about Tinjian sect? The fifth elder glanced at every casual cultivator present. The casual cultivator was silent and looked timid. HMPH. The fifth elder snorted coldly, and the pressure spread. A person in the early stage of becoming a god, didn't even dare to go in, but you people actually try to go in. They say they are protecting you, but you don't believe it. In that case, just go in. But after entering, we will not be responsible for your life or death. The majestic voice of the fifth elder reached the ears of every casual cultivator. The disciples on the side were surprised, but they did not dare to interrupt. The casual cultivators looked at each other, wondering whether the fifth elder's words were true or false. There was a bold casual cultivator who tried to walk towards Shunga Ridge, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Seeing this, the other casual cultivators chose to follow. Only the isolated cultivator chose to turn around and leave Shunga Ridge. The fifth elder looked at the figure of the rogue cultivator leaving with dark eyes. Good luck. When the disciple saw that everyone had left, he wondered, Fifth elder, why did you let these people in? HMPH. There will always be some cannon fodder on the treasure hunt. There is no use in stopping people who are rushing to die. The fifth elder's eyes were dull and he continued, besides, King Tower has already leaked the news about Shunga Ridge, and more people will come later. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 136 Signals Affecting the Compass. This King Tower is so abominable. Should we stop the people coming from behind? The disciple asked tentatively. There is no need to stop the team if there is no team with transformed gods. The fifth elder's small eyes were full of calculations. Even if ants below the level of god transformation are lucky enough to pick up a treasure, they cannot escape the control of Tinjian sect. The conversation between the two was heard by the 4 people above the clouds. 7th junior brother, hide your cultivation later and don't let the fifth elder find out. After Ning Xiu said this, she was about to lower her sword. No, Bailey, when you disagreed, we'd better not go. Even if the fifth elder can't defeat the 7th junior brother, those sect leaders are all false gods. 6th junior brother, being timid and afraid of wolves and tigers behind is not our style. Ning Xiu shook her head. Ning Xiu's eyes were shining. You have to remember that our Lingyun sect has one rule: if you don't accept it, then do it. Bailey Wenyu. The excitement he had finally suppressed was all stirred up by 5th senior sister. 5th senior sister, you must be a devil. He originally made up his mind to be a mature and steady man. 6th senior brother, let's go. You don't want to see 5th senior sister unhappy, right? Fang Qingren's eyes were like glass. 6th senior brother can desperately want to become stronger. But you must never lose your nature. Bailey Wenyu looked at Mo Jinggong. 7th junior brother, tell me, do you want to go? Mo Jinggong's ink-like eyes were as deep as an ancient pool. You can go. Shunga Ridge seems to have the aura of the Dragon Immortal Spirit Fruit. Taking the Dragon Immortal Spirit Fruit can nourish your spiritual consciousness. Then what are you waiting for? Let's leave now. Bailey Wenyu said impatiently. Fang Qingran, 6th senior brother who quickly changed his face. Put it on. Mo Jinggong took out the talisman and handed it to the 3 of them. The phantom face talisman can prevent the false god from prying eyes. Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu, the 4 major sect masters, have never met. But Fang Qingran was different. If she is recognized by those sect leaders, she will definitely cause trouble. After all, 9 years, from no cultivation to the early stage of nascent soul, is too unnatural. 7th junior brother is still thoughtful. Ning Xiu happily took the talisman and attached it. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them stood at the entrance of Shunga Ridge. The disciples of Tinjian sect glanced at the 4 of them without paying attention. The 5th elder opened his little eyes and said coldly, guys, wait a minute. The 4 of them stopped, and Fang Qingran said in a clear voice, what's wrong? The 5th elder ignored Fang Qingran and looked at Mo Jinggong. Are you also a casual cultivator? Is this important? Fang Qingran asked. The 5th elder withdrew his gaze and looked at Fang Qingran again. It's not important, I just want to remind you that Shunga Ridge is not suitable for casual cultivation. The cultivation of the 4 fellow Taoists is not low. If they die here. What do you mean? You started cursing us before we even entered. Fang Qingran's voice was high-pitched, looking unruly and willful. The 5th elder narrowed his eyes again, lay back, and stopped looking at Fang Qingran. Hey, why are you like this? My sister is talking to you. Ning Xiu pointed at the 5th elder rudely. The 5th elder shook his head at his disciple. The disciple stood in front of the 5th elder. The 4 of you want to go in quickly, or leave. This is not a place for trouble. Fang Qingran and Ning Xiu snorted at the same time. Enter Shunga Ridge. After the 4 figures disappeared, the 5th elder said to his disciple, a warning to the master, be careful about the young master in black clothes. There is something fishy about him. After Fang Qingran and others entered Shunga Ridge. Fang Qingran lowered her voice. 7th senior brother, did the 5th elder discover something? Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice, he has a spying magic weapon on him. He can only see that we are disguised, but he cannot see through our cultivation. Fang Qingran felt relieved. Ning Xiu looked around. What secret is hidden in Shunga Ridge? It actually made people from 4 sects move. Bailey Wenyu continued, didn't I say there was a Dragon Immortal Spirit Fruit? 5th senior sister, do you have Alzheimer's disease? You don't even remember what 7th junior brother said just now. Ning Xiu. It's like strangling this 6th junior brother to death. She couldn't tell Bailey Wenyu that the Dragon Immortal Spirit Fruit was made by the 7th junior brother, right? It's so foggy here that it's hard to see the direction. Where are we going? Ning Xiyu decided to change the subject. At this moment, Fang Qingran took out a compass. Ning Xiyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Little junior sister, you are so well prepared. 5th senior sister, I have to concentrate on leading the way. If there is danger, you must remember to stand in front of us. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked at the flowing light, like moonlight. Don't worry, little junior sister, leave it to me. Ning Xi's eyes were filled with joy. Bailey Wenyu. Has the junior sister been transferred? You, a nascent soul, let the golden pill protect you. Bailey Wenyu decided that he would take the lead. As soon as he lifted his feet, he found that someone was grabbing him by the collar. 7th junior brother, let me go, I'm going to protect 5th senior sister. 6th senior brother, if you go to the front, it's easy to block the compass signal. Mo Jinggong's voice was cold. Bailey Wenyu touched on his blind spot of knowledge. Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice, little junior sister, please use your own discretion. 6th senior brother will be safe and secure. Fang Qingran was very satisfied when she saw Mo Jinggong's actions. Shunguling is a place of good news for 5th senior sister. There is a great opportunity waiting for 5th senior sister here. We can't let 6th senior brother stand in the way. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 137 Falling into another time and space. Fang Qingran didn't want to get involved in Shung Huling's affairs at first. But after reading the information handed over by King He Tower, she changed her mind. Several major sects stayed in Shunghu Ridge for a month. He also took the initiative to invite the aristocratic family to enter Shunghu Ridge. One of the aristocratic families with a low status was also invited in together. This family specializes in treating poisons. This is very strange. After a monk is promoted to nascent soul, most of the time he can be invulnerable to all poisons. Among the 4 major sects, those who enter Shunghu Ridge are all at the level of God transformation or above, so they should not be afraid of poison. Why bother to invite a small sect to come in and share the benefits? In addition, Tong Wengwen also sent news that several transformed gods who left Shunguling were suffering from strange poisons and were in terrible pain. No medicine could be found to relieve the poison. Even the gods are afraid of poison, no wonder the 4 major sects want to invite the poison medicine family to come in. Combining all these things together, Fang Qingran deduced that the strange beasts that appeared in Shunghu Ridge were likely to be highly poisonous. Fang Qingran also recalled some other memories. In the original work, Ning Xiyu has a very powerful strange beast beside her. Any monk who is bitten by this strange beast will not only have his internal organs slowly rot, but also have his 8 meridians damaged. During the poisoning process, the monk's cultivation level regressed, and he was in pain. There is no cure for this kind of poison, the only option is to bear it hard, endure it, suffer for 3 years, and then die. If you can hold it, you can only choose to die on the spot. Later, Ning Xiyu was killed by Su Yanran, and the strange beast fell into Su Yanran's hands. Su Yanran dug out the beast elixir of the alien beast and obtained the ability of the alien beast. That strange beast is said to come from Shunghu Ridge. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with light as she looked at Ning Xiyu who was walking in front. Fang Qingran was still curious, how did Ning Xiyu obtain the strange beast in her previous life? Cuckoo. The sudden chirping of birds caused the 4 of them to stop at the same time. Ning Xiyu looked around and said, little junior sister, something is wrong. We are being targeted by something. Wow. Bailey Wenyu, who was walking at the back, instantly rushed to the front with his sword in hand. 5th senior sister, is there any danger there? Bailey Wenyu was very nervous. I don't know, I always feel like we are surrounded. Ning Xiyu rarely criticized Bailey Wenyu. Fang Qingran raised her eyes and found that the fog around her had dispersed. The view gradually turns into a lush land surrounded by ancient trees. Only Mo Jinggong stood as still as a pine tree without making any movement. Bailey Wenyu's foxy eyes were condensed. I remember that Shunghu Ridge is not big. We have been walking for almost half an hour. We must have reached the deepest part. Why didn't we meet anyone? Ning Xiyu remained silent, looking in one direction. Ning Xiyu always felt that something important was waiting for her in that direction. Little junior sister, what direction is that? Ning Xiyu turned her head, her voice was like a silver bell, lingering in the air. Fang Qingran pointed the compass in the direction pointed by Ning Xiyu. Immediately, the compass pointer began to rotate rapidly. Click. The pointer shattered. 5th senior sister, we are not allowed to use the compass there. Fang Qingran shrugged helplessly. Ning Xiyu's eyes flashed with excitement. Little junior sister, let's go in that direction. There must be a treasure there. Ning Xiyu pulled Fang Qingran and stepped forward. Bailey Wenyu turned his head and found that the 2 men suddenly changed direction, and followed them. However, at this moment. Whoa. Out of nowhere, a bunch of golden birds flew out, blocking Bailey Wenyu's path. It also blocked his view. Bailey Wen couldn't see Ning Xiyu anymore, and he suddenly became anxious. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. 7th junior brother, please help quickly, 5th senior sister and junior sister are in danger. Bailey Wenyu shouted to Mo Jinggong who was standing aside. After Bailey Wenyu finished shouting, he started to chop at the bird. Bang! The sword entered the flock of birds without harming him at all. Bailey Wenyu's heart tightened and he became even more anxious. It is definitely not simple to have something that cannot be hurt by a 9th grade magic weapon. Bailey Wenyu decided to change to a higher level magic weapon. However, before Bailey Wenyu could attack again, the flock of birds dispersed automatically. Leave no one behind. Bailey Wenyu's vision became clearer, and in front of him, Fang Qingran and Ning Xiyu disappeared. They have fallen into a different space, don't worry. Mo Jinggong's cold voice sounded. Ning Xiyu and Fang Qingbran felt as if they had stepped on something. In an instant, the scenery in front of them changed suddenly. Everything is black as far as the eye can see, and even the mountains are barren. Junior sister, the screen master is breathing, the air is poisonous. Ning Xi's eyes were full of excitement, her face full of excitement. Fang Qingbran was about to say something when a voice came from not far away. A middle-aged man complained, "There is not even a hair here, why do you have to keep patrolling? I really don't understand." Another person replied, "Don't talk about Ji Yuan, the sect is also anxious, so let us keep a close eye. It's been almost 2 months since I came here, and I haven't seen any trace of the strange beast. We've already lost a dozen of the avatars. Is it still necessary to look for this thing? Hush, the sect master has invited the Jiedu family and will definitely come back soon. We just need to do our own thing well." Ji Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain. This poison is even scary to the sect leader. Can that old man solve it? I'm tired of seeing it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 138. What's mine is mine. The man reassured, no matter what, this time the alien beasts are very important to our Tianjin sect. The other 3 major sects have holy beasts in charge, but our sect does not. Ji Yuan snorted coldly and complained, HMPH, what if the other 3 sects have holy beasts? If something happens, we still have to rely on sword cultivators to stand in front. The sword-controlling sect can still be said to have some fighting ability, but the Fire Cloud sect, Xuanling sect, a group of alchemy cultivators and talisman cultivators are all like weaklings. It is really unfair to have to protect them first when encountering monsters. Especially those talisman cultivators. Drawing a talisman is like exhausting them to death. I really don't know what the use of their existence is. Ji Yuan rambled. Ji Yuan, please keep your voice down. If they hear this, they will start fighting again. The man consoled him helplessly. Ever since he came to Shunghu Ridge, Ji Yuan's temper has undergone a huge change. In the past, Ji Yuan was broad-minded and never complained about these things. Now, Ji Yuan is narrow-minded, full of negative energy all day long, and does not tolerate people criticizing him. Ji Yuan's eyes were dull. Chen Wanming, what do you mean? Can't I just say a few words? If you dislike me, then come out with me. Chen Wanming was speechless. Ji Yuan, that's not what I meant. Don't you feel anything? Chen Wanming, why are you always so angry? Do you want to fight? Ji Yuan's eyes gradually turned scarlet, and he drew his sword directly and stabbed Chen Wanming. Phew. Chen Wanming looked stunned as he looked at the sword piercing his chest. Chen Minghua raised his hand and pointed at Ji Yuan tremblingly. You are not, Ji. Bark. Ji Yuan pulled out the sword from Chen Wanming's chest, and blood spattered Ji Yuan's face. Ji Yuan's face became ferocious, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his lips. Boom. Chen Wanming fell straight back and lost his breath. Ji Yuan held the bloody sword, his eyes turned completely black and empty, and he murmured, kill everyone, they are all evil people and do not deserve to live in this world. Ji Yuan turned around and walked towards where he came from. After Ji Yuan left, Fang Qingbran, who was hiding behind the hillside, poked his head out. 5th senior sister, what should we do next? After Chen Minghua's death, people from the Tianjin sect will arrive soon. There will definitely be no hiding here. Fang Qingbran did not dare to spread her consciousness to investigate the situation. Xiao Hongyu, the leader of Tianjin sect, is a virtual god after all. Her consciousness as a nascent soul could easily be captured by him. To release his consciousness now is to throw himself into a trap. Moreover, she and 5th senior sister cannot use spiritual power. Once they use spiritual power, the effect of the hidden breath talisman will disappear. Junior sister, I feel that we should follow Ji Yuan, the direction he left. Ning Xiyu hesitated for a moment, then chose to confess directly, little junior sister, I feel that there is something very important there, waiting for me to pick it up. Master once said that on the way to immortality, once you encounter something you really want to get, and the opportunity to prove yourself has arrived, you must not miss it. Hearing Ning Xiyu finish, Fang Qingbran said crisply, 5th senior sister said this, aren't you afraid that I will take away your opportunity? Ning Xiyu looked calm, don't be afraid. Master said that what's mine is mine and no one can take it away. If someone else takes it away, it proves that it shouldn't belong to me. Fang Qingbran's red lips were slightly raised, her almond-shaped eyes were full of energy, and warmth flashed in her heart. 5th senior sister, I will definitely protect you. I will never let Su Yanran hurt you at all. Little junior sister, why do you look like you're crying? Ning Xiyu looked at Fang Qingbran's watery eyes and asked in surprise. 5th senior sister, I have nothing to do. Thank you for your trust in me. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes flickered, and she became more determined to protect Ning Xiyu. After she advanced to nascent soul, she recovered the memories of her previous life. I remembered a lot of things about Ning Xiyu. In the previous life, the 5th senior sister met Su Yanran during the spirit fighting competition. She was plotted by Su Yanran and her cultivation was completely destroyed. From then on, he became enemies with Su Yanran and established Chang Pavilion, just to revenge Su Yanran. Ning Xiyu's eyes were bright and she stared at Fang Qingbran several times. Little junior sister, it's not that I trust you, but that everyone trusts you. The two smiled at each other. Fang Qingbran said crisply, 5th senior sister, if you don't keep up with the era, you won't be able to keep up. Era, what did you say? Chen Wanming is dead. The great elder of Tianjin sect stared at Ji Yuan with sharp eyes. Ji Yuan lowered his head and said very guiltily, Great elder, Chen Wanming and I walked to a place, and suddenly a black shadow came out. When I recovered, Chen Wanming was already dead. The great elder exuded a majestic pressure. Why don't you bring his body back? I was so scared that I didn't care. I just wanted to come back and inform you all. Ji Yuan's lowered eyes flashed darkly. The great elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Yuan coldly. Era is the middle stage of divine transformation, and Chen Wanming is in the early stage of divine transformation. To be able to kill Chen Wanming silently in front of Era, his cultivation level is at least above that of Era. The entrance is already controlled by them. All monks above the level of gods are prohibited from entering. So it proves that the person who can kill Chen Wanming must be several other forces. But everyone is focused on searching for the strange beasts. Who would attack the people of Tianjin sect at this time? They all need the force of the Tianjin sect to subdue the strange beasts, and they should not attack the people of the Tianjin sect at this time. The Great Elder took out a map of Shunghu Ridge. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 139. The demons seize the body. Shunghu Ridge is also like a sleeping giant bear. Where they are now is at the heart of the giant bear, which is full of people from the sect. The two teams of casual cultivators that the Fifth Elder had previously transmitted were even less likely to arrive here so quickly, because just 5th level monsters on the periphery would make it difficult for the casual cultivators to move forward. Era, where are you patrolling? The Great Elder said coldly. Ji Yuan pointed at the map with his finger. This is right here. This place was set on fire by the Fire Cloud sect and burned to the ground. Now there is no hiding place at all. I don't know where the black shadow came from. The Great Elder looked at the place pointed by Ji Yuan, with a sudden coldness in his eyes. This place was only 10 miles away from him, and it was completely covered by his spiritual consciousness. But he didn't feel any fluctuations in spiritual power just now. In other words, Chen Wanming was killed in an instant. And that person's cultivation level is above him. The Great Elder took out the sound transmission card and sent a message to Xiao Hongyu, explaining everything that had just happened. Era, go and bring Chen Wanming's body back. The Great Elder said coldly. Yes, Great Elder, Ji Yuan said simply and neatly, then turned and left. The Great Elder stared at Ji Yuan's leaving figure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. There is something wrong with this Era. I asked him to bring back Chen Wanming's body, but he didn't feel timid at all. Could it be that Ji Yuan is a traitor to the sect? The Great Elder held the message board. He had not sent a message to the sect leader just now, but Ji Yuan saw the process of sending it. If Ji Yuan was really an undercover agent from another sect, he would definitely take the opportunity to remind that person. The Great Elder's thoughts were all on Ji Yuan. He didn't see two people hiding not far from him at all. The two listened to all the conversations between the Great Elder and Ji Yuan. Little junior sister, you were really good at pretending in this Era. He obviously killed the person, but you didn't panic at all. Ning Shiyu said through the voice transmission. Fang Qingran shook her head. 5th senior sister, Ji Yuan has been taken away. At this moment, Ji Yuan is far more powerful than the Great Elder. Seizing someone's body, but he has been right under our noses all this time. Is there any strange phenomenon of someone trying to steal someone's body? Ning Shiyu was puzzled. After the normal body snatching is completed, it takes time to integrate with the body. Moreover, seizing one's body is generally against the laws of heaven. When one seizes one's body, there will also be some strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Perhaps it's not people who take over the Era, but demons. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were condensed. Demons are a unique existence. When they seize the body of a monk, they only need to be stronger than the monk. Ning Shiyu's eyes widened. Devil. Junior sister, are you sure you are not talking about an evil cultivator? Evil cultivators are also called evil spirits, but they're different from real devils. The monks are still capable of fighting against the evil spirits. But when faced with a real demon, the human race has no power to resist. To be precise, people who are below the cultivation level of false god have no choice but to wait for death against the demons. But there are only a handful of people on the 9 provinces continent who can advance to the level of false god. 5th senior sister, I'm not sure, but have you noticed the changes in Ji Yuan's eyes? Only ghosts and demons can make people's pupils completely black, but there is obviously no death energy in Ji Yuan. Fang Qingran's eyes flickered. Flash. Death energy cannot be hidden, but demonic energy can be hidden. In the previous life, the demons appeared 100 years after her death, but in this life, they appeared 100 years earlier. Could it be that the demon lord did something? Ning Shiyu's expression became solemn. Little junior sister, it's too dangerous here, let's go back. Ning Shiyu was puzzled. Why did the demon clan suddenly appear? As early as 10,000 years ago, the demon clan ceased to exist. According to records in ancient books, there was a man who single-handedly killed all the demons in the Kyushu continent. After the demon clan was wiped out, the man suddenly disappeared in Jushu continent. No one knew where he was going, not even whether he was a man or a woman. All we know is that he is extremely powerful and can tear apart time and space with his bare hands. Ning Shiyu really wanted something from the hinterland, but she didn't dare to risk Fang Qingran. 5th senior sister, you don't have to worry, the demons don't like us. Our cultivation is too weak, and there are so many transformation gods here to support us. Fang Qingran comforted us. Ning Shiyu still shook her head in disapproval. What? Screams came. Ning Shiyu said, little junior sister, is it Ji Yuan? Fang Qingran looked up and saw the figure of the Great Elder disappearing in the distance. 5th senior sister, now. Fang Qingran pulled Ning Shiyu, who had not yet reacted, to break through the boundary and enter the hinterland. The two ran all the way. Ning Shiyu. Junior sister, why do you seem more anxious than her? There is no shelter in the hinterland. Everywhere was burned to the ground, and there was nowhere to hide. Fang Qingran was a little helpless. These sects were really stupid. They would burn down mountains and destroy forests for the sake of a strange beast. Little junior sister, I can't run. I can't move. Ning Shiyu gasped. Fang Qingran stopped and handed Ning Shiyu a spiritual fruit. They couldn't use spiritual power here and relied on physical strength for support. It was normal that Ning Shiyu couldn't bear it. Ning Shiyu took the spirit fruit and took a bite. It tasted sweet and her physical strength recovered a lot. Little junior sister, how did you manage to run for such a long time without getting tired? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 140. The mysterious person reappears. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Fifth senior sister, you didn't use the speed boots. I forgot. Ning Shiyu's expression was momentarily stunned. The speed boots refined by the fourth senior brother can be used without spiritual power. Woman, hurry up and go 10 miles to the right. There is a good treasure there, Fang Si said excitedly. Fang Qingren felt speechless at Fang Si, who suddenly pretended to be dead, and said via voice transmission, there are not only treasures there, right? There are also many people. No, even if there are many people, you have to go get it, I need the thing. Fang Si said anxiously. Fang Qingren ignored Fang Si, took out something from the space, tapped it with his fingertips, and instantly the cyan thing turned orange all over his body. Little junior sister, what is this thing? Ning Xiyu looked at the thing in Fang Qingren's hand and felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. I don't know what this thing is called, but it can be used for treasure hunting. It lights up orange, which means the treasure is nearby, no more than 10 kilometers away. Fang Qingren explained. Ning Xiyu frowned slightly. If you use this thing too much, will it be bad? I don't know, it's my first time using it. This thing was sold to King He Tower by a family before. But there has been no trace of that family since the auction. She could find nothing if she searched this thing carefully. This thing looks like a snake holding a fish in its mouth, but the fish is carved several times larger than the snake. The snake must not be able to swallow the fish. Ning Xiyu became more and more uncomfortable as she looked at it. It does look very similar. Fang Qingren stared at the small sculpture in his hand and examined it carefully. She wondered if it was her own imagination. I always feel like the fish above blinked. Logically speaking, it is impossible for fish to blink. Fang Qingren sent a message to Fang Si. Fang Si, is there something weird about this thing? Fang Qingren waited for a moment, but did not wait for Fang Si's answer. The connection between her and Fang Si seemed to be blocked. Could it be that this thing is causing trouble? Little junior sister, little junior sister. Fang Qingren suddenly woke up and looked at Ning Shiyu's panicked look. Little junior sister, hurry up and leave, someone is coming. Ning Xiyu didn't have time and asked Fang Qingren what happened just now. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with surprise. Is someone coming? Why didn't she feel anything? Fang Qingren no longer hesitated, threw the things in his hands into the space, activated the speed boots with Ning Xiyu, and quickly escaped from this place. At this time, Fang Si's voice sounded, woman, how could you block me? How could you do this? Even if my tone of voice is not good, you can't just ignore me, right? Fang Si, I didn't do anything just now. I just took out a copper sculpture. Then I called you, but you ignored me. Fang Qingren explained. Impossible, you are obviously in a daze. Hearing Fang Si's voice transmission, Fang Qingren's apricot eyes flashed darkly. It seemed that there was something wrong with that thing. Fang Si, there is the copper-shaped sculpture in my space, can you see it? Fang Qingren's tone gradually became colder. If that thing could even be shielded by Fang Si, then this thing must not be placed in the void space anymore. What kind of copper sculpture? Woman, why are you so weird? Fang Si said seriously. It usually wouldn't touch the things Fang Qingren put in the space. Fang Qingren didn't answer the call anymore, but took out something blue and tried to contact Fang Si again. As expected, Fang Si didn't respond. Junior sister, no, those people are chasing me. You need to run faster. Ning Xiyu said to Fang Qingren, who had slowed down. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. They had fled at least nearly 1,000 miles, and they didn't use their spiritual power. Why did those people chase them? Fang Qingren looked at the thing in his hand with a sad expression. She sent something into the space and put it into the spirit lock box. It is very likely that this thing attracted people. Fang Qingren and Ning Xiyu also speeded up. The two left for less than a moment. The two men in grey robes stopped where they left. If Fang Qingren were here, he would definitely recognize that one of them was Bailey Xuanqing of Xuanyan sect. Sect master, who do you need to chase personally? The third elder of Xuanyan sect asked in confusion. I feel an extremely special aura. I have felt this aura from a profound practitioner before. Bailey Xuanqing's eyes were like eagles. He looked around, and it was here that the aura suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? Hasn't the Xuanzhi clan been wiped out long ago? The third elder was shocked. Bailey Xuanqing's eyes were dark. Xuanzhi knows everything about the world. How could he not predict that they will exterminate the clan? I have always suspected that the mysterious people have descendants, or that the people we killed were just unimportant mysterious people. And after the Xuan clan was wiped out, they couldn't find anything useful in that clan. Bailey Xuanqing spoke solemnly. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the third elder, but sect master, the person who led everyone to destroy the Xuan people was from their own family. That person swore that all the Xuan people would be wiped out. Bailey Xuanqing pursed her thin lips tightly. He had always suspected that what happened back then was directed and acted by the Xuan clan. 8 years ago, a bizarre thing happened outside the Forge City. Someone once saw a 25-year-old peak nascent soul stage outside the Forging City. After further investigation, no one remembered the characteristics of that nascent soul stage. Bailey Xuanqing glanced at the ground where Fang Qingren and Ning Xiyu left, with complicated expressions in his eyes. Go back, the breath has disappeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 141 Hongmeng Tree Seed. Half an hour after Bailey Xuanqing and the third elder left, Bailey Xuanqing suddenly returned to the same place, looked around, and then took out a formation plate with dark eyes. The formation disc landed and a strong wind blew. Within a few breaths, the wind stopped. Bailey Qingxun raised his hand, and the formation disc returned to his hand. Bailey Xuanqing glanced at the formation disc for a few times, his eyes calmed down, then he put away the formation disc and turned around to leave. After Bailey Qingxun left, A voice sounded out of thin air. Little junior sister, he won't come back again, will he? Not anymore. After receiving a positive answer, Ning Xiu tore off the talisman on her body. Phew, junior sister, it's a good thing you have the invisibility charm, otherwise we would definitely be doomed. Ning Xiu patted her chest. She was almost overtaken by Bailey Xuanqing just now, and she was frightened just thinking about it. Little junior sister, do you think Bailey Xuanqing has a tracking talisman? The way he looked just now made it clear that there was someone here. It seems that we have to be more careful next time. Ning Xiu was talking to herself, not listening to Fang Qingren's answer. Ning Xiu asked in confusion, little junior sister, what's wrong with you? Are you listless? Fifth senior sister, I don't have the invisibility charm anymore. Let's settle down and go our separate ways, shall we? Fang Qingren looked like he was in trouble. The corner of Ning Xiu's mouth twitched. Little junior sister, were you also taken away? Fang Qingren shook her head seriously. Fifth senior sister, I am serious. As the saying goes, we all fly when disaster strikes. If Ning Xiu is still with her next time, she may lose the opportunity that should belong to her. Because just on the way to escape, Fang Si told Fang Qingren some unfortunate news. All spirits may break out of their shells at any time. Even if she doesn't have a contract with Wanling, as long as Wanling stays by her side, she will be unlucky. This bad luck will not end until she finds the lucky stone. Ning Xiu put her hand on Fang Qingren's forehead. Little junior sister, you don't have a fever either. What's wrong with you? There are some things that are difficult to explain in words. Fifth senior sister, please stay away from me, otherwise you will become unfortunate. Fang Qingren said gloomily. Ning Xiu. She still suspected that Fang Qingren had been taken away, which was more believable. Woman, actually you don't have to worry. As long as you help me get that thing, I will be able to find out the whereabouts of the lucky stone. Fang Si couldn't stand it anymore and said through a message. Wanling itself will not bring bad luck to Fang Qingren. There is a curse on all spirits, and everything that comes close to it is cursed and becomes extremely unlucky. This curse was specially created by the mother of all spirits to protect all spirits. Because as long as you become a contractor of all spirits, you can get tens of thousands of benefits. As a result, there are countless gods who want to obtain all souls, and they use any means. Wanling's mother, reverse thinking, made Wanling go from being attacked by Wan Shen's gun to being avoided by all gods. Over time, all spirits became unnoticed. Otherwise, with his identity as the lord of all spirits and creatures, how could he possibly get Fang Qingren in his turn? Fang Qingren didn't know anything about these things. She was rolling her eyes at this moment and sent a message to Fang Si. Fang Si, do you know what plucking hair from a tiger's mouth means? After Fang Qingren replied to Fang Si, she looked into Ning Xiu's concerned eyes. Her mind was running rapidly. The key was to trick the fifth senior sister away first. Fifth senior sister, let's go our separate ways and meet at the top. Fang Qingren looked seriously and pointed to the highest peak in Shunghu Ridge. Ning Xiu. Junior sister is good. It's easy to have convulsions occasionally. Ning Xiu thought that Fang Qingren was quite normal when Mo Jinggong was around. Ning Xiu said with concern, little junior sister, let's go find the seventh junior brother. He has a lot of pills. Well, I'll go find the seventh senior brother and the fifth senior sister. You can take care of yourself. Fang Qingren patted Ning Xiu's shoulder solemnly, then threw a large number of defensive magic weapons into Ning Xiu's arms, and then turned around and left without hesitation. When Ning Xiu wanted to speak. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Fang Qingren disappeared. Ning Xiu, as long as the junior sister chooses well, there will be no shortage of surprises. Ning Xiu turned around helplessly and left, looking for her own opportunity. After Ning Xiu left, Fang Qingren appeared again. She took out the map of Shunghu Ridge and said, Fang Si, what do you want? A sapling, please go quickly. It's too late. I'm worried that it will be trampled to death. Its breath is getting weaker and weaker. Fang Si urged. Be more detailed. Fang Qingren didn't like people who talked half-heartedly. Maybe it's the Hongmeng tree species. Fang Si said with a hint of guilt in his tone. Not sure if it is a Hongmeng tree species. What? Say it again. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes widened. She felt that Fang Si was making fun of her. Hongmeng tree seedlings. Fang Si's voice was even lower. Fang Si, if you want me to die, just say so. Fang Si trembled and said, do you know something? Ordinary monks will be fascinated by the word, Hongmeng, just by hearing it, and will not consider the authenticity of its words at all. Only those who know the truth about Hongmeng tree species would have Fang Qingren's reaction. The Hongmeng tree was born when the universe first opened to maintain the boundary between heaven and earth. It is also called the body tree. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 142 One Life for One Life. The scattered seeds of Hongmeng tree are called Hongmeng tree species. A Hongmeng tree can only produce one seed. Once the Hongmeng tree grows into a big tree, each branch can create an avenue. Anyone who obtains the Hongmeng tree seed is equivalent to obtaining 3,000 small worlds. But the prerequisite for the Hongmeng tree species to sprout is that the original Hongmeng tree dies. The death of the original Hongmeng tree means that the 3,000 small worlds collapsed and ceased to exist. Only then will new seeds sprout and give birth to a new world. The small world where Fang Qingren was staying at this moment, although incomplete, existed well. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for Hongmeng tree species to appear. And it is even less likely that the seeds will germinate. A dark light flashed in Fang Qingren's eyes. Fortunately, she had been to Shifang territory. Otherwise, I would really have been fooled by Fang Si. One leaf of the Hongmeng tree has a world, and the power contained in one leaf can break through the void. Therefore, if the Hongmeng tree species really sprouts, it is impossible for Xiao Hongyu and others not to be able to sense it. There will still be waiting for her to pull out saplings. In addition, the conditions for Hongmeng tree species to germinate are extremely harsh. It can hollow out a small world with just one root. Fang Si, why did you suddenly mention this thing? Fang Qingran said in a serious tone, with a deep look in his eyes. Fang Si said solemnly, woman, I really felt a trace of the scent of the tree species, and that's why I let you pass. I didn't mean to harm you. The matter of Hongmeng tree species is related to 3,000 small worlds. Even if it is just a possible illusion, we cannot let it go. Woman, I can't explain why others can't sense the existence of the tree species. I can't even explain why the tree species sprout. But one thing is true, the tree species is indeed asking me for help. Fang Si's attitude was sincere. Fang Si also understood that Fang Qingran's cultivation level used to pull out trees to die. But rather than the tree seeds falling into the hands of unknown people, it would rather the tree seeds fall into Fang Qingran's hands. At least Fang Qingran distinguishes between good and evil and has a correct outlook on life. Even becoming the master of Hongmeng tree is not a bad thing for 3,000 small worlds. Fang Si, you are not from this small world, are you? Fang Qingran's glass-like eyes seemed to hide the stars and the universe. No, Fang Si responded. Okay, Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed. Fang Si, when I pull out the seedlings, will their breath be exposed? When Fang Si heard Fang Qingran's words, he was stunned for a moment and replied. It's hard to say, so your movements must be fast and accurate. You can also find a way to divert their attention in advance. In the heart of the land, there is a black hole several feet wide in the center. The black hole was bottomless, and the cold atmosphere inside sent shivers down everyone's spine. Not far from the black hole, a group of people gathered, discussing countermeasures. One of them, an old man who was over 50 and looked no more than 50 or 60, shook his head and sighed with a serious tone. Sect Master Xiao, this poison is extremely overbearing. If you want to detoxify it quickly, you may not be able to use normal prescriptions. Why is it unusual? Fire Cloud Sect Xiao Qingfeng spoke first. Secret method, grafting. The old man's eyes showed a hint of caution. No one answered and signaled the old man to continue speaking. The so-called grafting is to transfer the poison to other people. The person being grafted also has requirements. Several sect leaders looked at each other, but they were all silent. Changing one life for another seems simple, but the cause and effect may be difficult to determine clearly. Is there any other way? Xiao Hongyu looked serious. The current state of those venerables, other methods, I'm afraid we can't wait. The old man was confused. From the beast control sect, Rong Juofen's rough voice sounded, I don't agree with grafting. Please think of other ways, or I will push you down. Of course Rong Juofen also wanted to save the people of the beast control sect. But the method of exchanging one life for another is really contrary to the original intention of cultivation. The old man was helpless. This poisonous light contains ingredients that we have never seen before. It will take at least half a year to analyze it in detail. Researching the antidote will take longer, and we also need to find the medicinal materials in the antidote. The old man's posture was humble, and his tone was even more embarrassing. The old man regretted wading into this muddy water. Xiao Qingfeng's cold eyes were dark. There were more than 10 people injured in their fire cloud sect, including 3 transformed gods. You can ignore the other disciples in the nascent soul stage, but those in the divine transformation stage must be rescued. The price of cultivating a god was too high, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Xiao Hongyu also fell into deep thought. There were as many as 7 poisoned gods in the Tianjin sect, so giving up all of them was as painful as cutting flesh. Bailey Xuanqing is even more worried. There are only 5 gods in Xuanyan sect, and now they are all poisoned. Why don't you 3 talk? Rong Juofen looked at the 3 sect leaders with different expressions. Master Rong, among the injured people of the beast control sect, there isn't one who has transformed into a god, right? Xiao Qingfeng asked angrily. I would like to send the avatar down, but you won't let me. You insist that I send the avatar to guard the entrance. Rong Juofen said sarcastically. These people know that the beast control sect has the fewest transformed gods, only 3. 2 of them also have to guard the sect. Now within the hinterland, he is the only one in the beast control sect. Previously, there were still several people at the peak of the nascent soul stage in the beast control sect. It's just that they were all poisoned and sent out. He is now afraid that the other 3 sects are attacking him. Fortunately, people from the noble family came in, so he didn't have to worry about being surrounded. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 143 The Mask of Hypocrisy. Rong Juofen saw Xiao Qingfeng's nose and eyes twisted in anger, and joked, I also suggested before that we would not let people go down, and let you buy a few spiritual beasts and put them down. You are not willing to do so. Speaking of this, Xiao Qingfeng became even more angry. You sold me a 3rd level spiritual beast for top quality spiritual stones, why didn't you grab it? Rong Juofen said sarcastically, that's still better than you. 1 low-grade spirit gathering pill costs me 100 top-grade spirit stones. A high-grade spirit gathering pill from Qinghe Tower costs only 10 top-grade spirit stones. Ever since he exchanged the egg for hundreds of millions, Rong Juofen has completely let himself go. When you see Xiao Qingfeng, you have to say something. After all, now he goes to Qinghe Tower to buy elixirs, and he doesn't need to be controlled by the Fire Cloud sect at all. Rong Juofen, are you trying to cause trouble? When Xiao Qingfeng heard about Qinghe Tower, his anger rose. Nowadays, the status of Huo'en sect has plummeted, all thanks to Qinghe Tower. Xiao Qingfeng investigated several times and found nothing about the alchemist behind Qinghe Tower. I'm alone, how dare I cause trouble? I'm worried about you taking revenge on me. Rong Juofen touched his beard, looking fearless. Xiao Hongyu and Bailey Xuanqing looked displeased, and Rong Juofen had become extremely high profile in recent years for some unknown reason. Over the years, the Beast Control Sect and King He Tower have been in close contact. They even suspected that King He Tower was the force established by the Beast Control Sect. Otherwise, how could the Beast Control Sect become so rich? Xiao Qingfeng closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them again. Rong Juofen, what we have to solve now is the matter of the alien beasts. I don't want to quarrel with you. Rong Juofen said indifferently, exotic beasts. How many times have I told you that conquering alien beasts depends on fate and cannot be forced? Xiao Qingfeng glared at Rong Juofen and said nothing. Xiao Qingfeng was worried that if he talked to Rong Juofen again, he might need to take Su Xiaojushin pills. Xiao Hongyu's upright and serious eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. Master Rong, if it's other strange beasts, we can pay attention to cause and effect, but this strange beast is so powerful that we are all terrified. Such a strange beast must not fall into the hands of others. Now that the spirit fighting competition is coming, if something happens because of a strange beast, neither you nor I want to see it. Besides, the entire Qingyun state needs this strange beast to increase its strength. Xiao Hongyu said righteously, and everyone else showed admiration for him. Only Rong Juofen was hiding, with the corners of his mouth raised under his beard. As expected, everyone likes to link their selfish desires with justice. You are so used to wearing a hypocritical mask that you have forgotten your true face, right? Sect Master Xiao understands the righteousness well. If such strange beasts cannot be subdued, they must find a way to get rid of them. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the black hole in the distance. The leader of the Sheng family was confused, but several sect leaders, this strange beast is hiding below and can't get out, and we can't get down, so there is really nothing we can do. The other family heads also looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. This stall is too big for them to swallow. Why don't we recruit talented people from our Qingyun prefecture and let them take a look, maybe someone can detoxify. The old man suggested. Xiao Hongyu looked at Bailey Xuanqing. They had never thought of this idea before. But they were worried that there might be spies from other states among them. Sudden. Xiao Hongyu shouted at one place, who is it? Passerby. A clear voice fell into everyone's ears. Everyone looked wary. Someone was approaching, but they didn't even notice it. The surname is Liu, from the Liu family. Someone asked doubtfully. The head of the Liu family said hurriedly, I don't know her. There are only 3 people from the Liu family, and they're all here. I'm just a passerby, you don't need to panic. This time the sound came from above. The crowd looked up. I saw a woman in plain clothes standing alone on a sword. The woman stands tall and graceful, her clothes are fluttering, and her skirt is flying. She is like a fairy from the 9 heavens, cool and unconventional. But when they looked at Feng Qingren's face, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Feng Qingren's face seemed to be covered with a layer of white mist, and he can see his specific appearance clearly, and he can even get a glimpse of his cultivation level. Everyone looked sideways and glanced at Xiao Hongyu at the same time. They were all shocked when they saw that he didn't move. Could it be that this person's cultivation level is higher than Xiao Hongyu's? Feng Qingren wielded her sword and flew over the mysterious black hole. Feng Qingren looked down and met a pair of red eyes. They stared at each other for a long time, but no one moved. Everyone suddenly fell silent, and everyone who was wielding swords above the cave would fall down. Then, he will be thrown up unconscious due to the poison in his body. Even with Sect Master Xiao's strength and ability to fly with a sword, he almost fell. She was able to wield the sword leisurely and stand above the cave without any difficulty. What kind of strength is this? Xiao Hongyu was horrified. He did not feel any fluctuations in spiritual power from this person. Flying with a sword does not require spiritual power, it can only be achieved when swordsmanship reaches the realm of harmony between man and nature. Only Bailey Xuanqing's narrowed eyes suddenly turned cold. He took out the formation disc, which showed Feng Qingren's bone age, which was no more than 20 years old. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 144 Open your eyes and tell lies. A 20-year-old woman, no matter how defiant she is, cannot reach the level of false god. He guessed that Feng Qingren must have hidden his aura. Bailey Xuanqing looked at the colorful shiny on Feng Qingren's body, and his eyes deepened. This kind of magic weapon was definitely above the heavenly level. Isn't the woman from Qingyun Prefecture? Bailey Xuanqing looked at Feng Qingren without revealing her age. Rong Juofen summoned the contracted beast, rubbed Fat Tiger's head, and stared at Feng Qingren warily. If she tried to snatch the beast, he would immediately mount Fat Tiger and run away. Fat Tiger didn't understand Rong Juofen's thoughts, so he dug his front paws on the ground and dug out a small sprout. Feng Qingren's apricot eyes were like glass, crystal clear, clear and harmless, and she smiled kindly at the strange beast below. 5th senior sister's beast seems a little timid. Feng Qingren sent a message to Feng Si. Feng Si, can you communicate with it? Feng Si said angrily, no, I don't like the smell of it. You already have 3 contract beasts, aren't you satisfied? Feng Qingren. When did I have 3 contracted beasts? I only have you and Tao Ti. Wanling doesn't have a contract yet. Feng Qingren seemed to smell a smell of jealousy in Feng Si's words. HMPH, have you forgotten that there are 3 eggs in your space? Feng Si gritted his teeth. How could it recognize a scumbag master? 3 eggs, isn't that one a dead egg? Are you going to use it as food? Feng Qingren thought of the egg that the shopkeeper of King He Tower sent him. He said that the egg was sold to King He Tower by the Beast Control Sect. The shopkeeper thought it was a treasure, so he took it. Then she saw that it was lifeless and dead. Feng Si later asked her to go, saying that after he ate it, he could supplement his nutrition, so she gave it to Feng Si. HMPH, I originally wanted to use it as food, but when I cracked the eggshell, I found that it was just asleep. Feng Si said angrily. Then I don't have a contract. Feng Qingren was helpless. There is no need to wait for you to make a contract. It takes the initiative to make a contract with you and is just waiting to break out of its shell. Fang Xi's tone became more and more sour. Fang Qingran was also very lucky, even the Divine Phoenix Egg was contracted to her. The energy in the Divine Phoenix Egg is sufficient, so it will definitely hatch before it does. Fang Xi reminded, by the way, you have to be prepared. Divine Phoenix and Wanling may come out at the same time. Both of them want to be the master of all realms, so they both want to break out of their shells first. Fang Qingran. So she should be happy. Still happy. Can we discuss it and stay away for now? I can't afford it. Fang Qingran was a little depressed. If others could make a contract with the Divine Phoenix, they would definitely be grateful. But Fang Qingran was different, she saw through the essence behind it. The more powerful the beast, the higher the cost of feeding it. If you want to cultivate a mythical beast yourself, you must be prepared to eat chaffy vegetables. What the mythical beast eats and drinks must be of the highest quality. If one of them is not raised well, it may lead to malnutrition of the mythical beast, and its combat effectiveness will be the same as that of a weak chicken. Fang Xi's voice rose, so you want to pick up the ready-made one below. Yes, it is very powerful, and it belongs to an ancient mythical beast. Fang Qingran's mouth twitched, that is fifth senior sister's beast, I don't want it. How can a beast that has lived for more than 10,000 years look like a child? Fang Xi's voice suddenly became gentle, it's true that I misunderstood you. I can communicate with it. Fang Qingran stared at Lu Guang with her almond-shaped eyes, you tell it to make some noise later, and I want to dig something. Fang Qingran looked down and saw a fat tiger digging the ground with its front paws. The location was exactly where the Hongmeng tree species was pointed out by Fang Xi. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes widened, and a stumbling block appeared halfway. Swish. Everyone just felt something flash before their eyes and fall into the black hole. At this time, Fang Qingran descended with her sword, and when she landed, she had an elegant temperament. When Rong Juofen saw Fang Qingran landing in front of him, he grabbed Fat Hu and moved back a few steps. Fat Hu was a little reluctant, so Rong Juofen kicked Fat Hu in the butt. Roar. Fat Tiger let out a loud roar. There is good stuff out there, it wants to dig it out and eat it. However, Fang Qingran stepped forward and stepped on the place where the Fat Tiger had gone. Fat Tiger reacted even more fiercely and roared at Fang Qingran. This person must be trying to steal something from it. The owner must beat her away quickly. Rong Juofen didn't understand Fat Hu's thoughts, and he attributed all of Fat Hu's anomalies to Fang Qingran's appearance. Girl, I'm sorry, this saber-toothed tiger doesn't eat humans. The beard on Rong Juofen's face trembled. Fang Qingran said coldly, it doesn't matter. Roar. This bad woman wants to steal its things. Snapped. Rong Juofen slapped Fat Tiger on the top of his head and said, if you bark again, I will send you to be bred when we get back. The Fat Tiger died down, as if those tigresses were even more terrifying. Girl, what did you throw down just now? Xiao Qingfeng said, interrupting the conversation between the two. Fang Qingran turned to look at Xiao Qingfeng with a cold expression, it's just some dust. Everyone's eyes widened. No one can tell lies with their eyes open. You don't believe it, Fang Qingran said with a cold tone, if you don't believe it, go down and see for yourself. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 145 Sword Intent Realm. Xiao Qingfeng was angry again. There was no good person who came into contact with Rong Juofen. Xiao Hongyu stood up and said, girl, we don't mean any harm, we're just curious. After all, we have been here for 2 months. 2 months, even if I give you 2 more years, you won't be able to defeat the things below. Fang Qingran said sarcastically with a proud attitude. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Girl, do you know what's down here? Bailey Xuanqing asked. Of course, I don't know, I didn't go down, I just feel that the things down here can kill you all. Fang Qingran was arrogant and rude, as if he was not afraid of offending anyone at all. You, Xiao Qingfeng pointed at Fang Qingran with a trembling hand. Zheng. The sound of a sword being unsheathed. Xiao Qingfeng said coldly, you are so arrogant, you really need a lesson. Xiao Qingfeng exuded a majestic pressure that made some family heads turn pale. The strength of virtual god in the middle stage is so terrifying. Fang Qingran's face remained as usual, she flipped her wrist, put the sword into her hand, turned around beautifully, and easily received Xiao Qingfeng's sword. Fang Qingran held the sword and pulled out a sword flower. With slightly cold eyes, she waved out a stream of sword energy. The sword energy approached Xiao Qingfeng, and Fang Qingran then did a backflip, as graceful as a startled dragon, and stabbed out a sword blade again. The blade of the sword is as hard and cold as iron, and the sword energy is as soft as water and as weak as boneless. Contempt flashed in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes, and he had the nerve to show off such a slow sword energy. Xiao Qingfeng raised his hand and stood with the sword in front of his eyes, blocking the sword energy. Boom! Exploded with majestic force. Xiao Qingfeng didn't pay attention for a moment and was blown away. Before Xiao Qingfeng could recover, the sword blade passed over his head and cut off a strand of hair. Xiao Qingfeng's pupils were shocked. Looking at the falling hair, cold sweat broke out on his back and his whole body became stiff. Bailey Xuanqing was even more shocked, she was really a monster. Xiao Hongyu's lowered hand was trembling. The sword technique used by Fang Qingran was unheard of. But her current swordsmanship is obviously far beyond the realm of gods and humans. In the world of sword cultivation, it doesn't matter how powerful the sword techniques are, the realm of sword intention is the most important thing. The sword intention is divided into beginner, mortal, superior mortal, inferior mortal, heavenly being, immortal, saint, and saint. Once the sword intention can reach the level of saint, even if the cultivation level is 1 level lower, you will still be able to fight. Where did this person come from? Rong Juofen didn't understand the swordsmanship thing, but he knew that Fang Qingran defeated Xiao Qingfeng. Rong Juofen couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't offend Fang Qingran, otherwise he would be the unlucky one. When Fang Qingran saw everyone's eyes falling on her, she flipped her wrist and the sword disappeared. Fang Qingran straightened her sleeves and said, "Sorry, I never like to cause trouble. I was just passing by and was interested in the things below." After hearing Fang Qingran's words, everyone raised their eyebrows. Fang Qingran said casually, "However, I won't grab the things below with you. I just want to see what is below." Cool. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Strong men always cherish their feathers. Since she said she wouldn't rob them, she definitely wouldn't rob them. "Girl, can you help me deal with the strange beasts below?" The old man, who was over 50 years old, bowed to Fang Qingran. "I won't interfere, but if someone is injured, I can help." Fang Qingran looked as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Only Fat Tiger looked at Fang Qingran with eager eyes. "This bad woman. She just wants to steal it. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you continue to discuss countermeasures?" Fang Qingran crossed his arms and asked calmly. Xiao Hongyu frowned slightly. Why did this girl feel so weird? For a while it was as indifferent as frost. Be lively for a while. Sec Master Rong, why don't you let your contracted beast go down and have a look? Xiao Qingfeng looked at Fat Tiger. Fang Qingran had praised it just now. Zhongzhu Xiao, do you hear what you were saying is human? You don't even want to go down, why did you let him go down? Rong Juofen said sarcastically. I would like to continue, but the beasts below me and I don't have a common language. Only beasts can communicate with each other smoothly. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes flashed sidely, with a strange yin and yang look. Who wouldn't? Rong Juofen patted Fat Hu. He scolded you, why don't you bite him? Roar. Fat Tiger shouted at Xiao Qingfeng. At the same time, Fat Tiger exuded terrifying coercion. The pressure of the holy beast was equivalent to the pressure of a monk in the integration stage. Naturally, Xiao Qingfeng could not withstand it, so Xiao Qingfeng summoned his contracted beast. A ghost monkey, the monkey has red eyes, dark hair all over its body, 3 heads and 6 arms, and is extremely fierce. As soon as the nether monkey came out, he faced off against the saber-toothed tiger. The pressure exuded by the two made the monks present unable to bear it. Only Rong Juofen and Xiao Qingfeng had the protection of the contracted beasts, and their faces were slightly better. The rest of the people chose to stay away from the two beasts. Only then did they realize that Fang Qingran was still standing where he was, motionless as a mountain. The pressure of the two beasts had no effect on her at all. Now everyone is not calm. Even the strong men of False God cannot withstand the pressure of the integration stage. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 146. Dig a few holes first. Fang Qingran stood still. What did this mean? Could she be a strong person in the combined stage? This is even more impossible. Anyone who is above the False God in Juju continent can survive the tribulation. That kind of vision of heaven and earth can be seen clearly no matter where you are in Kyushu. As for the vision of overcoming the tribulation during the integration period, they had only seen it in Juju Continent Chronicles, and had never seen it in reality. So why can she withstand the pressure of the integration period? Xiao Hongyu and Bailey Xuanqing looked at each other for a few breaths, their eyes heavy. The structure of the Juju Continent had already changed when the Chan Yuan fruit came out, but now that the Chan Yuan fruit is still there, our integration period has already occurred. This means that there are other Chan Yuan fruits on the mainland. Fang Qingran didn't know that everyone was thinking so much. She is not afraid of the pressure of the False God only because after breaking through the nascent soul, she can borrow the power of the contracted beast to resist the pressure. Tao Ti is an eternal ferocious beast, not to mention the pressure of a False God. She can resolve even the pressure from the tribulation period. However, this kind of borrowed power can only be borrowed once a month, and her consciousness cannot bear it if it is too much. When the two beasts were confronting each other, Fang Si sent a message, "Woman, this thing has promised to cooperate with you." Fang Si, I forgot to ask something. How deep are the roots of the sapling? Fang Qingran said in confusion. She just saw Fat Tiger digging for a long time, but still couldn't pull out the young seedling. This is counterintuitive. In her impression, small buds like this should usually come out as soon as they are pulled out. Fang Si said with a guilty conscience, it's only about 10 feet deep. Hongmeng tree species are special after all. They like to take root vigorously before sprouting. Fang Qingran. Fang Si, I really want to rip your head off. Fang Qingran shouted through the voice. Fang Qingran's aura changed completely. The saber-toothed tiger and the ghost monkey turned to look at Fang Qingran at the same time, showing fear. They felt a very terrifying aura. Is this woman going to eat them? The two beasts looked at each other, and both returned to their master, got into the contract space, and were unwilling to come out again. Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofen, what did you do? The two of them waved in a rare tacit understanding. I didn't do anything. Others were also confused. Who can tell them what happened? And Fang Qingran, who caused this change, was scolding Fang Si through a message. Fang Si, can't you finish what you have to say at once? A foot-deep root, you tell me its breath is weak. Fang Si, don't expect me to help you next time. This will definitely be the last time. Tell me, how can I dig up saplings in front of everyone and still ensure that they don't suspect anything? Fang Qingran became angrier as she cursed, feeling like someone was staring at her. She glared at the man and shouted loudly, what are you looking at? I said I don't care, I don't even know what's underneath, and I still want to conquer him. Crowd. All the family heads looked away one after another, they couldn't afford to offend him. In particular, the leader of the Sheng family was the most depressed. Fang Qingran was obviously yelling at him. Don't you know what's down there? Bailey Xuanqing's eyes were searching, and he suspected that Fang Qingran was not a human being. Instead, it was transformed into a powerful beast. Do I know what it has to do with you? Even if I knew the following things, I wouldn't tell you. Fang Qingbran was furious at the moment. He never thought that Bailey Xuanqing was the leader of Tiangshan sect. What she was worried about was how she could dig a hole 10 feet deep under the noses of these people. Bailey Xuanqing's eyes were cold and savage. He must have just become a human being. Sneeze. Fang Qingbran sneezed. She narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and looked at Bailey Xuanqing. If you have something to say, just say it directly. What's the point of cursing people in your heart? Bailey Xuanqing looked slightly embarrassed and chose to remain silent. Rong Juofen was very happy to see this girl silence the two sect masters on her own. Rong Juofen was even more cautious and must not mess with this girl. In fact, Rong Juofen didn't know. Fang Qingbran's attitude towards the other three sect masters was because of the grudges in his previous life. In her previous life, she was in the Tianjin sect. Every time she was wronged, Xiao Hongyu chose to side with Su Yanran. Xiao Hongyu seems to be fair and strict, but he always stands on the side of strength. Xiao Qingfeng and Bailey Xuanqing's two disciples were both Su Yanran's admirers. In the end, she was captured by those two people and tortured. When Xiao Qingfeng passed by, he did not save her. Instead, he was worried that her existence would ruin his disciple's reputation, so he just took a poisonous pill to silence him. Bailey Qingxuan also discovered what his disciple had done and chose to leave silently. Only the disciples of the Beast Control sect did not participate in persecuting her. However, the final fate of the Beast Control sect was not very good. It seemed that Su Yanran had taken a liking to something from the Beast Control sect, so the Demon King directly sorted the entire Beast Control sect and took away the Beast Control sect's things. After that, the Beast Control sect declined. In this life, Su Yanran left Qingyun Prefecture early. The Beast Control sect should not suffer this disaster again, right? Rong Juofen felt Fang Qingbran's gaze and looked over. Although he couldn't see Fang Qingbran's face clearly, he could feel the sympathetic gaze. Actually, it's not impossible for you to want my help. Fang Qingbran moved her eyes away and looked at the frowning people. Girl, if you have any conditions, just ask. Xiao Hongyu spoke first. Fang Qingbran raised her hand. You dig a few holes in this circle, and I'll see which one can lead to the black hole faster. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 147 Picking up a hoe and digging a hole. Xiao Hongyu and others looked at each other. Girl, that thing is poisonous. It's not that we don't dare to go in, but we are afraid of the poison there. This is easier to handle. I can detoxify the poison, but I don't know what it is. Fang Qingbran said happily. The four sect leaders and the heads of the aristocratic families all stared at Fang Qingbran with burning eyes. Girl, are you serious about this? Xiao Hongyu asked. Of course, as long as you dig the hole according to my requirements, I can give you the antidote. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes were as bright as the stars. Xiao Hongyu said, as long as the girl can detoxify, we can follow the girl's request. Those injured are the backbone of the sect and must be rescued. Okay, I'll enclose the land, and you can dig a foot deep according to my requirements. Remember not to use spiritual power, otherwise you will disturb the thing. I can't guarantee. After Fang Qingbran finished speaking, he waved his hand and a pile of hose appeared in front of everyone. The big guys in Qingyun Prefecture are staring at the hose in front of them, always feeling like something is wrong. At this time, an old man questioned, the girl has never seen anyone who was poisoned. How can we believe that she can detoxify so confidently? Everyone was stunned, waiting for her answer. The poisoned person's cultivation has regressed, his internal organs are rotting, he is in agony, and his blood has turned black, Fang Qingbran described in detail. That's absolutely correct. Does that girl know why they're like this? The old man continued to ask. Anything that can destroy someone's cultivation must be related to qi. Fang Qingbran said nonsense seriously. When the old man heard this, he looked surprised. The girl is still angry, but I am reckless. Fang Qingbran's eyes were deep. When the poison enters the veins, the first thing to look for is the blood-transforming grass. The old man suddenly felt like he had an enlightenment. Young lady is really a divine person. I wonder where she learned from her. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Fang Qingbran announce herself. Fang Qingbran's breath suddenly became cold. Are you still digging? If this poison is not resolved within 3 months, you will become a useless person. What? Rong Juofen exclaimed and was the first to pick up the hoe. Isn't it just digging a hole? He digs. After Rong Juofen, everyone picked up their hoes. The sword in Fang Qingbran's hand flew out and drew several circles on the ground, dig according to the range I drew, without any deviation. Fang Qingbran regained his appearance as an expert. A small slope in the distance. Ning Shiyu's eyes widened. She worked so hard to find him, only to see her junior sister directing a group of big guys to dig holes. Who can tell her what happened? Junior sister, you are really beautiful. Fang Qingbran took advantage of everyone's bows to dig on the ground, and waved her hand to Ning Shiyu, signaling her to stay away as she would be easily discovered. As a result, Ning Shiyu misunderstood. Junior sister asked her to come over. What would she say if she went there? Just when Ning Shiyu was about to stand up, a hand pressed her shoulder. Fifth senior sister, we finally found you. Bailey Wenyu lay beside Ning Shiyu. Mo Jinggong stood behind the two of them, his eyes like stars. Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong looked at each other in the air, feeling inexplicably guilty. The seventh senior brother seemed a little unhappy. Girl, are you sure you want to dig a foot deep? Rong Juofen raised his head and asked. Fang Qingbran came back to her senses and said, Sect Master Rong, your position is very particular. You must dig a foot deep. Otherwise, the secret will be revealed when you pick it up later. Fortunately, the Hongmeng sapling has a whole slender root, and there are no tangled roots yet, otherwise Fang Qingbran would have to beat Fang Si to death. Fang Qingbran was thinking about how to send fifth senior sister down after digging these pits. Fang Qingbran made a few gestures towards the hillside in the distance. Junior sister asked us to go over. Ning Xiyu said happily. Mo Jinggong said coldly, no, she asked us to act according to the situation. She said she would attract everyone. Fifth senior sister, don't forget to fall into the trap. So that's it. Ning Xiyu nodded, eager to try. Bailey Wenyu held Ning Xiyu down and said, you are not allowed to go. All the people on the other side are virtual gods. If you go there, you will die. Junior sister has made arrangements, everything will be fine, Ning Xiyu retorted. Those false gods even did the digging of the pit themselves. They definitely don't want more people to know what's going on here. Bailey Wenyu disagreed. Ning Xiyu knew that Bailey Wenyu was right, but she had to go there because there was something she wanted there. Ning Xiyu looked at Mo Jinggong, 7th junior brother, do you want me to come over? Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold and he said in a deep voice, have 5th senior sister ever withstood the pressure of the false god? Ning Xiyu shook her head. Mo Jinggong then asked, 5th senior sister, how do you feel about the pressure of the transformed spirit? It's so terrifying that she has no power to resist. Ning Xiyu recalled that when she fought against Uncle Zheng, he just raised his hand and left her unable to resist. If it weren't for the defensive magic weapon given by her junior sister, she wouldn't be alive now. The pressure of false god can destroy the world for Jin Dan. False god kills Jin Dan without even blinking. Mo Jinggong pursed his thin lips. I still want to go. Ning Xiyu's eyes were determined. 5th senior sister, do you think you can be so lucky every time? Mo Jinggong's ink eyes were like stars, mysterious and deep, exuding an unparalleled aura. Ning Xiyu wanted to reply, but Bailey Wenyu covered her mouth. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 148 Mo Jinggong is angry. Bailey Wenyu could tell that Mo Jinggong was angry. Obviously, the person Mo Jinggong really wanted to say was Fang Qingbran across from him. Although they had never seen Mo Jinggong angry, he subconsciously thought that they should not offend an angry Mo Jinggong. 7th junior brother, the younger junior sister is a girl and is quite playful. Besides, she is not in danger for the time being, so don't worry. Bailey Wenyu said cautiously. Are you playful? I think she's promising. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes flashed red. Having restored the memory of a lifetime, one shall understand the dangers of the world of immortality. Be more aware of how those people treat the weak. He actually dared to step forward and challenge those people's bottom line. Once those people noticed something unusual. One can imagine her fate. Fortunately, he saved a hand for putting the talisman on Fang Qingbran. Bailey Wenyu and Ning Xiyu looked at each other and shrank their necks at the same time, not daring to make a sound. I can't afford to offend the angry 7th junior brother. Opposite me, Fang Qingbran, who was confused, suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. It was so strange, why did she suddenly start to feel panicked even though the 7th senior brother was here? Girl, can you look at this trap? Rong Juofan's rough voice interrupted Fang Qingbran's thoughts. Fang Qingbran walked over and said, okay, let the sect master come up. Others also dug holes one after another. Some people looked at the pit, which was much higher than themselves. It would not be bad if it was used to bury people. Buried. The man immediately climbed out from the bottom of the pit. He looked so disgraced that he had even forgotten to use the cleaning technique. Fang Qingbran took a look around and was very satisfied with the location. They were of different sizes and could not tell the difference even for a while. Fang Qingbran contacted Yuan Bao, there is a particularly important task for you now. Yuan Bao said excitedly, Master, what's going on? In a moment, you dig something under my feet. You have to be fast. After digging, bring the thing back to the space immediately. Fang Qingbran warned. Yuan Bao's mission is the most important, success or failure depends on it. Later, I will take everyone here down to the pit. You don't have to worry, no one will interfere with you. Fang Qingbran explained. Master, don't worry, I'm good at digging. Yuan Bao promised cheerfully. After Fang Qingbran and Yuan Bao discussed it, they contacted Fang Xi and learned about the layout below. The layout under the black hole is very complicated and can trap these people for a long time. So even if there were fluctuations above, they would not have time to catch up. Fang Qingbran took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Rong Juofan. This is an antidote pill. As long as everyone takes it, you won't be afraid of those poisons. An old man over 50 years old introduced Juofan to take the pill in one step. The old man opened the medicine bottle and looked at it. The fragrance that hit his nose made the old man feel refreshed. It's exactly the smell, but the specific effect still needs to be tried. The old man's words touched the hearts of several other people. Bailey Qingxun asked. All the people who were poisoned were sent away, and there were no people who tried the medicine. Everyone turned their attention to Fang Qingbran. Girl, who do you think is suitable to take this medicine first? What, you want me to try it? Fang Qingbran asked. The crowd was silent. You can let me try. Each of you will give me top quality spiritual stones. These spiritual stones are not too much for everyone present, but wasn't this medicine brought out by Fang Qingbran? Why did they give her spiritual stones when she tried her own medicine? Rong Juofan didn't talk nonsense and took out the spirit stone. Seeing this, everyone else also took out the spirit stone. Fang Qingbran put away the spirit stone, took the porcelain bottle from the old man's hand, and glanced at everyone present, write it off. The crowd nodded. But he didn't understand the other meaning behind Fang Qingbran's words. Bailey Xuanqing's eyes were dark as he stared at Fang Qingbran as he swallowed the pill. Everyone, I'll go down and wait for you first. After Fang Qingbran swallowed the elixir, he descended with his sword and fell into the cave. Everyone, I always feel like something is wrong. They waited above for a while and heard the sound of fighting below. It's too late to go down. What if a strange beast is contracted by her? Rong Juofan pretended to be worried and took a pill before jumping down. When the others heard this, they took the elixir and jumped down. Don't ask them why they don't wield swords. They're incomparable to Feng Qingbran. After everyone jumped down, Mo Jinggong and the others came to the black hole. If you don't jump into these pits you dug yourself, you have to jump into this bottomless pit. Bailey Wenyu looked puzzled. Mo Jinggong's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fell on the hole dug by Rong Juofen, and he walked over. Yuan Bao, who was digging something, stopped. He can't see himself, can he? It is obviously invisible. Mo Jinggong's eyes fell on a bud, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, actually risking his life for this thing. Seventh junior brother, is there anything wrong with this pit? Bailey Wenyu followed. Ning Xiu saw that both of them were paying attention, and quietly moved towards the black hole. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 149 The Skeleton of Mahayana Immortal Lord. Mo Jinggong's dark eyes were like an abyss, dark and deep, surging with some emotion, but soon returned to calm. Yuan Bao held the small shovel, stiff and afraid to move. Wow. Mo Jinggong is so scary. Does he want to steal the owner's things? Mo Jinggong pursed his thin lips, looked away from Yuan Bao, and said indifferently, it's just to trick people. Tricking someone? Who are you tricking? Bailey Wenyu asked curiously. These pits seem to have been dug by the clan leaders and family heads, right? Who are they planning to trick? Seventh junior brother, how do you think junior sister persuaded those sect masters to dig holes? Bailey Wenyu's foxy eyes revealed a probing look. When Ning Xiu saw that neither of them noticed her, a pair of bright eyes flashed with confusion, and then she jumped into the hole. Fifth senior sister came with junior sister. You can ask fifth senior sister what happened before, Bailey Wenyu said, turning around to find Ning Xiu. It turned out that Ning Xiu was missing. Bailey Wenyu ran to the black hole and looked down. Bailey Wen wanted to shout more and more, but then he thought of those people who had gone down before. He was afraid that if he shouted, Ning Xiu's whereabouts would be exposed. Senior brother seventh, what should we do? Do we want to go down? Bailey Wenyu looked anxious. There is only one exit here, Mo Jinggong said solemnly. Bailey Wenyu rubbed his brows helplessly, then let's wait here and wait for them to come up before leaving. Ning Xiu jumped into the hole, her vision was dark, and there was the sound of running water in her ears. Ning Xiu took out the night pearl, but there was still no light around her. It seems that it is not a lack of light, but that light is not allowed to exist here. Ning Xiu pricked up her ears and listened carefully to the sound of water flowing. The sound of water flowing was 3 feet away from her. Ning Xiu took out her sword from the space and explored the road ahead. There seemed to be some gravel. She explored the road behind again. The road behind was dirt, and it was moist dirt. It seems that the rear is closer to the water source. Normally, I would choose the path with gravel. But her intuition told Ning Xiu to take the dirt road. Ever since she was little, her instincts had never deceived her. Ning Xiu held the sword and walked for about a quarter of an hour when a little light began to appear in front of her eyes. Ning Xiu continued to walk forward, when a puddle blocked her path, and there was another person sitting in the open space next to the puddle. Hello, is this your territory? Ning Xiu's voice was like a silver bell, lingering in the air. The person sitting there was motionless. Ning Xiu took a few steps forward and said again, hello. Still no response. Ning Xiu tried to take a few steps forward, but did not notice a red shadow flashing across the deepest part of the cold pool. Suddenly, a burst of white light flashed in front of Ning Xiu's eyes, and the surroundings suddenly became like day. Only then did Ning Xiu see clearly that there was a skeleton sitting there. It's a crime, it's a crime. My fellow Taoist, I have no intention of interfering with your purity. I just happened to be passing by here. In this way, I will give you 3 sticks of incense and let you rest in peace. Ning Xiu took out a lot of things and murmured, as the saying goes, it is best to be buried in the ground. If you lie there, if someone comes over, you may not even be able to save the bones. Ning Xiu's eyes were full of respect, and the talisman was attached to the skull of the skeleton. Immediately, the skeleton and the clothes on it shrank, only as big as a palm. Fellow Taoist, the conditions are relatively simple, don't be surprised. Ning Xiu held the skull in both hands, carefully placed it into a delicate box, and closed the lid. Ning Xiu's eyes were filled with joy, and she took out another talisman and stuck it on the box. Then put the box aside, pick up the hoe, and start digging. I'm so envious of my little junior sister. There's someone digging a hole for her. Ning Xiu dug the hole for a quarter of an hour, then put the box in and buried it with soil. After everything is done, Ning Xiu mixed the soil everywhere again to ensure that no one would find anything buried here. Ning Xiu looked around. She was surrounded by stone walls and there was no road ahead. Just when Ning Xiu was hesitating whether to return the same way. Click. A door suddenly opened on the stone wall beside her. Ning Xiu did not walk in rashly, but observed the situation inside. The layout inside was exactly the same as where she was now. At the same time, in the other direction, it was exactly the same scene. Everyone reached the end of the road and saw a skeleton. This is actually a powerful man in the Mahayana stage. An old man over 50 years old exclaimed. How is this possible? King Yunji records that there has never been a Mahayana immortal in our state for 10,000 years. The head of the Chen family was even more shocked. How did you see that he was a strong man in the Mahayana stage? Xiao Hongyu's eyes were majestic. He couldn't fathom the aura of this corpse. The old man explained, look at the bones when looking at people. The strength and luster of the bones of this corpse completely match the description of the bones of the Mahayana immortal in the medical book. Xiao Qingfeng continued, there are indeed rumors that the Mahayana immortal lord's bones are as hard as black iron. The old man continued, the immortal lord of the Mahayana stage is full of treasures. Whether the bones are used as medicine or for refining elixirs, after taking them, you can reap great benefits. Master Sheng's eagle eyes were sharp. What he is wearing seems to be a sacred defensive weapon. Everyone looked at the skeleton with greedy eyes. The corpse of the Mahayana immortal. Holy artifact. No matter which one you get, your strength will increase several times. And this skeleton might even contain the inheritance of the immortal lord. That is an inheritance from thousands of years ago. Is this something that many monks dream of? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 150. What should we do with the skeleton of this immortal lord? Xiao Qingfeng asked what everyone was thinking. They are all on guard against those around them. Who would be willing to share this kind of thing if they could keep it to themselves? Seeing this, Fang Qingran shook her head. A single skeleton made him forget the purpose of coming in. Fang Qingran quietly moved her steps and retreated towards the way she came. When she reached the corner, Fang Qingran suddenly turned around. Boom! Fang Qingran's nose hit something hard. Fang Qingran frowned slightly in pain. She raised her hand and touched forward. He touched an invisible barrier. Did he not want to let her go? Others quietly took out weapons. But no one took the initiative to attack. After all, the venue was too small and they were worried about destroying the corpses. There is another reason why they don't take action. If the Mahayana immortal lord left a legacy before his death, he would usually leave a trace of his remnant soul to assess the passing monks. Monks who pass the examination can receive inheritance. Everyone, we seem to be trapped here, Fang Qingran said helplessly, leaning against the wall. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Qingran. Why are you looking at me? There is a barrier here and I can't get out. Fang Qingran didn't understand. Isn't it dangerous to be trapped here? Rong Juofen walked over and raised his hand to touch a barrier. Rong Juofen sent out a full blow, like a mud cow entering the sea, without any reaction. Seeing this, other people walked to the barrier one after another and tried to break the barrier wall, but all in vain. This must be a test given to us by the Mahayana immortal lord. The man was very excited and continued, as long as we can break through the barrier, we can get the inheritance of the immortal lord and get this skeleton. But there is no way to break the boundary with just one person's strength. Bailey Xuanqing's voice was cold. We can work together to open the barrier, and then discuss the inheritance. Someone suggested. Fang Qingran asked curiously, can inheritance be divided? Of course the inheritance cannot be divided. Everyone knows this. He would say this just because he wanted to break the barrier first. Fang Qingran's words made everyone unable to maintain the kindness on their faces. Are you sure that the person who received the inheritance will not kill anyone and silence them? Fang Qingran said again. Everyone's expressions were ugly. It has always been their strong rule to see things through but not tell them. Is this girl really not following the rules? They chose to ignore Fang Qingran and looked at Xiao Hongyu. Master Xiao, what do you want to do? Xiao Qingfeng looked at Xiao Hongyu who looked majestic. Xiao Hongyu has always been a fair and strict representative. If he tells you what to do, everyone will be more convinced. Xiao Hongyu said solemnly, this inheritance is related to our Qingyun prefecture. I suggest that no matter who gets the inheritance, they must not keep it secret and share what they get with everyone. Rong Juofen asked, we don't know what the things that can be passed down are. How can Master Xiao guarantee that those who receive the inheritance will not hide their secrets? Xiao Hongyu showed displeasure. What do you mean by Master Rong's words? You are all powerful men above the level of God transformation, so you must be true to your word. Xiao Qingfeng said coldly, Rong Juofen, why do you always stir up trouble? Rong Juofen pretended not to hear what Xiao Qingfeng said. What I said is the truth. Some things cannot be divided equally. I suggest that everyone depends on their ability. Whoever gets it belongs to whom, and no one else is allowed to snatch it. Master Rong, you can't be so selfish. We all found these things together, how can we let one person take them for himself? Xiao Hongyu said in a serious tone. I really don't understand the righteousness as well as Master Xiao. I don't want the inheritance. That robe belongs to me. Rong Juofen looked sarcastic. Xiao Qingfeng jumped out immediately. Rong Juofen, you are dreaming. Ellipsis. The three of you talk to each other. Fang Qingran almost fell asleep after hearing this. It's hard for other family heads to interrupt. Their strength is not as good as the sect, and they can't swallow the things they get. However, what makes all the family heads strange? Bailey Qingxuan remained silent from beginning to end. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes glanced at Bailey Qingxuan, her red lips slightly hooked. People who don't scream are often the most vicious ones. And Xiao Hongyu, who understands the righteousness so well, should have realized that this Mahayana immortal is not a sword cultivator, and being passed down will not be of much benefit to the Tianjin sect. Might as well get it out there and gain a good reputation. Aha! Fang Qingran yawned. She just wanted to go out and didn't want to listen to them arguing. She was so tired. Why don't we just bury the person and let the seniors rest in peace? Suddenly, there was silence. Everyone stared at Fang Qingran. Do they suspect they heard wrongly? Bailey Xuanqing put his hands behind his back and looked at Fang Qingran coldly. Fang Qingran said with an indifferent expression, you are all so excited because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. Instead of wasting time because of this, it is better to bury it. No one wants it and you can still save your life. I agree. Rong Juofen was the first to speak out. The girl's suggestion is not unreasonable. It's better to bury it, came an old voice. He was really afraid that an old bone would be broken here. Xiao Hongyu frowned. Even if it was really buried, you can guarantee that no one will come back to dig it up. But no one said this. Fang Qingran's words were agreed by most people. The inheritance of the Mahayana immortal lord is very tempting, but only by living on your own can you have unlimited possibilities. When everyone was hesitating, Fang Qingran had a hoe in his hand. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 151 The identity was revealed. Excuse me, I need to dig a hole to bury someone. Fang Qingbran unceremoniously pushed Bailey Qingxun away and started digging a hole where he was standing.